and you almost got perfect gamed.
Yeah.
It took a tapper. It took next day. You just have, who was it that gave up the home run, the 2-run homer?
In the 8th?
Yeah.
Was it
Was
not
it Ort?
Sousa? It was.
It was Abreu, wasn't it?
No, it was.
No, Abreu came in. God, Lee, who was that?
It was Sousa. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No. It was Sousa. Yeah.
Sousa. Yeah, so he gives up
But
that home run.
He's been pretty damn good.
He has. But that wasn't good yesterday. And then, on Saturday. And then you take, my gosh. You have all these opportunities offensively. You got a man on third, no outs, and you bunt. And it was a decent.
What was with the bunt in extra innings on what? You got first and third, and nobody out, and you try to bunt him home?
I couldn't.
What was that about? Yeah. And then you win. It doesn't get any more exciting than a walk-off fielder's choice.
Mm-hmm.
But they were able to stop them. That Baltimore had 3 shots with a runner on second and nobody out.
Yeah, they did a good job. Okert came in and did his job. Abreu did his job. Abreu wasn't extra innings, but they did their job.
De Los Santos
did a good job.
Yeah.
He got that quick. Well, that was one where you hit that laser and they got the double play, which was very helpful. What did he throw? 5 pitches? It was crazy. He was barely any pitches in that inning before coming back out. So, it was disappointing. Disappointing weekend. You're playing a type of baseball that A, you're not going to win your division. You keep playing like this, and B, you're going to potentially have some problems making the playoffs if you keep playing like this.
You go into it up a game and a half, and you come out a game and a half up.
Yeah. Oh, unbelievable. We've benefited so much from Seattle shenanigans. It's been unbelievable.
Yep. And they are playing the team the worst team in the league over the last couple of weeks. The Mets can't win anything, and they take 2 out of 3, and the Astros still a game and a half lead. Now you're on to Detroit and Baltimore, which ain't going to be easy. You don't have a day off there either. At Detroit for 3, at Baltimore for 4, so it doesn't ease up now. This was a pretty rough stretch right here. You had, other than Miami, you had Boston at Boston. Then you had at Miami, and then you had at New York, and then Boston, and then Baltimore. Pretty good baseball teams. So, and Baltimore this season hasn't played up to their capabilities up until they saw the Astros. Holy crap, just an onslaught in the 2 of the 3 games. Just an ass-kicking, total ass-kicking, the 2 of the 3 games. And then one that they salvaged that game on Saturday. That could be a difference maker come end of the season. That you're able to get to a game that you shouldn't have won. They got outplayed all weekend long. Holy crap, that was bad. It's good to see them going back on the road. It really is. Tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's good for them to get out of here.
Yeah, it really is because
we're back. The Astros not playing well at home, but winning on the road. We are so back.
Yes. The Astros on the road are.
How bad are you? Oh, we're one of the worst road teams in baseball. Come on in. We've got a 2 out of 3 loss for you.
0-6 with a 6.97. Perfect.
That
game.
sounds like perfect game stuff. Now, to be fair, that guy had some pretty good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was snapping off.
And he's from Lumberton.
I know. He's right around the corner. My guess is he's better than his record. He certainly looked like it. He had some pretty good stuff. He didn't have. It's not like he struck out 10, but he was pretty good in the game. But perfect game. Can't get Fromber right. Like, it's just there's some concerns there afoot. Then I saw that Yordan Alvarez took batting practice, had 8 ABs, and that's all you heard. Like, he had 8 ABs and is going to be and came out fine, and he's going to be he's going to fly back to Houston. Okay, what's he flying back to Houston for? I'm assuming it's going to be medically related. He's just going to get checked out, make sure everything's fine. One guy, I don't know who this guy is. He lives in Florida, so he said he was at the game. He said, "Don't let the Astros smoke fool you. Yordan was terrible." And I was like, I don't like reading this from some random guy on Twitter.
Well, he hasn't hit in about. What did you expect?
I know. Well, then don't. Well, they said. He made the point. Do not. Don't let them. Or they should not rush him back. He made the comment at the end like they should not rush him back.
Well, the only thing I'm worried about, go get some ABs at AAA. Go to Sugarland. If he's come back to Houston, there's a chance he's going to Sugarland. I don't know what their schedule is. But if he's coming back, get him some ABs at Sugarland and then get him out here. Big ups to Will Kunkel for taking my place on Friday, Lance's place on Thursday. But he said something that really, really, it stabbed my heart that he would make this comment. He would rather see Jake Myers back than Yordan Alvarez.
He said that to me, and I was like, why did you say that? And he meant the bad Yordan.
Why would you say something like that out loud?
He meant the bad Yordan. Yeah, none of us want the bad Yordan.
No, he said he doesn't believe. He's not sure. He
told me. I said, why'd you? He goes, well, the Yordan who's hitting 200. Yeah, well, none of us wants that.
Well,
Yordan.
no, nobody wants that. But the Yordan before that was an MVP candidate, and Jake Myers was Jake Myers. I mean, just because Jake Myers was pretty decent. Listen, he said, I want a Gold Glove center fielder. You got Dubon and Chaz, and everybody's played just fine in center field. Give me Yordan's bat when he can change a game, which Jake can't do. And Jake, listen, Jake is great, and Jake was all fine and good. That's great. I want Yordan in the lineup. Yordan in the lineup. Hopefully, he'll be somewhat close to Yordan MVP candidate. So I'm hoping that happens. I know you. Well, Jay, don't let them fool you. He had 8 at bats and he was terrible. Of course, he's terrible. He hadn't swung a bat in how long?
Well, then he shouldn't be coming back yet. Then he needs.
Well, maybe he's going to Sugarland.
Good. Go to Sugarland for about a month. I mean, if you're terrible, don't bring him up. If he's
not
terrible.
Not a month. Give him.
How long? Well, until he can hit. If he can't hit Sugarland, I don't want to see him this year. Let him rest.
There's some guys that play better at the major league level than
come
they do
on
at the
now.
minor
Let's not
league
make
level.
excuses for him. He's got to hit. He's got to be able to hit Sugarland pitching. That's not. I mean, even Jacob Melton can hit Sugarland pitching, and that guy can't hit a lick. God, he sucked. Jacob Melton sucked this weekend. Just throw him a fastball a foot out of the zone up near his eyes, and he's cooked.
Jacob Melton was instrumental
I don't
in the one
any
win
of this
they
about
had.
Any of these guys.
Jacob Melton was instrumental in the one win. He had an RBI.
Well, he wasn't exactly
which was
good
better than most of the guys.
Well, he wasn't exactly good in that one. He had some bad ABs in that one, too.
So what? He had an RBI.
Well, Yordan better be able to start hitting Sugarland pitching, or this isn't good.
No, you're right.
I'm not. I don't even want to see him on the big league level unless he can hit Sugarland pitching. Show me you can hit 230 against Sugarland at least.
What about Corpus?
That's
Send him down to Corpus and see.
Well, then send him to Corpus.
And then we'll send him to
this is a rehab. He
to high A
the
until
guy
he can start
this
hitting.
Year.
We'll send him to high A until he can start hitting.
High A. Yeah. You're an MVP candidate. You should be able to hit pitching in the minor league level. That shouldn't be asking too much.
Oh my gosh!
What are you asking for? You just want him to come up and he can't hit?
No, but I want him in the lineup. Yeah. Wait, what's the difference?
Who's
hitting? Who you can't take out of this lineup?
Nobody, but I mean, Sanchez is starting falling off now. He's not.
Yeah, no, he hasn't. I mean, he had a great first week. Great.
He smiles a lot. I mean, I like that.
I love that.
Seems like a friendly guy.
I love that. He's Mancini. Remember when Trey Mancini came up? Oh wow, he hit a home run
early on.
When they traded for Trey Mancini. Oh, awesome. Whoa, look, you hit a homer against the Cubs.
Well, wait, that was you doing that because he was Italian. You couldn't stop telling us how great the Italian was.
Well, how about that homer against the Cubs?
See, that's what happened.
Yes.
We got a bunch of that kind of stuff.
That's right. You're damn right. Well, we'll see. I'd like to see Jesus Sanchez hit a homer against the Cubs if they ever play him. That'd be great. Man, no, I thought, oh, wow, Jesus Sanchez. Give me Urias any day of the week. Give me Urias right now. Dude gets fielder's choice walk-offs. Okay? That's what I love. Fielder's choice walk-offs. That's the best. And what a crap weekend. Let's do the Texans on the other side. I don't know that there's much else to talk about Astros-wise. That was just garbage. And now they got Detroit, who they're chasing for the best record. They're still in the hunt for the best record in the American League, which is amazing. Just amazing. But we'll see.
Excuse me.
What? Yeah, what?
You don't want to give an update on Josh Hader?
Oh, God. 3 weeks.
3 weeks of not
Before
throwing.
he'll pick up a baseball 3
No,
weeks.
he can't do
3 weeks of
anything.
just sitting
that,
there.
That 3 weeks of not throwing means ramp it up. Maybe he'll be here
Then
in
once
6
he's
weeks.
better, he gets to throw to Jordan in batting practice.
Well, right now I'd like him to throw when he can't throw at all to Jordan. Yeah, that looks like season ending, guys. I mean, if you want to know the truth, it just that stunk of, oh man, he can't even pick up a baseball for 3 weeks. You know how long it's going to take him after that, and that's if the shoulder is healed at all. That's if it's better, and if any twinge whatsoever when he starts throwing again, and it's probably done. I mean, that's probably more than likely. This team is just so resilient. This team just look at the bullpen in that win on Saturday without Josh Hader. I mean, that's heroic. It's heroic what they did.
Heroic.
Well, I like to use the H word.
They just played a game on a baseball game on a Saturday night. Heroic.
Heroic. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. That's what I said.
I mean, if
did you see De Los Santos just mowing him down? Thank you.
Yeah, heroism all abound for the Astros. What happened to the heroes on Friday and Sunday? Did they stop being heroes?
Well, the offense, that was all the offense.
I mean,
what garbage.
I
mean, honestly, without how many hits did they collect in those 2 games? 1, and it was a topper to the mound that he threw away. And then garbage nothing yesterday. You can't. I mean, the bullpen can only do so much. They're not going to be able to come back from 12 down. The bullpen can only do so much. Heroes. That's what I like to call them. Heroes.
There is a stat I'm trying to find it about the difference between the starters' ERA over the weekend and the bullpens. Maybe a lot of that has to do with Dubin, but
that's your boy, Shane.
That guy.
I want his brother. I want his brother.
Speaking
back.
of guys who should spend more time in Sugarland, send him back down. Work out what he's not ready. He has been terrible since he's been back.
Yep. Just good. Yeah, that has been awful. That's why you need McCullers. Throw him in the bullpen. That's why you need Luis Garcia. Throw him in the bullpen. And you know what? Jason Alexander wasn't bad again. He wasn't bad. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do. I tell you the truth, I don't want to be Joe Espada today, with making out the lineup card and who's gonna pitch and who's going to the bullpen. I just don't want to be him today. That's all. All right. When we come back, we'll talk Texans football. Big trade yesterday. Texans with the big trade.
Actually, I like this trade.
Yeah,
I like this trade.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see how you guys like it next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, I'm talking about my man, Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. Dream Rate Mortgage, this is a guy, okay, I don't know if you're in the market for a home. If you are, just go to the website or give him a call, all right, 713-520-5626, and say, put me on the list. And when the interest rate is low, we want to look into maybe locking in. And he'll call you, and he'll say, okay, here's where it is right now. This is a nice time. Or if you're in the market for a home and you say, well, we have this much down, this is how much the house is, can we do this? And he'll let you know. He'll tell you. But if you're in the market for a home, use a broker. Normally you say you don't want to use a broker, but in this case, a broker is best because he does all of the work. He is the ultimate mortgage hookup. He's going to connect you with wholesale lenders, an insurance agent, survey, title company, all the things that you got to do that you don't know anything about. Kent Jones does. He's been doing this for 30 years, 1,400 closings. Dude is he is the best. So if you're in the market for a home, even if you bought, I don't know how many you bought, it's better with a broker. All right? 713-520-LOANS or 975loans.com.
Aqueduct Plumbing Company, what's your problem? Leaky faucet, leaky shower is your problem. I got you know what, actually? I got a water bill of $480. That seems high. This is on the heels 2 months ago of a $400 bill. I believe something is wrong at my house. This is a big concern. Reached out to Billy, and Billy said, yeah, we need to come check for a hydrostatic test, see what's going on there. And if we find something, we will send you a letter. This letter will help you get a refund from the water company. I didn't even know that was even possible. And that's the kind of trustworthiness you're dealing with. That's the kind of company you're dealing with. I cannot speak highly enough about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. When you go to the website, it tells you all the different things that they do for you in terms of the services they offer, which are pretty expansive. And the phone call gets them out to your home very, very quickly. They have a lot of trucks out in service. So they'll get there. They'll take care of it. They give you a very fair price. They're very trustworthy. Call them today, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238. That is Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So Billy Brown did that for me too, Lance. He did it. Is he going to do it for you? Because he did it for me.
Yeah, what
did
he
a
find?
Report on everything.
I don't know what. I'm trying to figure out how we have these water bills are outlandish. They're like car payments.
Mine was too.
I'm like, what the hell's going on,
dude? Mine was. We haven't lived there, and it was $700.
Yeah,
it was, and he was. I said, Billy,
maybe my teenage boys are
this.
taking showers at your place.
Yeah,
maybe so.
Maybe. Well, your boys. There's a reason that your bill is that high. There's a reason your boys are in there, scrubbing up. So, and that's what we call it now, scrubbing up. Anyway, mine was ridiculous, and I don't know. I thought there's got to be a leak somewhere, and so he got me a report, and I'm going to send it to them, and they can't be ripping me off like this. Those people, the water company, they're gonna rip you off. So make sure you call Billy on this one. All right, make sure you give him a call and let him take care of that business for you. All right, 713-780-3776 is the number. So the Mechie trade, you like it? Well, we'll find out whether or not Harrison Bryant can play, right?
Yeah. Well, what's up with Harrison Bryant?
Listen, I kind of like Irv Smith, but we'll see. He's got some experience.
Irv was with the team last year.
Yeah.
Irv's been with the team. He doesn't really do a whole lot.
Well, when he's in there, it seems like he's catching passes. He had a nice day the other day. That was nice. They were looking for him, and Irv did a nice job, and he's been in the league now for a little while, and he's been okay. I don't know. What do you know about Harrison Bryant?
Harrison Bryant came out of Florida Atlantic. I loved him coming out. Absolutely loved him. He's got short arms, but he had this great game against Ohio State. I couldn't stop. I hung my hat on it pretty good. I think he was okay in Cleveland. I think a lot of that was because Cleveland wasn't very good. He is not the biggest guy. He's more of a, he'll get after it as a blocker, but he's really going to be more of a kind of a move tight end type for you, which, Brevin Jordan handled some of that as well. But he's a guy with pro experience. I like this a lot. I think he's a solid player who does his job. And to me, this is the kind of player that Mechie wasn't going to make the team potentially. I mean, you have enough wide receivers that Mechie was probably not going to be a factor on this team. So now you're able to move off of an area where it's a surplus and go get a former NFL starter, a guy with NFL experience, to step into a position where you lost a guy with NFL experience. So I like it a lot. And I like Harrison Bryant. I think Harrison Bryant really maybe should have done more in Cleveland, but it was not a great situation over there.
Yeah. So Mechie's got, he's in a nice spot. Mechie probably, I don't know, he was on the bubble. How much was he going to, with Jalen Noel, how much is he going to play? And he was expendable. You picked up a fifth-round pick that you had lost before, so that's nice. You got four You got 4 picks in the first 3 rounds next year, and then you grabbed your 5th rounder that you had traded away already. So, next year's draft is looking pretty good. Neither here nor there, though. I don't know that John Mechie was going to be part of this. It was getting awfully difficult. I think that they were showcasing John Mechie this preseason, the first couple of games.
Yeah, I think this may have been a plan.
Yeah,
because you have Hutchinson, you have the two Iowa State kids.
3.
You've got Nico Collins. What do you mean 3?
Hutchinson too.
Well, that's right. I forget Hutchinson was.
Yeah,
I went the 2 rookies, but yeah, you got the 2 rookies. You got Nico Collins. You got Christian Kirk. You're now already at 4. Hutchinson's had a good camp.
He's been okay.
They like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, they like him. They say he's really taken a step forward, so that will be 5. So now you're already at 5.
Yeah.
So even if you go with the 6th, like Mechie would have been 6th.
Right.
I'd rather get a 3rd tight end than a 6th wide receiver.
And your hatred for Braxton Berrios is palpable. So
Braxton's fine. I mean, he's another.
And then you got Justin Watson too. So
Justin's got NFL experience. He's a special teams player. Braxton Berrios has got special. He can return. You got either one. Basically, you just mentioned it, John. That's actually what it is. Watson and Berrios can play special teams. Mechie's not a special teams guy.
Yeah.
If you're going to be a 6 wide receiver, you need to have that extra something.
Absolutely. And so, John Mechie has been a really good story. I mean, you hate to do that. I'm glad they did it the way they did. After battling the leukemia, he came back, and they actually kept a spot for him all of this time, and he really hasn't contributed. And that is just you just can't have that. But they did that for the kid. They did that. That was nice, and I think he gave him a shot. He just isn't. He's not going to be on this thing. Maybe he'll be something for Philadelphia. He might. Mm-hmm. You give him a shot. You give him a chance to go elsewhere and play, and we'll see whether or not he can. I don't know that he ever was going to be anything here, but I love the way that they went about it the last couple of years with John Mechie after what he went through his rookie season.
Yeah, no, it was. The organization was good to him. He came back. He worked. He got back. Like, he did what he had to do. Good opportunity for him maybe to – I mean, it's not like they don't have some wide receivers over there, but maybe it's a better situation. I just saw ESPN was listing their wide receivers, and it looks like, if we're talking 4th, 5th wide receiver, he's got a better chance over there than he does in Houston. Yeah.
I mean, they're top-heavy with their wide receivers, but they could use that depth, which is nice. Good on them. Good. And I hope John Mechie makes it but the guys love him. The guys love – everybody was rooting for him. Everybody on that team wanted to see him succeed, and including CJ. I imagine it was difficult for CJ because he's been a big Mechie guy ever since he got here.
Yeah, but Harrison Bryant is not. He's never had more than in Cleveland. He never had more. His first 3 years in Cleveland: 238 yards, 233 yards, 239 yards. Now the same guy every year: 3 touchdowns, 1 touchdown. Last year, 3 touchdowns on only 20 catches. He's played in every game. He only missed one. I guess there was one game he missed as a rookie. Well, I take it back. Last year with the Raiders, 12 catches for 96. So I don't think he's going to, he's not going to light the world on fire. Obviously, he's been in the league for 5 years now. But and he only had a 1-year deal with the Raiders before he went to the Eagles, and then, of course, now with the Texans. But what he is a player with some pro experience. And that's what you need because Brevin Jordan is out, and so you need another guy in here that can compete for some playing time. He does something that Stover doesn't really do, and he's kind of does what Dalton Schultz does. So he's kind of a backup to Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, well, he's going to be a backup to Stover and Schultz.
Yeah, I mean Stover will get after it as a blocker better than Schultz, is what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
And Harrison Bryant, he'll give effort as a blocker. He's only 243 pounds, so he's a little smaller.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see.
And this is not – look, I like this trade. It's from a roster standpoint and filling out your roster with your depth chart, I like it. Is he going to set the world on fire? No. Mechie wasn't going to either. So it's just basically you just tighten up your roster on an area of surplus and an area of need. You just flopped it out, and Nick did a good job there.
Yeah,
that's how I see it.
That's all. I mean, again, you did right by the kid. I don't know. It would have been better.
Let's not all go bleeping each other's bleeps. This is just a basic trade of an extra wide receiver for an extra tight end.
Right.
They're good.
I wonder if you did right, would he rather go be DFA'd and find a team that's best for him, or?
Well, I don't really care.
I mean, at least
I mean,
at
trying
least
to get a
you
tight
know.
end.
No, I know, but at least you know if you're him that they want you.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, they traded away a guy. I mean, maybe some excess baggage for them, for you, but still,
Sure.
whenever you're traded, you know that team wanted you. So that's good.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, we'll talk about what the Texans did.
Oh, also huge. Everton and Leeds kick off the. The Premier League action officially starts today. Now that Everton and Leeds, who just got called up from the championship, at 2:00 today. So you guys, if y'all need to take some time off from work, maybe take a late lunch to watch Everton Leeds. I'm just giving you the heads up now.
No, thanks. Yeah. No.
John, you've got time now. Instead of golfing, you can maybe.
No, I've already got golf planned. So
Okay. Well, but I'll let you have my login so that you can log in and stream that.
Yeah, I don't. That's good. I'm good right now.
Okay.
Everton Leeds. I know it's been something I've been thinking about for months now.
Okay.
I've been waiting for the start of the EPA or whatever it is.
Not the Environmental Protection Agency.
Okay, so
I think we've canceled. I think we've eliminated them.
Okay.
This is the EPL.
Okay,
English
same
Premier
thing.
League.
No one knows.
Prem.
No one
Prem,
knows.
as Dell and
No
I
one
call
cares.
it.
No one cares. But I do know that people care about the summer sales event going on right now at Chastang Ford. It lasts, and it's got a couple of weeks left. You got a couple of weeks left and listen, there are still 2024 models on the lot, and there's select models of 2024s and 25s. And I don't know why you wouldn't get to 24, because it's going to be the best deal you're going to find on a vehicle. And how about this? On top of how much less you're going to pay because it's 2024, 0% for 48 months, 0 down, no payments for 90 days, plus a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. Again, 0% for 48 months, 0 down, no payments for 90 days. A complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. Not one of those, hey, you want to buy this maintenance plan? No, complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. There's no dealer fees. There's no add-ons. It's Chastang Ford. Everything is transparent. You're going to love doing business with them. They're going to get you in the price that you have to have. Okay, they're going to do everything they possibly can to make it a great car buying experience for you, because that's what they do with everybody. You're looking for, and if you need a truck or an SUV, I don't think there's any other place to go. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Man, really excited about going to the listener party. That's because I love St. Arnold, love the location, love the food, love the drink. The beer's great, cider's great. But I want you to consider St. Arnold for your big gathering, birthday party, company happy hours, trade shows, holiday parties, and a lot of Christmas parties jump off, and you want to find places to host them. Why don't you give my friends over at St. Arnold a call and get it done, or go on the website and get it done? I'll tell you how in just a second. They do private events better than anyone. It's really amazing. And we're going to have our listener appreciation party there. They can do groups of 20 to 300 people. For groups smaller than 100 people, they've got the Investors Pub, which is really, really beautiful. And then the beer hall for the big parties. And that's where we're going to be. They have full audio visual capabilities, projectors, screens. They offer a full in-house catering menu, so you can do appetizer trays and an appetizer table, or you can do a full feast. It doesn't matter. They've got you taken care of. And, of course, some of the best beer you're going to find anywhere in the state of Texas. When you mention ESPN 97.5, you heard it here. When you book your party, you're going to get the and ask for the brewery game package, rather. They're going to give you dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, pool table, and a photo booth. So a lot of extras they just want to throw you just for being a listener to the show. Go to starnold.com, click on private events. That's starnold.com, click on private events to get started today.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. So Lance just mentioned St. Arnold's, and we're going to be there on September 5th, and we're giving away tickets. You got to keep on listening. Giving away tickets all month on our way to, and you can win. Just keep on listening, and hopefully you'll get in, and we want you out there September 5th at St. Arnold's. This week, the summer circuit continues as well. The grand prize, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, just get to the promo table at El Tiempo Cantina on Washington. El Tiempo Cantina on Washington, Friday from noon until 6. Friday from noon until 6. And, of course, Houston Restaurant Weeks continue going on now through September 1st. That's Labor Day. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com and see all the great restaurants where you can get unbelievable deals. $55 dinner, $39 dinner, $25 lunch or brunch. That's incredible at some of these places, how good they are. And you get this kind of, are you kidding me, that you get to try these restaurants? Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com.
Yeah, I was in New Braunfels with two of my boys, visiting my parents, and I think my wife went to Houston Restaurant Weeks on Saturday, so she went and visited a spot. So it's lunch and dinner, not just dinner. You can do it for lunch too.
Football question. How many more Iowa State guys do you think the Texans need in order to secure a Beef O'Brady Bowl invite?
That's got to be Tony.
That's Tony. He's such a hater.
First of all, it's
Name
Iowa
all
State
those
hate.
great Iowa receivers in the NFL.
Because he's an Iowa guy, so it's Iowa State stuff, and then a Beef O'Brady Bowl.
Beef O'Brady Bowl.
Man, that's old school.
Yeah. Well, that's still around, the Beef O'Brady
Is
Bowl.
it?
Yeah.
I don't really pay attention to bowl names anymore. It's just so.
Oh, yeah. They're great. They're great.
They float all over the place.
It's not a lie here. We got the best pitcher of the day by far, Chaz. He was their best pitcher. He threw 10 pitches. He got out of the inning. 10-pitch inning for Chaz yesterday in the 9th. He was our guy.
He's turning into an extra arm.
He really is. Mm-hmm. I mean, he saved the bullpen yesterday. How awesome is that? That is awesome. Kyle Tucker is scuffling. Kyle Tucker had grounded one to first yesterday. He's gone. I don't know if he's had a homer in a month now.
A month? He hasn't had one since July 18th, John.
July 18th.
July 18th. And he didn't have one.
That's a month.
That's a month.
It's a month, but it's actually worse than that. He didn't have one from then since like June 1st. He's had one home run. No, since July 1st. He's had one home run since July 1st.
Yeah.
He's gone 7 weeks and he has one home run. The fans are all booing him. Ask George has told me this for like 3 weeks now. The fans all want him out of there. They hate Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
The fans in Chicago hate Kyle Tucker. He hasn't played well. He's stuck on 16 home runs.
So so Kyle Tucker now, I mean, he took a chance on himself.
So he gagged in the playoffs.
Yeah. He's been a gag in the playoffs for the last couple. He
missed a giant chunk of the year last year with his
they don't want him.
bruise.
All they gave up for Kyle Tucker, and he's going to be a one-year guy. The fans are booing him. He grounded the first yesterday. He didn't even run the first, and they were on him.
Oh,
boy.
man, this is a nightmare for them. I mean, I hate that for the Cubs, but oh well.
Yeah,
you're right.
And now we got
Cam
Smith for 6 years, Paredes for 3. We got Wisniewski for 2 starts. It was awesome. It was no, the Astros killed that trade, and now they're going to be like, oh, what do we do now? What do we do now? And Kyle Tucker, what does he get now? How much does he get with this
there's
season?
no
that he's
way
having?
that this isn't doing damage to his value.
No, his value absolutely. Is he a $25 million guy now?
I don't know if you're Jim Crane, you come in 6 for 120. Just tell him, here, you get 20 a year, take it. We'll get you on a discount like we did for
like
Carlos.
we wanted to in the first. They would have probably given him more than that heading into last year.
Oh, 20. I'm kind of being facetious. It'd be way more than 20. But if you're Jim,
well,
you're
is
like,
it? I mean,
yeah.
If I'm somebody, I'm looking at him this year, and I'm looking at his postseason, 25 tops.
all you need is you made the I mean, I think he'll be higher than that because you look at his body of work. I mean, it's not like somebody's never had a bad year. They've had a bad year,
That's
but
a bad thing going into a contract.
I'm just telling you, it's not a buy. It's not a. I wouldn't think it's a seller's market for Kyle Tucker. I would think it's going to be a buyer's market for. Is he a Boris guy? He is a Boris guy, right?
Yeah, he's a Boris guy.
Good luck, Scotty.
Yeah.
Good luck, Scotty Karate, because this guy cannot hit. And apparently, he's got an issue. Joe said where he's not getting lift. I think there's an issue in his hand, maybe. There's something where he's downplaying it from an injury standpoint, but it's not. All you need to know is it's not good for Kyle Tucker. It's really not good for him. And those fans love the Cubs, and they hate Kyle Tucker.
I know that is.
And he's a little bit let's face it. He's always has that kind of resting turd face.
Ever since he came up, I mean, Raheel used to get he looks like Christian Leitner. He ties a sweater around his neck.
He called him Jared Kushner, remember?
Yeah, he ties a
thought he
sweater
looked like
around
Jared
his
Kushner.
neck.
Yeah, he's always, but he does have a little bit of that, a little bit of a snotty look to him. It's not his fault. He just has that. That's just naturally the way his face looks. But when you get a snot-looking guy who can't do, and you gave up your top prospect, and this guy can't do anything for you and basically, his June was really good. His July is terrible. His August is even worse, and he's not running out like. You got to do the bare minimum at least, Tuck.
Yeah.
You got to do the bare minimum. You're playing for a contract, dude.
You got to run to first, bro. I mean, honestly, I know you grounded to first, and you were going to be out, but you got to run. You got
to run.
Yeah. I mean, that's if they're going to hate you, don't let them hate you for not
hustling.
How much did Bregman get in his first year, which he can opt out of? I guess his contract. How much did he get from the Red Sox? Do we know? Because I was looking at Bregman's numbers last year.
Yeah, he signed he got $40 million.
And he had a down year last year.
3 year, $120 million is the total, and he had a down year.
He had a down year. Well, he was a third baseman, won the Gold Glove, so defense matters. But as far as what he was as an Astro offensively last year, it wasn't one of his best years.
I'm trying to figure out how it's 120 because his payroll is at 25. Luxury tax 31. He's signed he got $5,000 signing bonus.
No, I don't think.
I'm not sure why the average salary. I'm not sure how the average salary comes to $40,000, but it's 400. I'm sorry, $40 million, but it's a 3-year, $40 million annual average, and he's 31. Yeah, so I mean, Tucker's
getting that nowhere else. He better stay.
But
he can opt out.
But the point is
what are you,
probably
an idiot?
that Tucker's
don't opt
getting
out
a lot.
Of that.
Tucker's getting a lot more than 25.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while for Bregman to get the number he wanted, but he was not coming off a good year for him offensively.
He didn't get the he got a number, that's fine, but he didn't get a contract he wanted.
But he got above what the Astros are going to pay him, at least for annually, right? What were the Astros at 20 something?
I mean, the fact that the Astros were back in the mix shows you that the market was kind of dried up for him. I mean, it only takes one for Kyle Tucker, but and my guess is you'll find one because he can hit with power, especially if he comes back and has a decent month in September. But he's been one of the reasons the Cubs have just completely slid off. They were doing fine, and now look where they are. They're a mess. They're in a hole, and he's a big part of it. I mean, Cam Smith hasn't, he had his time, and he hasn't been lighting the world on fire lately. But we got all day with Cam Smith. We're fine with him. This is just rookie stuff. He has his ups, he has his downs. We're good with Cam Smith. We won that trade. No matter what, we won that trade.
3-year, $120 million contract, including $5 million signing bonus, $120 million guaranteed for Bregman. $40 million. Goodness gracious, you idiots.
And that was with Houston as the pace horse that they were trying to throw in the mix at the end. Yeah, so I don't even know how Alex Bregman got to that number.
40 over 3. I mean, okay. All right, you can have him. He missed 43 games already.
Now, Jim Crane would consider deals like that if they were 3-year deals.
Yeah.
But not with player opt-outs.
Well, why not? Bye.
Oh, all yeah, right. That's true.
Why?
Probably so if you're making 40.
That's what. Yeah, if that's what you got to have to do a deal for a 3-year deal as opposed to a 10-year deal, which is what guys are looking for. Okay, you can opt out, and then everybody here will hate you because you don't want to be with us, right?
They got mad at Carlos Correa, and the dude wanted to be here.
No, he tried his hardest.
Boo, Carlos! Granted, it wasn't a majority of people who were mad at Carlos.
No.
But the people who were, I just couldn't understand why. Like, dude, that is our guy. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, we got to learn what we learned this weekend in one sentence.
One sentence. You got one sentence to tell us. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. You learned something about something. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was your wife. It was your kids. It was your boss. It was football. I don't know. You learned something from Cal. I don't know what you learned. But you learned something. 713-780-3776 is the number to call him right now and get in here and tell us about what you learned this weekend. But you get one sentence to do it. And as soon as somebody hangs up, you get in. So how about no interest, no payments for 3 months right now with Air Team? Air Team is the Curtises are really, really, I love family-owned businesses. Billy Brown and the Chastangs and the Brinkmans, and I don't know why, but it seems like I get a lot of family-owned businesses, and I just think that's the best way. That's the best. It's not a corporate, edict from somewhere else telling them how to do business, because the Curtises have been doing business here since the 70s. And the Curtises are awesome. And they got people that have worked for them for 30-plus years. And there's a reason that people want to continue to work for them. There's a reason that they stay open for that long. It's because they do business right. And they are going to do business. They're going to do right by you. They did right by me and put in air conditioners for me, and they're going to do right by you. If you need an air conditioner or you need somebody to yours breaks down, they'll come. But the smartest thing is, if your air conditioner is running fine and you haven't looked at it in a while, let them come and check it out. Instead of having a little problem that grows into a huge problem where you got to change, Air Team will smoke it out, and they're going to make sure that it works great. 713-936-5346, airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so we are going to have to hold off on what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. For the first time in our history, we're having technical difficulties. So our phone lines, for whatever reason, we're getting a busy signal, not able to get through. I know a lot of you are frustrated. How did I not get in? I called right away. We're having some phone issues. We've got our guy on it, and we'll get to what did you learn this weekend in one sentence as soon as we can. Okay, so I apologize. We apologize. Game Day Men's Health, don't worry, we're getting you there. Okay, Game Day Men's Health said, hey, we sponsor this thing, and we need it. Game Day Men's Health needs what you learned this weekend in one sentence. So we will do that in a little bit. All right? So we got that going on. We apologize. As soon as we can, we will get that done. 713-780-3776. Keep trying, and if you get through, that'll be great. All right, so what did we think of the Texans on Saturday?
Well, one thing I learned this weekend, since we're not doing that,
no, we're not doing that yet.
The Fury fight stuff that Raheel calls.
Yeah.
Man, is that a good time.
Is it?
Holy crap. The event they had it at was packed. The light shows, they do a great job. One of our old school listeners, Show Enough Stuff, Rich, is their matchmaker. Raheel does the color commentary. I met the owner of the event. They have just a bunch of fighters from Houston, and they fly guys in from this kid from Iowa is going to be in the UFC soon enough. He is really good. And they're the number one feeder of UFC. So, guys leave here, Fury, and end up in the UFC. So, if you get a chance to go, man, it is a good time. You're right there on the action. It's a good event. It's my first time going. I was really happy to I took Sebastian.
Yeah, I saw the picture of you in the ring with Raheel.
Yeah, Raheel's like, come on, man, let's go up in the ring and get a picture. And all these people are I'm like, I don't know about all that. We don't need to make a big fuss. But he wanted to get Sebastian in there, and he took some pictures of, I got to take a picture of Sebastian holding the belt. When the guy, Raheel, goes, here, let me get you a belt to hold. Oh, that's a lot of pressure. I don't know.
Yeah.
Holding the belt, standing in the ring, and everyone's watching. The whole place is packed because the prelims were over and the main event was getting to start. And I know they're looking up there who's that kid? He must be an up-and-coming he must be like a big up-and-comer. No, not really. Don't let the championship belt he's holding fool you.
Now he's got a goal. He sees it. Now he's got a goal.
Yeah, so we'll see. He's just not a good enough striker to be in MMA. Too slow-handed. Stick with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. But, Chaz McCormick started off thinking he was just going to be an outfielder, and he's turned into a pitcher.
Yeah, you never know.
You got to have dreams. Yeah, you got to have goals.
You never, ever, ever know. What did we learn from the Texans this weekend? I like the offense. I like it moved the ball.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah. I was pleasantly not surprised, but I was happy with what I saw in the first half.
Yeah, yeah. I thought that.
From CJ from the first unit, from the kind of first unit.
Right. No, and listen, Ursary at left tackle, he looked good. They had zero pressures. The starting offensive line had zero pressures, which was nice. Now you had Blake Fisher on the right side, which I don't believe Blake Fisher is going to be on the right side. So that's good. They all graded out okay, except Blake Fisher didn't grade out great. But they did their job. Ed Ingram was a starter. Okay, Jake Andrews was a starter.
Not in real life, Ed Ingram's not.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Lakin Tomlinson moved over to the left side. Ursary's on the left side.
Where's Titus Howard?
Titus Howard wasn't there yet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ed Ingram goes bye-bye when Titus Howard plays.
Unless, well, we'll see. Listen, are you sure Cam is going to be going to be a great left tackle?
No. He was on the market for a reason.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that Titus isn't going to be playing right tackle and Ursary's going to be playing left tackle.
No, I think there's a real chance that happens. And if it does, then you're going to see Lakin Tomlinson there. And
Yeah.
at guard play, you'll see. Maybe it's between Ingram, it's between Scruggs. It's who knows.
Well, Tomlinson's locked in.
Yeah.
The only one locked in right now, I think. I know Ursery's going to start.
He's locked in at tackle, and Titus Howard's locked in, and Tomlinson. Those three are locked in for sure.
Well, Titus Howard isn't locked in. He might be the right tackle.
Well, yeah,
Ursery's not locked in.
position-wise.
He might be the left tackle.
Yeah, the only one that's
Tomlinson's
for
locked
sure,
in at left guard.
I see what you said. Lakin is locked in at
Yeah.
his position. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He's the only guy because is it going to be Jake Andrews or Patterson?
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, we don't know. And is Titus going to play right guard or is he going to play right tackle? And is Ursery going to play left tackle or is he going to play right tackle? And is Cam Robinson going to be the man? I guess he is. I guess. But
Ooh, goodness, Blake Fisher. I'm just looking at what PFF gave him as a grade.
64?
31.
31.
No. I'm sorry, that was
No.
last week. Yeah, 64.
64.
Yeah, you're right. 31 was last week where he. So, I had somebody send me some videos of Juice Scruggs and Blake Fisher, and Blake I saw. Blake was bad. There was a couple reps on Juice. I'm like, Juice, what are you doing? This is no wonder you're holding blocking pads. This isn't great for you. But Blake was just terrible. Drake was objectively awful. It looked like a guy who's going to get cut. And then this week, I guess he's better. I'm going to go watch all the reps during all over the first team reps on coach's tape just to get a better look at the offensive line. But how about your boy? This isn't about the Texans, but I'm just noticing your boy Scheffler with another W.
How about that?
I knew he had a chance to
Down
win.
4. How about the chip in on 17?
Yeah, and I was telling everybody Scotty Scheffler might win this thing.
Oh, he might. He's a chance.
People
He's got a
were
10-stroke.
like-
He's got a 10-stroke lead going into the final round.
There was a lot of
into
doubt.
the final tournament.
There was a lot of doubt, and I said, don't count out Scotty Scheffler.
Everybody was counting him out,
Everyone
too.
was counting him out, and I said, wait a minute, guys.
Everybody.
Don't count out Scotty Scheffler, I'm telling you.
Yeah. No. How about he chips in? Did you see the look on McIntyre? He's just looking at him like, are you kidding? You're kidding, right? You're kidding. Down 4, and he wins by 2. And it just is, and he chips in an unbelievable chip down the hill. He's got to get it on the top of the hill, and it rolls all the way into the hole. He is Tiger-esque right now. Mm-hmm. I know that there aren't as many good players because of Liv, and it would be nice if every week we had all the players competing against him. But the players that are there are still pretty damn good. It would be, I don't know that you can compare. Well, you can compare what the two of them are doing, but you can't compare. I don't know that there were great golfers when Tiger, was on his great run in 2000, late 90s to early 2000s. I'm not sure that there were great golfers around, the best, that what Jack faced or Arnie faced, or I'm not sure. But all I know is it's he can only play who he's up against, and he's just kicking all their asses.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, some sad news. This has happened a few times over the years, unfortunately, but I don't know. You may not have heard it, John. Our guy, Red Raider Kevin, passed away.
I heard.
His brother, Craig, passed away a few years back, and Red Raider Kevin, I had no idea. He's called into the show. Some of you guys recognize the name. He's
called in recently.
Talks, talk about anything. He played football at Texas Tech, and just saw the news over the weekend on social media. I was sad to see he had passed away. Tough. Two brothers passing away way too young. And,
yeah.
Sad news about one of our listeners, a guy that we've met on a few occasions, and I considered him one of my radio friends. Somebody I've met who's been a listener over the years, and so unfortunately, I know some of you out there have either met him or you certainly heard his phone calls over the years. So. Just wanted to kind of mention him.
I think it was Dustin who put it out there.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. I think it was Dustin put it out there.
I saw Jermaine had
said
something.
Passed. Red Raider Kevin
up.
passed. I said, "What the hell?"
I know.
That's just that boy. That family's got to be reeling after losing Craig and
he's not that old
and
either.
Kev.
So, yeah,
Man, no, they're way too young. Way too young. They said an apparent heart attack. So way too young. Yeah. Man, that sucks. Red Raider Kevin, rest in peace, man. He was great. You know, he was. He was always a nice guy, always, and very knowledgeable in the game. Very knowledgeable. That's a shame. 713-780-3776. If we get the phones fixed, you'll be able to call in. If you knew Kev, you want to say something, you're more than welcome to do that. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? We're going to have that as soon as we can. We will do that as soon as I know a lot of you were here for it. If you're just tuning in and said, what the hell happened? What you learned this weekend in one sentence? Our phone lines were down. Game Day Men's Health is still here, though. I mean, they're sponsoring what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, but I'm still going to be able to talk about them. Here's the deal. I just saw, I forgot about it. Coming up next month, I'm putting in the pellets. They're time released. If you're somebody that needs testosterone, but you don't have your schedule doesn't allow you to get to every week, get to a facility, that's fine. I think Lance has done the pellets before. I'm going to try it, and I can't wait. The thing about it was I'd already be on them, except you can't play golf for a week. So I was like, nah, I can't do it this time. Can't do it this time. Sorry.
You're 48 hours. You're fine. Week's a long
No, they
time.
said you got they don't want you swinging the club for a while.
Well,
so
if you're disc golf, you could play in 48
Yeah, well, that's
48
because
hours.
disc golf is in a real sport. That's why. You can do anything. I mean, you could get heart surgery and then go play disc golf. So it's not real. So, but Game Day Men's Health is just a different way to go about it. You know, I'm giving myself the shots now because I can't be there every week. But I'm doing it myself. But I think the pellets are going to be great. But also, I have got peptides that are helping me feel great, feel younger. I feel like more energized, everything about it. Game Day Men's Health, you're doing it. And if you are somebody that needs testosterone, and I've been doing it for years, I'm telling you, Game Day Men's Health is just different. There's a location near you, 11 around the city, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Okay, maybe not. we were talking about Scotty Scheffler. Maybe they changed the rules this year, but they have been. I don't know. I got to look. I didn't see that they changed. They've been given. If you were number 1 going in, you got a 10-stroke lead. Number 2, you were 8-stroke. You were -8, and so on and so forth. I got to see that they change it up this year. They might have changed it up this year because I just got someone just said, but I'll figure that. Tour Championship format, 2025. Maybe they're not doing that this year. Anyway, that's how they used to do the Tour Championship, but maybe not anymore. 713-78. Oh, you can't call. No wonder we're not getting any calls, Lance. The phones are down. People want to get in here.
Well, let's headline them. We'll headline them since we're top of the hour. The Astros lose 2 of 3 against a terrible road team in the Baltimore Orioles, one that was a much more competitive team last year and, frankly, should be a better team this year. But they came in, almost got perfect gamed by an 0-6 pitcher with an ERA in the high 6s. It was spoiled by literally a tapper, a tapper down the third baseline. The pitcher picked it up, threw it, and it was an error, so it was considered – and it was an infield hit. It was considered an infield hit and error. And so that's how they broke up the perfect game. They lost shortly thereafter. Only had 1 hit. That was it. The next day, it was a series of errors offensively literally, and then unfortunately, and then you had some bad defense, and then you also had an offense that couldn't score in extra innings. But you were able to. Now you did jump out. You got a 4-2 lead. You gave it up in the 8th inning when Sousa gave up a 2-run home run to tie it up. But your pitchers, that felt like it felt like you had too many opportunities that you screwed up, and you were just going to take a really gut-wrenching loss. That's what it felt like. I was waiting for the shoe to drop, and luckily the bullpen really did a nice job of keeping any runs off the board in extra innings with that man starting on second. Then you got wiped out on Sunday, so you lost 2 of 3. Chas McCormick, though, was the bright spot. He came in and showed that he continues to make strides as a garbage time pitcher. He's getting a lot better, John. He's getting better and better and better.
Yeah,
at that.
Chas is real.
The Texans basically are unstoppable in the preseason. You had C.J. Stroud going down the field for a touchdown. Other than that, not a lot going on in that game. I mean, we got some. E.J. Speed can run and hit. We know that. E.J.'s pretty good. The Texans' defense is really good. They were rushing 4, putting pressure on, and when they're rushing 4 with their guys that can cover, I mean, it's unfair.
What we learned is no matter what he says about his fandom, C.J. Stroud, not Nationals fan.
He was Mariners.
Now,
that's literally fading. Okay, number one, he's from California, so I can understand if he wore Dodger stuff. That's understandable.
Now, there is something to be said. I forgot who it was. Maybe it's the Chronicles writer. Sorry, I'm blanking on his name. He talked about 2 Americas, where certain cultures will wear hats because of swag. Others will just wear the hat of their favorite team. Look, even if that can be laid down to 2 Americas, which that is a thing, we know CJ would not wear, let's say, a Michigan State hat for style because he is an Ohio State guy. So yes,
he wouldn't wear any other Big Ten.
Yeah,
school.
Who wears a Michigan State hat?
If he likes green and white, whatever the reason is. Who's
Who
wearing a
likes green and
Mariners hat for
white?
style? Who's
Yeah,
wearing
who's
a Mariners
wearing
hat
a Mariners
style?
hat?
But it's being attributed to, hey, at swag, it matches what I'm wearing. He's not a big enough Astro fan.
Stroud, S for Stroud?
Probably not. He's not a big enough of an Astro fan not to wear the hat, which is the point.
Bro, you can't be wearing a division. I mean, come on now.
He better play well this year, or
Yeah,
will Kyle Tucker his ass?
There's no question.
So no matter what you think, it's the style, fit, he likes the colors, whatever. It does. If you're an Astro fan, if he was really an Astro fan, he wouldn't be wearing the hat because Astro fans won't wear.
You can't
wear a Mariners
tolerate
hat.
that.
No. So
you can't tolerate that.
No. So why would you do that though?
now you heard him in the maybe you didn't, but in the post game, it's like, hey, I support the Astros and the Dodgers is what he said.
Then why are you wearing? I mean, clearly that has to be. I don't know. That color hit the fit. If that was just part of the
that is
look.
what it's being attributed to.
Doing that, does he not know who's in the division? I mean, does he not know who's chasing the Astros? He's not supporting the Astros that hard.
Oh, we know it. Look, you move to the city, you work in the city, you don't want to piss anyone off. So you say, hey, I like the Astros, I want them to win. He's no real Astro fans wearing a Mariners hat. We know he lip service to the fans when he gets asked about Astros baseball. Yeah, Altuve and Yordan Correa, great. But he's not a fan of the Astros. He don't care if they win or lose.
He better play well.
Yeah. Yep.
He better start, because I know what John will do. He'll start bringing up that S2 on him.
Is that what the S on his hat stands for?
John will start bringing up that. See, now you did it. You just said that, and that's getting stored away in John's brain to go after CJ.
Who's number 2 on the Mariners? Because that's who he'll be.
I don't know. I don't know.
S2.
He might know. He might be a fan of the Mariners. I don't know their jerseys.
Yeah.
All right, then let's not go in on CJ too hard yet. Let's wait for him to play bad.
Okay, you want to keep that in the holster?
Yeah, I want him to play well.
Of course.
But somebody's got to get to him and say, listen, Cal, I know you listen to the show. Just tell CJ Stroud, listen, that's not a great hat to wear because they're literally right behind the Astros and could surpass them. So don't do that.
Yeah.
That's like somebody you like a lot wearing Michigan stuff. You don't want people doing that, do you?
Of course he doesn't.
Okay.
No. Yeah, somebody came up to, hey, sign this, CJ, and they were wearing a Michigan hat.
Yeah.
A J.J. McCarthy jersey.
Yeah, he's not gonna love that. Now, not to say that Seattle is our Michigan because they're not, but it's the same in the spirit of division rivalry. They're certainly not our Michigan. If anything, we're their Michigan of the last 3 years. Because when Seattle tries to beat us, they just can't. Just like when Ohio State tries to beat Michigan, they just can't now. Mm-hmm. It's just impossible now. Even with Sharon Moore there, the $20 million fine of even with Michigan catching a $20 million fine.
Boy, how did everybody's pissed. Everybody's pissed about that. $20 million. That's what you get. You give that to players. They got a billionaire running their program. A $20 million fine. I mean, how about Harbaugh? A 10-year show cause.
Whatever. He's in the NFL.
He's not coming back.
Yeah. He ain't coming back.
He said, I don't want to talk about it. Oh, I bet you don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I bet you don't. Hey, you see this? That's my ring. I can't hear you.
Connor Stalions just sitting there chilling like, and you know Stalions is a go-getter. If you watch a documentary, it's pretty interesting. Connor Stalions is a go-getter. He's one of those guys like, I'm going to do whatever it takes because he loves Michigan. I'm going to do whatever it takes. And he did, and in Michigan, and he probably brought it to Michigan, and they were like, wow, did you see what the Stalions guy did? Who's that? The guy with the hat with the goatee. Did you see what he did? What did he do? He's deciphered all their sideline calls. Are you serious? Look, I didn't see this, okay? You just do whatever you need to do, but I didn't see it. Although Harbaugh would not even have that kind of – he would just be like, that's crazy. Get me a glass of milk and let's get going on this. But, Stalions just surprised them with what he was able to do, and Michigan's like, cool. We've got a superhero here. That dude went on the sideline of Central Michigan. Or was it Western Michigan?
Central, I
He
think.
went on the sideline disguised as one of their people. You weren't going to beat them? What were you worried about? You needed their calls? I mean, you were going to win. I promise you. They could have deciphered your calls and you would have beaten them.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776.
Yeah, it's like Amen Thompson wearing a Titans hat. Total BS on CJ is what
that is
a smart person says.
Yeah, that is. By the way, just saw, Scotty Scheffler's not starting 10. Because, listen, last year, the year before, Scotty's starting 10 under, and the next guy's 8 under. It's a blowout. If you're in the field and Scotty Scheffler, you're 10 down to Scotty Scheffler before you even tee off. That's no fun. So everybody's starting at even par this year. Different. I think that's a good way to go about it. Except, Scotty Scheffler, I ain't worried about his money, but Scotty Scheffler if he's number one by far, does he deserve in the final event to get a big advantage? I don't know.
Why would he not? If that's the rules?
Well, they changed it this year. Everybody starts at even par. Whereas before, if you were number one going into this event,
well, if they changed it, then it's not like you're changing in the middle of the year. So
no. They just changed it for this. They just changed it this year, and it's probably going to be making the whole event better. You can't give Scotty. You can't be giving Scotty 10 shots to the field. You just can't. So we'll see. But and he can win at even par, let alone -10. So, all right, we got to break. I learned this weekend that I like Coors Lights. Wait, I knew that already, didn't I? Coors Lights are the best. Coors Lights are my go-to. Coors Lights are what I believe in. I believe in America, and I believe in Coors Light because it's an American beer. Well, you know what? We get our water in America, and specifically in Colorado, and that water is better. Okay, I don't know where the other beers. I know one is brewed in St. Louis. I know other ones are other places, and just like, really? So you think your water is as good as that Colorado Rocky Mountain water? It's not, and the water makes a big difference. Okay, and here's the other thing about it. My beer tells me when it's cold. Yours doesn't. I keep Texas chill. I keep LA chill. I'm keeping everything chill all around because I'm drinking cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. It's just better. The water's better. The beer is better. Coors Light. I want you to climb on. Keep Texas chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Oh, my God. Sean A., the nightmare scenario. Texans versus Eagles in the Super Bowl. Hurts throws the game-winning TD to Mechie with Kenyon Green stonewalling the blitz.
Trust me, you're going to be fine here.
Yeah. How about C.J. Gardner-Johnson picks off Hurts, takes it to the house, or takes it to the one, and Harrison Bryant with the touchdown to win the game?
Yeah,
how about that?
Sounds more likely.
That's much more likely.
Are the Ravens on the Texans' schedule in the playoffs?
They get beat. It's like the Seattle. It's like the Supersonics versus the Rockets.
I was trying to figure out how they got
somebody
there.
got beat. Somebody beat
the Raiders. The Raiders beat them.
The Raiders?
The Raiders beat them. Yep. Gino got him.
Somehow. If the Ravens are out of the way, then
Gino and Ashton Genty got him.
Then this particular scenario is far more likely than if they have to go through the Ravens. But I hope they do the Houston Rocket thing where, that sucks. The Ravens got knocked out by the Bills.
Oh man,
that sucks.
Hey, did we give up the trophy when Seattle got knocked out by Denver, or whoever knocked Seattle out, and the Rockets went on to win it all?
I seem to remember those trophies not mattering because Jordan was either not playing or was just coming back.
Well, I mean, this one might not matter if I'm not going to say who gets hurt. I'm not going to say it.
Go on, put that on someone.
I'm not putting an injury on. That's Lance's job. I'm not taking Lance's job.
I don't put injuries on people. I don't necessarily welcome them. I accept them as part of the game, and I don't fret over them. When opponents get injured, I don't sit there and go, man, I wish they were playing them at their best. I wish they had, this championship for the Rockets isn't good because Seattle didn't make it. They didn't have to go through Seattle. I'm the same way with injuries. Oh, well, your best players are injured. Too bad, so sad. That's fine with me. Make it easier for my team. Don't care.
Look what's happened.
Prefer
it. Do you think you're to blame for what's happened to the Astros, considering the bad vibes you've thrown out on other teams?
I don't think I am.
You might want to consider it.
I don't think I am. I think that's the law firm. Or the butcher, as you say.
Okay.
Well. Christian Javier.
Sick.
Out with illness.
He was
as long as his illness isn't a tightness in his forearm, that's fine.
Yeah, 3 innings, that was scary. I mean, gosh, dang it. I mean, this is the worst. I mean, this season has been. Can you imagine if we had just regular number of injuries where this team would be right now? I mean, just like, this is it's so unbelievable. And now Josh Hader, of all the guys to lose this year. For those of you who didn't hear, he can't throw a baseball for 3 weeks. I mean, just incredible. I thought maybe, I just had a little tightness. He'll be back right away. No. Nah. And now you got to deal with Okert or Sousa or Abreu or, nobody's Josh Hader. I don't know there's a more devastating injury than Hader. I'm not sure. There's nobody that's better at their job. Nobody on this team.
It's tough.
Well,
tough action.
You were able to survive Pena, who had the second best. He had the second best WAR in the league. You were able to survive that.
You did lose some ground now. At one point, you were best
Pena,
record in the American
You were ahead
League.
when Pena was out. You were fine. You were actually. That was when you were at your best.
For a while, and then you weren't.
No, yes, you were.
How long has Pena been back now?
Pena's been back a while now.
2 weeks?
No, he was. They had a 5-game lead when Pena came back.
Oh, I may have missed on Jackson Dart. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, Hader's really, really tough because other than Abreu, who is your guy? Who's your dude in the bullpen? It's not like you have 3 really. Back when it used to be real Ryan Presley and Abreu and
name somebody somebody on the team that's better at their job than Josh Hader.
Well, Pena.
No, Hader's one of the top closers in the league.
Pena's one of the top players in the league.
Yeah.
Who was in the top 12? We did this on Friday when you were out. Jeremy Pena was ranked 21st in the league, a top 50 players in the league. Hunter Brown was 23rd. Framber was 28th. You know where Hader was? Wasn't in the top 50.
Oh, that's stupid. Well, that's kind of stupid.
So Jeremy Pena.
Well, is it because he's hurt?
I don't know. It's probably because he's a reliever.
Yeah, maybe. But
They had Kyle Tucker 11th, so immediately that's problematic.
Oh, they lost all credibility.
They lost all, and it's an ESPN list. They lost all credit, and they even say Kyle Tucker can't hit at all right now. Like, what is he doing 11th then?
Okay.
I know it's not. They're not trying to make it. They're trying to rank. They're ranking the best players in the league, and they're not. So they're not gonna. Like, they're not moving up and down wildly week after week.
He wasn't the 11th best Astro postseason hitter.
Yeah, I think the point is if the year's over, who are the best players. But I don't understand, even if you don't want to move drastically, if you started the season with Kyle Tucker at 11th, I don't – like, even if you want to still say, hey, this is just happening, it's a 6 or 7 week run that's been really bad. Before that, he was hitting a ton of home runs. You still kind of have to have him, like, 16th? Like, how can you have a guy who's this bad 11th in your list and expect people to take it seriously?
So, officially, when Jeremy Pena left due to injury, the Astros...
Here comes fact-checking Dell.
Well, you said who? 6.5, they were up on the Mariners.
Yeah.
When he left.
Oh.
When he left, they were 6.5 up.
Oh, okay.
When he got back August 1st, they were 3.5 up. And now, since he's been back, it's 1.5. So
1.5.
relatively even, actually. But for the number of games they lost off their lead when he was gone, and now that he's back, 3 and now 2. So
yeah, it needs to be better. They need to play better. They've got a better team than this. It's funny now that they got guys back and coming back, they're not playing their best baseball, and they were sitting there winning games that we were like, how are they doing this? How are they in first place? How are they approaching best record in the American League? How are they best record in the American League? And now that some of their players are back, it's like, we can't beat Washington, we can't beat Cleveland, we can't beat Baltimore at home. What the hell's going on here? CJ's wearing a Mariners hat. Just everything's going wrong.
All right. They're talking about, and it looks like it's real. Rob Manfred talking about realignment in Major League Baseball. Jim Bowden had put his out, and we'll talk about it on the other side. Right now, though, we're talking about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You still have time to do your fantasy draft there. I don't know if get your boys together. Because we're coming down to the final weeks before the football season starts. If you didn't have your fantasy draft, that's on you. Honestly, we're doing our fantasy draft there, 28th and 29th. Can't wait to get over there. I just can't wait to get to the Golden Nugget period because it's one of my favorite places. When you're just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road and you get all of that excitement just that close, so little to get there as opposed to going on a plane and the round trip is $500-$600. And it takes 7, literally, from the time you leave your house to the time you're in your hotel room, it's about 7 hours, okay? It's so much better. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You could have already won thousands of dollars by the time you even get to a Las Vegas hotel, okay? That's the possibility. And with all the amenities and everything else, Golden Nugget is a Las Vegas-style Golden Nugget Lake Charles might as well be in Vegas because you don't know the difference. That's how good Golden Nugget Lake Charles is. They care. They're wonderful. They're keeping it. It's beautiful. You're looking for a great place to get away and have yourself a big time. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776 if you get in here. Yeah, Rick, I know. I saw it. They all started even par. So Rob Manfred, I don't know if I love this or not. Here is Rob Manfred talking about realignment in Major League Baseball.
Expansion, realignment, expanded playoffs. I mean, can you see that down the road?
I can. I think that the first two topics are related in my mind. I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel, and I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be two West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and that we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion process.
So,
I mean, alignment. First of all, what kills me is this expansion. I mean, you've got some non-competitive teams where people don't go to games. How about just relocation? Just relocation. Forget expansion. Just relocation.
Listen, 30 teams, 15 in each league is a, and now there's not going to be not going to be leagues. I don't know, but 15 is problematic. 30 teams is problematic as far as you got to have something that's multiple by 4. So adding 2 teams, I don't think is. And you know what? You put a team in Nashville, there'd be a lot of excitement for that. Vegas has already taken. The thought is maybe Charlotte. You can't add another Florida team because that's just a disaster. But it would be you can't. I mean, maybe would San Antonio be a possible? It's too hot, I guess. I don't know.
Everything has to be stadium related, and now you have to have a combination of city and individual. Like it's always a cooperative. I don't know. San Antonio maybe, but I don't really see it. I don't see it. You got Rangers fans like who can you have to go somewhere where it's really baseball starved. Where is that?
Maybe Nashville.
What about Nashville? Because Nashville's growing. I mean, unless you want to do Austin.
Yeah. I mean,
Austin's growing. They got tech money. Austin and Nashville's growing like Austin is.
Yeah.
Those would be the two that make some sense, I guess.
What do they get at? What's what kind of attendance do they get?
Where?
At their minor league.
I have no idea.
I don't either.
I mean, that'd be one of those things where you bring a team. Like relocation would be great because you've got so much money in Austin right now.
Yeah.
I would think that's the spot they want to go.
The highway system there is it's awful.
Beautiful. They're going to do tunnels, I found out.
Are they?
Yep. Because there's no way they can't really expand from a width standpoint, so they're going to start doing tunnels. And that's how they're going to create more room. I mean, they got to do something. I don't go there anymore. Austin used to be a lot of fun. Now it's just a desert.
No,
I was in New Braunfels. My parents said we've had a drought. We've basically been in a drought here in New Braunfels since 11. They just said the yards out in the neighborhood where they are, is just rocks. Like people are doing zero landscapes, and they said everyone has just figured out we can't really do grass anymore because they just don't get rain anymore. It's been about 14 years of hardly any rain. It's just crazy. And Austin's like that too. Austin's a freaking desert is what it is. Blazing hot, no rain, desert.
Yeah. So Jim Bowden had here's his proposed realignment. Red Sox, Mets, Yankees, and Phillies. Holy crap. Red Sox, Mets, Yankees, Phillies. You want to talk about a ESPN dream division? Mm-hmm. I mean, they'll never talk about the Pacific Coast, the Rockies, Athletics, Rangers. I mean, Rockies, Athletic, Mariners, and Giants. So the North would be the Reds, Guardians, Tigers, and Blue Jays. I mean, you want to talk. There is a difference in the money spent. Look at the difference in the money spent in those two divisions. Because who are the highest spending teams? Other than the Dodgers, the Red Sox, Mets, Yankees, and Phillies.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Talk about a tough division.
I'm
The
hoping they get some
Mid-Atlantic
expansion going so that we can get them on all those teams on TV more.
The Mid-Atlantic would be the Orioles, Charlotte, Pittsburgh.
Wait, we don't really think there's going to be massive realignment, right? Just very, very minimal.
Oh no. We think the Red Sox, the Yankees and Mets will be in the same division. The Angels, the Astros and Rangers, well, they're already in the same division.
So you're going to have all the owners okay this?
Yeah.
Fan bases will revolt.
I know.
Baseball history is there's no other sport that cares about history like baseball. Fans will revolt if you wipe away their history.
And this is wiping away everything. In the Southeast, okay, so wait, look at Orioles, Charlotte, Pittsburgh, and Washington. The Orioles and Washington make a lot of sense. They're in basically the same city. But Charlotte and Pittsburgh, there's zero history there. But listen, if you're going to make 14 divisions, you're going to have some of this going on. The Braves, Marlins, Nashville, and Tampa. Okay. Cubs, White Sox, Brewers, and Twins. That's a pretty good division with a lot of some history there. The Astros, the Royals, the Cardinals, and the Rangers.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind that. I don't know that the Royals, there's anything there, but being back with the Cardinals again.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but we're American League. We are what we are now. Stop messing with us. Stop giving us those dirty National League teams, even though no one.
It's not going to be National American anymore.
I know, but I don't want the stench of National League team in my division.
Because you're such.
I used to be I'm such an American leaguer now.
You are now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm all in. You used to be from Chicago. Are you from Chicago anymore?
No.
You're all Astro.
I'm all Astro.
You're all Houston, I should say. You're all Houston. You're Houston, all Houston everything.
All Houston,
except
everything.
when you live in Los Angeles, but still.
No, I'm still all Houston over there. There was
You got a water bill to prove it.
I was in the airport yesterday, and they had all this Dodger gear, and I'm like,
Did you throw it down?
Disgusted. I felt disgusted.
I wish you would have thrown it all on the ground.
I'm coming back, and this is what I got to see when I walk in, as opposed to Astros uniforms.
You know what? You're so Houston that you even have a $700 water bill when you don't live here.
And
that
I
is
don't
a
live
commitment. That is a commitment to the city right there. By the way, I told you I was at
Let me finish this.
Oh, go ahead. Tell me your terrible idea for
Rockies
realignment.
Rockies, Athletics, Mariners, and Giants. And Giants fans, you think they won't be pissed that they're not in the same division as the Dodgers? And then Diamondbacks, Angels, Dodgers, Padres. That's all right, actually. But the Giants should probably take the Diamondbacks' place there.
Whatever.
But they're too close to the Athletics. When they move to Vegas, that'll still even be a decent. What they're trying to do is get geographically. Actually, it makes a little bit of sense. A lot less travel. You're up. You're going to start. Getting back with the Cardinals would be great. You start a rivalry with the Royals. Okay, whatever. You got a natural rivalry with the Rangers. Yeah, I mean, I think geographically this does make sense geographically, but as far as historically with baseball,
yeah,
it sucks.
I don't think it's smart at all, and I don't think it'll happen. I think the owners would. That's just one of those that's a typical. I know Jim Bowden's not with ESPN, but that's an ESPN article in the summer type thing.
Well, I don't know. Dude said it. That's a real story.
Who?
Rob Manfred?
Well, but Rob Manfred didn't go into that kind of detail.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm saying.
But it is going to be something like that.
He said that there could be some realignment and some. But I don't think it will be major. I don't think it's wholesale across both American and National League. I just don't see that happening. Could there be some? All right, fine. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. Who cares, Rob? No one likes you anymore.
Well, and all, the history of baseball is American and National League, and you just erased it. You're just erasing it.
Yeah. Every other major sport. I was thinking in basketball. We've done away with divisions in basketball. The NBA has divisions, and literally no one cares. Even ESPN and NBA's website. Well, the NBA's website will actually have division standings, but they have a tab where you can just put expanded, where you just see, because, it's just a race to get to 8, now 10. But, it's top 6 are in the playoffs, and then 7, 8, 9, 10 now are fighting for the play-in. And that's how it's all set up. That's how everything's set up. Now, you can go to that in baseball, too, where you have wild card settings, and that's fine. But if you win your division, it matters. You make the playoffs. In basketball, it's literally the divisions I could probably tell you who's in the Rockets division. It wouldn't be hard because it's geographically inclined. But honestly, I remember when it used to matter that it was the Rockets and Mavericks and Spurs, and, you knew who the division was. Now the division doesn't even matter. It definitely matters but you're going to wipe out American and National League? Just put one big table? Is that what you're doing? I mean, granted, look, you will have two. It would still. I assume, John, it was still. You would not have an American League and National League. It would just be playoffs.
Yeah,
in this
I
format?
think maybe just every division winner gets in.
So there's no
That's it.
pennants. It's just a college football playoff format.
Every division winner gets in.
But
All 8.
Now you're talking college football playoff format, basically.
Yeah. Well, did you see the proposal
By Big Ten.
28?
Big Ten's got to chill.
No,
we
I love
we
it.
can't take the Big
I
Ten
love
seriously.
it. Let's have more.
28 teams.
28 teams.
I remember.
I don't know
Willis-
if you've seen. It's a 24 team in 1A, 1AA.
I don't care. Oh, let's go do what the lowest divisions do. Let's do what the lowest divisions do. They're already playing 16 games.
Yeah.
Willis Wilson. You know who does that? Teams that don't get in the playoffs. Willis Wilson, when he was at Rice, used to say, what they need to do is everyone gets in the playoffs in basketball. That's what they do in Indiana. No, you got to earn your way in Willis. They're not just going to give you a spot.
Yeah, give them a spot.
No.
That's what I think.
You know what? Participation. Let's get a participation playoffs where everyone gets in so no one's feelings get hurt.
Yeah.
You don't have to earn your way in at all. No, everyone gets in. I say 28 teams. 28 teams.
Really? The home of basketball does it that way.
26 teams are better. There's a lot of time the 19th team in college football is not very good. What are we doing? You already have teams with losing records basically can get into bowl games.
I want to do 32 teams.
6 games. No one should listen to you.
Yep, 32 teams.
That's because you're from the Big Ten area. That's so you people just want to fire everyone in and no one has to earn it.
Listen, we went to the state finals in basketball. Every team in the state made it.
Don't care. We're not doing Illinois basketball here. This is college football. Maybe you didn't hear.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard, but it was
the
fun.
Big Ten's just trying to get their teams in. That's why SEC got – how many teams did SEC have last year?
Kevin Boyle and Jim Stack basketball. You don't know nothing about it.
SEC had damn near all of their teams in the playoffs. Well, in basketball, of course, all of them in the tournament basically. But SEC gets all these teams in college football playoffs, and Big Ten's like, hey, let's make more teams so we can get more teams in.
Yeah.
Your teams aren't good enough.
Yeah, they're good enough. They'll get there.
Oh, they can beat.
Look, Indiana.
Well, they can beat. They
comes
can beat.
out of nowhere in the playoff.
Did Penn State beat SMU? It was SMU, right?
Yeah, and then they lost to Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl.
Yeah. What a game.
Yeah, until Drew Aller pulled
Ohio
a Drew Aller.
State,
They had Ohio State, Penn State, Oregon.
Oh yeah. You already got your
and
little
Indiana.
teams.
They had 4 teams.
You got a reinforcement. You got Oregon, who's not a real team over there.
See, they don't care. They already had 4 teams in. They're like, whatever, Lance. We got teams in already.
We want our real teams in, not these old.
Not the Pac-12 team.
Not these carpetbagger teams. No one cares when Oregon's in. We need some real teams like Illinois getting in this year.
Yeah.
And you had Indiana.
They had Indiana in.
It didn't get more Midwest than Indiana.
No, right. And they got in.
So stop trying to pull this crap.
Okay.
Big Ten and SEC are out of control. They are really out of control.
They're bad for the sport, to me.
They're saying ridiculous stuff, and when somebody says no to them, like, that's it. We're leaving.
We're out. We're talking about hoops right now. And listen, if you want your team in, you got to practice, okay? If you want to be on a team that wins a championship, like I said, Kevin Boyle and Jim Stack basketball, right? That's old school. That's old school basketball. Well, how did they get in? Because they shot. They shot. They didn't have a pro-dunk goal. And if they had a pro-dunk goal when they were young, maybe they would have won it all. Instead, they lost in the championship. Here's the deal, though. Your kid can possibly listen, coaches are all looking for shooters. Your kid is not going to be all that athletic. Your kid is not going to dunk on a 10-foot goal. Your kid, it's just he is who he is. But you get a shooting guy, boom, boom, boom. You knock down shots, and you do that with the pro-dunk goal. When they're young, they can't reach a 10-foot goal, Dad. They can reach it when you can lower the goal. Now, boom, they get a shooting guy. Boom, 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 making baskets, raise the goal, making baskets. And now all of a sudden there's money in their hills for these kids, all right? There's a lot of money out there for them going to college. But you can't get there if they can't play. And they can play if you get them a pro-dunk goal. What an investment for you. Get your kids out on the driveway playing instead of playing video games all day with the best goal you could possibly get. ProDunk.com. Raise and lower the goal with a push of a button. The best goal you'll ever have. I had one, loved it. The kids loved it. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Luka just barely missed out. Did you see the play where he almost got hurt? I haven't. Apparently, I hadn't seen it, but their story out there is he could have been hurt really bad. He's too skinny now. Do you think Luka is going to be injury prone now that he's so skinny?
He's always missing time when he was overweight, at least by NBA standards.
Because of fat.
Well, yeah. So you think now he's going to miss more time because he's skinny?
Ask Lance about Tank Dell.
Well, Tank was always small. That had nothing to do with the fluctuation in weight. So if people miss a play, he's playing Euro basketball as they get ready for their qualifiers, and he was hit by another teammate. His teammate was defending someone, tangled up with the offensive player, and wound up backing into Luka's knee. Oh. He immediately called for help, but he was seen later walking near the bench. Not much of a limp if at all. So yes, it was more a scare than anything else. So if anyone was fearful of the Lakers' chances this year, don't worry. Yeah. Luka's fine.
If I'm the Lakers, I'm like, just lay around, eat Cheetos, and I don't want you.
Look, all these guys play. I mean, the question, and some of it may be some American NBA player bias, is about how much the international players care about these tournaments and how much they care about playing for their country. Whereas we had an issue in this country for a little bit where the best players like, I don't really want to do that, until we got embarrassed and they actually started to want to play again. That's not a problem for these guys. Luka plays, Jokic plays, Giannis plays. All these guys play for their country. And so I guess it's just part of the gamble the Lakers are going to have to deal with, that he's going to want to play in those games.
Smaller countries, like, it means a lot to them. Representing their country is a really big thing. You've already heard World Baseball Classic. These guys would rather win the World Baseball Classic than a World Series.
I guess
that's crazy to us, but that's.
Yeah, I didn't get to the point, but I think it's the same way. At least that's what some NBA players believe. They believe that the European players, the best of the best, and even some of the ones we don't talk as much about, would far rather win an Olympic medal than win an NBA title. Yeah. Because their country is involved in that one. Whereas they're just over here because it's the best way to make a good living. That's some of the belief of the American NBA players. The European guys, like I think it was Jeff Teague was talking about Dennis Schroeder. He said Dennis Schroeder, he just over here doesn't really care about winning that much over here because he can get a bigger bag here than he can get over in Europe. And he says that's not unique. Once the bags are done here, they'll just go back and play in Europe and keep playing that, and they'll be fine.
Schroeder is German, right?
Yes.
Deutschland.
Schroeder.
He's the motherland.
Yeah.
He represents the motherland. That's
he's playing right now. The Wagners are playing. Or at least Franz is. Franz is playing for Germany right now.
I'm hoping to hit many 3-pointers.
Ich bin dafür ein Klon.
Hope to play very good defense, please.
Did you guys see Dylan Gabriel this weekend?
Yeah.
He actually he threw some passes. He threw a sideline ball. I was watching that when I was watching the text, and he threw a sideline ball that was like a pro throw.
I thought you were talking about the controversy afterwards.
Well, that too. But he played well. While he's playing and driving him down the field and scoring a touchdown, I'm thinking, all the Shador lovers are right now just going nuts.
No, he had two turnovers.
He threw a pick because the tight end stopped running the route.
This is unbelievable that it's literally the internet has, and actually I don't see anyone else piling on for in a positive way for Dylan Gabriel. The Shadorites are literally, Dylan Gabriel's been in their sights for a long time. They are preying on his downfall with so much zest.
Well, he drove him down the field and threw and really looked good the first series.
Dylan, but then he had 2 turnovers. So
yeah.
The Shador fans.
Well,
feel like
there's 2 guys standing. There's 2 guys running the same out, and he threw it in between them, and it was like, what? Why? Listen, that was on either the play design or guys in the wrong spot.
He's a fourth round quarterback.
Yeah,
like that's what he is. He's not even gonna. He's gonna be a below average backup in the league at best. It's not. It's just so sad that he has to sit and take the bullets.
Can he be Case Keenum?
But talk. What's that?
Can he be Case Keenum?
No.
Why not?
I don't think so. Because Case has. I just think Case has. They are similar in terms of their slip. They're both slippery.
Yeah.
They both have the same mentality. I just think Case has a better arm.
Yeah.
I think Case is more accurate outside the numbers.
Yeah, but he's got more arm than Kellen Moore.
A little more. He's got more than Kellen Moore. But I'm telling you, John, You ought to see his numbers when he gets outside the numbers and he has to throw.
Well, I saw him throw a beauty.
You may have seen him throw one, but even in college he struggled with that throw.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be good. And I don't know who he was going up against when he threw a beauty. He will do it every once in a while. He played 6 years.
By the way, he had one pick and a lost fumble.
You sound like a Shadurite right now.
Me?
Yeah, you are.
You
really
sound like
are.
one.
No,
I watched the whole game. I watched the game.
Why?
And he looked
Why?
pretty.
What are you
he actually
doing?
looked pretty
He
good.
loves football.
You love Browns ball. Well, you do have a Browns shirt.
I do have a brown shirt. Alonzo got it for me.
Oh, my kids went shopping in my dad's. My dad's too big for them, but they went thrift shopping, and my dad said, "Okay, here we go." And he busted out Steelers stuff, Arizona Cardinal stuff, Cleveland Browns, things that had never been worn. Like, I've got a Steeler leather jacket right now. He goes, "Here you go, Lancey." I'm like, "Oh, okay." What I'm going to do with this. So shout at me if you want a Steeler leather jacket. They were trying to wear it, and like, yeah, it's not really fitting guys, but they don't care. Every kid just wants to thrift shop now. That's all. Anybody who's in high school will tell you the same thing. But they were wearing, so I was like, look at this old, and I was thinking, this fits me. This wind jacket for Arizona Cardinals fits me good. Like this, and this is pretty sharp. And I thought, I just can't wear Arizona Cardinal stuff around. For what? I just can't do it.
Do it for JJ.
I'll give you my Arizona stuff and
Arizona Cardinal stuff,
Brown
I'll wear
stuff. You can have all that stuff.
You're like John's part of the other America. He's like CJ.
Yeah, he just wears stuff
I
for
just
any
wear
reason.
stuff.
Well, I wouldn't wear. Listen, I ain't ever wearing anything Dodgers. I ain't ever wearing
What if
anything
Alonso
Rangers.
starts working
Nothing
for the Dodgers?
Rangers. I ain't never wearing anything Cowboys.
What if
ever.
Alonso starts working for the Cowboys?
Nope, not going to do it.
What if?
Then I'll just say,
okay, here's a hard one. What if Dana starts working for the Cowboys?
I'm not
What
gonna,
if Dana's the head coach? He takes
I'll
over.
tell him what POS that he is for working for that team.
POS for taking an NFL job?
Yeah,
That is
that's right.
tough
What a
standards.
terrible
Yeah.
friend you are.
Yeah, I am a terrible friend. I'm a terrible friend. Everybody knows that.
Well, that has been
At least we've got
established,
confirmation from the source.
though. Yeah, it's been
Yeah.
established.
No. Oh, John's a terrible friend. Wow, that hurts. Like I haven't heard that my whole life.
You don't want to improve on that?
No,
You just want to be a terrible friend?
don't care. I'll be
like
a terrible
that hurts.
person. Okay, you go work for the Cowboys, and I'll tell you what a POS you are.
Oh, please. I don't care what you think of me. Please. I hope the Cowboys come calling. Hey, Jerry, you want me to host your radio show? I'll do it.
Wait, didn't you try to get me or both when Dell wasn't working here? Didn't we try to get him a job somewhere
John Clay
else?
Wolf.
Oh, it's John Clay Wolf.
Oh yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
In
John-
Dallas, but he's a Cowboy fan.
Yeah, John Clay Wolf asked me to, before I even started working there, prove myself by booking the Smashing Pumpkins.
yeah. And he was like,
Notably-
guess what job I'm not getting?
Notably, a band who doesn't do interviews.
Dell doesn't even book a C-level
You guys,
basketball
if
analyst.
we had meetings about what you wanted, we would do that. But we don't ever have these meetings.
We think about it, though, and we have
We
a
do
text
think
string.
about it.
We have
Yeah.
a text string.
If you took initiative,
Well, let me know what you want.
that's it.
At
That's
any
all we
point-
want.
Smashing Pumpkins?
The C, you want to talk to the guy who works for Hoops Hype? Is that what you want to talk to?
No.
I didn't think so.
By the way, I've got Rafael Stone coming on this week.
You do.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, nice.
You were complimenting Dylan Gabriel, then Lance started talking about fashion.
Well, what did he do? He had some nice passes for Canada.
And
Big
there was
deal.
controversy because after the game he said,
Yeah.
I'm about competition,
Oh,
entertainers.
yeah.
Not
I was thinking
entertainers.
Dylan. I was thinking not Dylan Gabriel, Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
No.
That's why I said Canada. Dylan Gabriel. Okay, so tell him what. Do you know what he said, John?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and it was and
Here's what he said. He said, yeah, okay. They was asked about tuning out the noise surrounding the Browns quarterback competition. Yeah, it's just part of it. You know, there's entertainers and there's competitors, and I totally understand that. But my job is to compete, and that's what I'm focused on doing. The entertainers that he was referring to, was asked about after the game. He's like, are you calling Shador an entertainer? He goes, yeah. First off, I'm all about our team and each other. I would never make that comment about Sanders.
He's talking
and
about
I've
like
said it
ESPN
before.
guys.
That's why it's interesting. But for me, I've explained it. Entertainers are you all. Competitor, that's what I am. And all my teammates and we both have jobs to do.
He means
so that's
like
it.
Stephen A. Smith.
Stephen A. Smith.
The people on these TV, that's 100% who he was talking about.
Yeah.
Were those, and then people on like, don't try to let him walk out of this. He wasn't talking about Shedeur Sanders. He was talking about the loudmouths on TV that are doing what they're doing. They're in entertainment. He's competing for a job. That's what he's doing. It was actually pretty obvious when he said it. I thought it was pretty obvious what he was referring to. But this is the world we live in now. It's just you got to be able to find something that you can fight with the other side about. Like, ooh, I got him. I got you, Dylan. I got you dead to rights. What you just said.
The reporter in question who was working for the Browns who asked it, she chimed in because she saw
She
what
used to work
came
at
from
NFL
it.
Network.
She said Dylan Gabriel has talked previously about this sort of thing, about tuning out distractions, and he doesn't allow hot take artists to determine how he's going to go out there and be. He's just going to go out there, compete, and see what happens. And he said that's what my team is about. We go out there and compete. It isn't about what is being said. So that's why he said in the presser, I've said this before. He's talked about this before. We just didn't care that much because it's Dylan Gabriel, and we don't cover the Browns every day. But he has had that comment before. This is the first time he said it on TV, and now here we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's not talking about Shedeur. Come on. I mean, honestly. We've never heard him be an idiot ever before. So
I mean, he doesn't have the track record of being someone who would be in the news for this. And people were like, no, remember he played for Oregon, and Dan Lanning said this about we're in for wins, not clicks when Colorado came to town. He was a quarterback.
Dude, he's a teammate.
In fact, he wasn't.
I know you may talk about a teammate like that.
But in fact, he was not the quarterback
of
of that team.
No,
Bo Nix was the quarterback of that team.
Oklahoma.
He was still at Oklahoma when that locker room speech from Dan Lanning came out.
So hard. They try
hard.
so hard. It's just embarrassing to me that people get like neither one of them are going to bleep you. Don't worry. You don't have to do this. I promise you. It's okay. Neither one of them care that much about your life. If you get run off a ditch and and you have no car anymore because you didn't have car insurance, they don't care. No one's coming to help you. Stop acting like you got posters on your wall, like you're an anime fangirl. Enough. This is embarrassing. I get embarrassed for people who act like this about other grown men. Like, what are y'all doing?
yeah.
Stop.
Yep. But
I care more about
That's poster. That's like me as a kid with a poster on my wall behavior.
I'm a bigger fan of the guy at HEB who lays out all the food I want to get more than I am the guy who I've never met who plays sports.
What do you mean
Well,
lays out all the food?
Like, the guy who puts out the produce, that guy's a bigger deal to me than
Oh yeah,
a random
he has a direct
quarterback.
impact on me.
Yeah, he's got a bigger impact on my life than a quarterback I've never
I like
met.
people who put the sauces I'm supposed to have in my to-go bag.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me come back. I'm like, yeah, good job.
When I say no mustard on something and they get it right, much bigger deal
Yeah, has an impact.
than Shedeur Dylan Gabriel.
well, for me, from now on, his name is Shedeur the Entertainer.
Cedric already has that mantle, but whatever.
If there's one guy who Dylan Gabriel's talking, who would be talking, if you actually cared enough about that thing, it would be you. You'd be the one who ship
No,
stirring.
he's talking about Stephen A. There's
No, I know,
question.
but you would be the ship stir if you cared enough about it.
Oh, yeah, if I cared enough, but I don't. But from now on, he's Shedeur the Entertainer. That's all.
It's not a bad nickname, if I'm being honest.
It's not, though.
Doesn't
It's
help
really
Dylan
not.
Gabriel any.
It really
I
kinda
swear
is.
I wasn't talking about him. And
I mean, people have their sights trained on just the meh quarterback in Dylan Gabriel. He's just trying to do his job. Just like, I'm just hoping to make a roster and collect money for 5 years. I just want to get to my pension year. Although NFL, I don't know if it's 5 in the NFL. I think it's less.
You got to get to talk about John Daspit. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, let's talk about John Daspit. John and I were going back and forth when I was headed to New Braunfels about I can't remember what it was. It was about what was most important, a quarterback or a starting pitcher. So we were having some, what was the most valuable or most important, stuff like that. He's a big sports fan, listens to the show. He'll jump in and respond to something that we had on the show here. But he usually does it 2-3 days later because he's busy. He's working on cases. He's got a caseload. He's got 60 lawyers across the state of Texas working hard for you. And that means, Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston. So even if you're listening right now from a different city, he's in different states as well. So he might be able to help you in your state. But if you have friends or family members who need help, and John Daspit and his law firm are in that, in that area, that's the guy to call. Here in Houston, it's 713-CALL-NOW. 713-CALL-NOW. Or you can go to daspitlaw.com. They work on a variety of different types of cases, but they are going to recover money for you, lost money, whether it's from injury, in terms of hospital bills, time missed from work, and of course, pain and suffering where you're injured due to someone else's negligence. There are injuries that are, that require hospital stays. There are injuries that result in loss of life, loss of limb. Those are really tough ones. So you need someone who's on your side helping you, and that's what John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm do for you. 713-CALL-NOW or go to daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We haven't even, and this is on us. We talk about the Astros weekend, but one of the biggest stories from the weekend, obviously Brandon Young, he was unbelievable, gave up one hit, right? In 8 innings, 8 full innings. He threw 93 pitches. Framber pitched 6 2/3, gave up 9 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned. His comments after the game were interesting. Now, Framber, before, he was pissed off about, it was about, I don't know, maybe a month ago or so. He had pitched a great game, but they gave up a run because a guy hit a ball down the right field line that should have been a double, turned into a triple, scored a run from first, and Framber was pissed off about the positioning, which you don't ever hear. You rarely ever hear a guy saying something like that. But this one, the other night, when Brandon Young is mowing through the Astros lineup, Framber said this, how little time he had to rest because his teammates were getting no hits. It affected me 100%. I didn't even get to sit down. There were already 3 outs. I didn't even have time to drink water. And then when he was asked, he didn't back up home plate on a play where it was a really good throw from the outfield. It just hit the runner as he was getting to home. The ball goes back to the backstop. Framber's not back there. Nobody's back there. So another run came home. And here's what Framber had to say. I felt like I should have been back there. I 100% blame myself for that. I feel like the game should have been 2-0. But I can't control the fly balls that they hit. I can't control the throws. I can't control the other fundamental parts of baseball. But I 100% blame myself for not being back there.
Well, I mean, it was bad baseball. It's basic baseball. You learn that in Little League.
Framber is not long for this. His comments of late, talking about the positioning to the media, talking about I don't even have time to drink water because they're getting out. You know what? I can't control people throwing the ball away. Framber is so out of here. Framber, it feels like he's got a pissed off opinion about what's going on here, about him not getting a deal here, that he just feels like, I don't give a rat's ass. I'm going to say what I want. And those comments are not. You ever hear him say something like this before this year?
No. I don't ever hear him really talk much about anything.
Well, he does.
Post-game stuff. He's always seems to be a pretty good teammate, I guess.
Yeah, he's always been a really good teammate. But now maybe the frustrating part is he's not. I mean, well, here was a frustrating part. He had, 13 straight starts, and he only had 9 wins. He had 13 straight starts that he should have won, and he only had 9 wins because the offense just sucked for him. Then he has, and he's not getting a contract. He's not getting a contract from the Astros. So, maybe all of this is starting to build up with him. And, when they get no hit, when they get perfect gamed and you're the opposing pitcher, I guess that must have been frustrating. He's like, damn, I didn't even have time to drink water. Could you guys do something? I got to do everything around here. Mm-hmm. But you don't hear guys saying stuff like this.
No.
You just don't.
No.
And Framber ain't afraid to say it right now. And to me, it means he doesn't give a rat's ass and he ain't going to be here. Not that he was going to be here anyway. I don't know. There's very little hope that they're going to come, that the two sides are going to come together because the Astros ain't paying him that.
No, they're not.
Yep.
They should. I mean, he's been a really good pitcher for the Astros, but, none of this other stuff should really matter. You should just get him signed. But I don't think they're going to. I don't think he's going to take the Astros offer. If I'm the Astros, I'm offering him a 5-year deal and hoping that's good enough. But we'll see. He's a left-hander who's got who's been very, very consistent. He's going to get more money than they're comfortable paying.
Well, I think here's another case of I don't know that he was on a roll And now these last few outings that he's had, he's probably thinking, I'm losing money here. And because if he would if 3 starts ago or 4 starts ago, if he was shut down or whatever, if you didn't add these, he's one of the highest paid pitchers in baseball. Not that you should worry about these last 3 or 4 starts, but they're affecting his numbers. And he has not looked like the same guy. His last 4 starts or so, he's not the ace of this team.
Mm-hmm.
Hunter Brown's got it back. Hunter Brown's got it going on.
He looks back. He looks back. He has to be. You don't have any choice.
Yep.
You don't have any choice. You got Javier leave in his last start. Luis Garcia was okay in his last rehab start. He gave up. He's not exactly. He wasn't exactly dominant in his last rehab start, but he's obviously getting closer to coming back, and we'll see what he's got. Eric Getty. You want to see what Eric Getty's got? He had that weird start. His last start was a very weird one. Gave up 1 hit and 5 walks.
Yeah.
But he didn't give up a bunch of runs.
He didn't give up runs. He had his out pitch.
Is Spencer, when is he going? He should be. When is Spencer going? Did they skip him by any chance? His last start was the 12th. We got Hunter.
He's pitching game 1 tonight.
He's pitching tonight, and then you got Hunter versus Skubal. Is Skubal in Trouble?
No, you said it. I didn't.
Hunter, and then you got Charlie Morton going up against Fromby. I think that's the other.
Yeah, that's it. Eric Getty, Brown, and Valdez. It doesn't get any better than that for the Astros. We'll see.
Well, on paper.
Right.
I mean, it could be better. You could have Alexander. It could, where's your number 3, Alexander?
Well, he is. He's right now. He's better than Eric Getty, but I got more faith in Eric Getty. Although Jason Alexander's done a really nice job.
Jason Alexander, there's nothing wrong with him with what he's done the last 4 outings.
Nope.
He's been good. He's got some movement on his fastball. He throws that little breaking pitch. He keeps it low in the zone. He throws that little slider, that little sweeper, tries to backdoor left-hand hitters with it. I like what I've seen from him. I really do. And I like the way he keeps the ball low in the zone. He looks like a guy who has some potential to maybe go into camp next year, go into spring, and battle for a 5th pitching spot. He's got so much competition now with J.P. France coming back, Garcia, Christian Javier, I guess McCullers, Hunter Brown, probably not Fromber. He may have maybe he has a shot. Can you beat out Lance McCullers? I don't see why not.
Yeah. So is Fromber turning into John Granado at 6'10" in the last days?
No, he's not that bad.
No, but you don't see guys saying what Fromber's been saying lately. You just don't see it. I believe in John Granado, man of the people. His wife was wearing a Dodgers gear, and he didn't, while Lance, I believe, wore a Cowboys hat for the NFL Network. Thank you.
I had to put on the hat of who did the best on day 2 of the draft. By the way, I was wrong. Cowboys day 2 of that draft didn't end up being that great, but I had to wear the hat.
But you just wanted to wear that hat. That's
they were
all.
Fitted hats, and it was literally a hat for peanut heads.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, and instead of just picking a different team, I'm like, I just need to stick with the team that I think actually had the best day 2, instead of realizing that would turn into a meme.
So you tossed away all your integrity of being a Houston fan, and we're wrong.
No, it wasn't about integrity. My integrity was I got to stick. No, I was too
your
integrous.
Houston fan integrity.
I was too integrity.
Makes you not choose that hat. Instead, you tossed away all of that to.
Should have just gone for the size. I should have said whoever had the hat that fit best. I should have just said Raiders did best. Oh, good. Instead of,
what was that Cowboys?
Instead of, it's the Cowboys.
Who were the Cowboys picks?
Connor Williams.
He was a good center in Miami, not with the
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
Not with the Cowboys.
No.
Not with the Cowboys. That would have been the 2017, 2016 draft. 2017, I think, NFL draft.
And that was back when day 2 was like 4 through 7, or
no. It was
2 and 3
it was
back
still
then.
2 and 3, yeah. I think it was still 2 and 3. No, it wasn't. No, because that was Taco Charlton in first. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Connor Williams was in the 18 draft. He's retired already, by the way.
Oh yeah, Michael Gallup, Dorrance Armstrong. They did okay. They did Dalton Schultz. They did okay, although he wasn't day 2. Connor Williams already retired, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
No real reasoning why. He was with Seattle last year, and then the middle of the season said, I'm done. I'm out.
I can tell you NFL people thought he was maybe not in love with football. He had real issues with bullying when he was young or in high school or something, where he was bullied and it had an impact on him. And not to make light, but I just, NFL people are weird. They just didn't. I just talked to some people who didn't think he was. I found this out, but there was an article that was written about it, but they were like, I don't know if he's wired for an NFL offensive line room. And then in Dallas, it didn't appear to be, but he was okay with you guys, right?
He was good. He had an ACL that kind of short-circuited his career there. They moved on, signed the Titans
How
center
about in that
Aaron
draft,
Brewer.
18, they had Leighton Vander Esch and Connor Williams. Both of them were retired, right?
Yeah, I think Leighton's out of the game too, right?
Leighton was a good player, but he had a neck issue coming out, and I think it ended up maybe getting him. But, man, Leighton Vander Esch was like –
I remember him.
He was a good player
on
early
one of
on.
those surprising Cowboys teams. He did the wolf howl when he did well. Connor Williams started all 9 games last year, started the first 9 games, and said, I'm done. I'm out
Huh.
in the middle of the season.
Their top 2 picks from the Cowboys are retired 6 years into the league. 7 years into the league.
Well, what did we think of Nick Chubb the other day?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. I mean, here's the thing with Nick Chubb. It's one thing to go through drills. When you're actually playing a game, he sees holes. He's going to hit them. He's not going to have a lot of burst left, but he's going to be efficient getting to them. He's not going to do a lot of dancing. He's going to play like a pro. He's going to play like a pro. That's all you can ask. He doesn't have the same juice he used to have, but he's a pro running back, and I think he'll be okay. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be the starting, he's going to be the starting running back if Joe Mixon's out. That's going to happen.
Will he have the most carries
all year?
Yeah.
Oh, God forbid.
Well, if Joe's not
something
around,
really bad with
if
Joe
Joe's not
Mixon.
around, what are you going to do?
Yeah, but do you not think Joe Mixon can't heal?
Well, I don't. Okay, will he have second most to Joe,
Oh yeah.
or the most if Joe's not back?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I think they're going to get not a committee. If Joe comes back healthy, it ain't going to be a committee, but I think it'll look something like 70-30. I mean, of primary carries. Of course, Dare. I think Dare is going to get that spot ahead of Damian Pierce. Like a third running back spot, I think it goes to Dare. He just does too much on third downs, plays on special teams. Feels like he's got a little bit more explosiveness than Damian Pierce. I think Dare, and I feel like the Texans just trust Dare more.
Yeah.
I mean, I never feel bad when he's in the game.
Who?
Dare, I always think there's a chance he'll make a play.
I just think he's, the word is probably serviceable. He's not explosive.
You're right.
But he makes, He makes the right plays. We've seen him in pass pro. He runs the ball just fine. But he's not explosive. Joe Mixon was awesome. Joe Mixon plays with an attitude. Joe Mixon it's just different. Dare is good. He's great. That's fine. He's fine, but he's a backup running back. If you've got to depend on Dare all year to be your lead back, I think you got some problems.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
With Dare, you mean?
Yeah, Dare.
Yeah, you got some problems.
Yeah, you got problems.
What about Nick Chubb? Do you have problems if it's Nick Chubb?
Yeah, I think you do. I do.
I think you do at this stage too. I don't think you're explosive enough, and I did a radio interview with Ian Fitzsimmons and Amber Wilson. They had me kind of break down the Texans moving forward, and I was talking about offensive line, and it got to Tunsil, and he go, tell us more about Tunsil, and what was the deal? Why did he leave? But they were asking, Amber asked, do you think there's going to be problems for D'Amico Ryans trying to get this offense right? I said, honestly, I don't think this is a D'Amico issue. To me, this is a find the right coordinator who can click with CJ, because CJ's he can be a little bullheaded behind the scenes. I think he believes there's a right way to do things, and he has like a lot of quarterbacks, this is the way we need to do things. And so you got to find the right guy that's going to connect with him and can tell him that he'll listen to. Like there's some personality elements that have to click. But for me, this is not a D'Amico issue. This is a Nick Caserio issue. It's his job to get the offensive line right. If he doesn't, all this stuff ain't going to matter. Nick needs to do his job, and he's done a poor job on the offensive line. He's done great everywhere else. But the O-line is a glaring weakness despite his attempts to get it done. You know, he spent second rounder on Scruggs. First, he wasn't here for Howard. Second rounder on Ursery. A second rounder on, Scruggs I mentioned. He spent a bunch of money on Shaq Mason. That was a miss. You know, Scruggs has been a miss up to this point. Kenyon Green in the first round miss. Like, this guy's got a lot of misses, and you should hit on first and second rounders and free agency picks.
Yeah.
And these are all misses for him.
So you saying it's the coordinator or Nick?
I say it's not on D'Amico Ryans to get this right.
No, well, D'Amico's just, you give me the players, and I'm going to coach them up, and I don't even coach that side of the ball.
I think finding the right coordinators and play callers is extremely important, but ultimately I think that one goes hand in hand with you got to get the personnel right up front, and that's Nick Caserio's job. That's not on D'Amico Ryans. That's Nick needs to do a better job there. And I'm sure now I know he'll tell you that he and D'Amico aren't worried about it, and so you shouldn't be worried about it. But I'm not sure if I'm listening to him on offensive line stuff, if we're being honest. Based on the track record, I'm not sure I can trust Nick Caserio on the offensive line.
Nope. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Time for you, Lance, to talk a little Gulf Coast Chevy.
Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. I'm going to talk about that Buick, the Buick Enclave. That's what I'm driving. Love the Buick Enclave. Handles, I've got the 7-seater. The Enclave is the 7-seater. And handles great. Very smooth ride. Very well-built, durable, sporty interior. Looks great on the outside. It's a vehicle that I think more people need to know about. I'm a very, very big fan. I also drove the Chevy Traverse, and I love the Traverse. But I'm telling you, the Buick Enclave is right there with the Traverse. It's awesome. My son drives the Buick Envision and takes really good care of his car. He has had no issues with it at all. In fact, it's on a lease, and he wants to do that balloon payment at the end to purchase it if it makes sense, because that's how much he likes the Envision and the way the Envision handles. The Buick family, the Encore, they've got deep discounts right now, unbelievable finance rates. Go check out Buick online at Gulf Coast Chevy, BuickGMC.com. Of course, there's other vehicles to look at, but I'm here to vouch for Buick. It's been great for our family. Take a look at it yourself. Shop online or head down to Angleton and test drive one for yourself. Buick, Gulf Coast Chevy, BuickGMC.com.
Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is where you feel better, you look better, you perform better. It is where, okay, Friendswood, you guys got one. Kyle's there. Katie, Amina's there. Okay. Mount Bellevue, Paul is there. NASA, Clear Lake, James. You got Tomball, Connie. Pearland, Angelia. Sugarland is Ray. The Woodlands, Jeremy. West Chase, Westheimer, Crepal, and Sean is in Willowbrook. You got a location. There's 11. There's going to be more. I tell you, it's worth. I don't care if you have to drive a little bit. It's worth the drive because they just care more. I've been doing testosterone replacement for years, and I just find that it's better. First, you get a free evaluation and find out whether or not you need testosterone. The other guys are like charging $150. Or we're going to give you a deal this month with only $50 to find out whether or not you're going to be a patient. No, don't do that. Go to Game Day Men's Health. Labs on site, which the other guys don't have. They just don't. If you're looking for the best way to get your testosterone and more with all the peptides and everything else, Game Day Men's Health. I highly recommend it. I'm telling you. If you guys are you need testosterone, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in. Well, this is our last segment, right, Del? Before we hit News of the Weird.
Yeah, supposedly.
I don't know. Del, you got anything that we missed?
Yeah, I got something. UFC 319. Holy crap. 2 spinning elbow finishes, knockouts before you get to the final event, which is Duplessis versus Hazmat. And it was one of the biggest beatings I've ever seen. Hazmat kept getting Dricus Duplessis to the ground, just kept getting him down and just staying on him. And he got him in 4 crucifixes where he was just punching him in the face. Not crazy angles, so they didn't stop the fight. It was reminding me of The Revenant. And I even said that. When the Bear took on Leo DiCaprio, it was that big a blowout. Remember how the Bear did Leo?
Yeah, Bear won.
That's what this fight was.
No, I don't want to.
Now, there wasn't as
Leo.
much damage done as what the Bear did, but it was that kind of complete and total annihilation.
Yeah. Did you see Giannis slap his teammate?
Giannis Antetokounmpo?
Yeah. Holy crap, dude! They're in a huddle. They've got a huddle by the bench. He's in a t-shirt. He's not even playing, and he comes over a guy that's like 2 guys away from him, and goes around and he just slaps Lawrence Zakis in the back of the head. I mean, hard. In the Greek huddle. I was like,
oh my God.
Did you see it? He hit him good. I was like, man, if he was a Rocket, who would he slap?
Well,
in the back of the head.
He can only get away with that with the Greece team. He can't do that to a Rocket.
Wow. What did he say about that?
I don't know that he was asked about it.
I don't think anybody asked him in case
that was
got
a
slapped.
hard slap.
Yeah. That was like a Will Smith slap.
Big time. It was a Will Smith slap. You know what? That's leadership. Sometimes you have to slap guys if you need to lead them.
Except he was in a t-shirt. He wasn't even playing. He's not even.
Yeah, that's tough action when you're not playing and you're slapping teammates in the back.
Yeah, you're slapping teammates.
That was a hard.
That dude
slap.
must have said something.
So you think there's a justification for it?
What did he say?
What could he have possibly have said? He wasn't even looking at Giannis at the time.
I don't know. What did he say?
I don't know, man.
You know?
I don't think he
Somebody
said
said,
anything.
I can't tell if he's angry or playing around. That wasn't a playing around slap.
That was not playing around.
That's not a playing around slap.
That's like you just said my bald wife is something.
Oh.
Yeah. You just made fun of my bald wife. That's what that was.
I mean, that is the same energy, though.
Yep. That was
Man,
weird.
he really wants you to listen while he's talking in the huddle.
What else did we?
Well, apparently Kendrick Perkins is receiving death threats over his controversial take about Antetokounmpo. The ESPN analyst opened up about chilling threats sent to him and his family because of his commentary during the 2021 NBA Finals. Kendrick said something crazy. What did he say? During an episode of Road Trippin', Perkins recalled that he and his wife were subject to online threats after comparing Giannis to Robin and Chris Middleton to Batman.
Well, that was silly. I don't know if
Well,
you
I mean,
deserve
but
death threats for it, but it's silly.
Yeah, but we can't take anything Kendrick says seriously, can we?
So,
Well-
do you believe that he got the death threats, or you don't believe?
No,
that?
he may have. Somebody on Twitter may have said, "I'd kill you for that," and then that's a death threat. But I mean, I can't believe he said
I can believe
Middleton
it.
was Batman.
He's Kendrick. I can believe he said it.
You can even believe he said
I
something like that?
Yes, it's Kendrick Perkins. Of course
Yeah.
I can.
He says stupid stuff all the time.
Chris Middleton is Batman. Was that based off?
He said they found the dude and locked him up. I don't
Do you believe that?
know. Well, I haven't heard of anyone who's made an online threat who gets arrested in this country.
Yeah, is the guy from England? I know they take that seriously over there in the UK.
According to Perkins, he showed the messages to executives at ESPN who identified the perpetrator. All of this sounds weird. ESPN said, "Who did this?" We'll
And they
get
got
him
the
locked
law,
up.
and they got the
found
law
the
involved?
dude and locked
Well-
him up.
well,
no,
in the
no, I
UK?
wasn't serious.
Yeah, if it was in the UK, I believe it. But
in
if
the
it happened
UK,
over here,
if you say something, you get locked up now. You get locked up in the UK.
In this country?
Not in this country.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Not in UK, Kentucky, University of Kentucky. No.
yeah, I don't know. I guess it happened. I feel like it came from Kendrick Perkins, so I'm not sure I can believe any of it happened. But the only thing I really do believe is he said that Chris Middleton was Batman. That is definitely a Kendrick Perkins statement.
I guess that is something he would say. Be crazy. Like,
It
what
was
kind of
probably
unhinged
because
comment?
Giannis wasn't a guy they're going to go to hit a perimeter jumper late. So Chris Middleton's their clutch guy. He knocks down those jumpers, so he probably called him Batman because of that. Never mind the fact that Chris Middleton's never in the situation to knock down a clutch jumper if not for Giannis. But whatever.
Chris Middleton barely plays basketball anymore.
Yeah, he's with the Wizards now. Pretty much barely playing basketball. I think he's with the Wizards still. You get traded for Kyle Kuzma.
Ooh, that hurts.
Your team who was
fashionista Kyle
Your
Kuzma.
team who was on the outside of the Eastern Conference contenders thought Kyle Kuzma would be a better fit for their championship run.
Man, that's
a tough fall from grace.
That is tough.
From where
it's hard to come back from that one.
Yeah. Now he's stuck on the Wizards with C.J. McCollum.
He's stuck on a.
He is like they traded Jordan Poole
You
for
don't
McCollum.
go to the Wizards. You get stuck on the Wizards.
Yeah, even the guys who get drafted are like, how long do I got to stay here?
Yeah.
What is it? Oh, who was it said? You don't go to Mississippi State. You end up at Mississippi State.
I know it wasn't Crash.
No, I think it. Well, I can't say. I know. I think I remember now. And you can't say stuff like that.
Well, you can.
Even though
You could
it's true.
absolutely say stuff like that.
Yep. All right, Del. What else? Did we miss anything?
We missed. What did you do today?
We will
One
try
sentence?
to do that tomorrow. Sorry, everybody. The phones are good and working tomorrow. We will do that tomorrow. So if you were,
Are they working for your show?
I don't know that yet. They may. We'll see.
How is Eric going to call in and ask you something
Ridiculous.
about some washed up actress?
Well,
and whether or not she'd be an OnlyFans.
no, that's La Salsa. La Salsa does that. Eric will ask about anchors on local television. Who do I think is better looking? Who do I think is got a workout
that?
video? No, because I don't actually know what most of them look like. I don't watch a lot of local television anymore, at least news. So he asked me, and I have the simple, easy way to get out of it. Sorry, Eric, I don't know what that woman looks like. I'm not insulting anyone. I'm not comparing women on a platform. None of it. I don't know what they look like. It's an easy out. And all I got to do, is to use it, not watch local news. That's pretty easy for me.
And he asked me about it when Art did when Wendy was the GM at Channel 13.
You can't answer those questions.
I can't answer that, Art.
Yeah, it's usually like
I have an opinion.
I'm sure. Yes, we all have opinions. I'm sure it's usually Myra Moreno and then some other woman. I don't know. Those are his go-tos.
Not Charlie Edits. No, it's usually
Charlie XC. X.
No, he doesn't ask about Charlie XCX.
No. We missed a lot of Texan sound from the other day, but
don't worry about it. Speaking of things that'll happen on my show, this
See,
is not
there
my
he
fault.
is,
It's not
just
my
keeping
fault.
it quiet
This
so he
wasn't
could
my-
have all the
I didn't
Texans.
keep it quiet. It was on the rundown.
Why didn't you get to the Texan sound, John? That's what people are here for, is the
to
swarm.
listen to D'Amico talk about the O-line and, he didn't
that's
get
what
to
they're
it.
here for. That's right. They can get that over on 610.
Speaking of you talk about Giannis being not such a great teammate. He's no longer his teammate, but Chauncey Gardner-Johnson couldn't even wait 24 hours before he goes 8-ball, getting his number back. He couldn't even wait for the.
Oh my God!
He tweeted out. He couldn't even wait. It was maybe an hour after the deal was.
Do you think Chauncey
reported?
Is that why they traded him?
I don't know.
Do you think Chauncey had a visual celebration, like you could see him start pumping his fist?
Pump?
Oh hell yeah, something like that.
I wouldn't put it past him.
I think 100%.
So what you will hear on my show is the initial sound of Chauncey talking about wanting the number 8. I love you, Mechie, but I want that number. He didn't even wait. Couldn't even wait for Mechie to fly out. 8-ball. He
That's
put it on
terrible.
Twitter.
8-ball.
On Twitter.
8-ball. Man, if Stephon Diggs said it, I'd be like, oh man, what does he mean? What does he mean? What the 8-ball?
Stop.
That's not your problem anymore. That's a New England problem.
That's a New England problem. Oh, and apparently they're having problems with him in New England.
Yeah, Mike Vrabel had to answer a question about, I don't know if he wasn't practicing one day or something. And
This is recently?
Yeah. And Vrabel's like, he didn't want to answer. He didn't want to answer questions on Stephon Diggs' behalf. He's like, I don't want to do this.
No, I ain't doing that. Listen, I don't have to do that anymore. I ain't answering questions. I'm supposed to answer a Stephon Diggs question.
They signed it to a multi-year deal.
Apparently, Alperen Şengün's agent says he's shooting more threes this year.
Yeah, supposedly.
No, not supposedly. This year we focused mostly on three-point shooting. That shot was forbidden for him before. There's big pressure on him to shoot more.
Forbidden.
The NBA is modern basketball. They want him to be a 5 or 4 who can stretch.
I like it.
We worked from day one to the last, perfecting his shooting mechanics. Now he needs mental stability and confidence.
I mean, personally, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, if he can knock him down, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think it makes him a better. I think it elevates his game. Like, I don't know that there's a lot more he can do with the ball in his hands, getting to the basket, all that. I think there's ways he can improve. But to me, how do you take your game to the next level? You're not going to be a big shot blocker. You do as much as you can. You're not a big explosive leaper. Stretching his game out and hitting from 3 at a 34% clip, now that or higher, now that takes his game to a little different level.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I just worried that is he going to fall in love with standing out there? You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't want that to happen.
Yeah, right. I mean, and that's a possibility. Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
if that becomes the case, then Ime's got to step in and go, dude, you can take him, but we're going to do that sparingly. I need you on the boards.
Well, who forbid him from shooting that before? That doesn't sound like the Rockets.
Well, he
didn't.
wasn't good at it, so guess what? Don't do it. You're not.
Did the
good at it.
Rockets forbid him?
I don't know about forbidding, but they told him, no, listen, stop taking those shots. Yeah, I could see that. What? Okay, Corey Brewer, stop taking threes. You're not good at it. All right, stop.
Yeah, I
we
have
don't
no
need that.
interest in Corey Brewer.
Yep. I think that's it. Okay, I think that might be it. That might be it. Brian McTaggart, did you see this though? Brian McTaggart sets the record straight about those knuckle-headed yahoos who don't have media credentials and are never in the locker room but act like they cover the Astros. This needed to be said. He said Brian McTaggart's profile is real account, real reporter, not someone who pretends to be a reporter but has no credentials.
Yeah, it was I forgot what he was responding to, but he tweeted that out, and Berman was like, yeah, that's right.
Tell him.
You tell him.
Not like those yahoos like John and Lance.
Well, I don't think he's referencing the Hall of Fame.
I doubt it. We're not trying to act like we're in the locker room.
I think
Like
it's more like the Astros those accounts that just talk Astros baseball, and
Right.
maybe they don't have a credential, but either they have sources or they don't. New media types. You guys aren't new media. You're legend. What is it called? Classical
OGs?
media. What's it called? I forgot. There's a term for it.
Legacy?
Legacy media. There it is. You guys are legacy media.
Yeah.
Legendary media.
Well, Hall of Fame media.
That's what we are. Ain't nobody else. I don't see anybody else in there. Is Berman in? No,
Well,
he's
it
not
wouldn't be the
Hall
radio.
of Fame.
No, it wouldn't be for that.
No. He
Mark
wouldn't be in
Berman supposedly is retired.
Doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't
No.
feel like it at all.
I mean, he's not on Fox, but it doesn't feel like he's retired.
there. Yeah.
I thought he
mean,
was just going to be gone, and now, man, it's like
He's deep into
Astros
it.
lose.
He's taunting
Astros win
the
in 13
Mariners.
innings, 5-4. Like, man.
Like he'll taunt the Mariners and the Rangers when they lose.
Yeah.
I love that. He couldn't do that before. Now he does. Now
I
he
just don't
does.
think he can stay away. This is all he knows. This is his life.
Well, right. And why shouldn't he? Keep it up. Except you ain't getting paid. I don't know, Lance. I don't know. Did you guys, you and Will, talk at all about Aaron Wilson?
No, but well, Dell told me. Dell gave me the heads up on that. I had
Woo!
no idea. I had no idea it got that spicy.
It got spicy on the show now.
Will did not hold back.
He didn't hold back at all about his feelings. Wow.
Apparently, yeah.
And then he told us a little bit more in
and Lance kind of confirmed what Will told us about how a certain team didn't appreciate the way
A certain team.
the guy went about stuffs.
Yeah.
And so he could kind of confirm what that text that Will sent us was.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
no,
he
they
said
were
it's-
really pissed that he told on. That he told
Titus
on what
Howard was
was
it was
playing
Dolphins
guard.
week, right?
It's
And
supposed
they
to be
were
quiet. It was
yeah.
done during the week. It's supposed to be quiet, and I found that out on the way to Mobile. Like they were furious with him.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I get along with Aaron fine. I didn't know that Will
I
and
didn't
some
know
of those
that
other guys had that beef.
vitriol was out there.
No, I'm not. I'm also not a. We're not working the beat, So
No. All right, we got a break. All-state siding is what we got to talk about.
All-State windows and siding. All-State windows and siding. Let me tell you about these windows. They're made in Texas. Why is that a big deal? Well, you can have windows made in China, but those windows are not going to be as strong. They're not going to have the durability. They're not going to be battle tested against hurricane strength wind. Now, they have legitimate hurricane strength windows that they install down in the Galveston area. But for us, we still need, look, we have our derechos. I didn't even know that was a thing until last year. We have our tornadoes here and there, not as many. We definitely have hurricanes. We have big wind that comes in, so you need windows that are built for that. Need windows that are built for hail. You need windows that are built for the extreme heat that are sealed properly, so you keep your electricity, your air conditioning in. You need efficiency, and the efficiency of these windows help you reduce your energy payments by as much as 40%. Man, that is a really, really big deal. Go with All-State Windows and Siding. They have been doing it for years and years. Family-owned, family-operated. Huge discounts. Big discounts per window when you do 10 windows or more. And they've got $2,500 off of complete siding jobs as well. And they do great work with home siding. Once you get the siding on, you are done. No more wood repair, no more painting your home. You're set. AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com. That's AllStateWindowsAndSiding.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Apparently, there's some controversy out there about the Superman movie. For a major studio blockbuster, not so much. Many believe Superman would charge towards $700 million. Their Time specifically pointed to $700 million needed as the number, two in its words, save Hollywood and recoup the $225 production budget before costs. Apparently, the Gunn is saying, we are not going to lose money, but it is not the blockbuster hit you two were reporting.
No one said it was a blockbuster.
Good luck with that.
Inching towards.
It wasn't a flop.
You said flop. I didn't say blockbuster.
You said it was a flop. They're going to make money.
Inching towards $600 million at the box office.
It's a terrible thing for everybody involved.
How? I don't think so.
Okay.
Superman, one day ago, James Gunn's Superman box office overtakes Tobey Maguire's last Spider-Man.
Yeah, guess what?
Look at this. This is what you. This is news of the weird. You lead off with
a
movie's going to $600 million.
He's pretty much just airing grievances because he thinks
is what
he's
it is.
right. That's all.
I got news of the weird. Did you know? Well, this is an actual news of the weird. They're now Rice Krispies are the big hits right now with marathon runners, endurance cyclers, and ultra marathoners. There's one runner, professional runner, who will consume an entire box of 16 Rice Krispie treats. It turns out the carbs in Rice Krispie treats are better for you than some of the other carbs when they want a carb load.
Fat ass, double wide, butterball.
So they're going up to 1,000 carbs now before marathon running. So now Rice Krispie treats are being consumed, and you can see runners eating Rice Krispie treats on the course.
Used to be just to have a bowl of pasta.
Yeah, you used to eat spaghetti. Now they're like, spaghetti?
Yeah.
We're trying to get some Rice Krispie in here. We don't need to get bloated because of all this gluten.
Yeah, no, how about that? McDonald's in Japan has nixed their Happy Meal Pokemon card promotion. What they found was everybody was buying the Happy Meal and throwing the food out right away. They had tons of burgers and everything just thrown in their garbage just to get the Pokemon. And they just feel like it's a waste of food. Do you feel like you should waste a Happy Meal to get a Pokemon card?
Another instance where Japan is very different from America. American McDonald's don't care if you waste the food. You already bought the food. If their policy is
right,
we're not going to serve this anymore because it's a waste of food, that would not fly in America.
No, America says, okay, well, we're fine with that.
Waste all the food you want.
If you throw it out.
If you've already bought it.
Right. Do what you want with it. Just do what you want
It's not weird. People go do things for the I didn't know it was like that in Japan, but yeah, people do that here. They'll just go to get the meal for the toy. But usually, because it's us, we will still eat the fries and the nuggets. Right. We wouldn't toss them away. Like Sean and I were having this discussion. When's the last time you thought about going to McDonald's?
The last time I thought it's been a long time for me.
Yeah.
A long time. I'll go to a Whataburger from time to time, but I don't know when the last time I was at a McDonald's.
I can't remember the last time it was, you know what, let's go. I want to go to McDonald's. I can't remember.
Right.
But we know people do it. I just don't. It's not part of my life, the McDonald's experience anymore, unless I'm craving the caramel sundae, and then you gotta hope the machine works, which is a 50-50 proposition.
Exactly. But when
our
does it work,
machine?
though?
Well,
no,
not our
it's a
machine.
zero proposition.
Well, the McDonald's one, not ours. Our vending machine never works. It's been out of commission for like a month now.
Never.
That guy hates money.
All right, yeah, Japan. Just who cares what they do with the food?
They already bought it. You win.
Everybody, they can do what they want with the food. PETA loves that they threw it out. Okay?
Oh no, the animals are already dead.
Well, that's true.
I was just watching. I was just watching
kill more animals to throw them in the garbage.
Righteous Gemstones, where Kelvin wanted to, he would buy up all the sex toys and then throw them away just to so there wouldn't be any left in the sex shop. Great job. We bought them all up. They opened the door and they got you got to see the
things.
He's
a youth pastor, right?
We did. He's a youth pastor and he bought up all the sex toys out of all the shops. Like, with supply chain issues, they're going to have a hard time restocking.
All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will play What Did You Learn this weekend and Monday in one set.
Let's go, Eric Getty.
You're going to love this, John. The phones are back.
Oh, of course they are. This show's over. Every problem at this station is during this show.
And we never get food delivered in here.
Every problem is always this show.
And everyone eats food and we don't.
Right.
You usually hang out here and get the food. What are you talking about?
Not for a long time. I'm not hanging out here now until it's like, and now I may not be invited for the food anymore.
What did you do? Oh, yeah, I remember what you did.
What did you do? What did you do?
We're not going to talk about it anymore. But before you go,
did you bring more potato chips?
No, he can't do that now because the vending machine doesn't work. But he caused an HR problem, and who would fix that HR problem, John?
H&P. If you've got an HR problem like Lance, then all you need is HR. And Lance he's literally, he's had to act. He has had issues. I've never had an issue. Everybody thinks I'm the problem. Well, maybe it's Lance is the problem. HRP could tell you. HRP knows. HRP knows your business, and they know how to solve your HR problems, like Lance. Me, not so much, okay? I'm actually not an HR problem. What I am is, what HRP is. Let's talk about HRP and not just me. But HRP is a great company to help you with your HR issues, and you should not handle them yourself. You really shouldn't, because HRP they know what to do with your HR problems. They know how to handle Lance. If you're looking for the best way to handle your HR issues, to handle your payroll, to handle your taxes, to handle your 401ks, to handle your benefits, to handle your insurance, all of these things, HRP does. You don't know these things. You sell your widgets, you're really good at it. They're really good at payroll, HR, and taxes. What you need is the experts at HRP to help your business grow and be better, as good as it can possibly be. HRP.net, 281-880-6525, or HRP.net.
Welcome into the show. And in the mess that is the final minutes of the John and Lance show, it's always the case. Things sometimes get lost. We're doing news of the weird. We're all a little punch drunk at the end of the show. The phones are back. I think I mentioned that. Might have gotten lost, but the phones are back. So if it's only because you wanted to call in for what did you learn, that's something we'll do tomorrow on that show. And of course, you can call into this show at any point. That number is 713-780-3776. I mean, if you wanted to call in and rip the Astros in the morning show, that would have been welcome, or at least appropriate, because boy, were they bad. Even in the game they won, they did anything they could to lose it, just that Baltimore was worse, from base running to trying to turn two when they should have just thrown home to get an out. That's the reason the Astros were able to come away with the win. But beyond Game 2 of that series on Saturday, an absolute ass kicking. That's happened a couple times where the Astros will squeeze one at home out somehow, some way. But other than that, get dominated. It happened again. Baltimore took what they wanted. Sean and I joked about we needed the Baltimore Orioles to be suddenly hot to take care of the Mariners and then revert back to being Baltimore, at least for this year. They didn't do that. In some ways, probably should have swept the Astros because of how dominant they were on Friday and Sunday. And it turns out Baltimore's actually been pretty good since they brought in the interim manager. Going into the series, they had, I think, the 5th most wins in baseball since they made the switch. And certainly it looked like a team that was one of the teams people thought could be a contender up until the 2025 season hit, and they kind of fell apart. So they do what they want to the Astros over the course of 3 days, and it feels like the only bright spot outside of the funny part of Chaz going out there and getting 3 outs and not getting smacked around as a position player pitching was Jason Alexander. Again, we're talking about a guy who's now put several starts together where he went from, oh, look, he has the same name as a Seinfeld guy, to, okay, we can probably expect to get a good start out of this guy if he goes out there. That's the 3rd straight start. He's gone 6 innings and given up 2 runs or less for him. And, of course, his start on Saturday was the only game that the Astros won in that series. We had Fromber. And the thing about Fromber is, and the guys talked about it this morning, Fromber's doing a lot of talking. It sounds like what anybody who I've worked with sounded like when they were about to quit. Now, Fromber certainly is a guy who's going to make a lot of money this offseason, but the approach he's taking after games suggests he knows it won't be here. And I think, right or wrong, we've all come to the conclusion he wasn't going to get his next deal here. And whether he is just simply frustrated by lack of run support in some instances, he isn't acting like a regular baseball player does, particularly a pitcher does after games. You usually are about your own performance. You're really never talking about what the other guys are doing. The great teammate aspect of your post game is generally the thing a pitcher will lean into. Fromber has been very open and honest about at least what he feels. We know about his issues with positioning of outfielders, and Joe Espada said, hey, Fromber's very vocal about a lot of things behind the scenes, and we're always having conversations. He said since he's been here, Fromber's been a guy who let his feelings be known, but we talk about it. But this is the second time in about a month or so that Fromber's been vocal about what's not his fault. This time was I can't control the fly balls and so on and so forth. And so that feels like a guy who won't be here after the season is over. I love talent. Fromber's been a great pitcher for the Astros, and up until the last month or so, he's been really good for them. But that feels like a departure that is coming, and maybe the muzzle is off when it comes to talking about the team, and Fromber's been frustrated and letting that be known, and I can understand the whole team being frustrated in some ways. they have reverted back to not being such a great team at home, and it was highlighted by the series against Baltimore, where Baltimore was a bad road team coming in. Now they're 27-37, entered 25-36, so they take 2 out of 3. Last place in the American League East, and they look like a much better team over the course of that series. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I look up, or scoffing, I guess, more like it, because I'm looking up at the board, and the first call is from an expected source, but not an expected topic. So, Astros have Spencer Arrighetti going tonight, try to get back on track. I felt good about them going into the series. I mean, just looking at the numbers, you got a guy who's 0-6 pitching on Friday, and then he almost pitches a complete game no-hitter, or not even just a no-hitter, a perfect game. It took a lightly hit ball down the line that he didn't handle well, throwing it to first to escape the embarrassment of being perfect game by that guy.
What's his name?
I'm trying to remember because it was
he had a moment where
I remember
his name was going to be something that we remember for years and years and years, because it's like, how the hell did that guy throw a perfect game? The second he didn't throw a perfect game, it's like, remember that?
It was Brandon Young.
Yeah, 0-10 starting pitcher, almost no hit the Astros. Now it's like, whatever.
Not just no hit, almost perfect game the Astros. He retired the first 23 batters, just mowing the Astros down until Ramon Urias ended that on that lightly hit ball. So you would have had losing 2 out of 3. You would have had a perfect game put on you. Like, there have been some bad pitchers who have had no hitters, or at least guys who are going through bad seasons. I'm not a historian, and I don't have to now because he didn't do it. But as far as least accomplished people to ever do what he was about to do, he's got to rank. We don't do Mount Rushmores. It is summer though, so it would fit.
Yeah.
He's got to at least be in the top 5 of least accomplished guys to ever, let's say, even get to 8 innings of perfect baseball. Almost get to 8 innings of perfect baseball.
Yeah.
7 2/3. 7 2/3 of perfect baseball from him. Got to be one of the most least accomplished guys to ever do it. And he did it at the Astros' expense, so that's great.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't even know the guys who have thrown perfect games that are non-established, that were like, surprising.
Yeah, it's popped up. It's just not something you keep track of.
Yeah.
So while he was great, the Astros relievers weren't. They gave up 31 earned runs in the series, had an ERA over 11, and excuse me, that's over the homestand. I apologize. They were awful over the course of the homestand. And you look at the starters over that 6-game stretch. Starters had an ERA just over 3, and only 3 home runs are allowed, while the relievers allowed 8 home runs. And it almost feels like all of it belongs to Dubin, considering how bad he was in his appearances. I don't know. Is it because he shaved his face? Because I barely recognize him now without the facial hair? I don't know. But the Dubin who left is not the Dubin who has returned. He has been awful.
That beard had the 2 ERA in it.
Yeah.
This guy, nothing. Also, it looks like Dallas Braden, Phil Umber, and D'Amico Herman.
Dallas Braden, I'm sure it's part of his personality is helping. He has made a career, I believe, off that.
Yes, but he retired with a 26-36 record after 5 seasons.
Yes, and he will always be remembered for that perfect game.
And yelling at A-Rod.
Yeah, yes, and now he's everywhere.
Yeah.
He's a baseball analyst. He is a
Got
guy
that
whose
beard.
voice matters. He does have a beard as well.
I think that's
so. Dubin, reconsider maybe.
Yeah. Maybe you can have a, I don't know, lifetime career after playing.
Like, he would be the relief version of Braden, but
Yeah.
why
Like
can't
Shohei Ohtani first, and then
why can't
this
he,
is my mound?
Why can't he be a guy who just is a big honk for the Astros and talks baseball like Braden is for the A's, he's still attached to the A's. Like, he'll go back for days and they'll have him. I think he's on the broadcast team. I don't know what Dubin's chops are, but
maybe he better look into it, considering what he did this homestand.
This isn't the NBA Twitter meme of get ready to learn Chinese. This is get ready to get ready to broadcast games.
Fall into that Rex Hudler, Dallas Braden category. It's a good life.
Yeah.
It's a good life. I mean, and Dallas Braden proves you don't have to be that accomplished, because normally it has to be a former player who was great.
Yeah.
Like, Jeff Bagwell winds up on a broadcast every now and again.
But like Oral Hershiser calls.
Yeah, Oral Hershiser does Dodgers games. It's Oral Hershiser.
Yeah.
I mean, but Braden has proven.
Keith Hernandez.
Yeah, Rex Hudler has proven you don't have to be that great.
No.
Just got to have a personality.
Yeah. Get ready to buy podcasting mics.
They're not that expensive. Dubin. I mean, look into it. If the beard's not going to come back.
Or grow
the
and pitch
beard and pitch better, or look into other opportunities. You got a teammate who pitches for you who's already set a standard. It's more about selling coffee, but he has looked into other ways to diversify himself.
Yeah, diversify his income.
Yeah, so maybe, Dubin, man, I'd prefer that you pitch better, but if you don't, take a look. There are things you can do. But I would first say grow the beard and go from there. Eric, you want to talk Man United for some reason. It's probably to yell about Willie P, I'm assuming, because Man United got their Premier League season off to the start that how their previous season kind of went the entire way, losing. And they lost at home to Arsenal. Everyone's favorite London team, Fulham, had a late equalizer to tie against Brighton. So, Willie P, we have a matchup on Sunday, Man U versus Fulham, but so far, Fulham 1 point, Man U settle. Protect your home, and not lose Arsenal.
Man U needs a result this weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm actually fearful of. They actually need a result. Now, it would have been better off if they had actually beaten Arsenal at Old Trafford. Now, they gotta show up to the cottage and hope for a win. All right. That's what they call Fulham.
So it's easier said than done.
Not last year. Fulham was much better on the road than they were at home.
I don't know. I'm just
I know, you're just saying
throwing cliches.
Understood. All right, Eric and anyone else, we'll get to you when we come back. It's me and Sean till noon. Join us.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to Eric. For whatever reason, he was desperate to call in about English Premier League after week 1. Lance's team, Everton, plays today. I think that's the final game of the weekend. What's up, Eric?
There you go. Sorry, hey, dog, great show. Yeah, that was a gritty game yesterday against Arsenal, 1-0. I was surprised. Maybe they play Fulham, but don't sleep on Grimsby on Wednesday. And the big match I'm waiting for is Sunday, September 14th against Man City. How do you think that's going to go? And also, do you think we should have traded Framber during the deadline and get like a young, up-and-coming pitcher, considering he's not really been balling? And what's going on with the M&M girls at Channel 13, Mara and Micah? I haven't seen them lately. I'll hang up the listen.
As per usual, I don't know what's going on with the news anchors in town. It's not my purview. I don't know why you haven't seen them. I don't know if they're still working there. I'm sure you follow them on Instagram. You're better suited to tell me than I am to tell you. I'm not going to really address your fake interest in Man U versus Man City a month from now. Thank you. Maybe call in the week of the game, see who's injured and who's available, and see who's maybe a late ad in the transfer window before we have that talk, Eric. All right, as far as Fromber, that was a discussion. Pull what you did with Kyle Tucker with Fromber. Trade him before you're going to lose him for nothing. The Astros seemingly made out like bandits when it came to trading Kyle Tucker. They get themselves Cam Smith, who appears to have plenty of promise. Unfortunately, Wisniewski got hurt. And then Paredes can throw into that unfortunate pile too. But they have control of all those guys for multiple years. And, of course, Kyle Tucker's getting booed in Chicago. We'll see if they bring him back and see if he gets the contract he wants from the Cubs. So that's been a win so far for the Astros. Should they have done the same thing with Fromber? They're a team who felt like, and you saw it at the deadline, they felt like they had a chance to go win something. And you can't trade away a guy who's either your number 1 or number 2, depending on how you feel and depending on how Hunter Brown's going at a particular moment. If you believe you got a chance to win a title, you don't trade for Correa and Sanchez and Urias and then trade away Fromber. They were looking to acquire another established starter in Dylan Cease. It just was going to take more than they were willing to give up. I don't know that if they had acquired Cease or had acquired another pitcher, that Fromber would have been on the table, because the guy they were acquired might have had more. They would have had more control over. Not Cease. He would have been a rental unless they re-signed him. You know, they were rumored to be in on the Alcantara sweepstakes. That didn't come to fruition. He remained a Marlin. So they were looking for a long-term solution to the eventuality of Fromber leaving. They just didn't get it done. But if you're trying to win a title and you were unable to go get yourself a starter Fromber's caliber to replace him, then no, you can't trade Fromber. It may come back to bite them if the season ends the way it ended last year, where they are out early. Now, they still hold the division lead, but that is one that's tenuous right now. Game and a half up over the Mariners, because the Mariners did lose 2 out of 3 themselves to the Mets, one of them being in that Little League stadium, the Little League Classic that they played in. So I'm not saying it wasn't something that should have been considered, but it would have been in direct contrast to their stated goal of always going for it, and the actions they showed at the trade deadline. They decided, we're in this thing, let's go. You can't trade Fromber.
He also had a 2 ERA in May, June, and July.
Yeah.
It's like really right after the deadline. He's been bad. But at the deadline, you had no idea of knowing that, hey, you know what we should trade?
Yeah, you could have predicted this fall off. I certainly don't believe they thought that he was going to be as vocal as he was after outings, particularly after the first one. I'm sure they thought that they had a productive conversation that would kind of tamp all that down. And Fromber said,
"Quit being
oh,
lippy."
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. I don't have much time left here. I will speak through an interpreter, but he'll get across what I think. So it was never going to be something they seriously considered if they weren't going to do it in the offseason. Once the season got going and how good he was, there was no real need, particularly because they were leading the division throughout the season. So they'll deal with the consequences of that. Which,
also, they traded for another Wisniewski and had 3 games and then tore his elbow apart.
And all the other guys were hurt. So, like, Eric Getty got 2 starts before he was done.
Yeah.
There was no way to make that move.
Christian Javier made 1 start and then 3 innings into his second start. Came down with the consumption. Now he can't pitch.
I was going with TB, but you think it's consumption, huh?
Yeah.
We'll see what it is with Christian Javier.
Doc Holliday.
Yeah, that
coughing into a handkerchief.
A bloody handkerchief. Pale, almost yellow. So yeah, that's the other thing if you missed it. We didn't even get to the hater stuff, which is not surprising but disappointed. Fromber. Christian Javier only pitched 3 innings. Had to leave the game because he was ill. Did Jeremy Pena get him sick? I don't know. Just another guy who was dealing with something. He could not finish the game. And then, of course, Josh Hader. We heard about the capsule on the shoulder, and the diagnosis is he's got to rest that arm. Don't do anything with it for 3 weeks, and the ramp up to even come back, if things go well, would be about another 3 weeks, which would take him out for the rest of the regular season. So the hope is, and maybe not hope, the dream, the fantasy is that Josh Hader would be back in time and ready to go for the playoffs. Considering the history of the Astros and arm injuries and all that, thinking about the upside is probably foolish.
Yeah, I'm putting this in the Isaac Paredes also working to come back for the playoffs bucket.
Yeah. I'm not counting on it.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
Also, the Astros will need to not get 2 games swept in the wild card round to make this possible, I assume.
Yeah, if they're in the wild card round.
Doesn't buy you that much time. Like they play it like 2 days after the season ends.
Yeah.
So you really do need to make the ALDS for it to even like kind of make sense.
Yes, but I'm with you. Pack them up.
Or just like, hey.
Or don't count on it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if it works, cool.
Exactly. Don't count on it. Like the Astros are, they just lost on aggregate, like 20-something to 4 to the Orioles.
Yeah, it was a beatdown. Yes.
I saw McTaggart had on the homestand. They went 3-3, but were on aggregate outscored like 44-17.
Somehow they squeaked out 3 wins, but boy,
it was ugly.
When they weren't winning games by hook or by crook,
it just didn't have a chance. You could turn off the TV.
Non-competitive. We talk about non-competitive outs, non-competitive pitches. A lot of non-competitive baseball by the Astros over
Jesus
6
Sanchez
games.
Yesterday saved it from being another beatdown.
How many runs did he save? Was it 7 or
7.
so?
It was a grand slam and a
3-run homer he saved, and yet
kept it to single digits.
Just think about it. If for some reason he had the
just mistimed it,
or he had the vertical of a credit card. That's as high as he got off the ground. Just think about it. For whatever reason, he couldn't get up off the ground.
Just slipped.
Yeah, for whatever reason. Think about how bad that game would have been. I mean, maybe we would have used 2 position players instead of just a 1.
Chaz, we need you to
go another inning.
Like Josh Hader, we need you to go.
And Chaz,
2 innings.
like Josh Hader in San Diego. I'm a 1 inning pitcher.
I ain't doing it.
I ain't doing it. Are you gonna pay me to be a pitcher and a utility outfielder?
I don't need my capsule bursting or whatever happened.
Yeah, I gotta think about my future. And there it is. It was a tough weekend for the Astros.
Sure was. Sure.
Sicknesses, injury, your starting pitcher taking shots at what's going on in Fromber. It wasn't good all around.
Almost getting no hit by a guy.
Yeah. Let's not forget
with
that.
9 ERA.
Let's not forget
That's like
that.
The exaggeration, because I always think that Astros fans get a little dramatic with like I'd rather be facing a Cy Young candidate than a guy with a 7 ERA that I've never heard of, because the guy with the 7 ERA always pitches well against the Astros. I will say this specific homestand where Garrett Crochet and Cy Young contender-ish, contender for second and Cy Young gets touched up. They have their best night against Garrett Crochet of the homestand. And they almost get perfect game by Brandon Young. Okay. That's about how the meme goes of rather face the Cy Young than a rando.
I'm just looking at I'm counting in my head. 23-5. They got beat by the Orioles over the course of 3 games, but got that one.
1-2.
Got that
1-2.
Thanks to Orioles' ineptitude.
Yeah. Well, by the way, what the hell is that guy doing?
I don't know.
Also, so Astros, that's like our game winning, almost ground out into a double play with the bases loaded.
Yeah, we were. Hey, you know how bad we are with runners in scoring position?
We're not going to be better.
No, it's just they're going to be worse at their jobs.
If there's 2 better throws in the Orioles series, the Astros should have. We would be on here saying they should fold the franchise.
Considering how
they get perfect game by that guy, and the third baseman for the Orioles.
And then they end the series by your starter getting ill or being ill, and then you get beat 12-0, and it wasn't like 19-0 because your outfielder made a couple plays at the wall.
And it wasn't like Javier was that bad, too. It wasn't like he went out there and just got like shelled, and that's why they lost 7-0. It's like, it was pretty manageable, actually.
Dubin came into the game.
Yeah, it was manageable until he got sick or too sick to pitch.
Yeah, then Dubin did the Dubin thing over the homestand where he was atrocious.
Yeah, Dubin. I mean, what are we doing with this guy? He comes in and makes like a game you're not in a good spot when Dubin comes in, and he's like, what if I just send everyone home early, huh? What if I just do that?
Get your Sunday afternoon going without Astros baseball.
Hit the
Go
El
ahead.
Tiempo Cantina. Get your margarita. Get out of here.
Head out to one of the bars near the ballpark. Whatever you want to do, because this game is over. Because I'm in it. All right.
They should play like entrance music for Sean Dubin.
What would it be?
Closing time.
Yeah, but that's normally
everyone get out of here.
Oh,
close out your tabs.
Yeah,
it's about to be 9-0.
Just the exodus of people leaving the ballpark. Hey, guys, it's 1-0. Yeah, but Dubin's on the mound.
I see Dubin warming up in the
beardless Dubin's on the mound. It's over.
It's 6-0 in 5 minutes.
Pretty close. He did give up 4 in 1 inning. All right, we'll go to break with that. We're gonna play some sound from Joe Espada, and then get to the Texans when we come back. They have their first preseason game with the ones out there. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But Joe Espada gave an update on Yordan. We can determine whether it was a positive or a negative. But Yordan is continuing his rehab. Maybe we take him out of the Josh Hader, Paredes bucket of we'll see you when we see you. We'll listen to Joe Espada, then we'll make that determination. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We'll get to what we can take away from the Texans against the Panthers, but let's hear from Joe Espada. He gave an update on Jordan. This is from over the weekend. Jordan Alvarez still going through rehab as he tries to make his way back. Here's the latest.
Did Alvarez come here? You get to talk to him?
Yes, I talked to him. He's going to go here in the cages today, and he's going to report to Corpus for a few games before joining our club.
What's the excitement level of that?
It's really good news. Yeah. The fact that he's feeling better and we're getting to a point where we can see him back is awesome.
Do you have any idea how many games or bats you'd want him to get in?
We're going to start with Tuesday, and then we'll go from there.
You want him to just DH, or is he going to play a little out?
He is going to DH on Tuesday.
Any more clarity on what's next for Garcia or Lance?
We're going to talk about that today.
So there it is. Jordan is inching ever closer to coming back. Joe Espada seems like he believes the steps that are being taken are good. So how many games will it take in Corpus? We will see. But Jordan, right now, certainly closer to coming back than some of your other big names. I don't know where people want to put Lance McCullers in that. My feelings I made clear last week.
Two-time champion.
Understood. I've had enough of the experience, but it's not like the Astros aren't desperate for help. So
yeah. How long is Christian Javier going to be
ill or
yeah, battling
have consumption?
tuberculosis? Yeah.
Oh, so now it's tuberculosis.
Well, it's the same thing.
Yeah, I like to call it TB. Rolls off the tongue. We'll see there. Javier, hopefully, it's just he's got the bubble guts, and then he'll be fine. We'll see about that, or maybe it's a Pena thing where it's a little bit worse, but maybe he's back by his next turn. Up for debate. But Jordan working his way. Didn't hear anything about complications, no setbacks. Let's go see what he does in Corpus. As far as the other team in town, at least that's playing right now, the Texans, they had a game against the Panthers. I hesitate to even say they won because that really doesn't matter. You had your first team out there for a good bit, at least for your defense. I think maybe your defense got 2 or 3 drives. I know the offense got 2. And they scored a touchdown on the second drive. From what we can tell, no one's banged up, no one's hurt, so that's good. The defense looked like what we expect them to look like. I mean, the first drive, the Panthers had a missed throw. Ted McMillan was open enough. He ran a crosser or an over, what do you want to call it, and the Texans kind of passed it off. Lassiter had him. He passed him off to M.J. Stewart, and he was open, at least NFL open, and Bryce missed the throw. Bryce Young missed the throw, and then on third down on that drive, which would have been a third down conversion, your guy, Jatavian Sanders, dropped the ball. So the first drive was more about the Panthers being the Panthers and not making plays. The second drive, they got after him. You had Daniil Hunter blowing up a play that led to a sack. All around, that was what we expect. Pass rush should be formidable. Coverage should be pretty good. You know, Derek Stingley has reached a certain status where even on plays where he's clearly beat, the assumption is, he would have made the play. Because Andy Dalton, once Bryce Young was out of the game, Andy Dalton had an open throw to Ted McMillan, but the Texans' pass rush affected him. He couldn't get the ball downfield. Fell like 8 yards short. It was a double move. Ted McMillan was beyond Derek Stingley. A good throw. That should be an explosive for the Panthers. But everyone's like, nope. Derek Stingley likes to bait quarterbacks. He would have made that play. I'm going to say this. Yes, Derek Stingley will bait a quarterback. He can make up ground that a quarterback doesn't expect. But if on a double move, both his hands hit the ground to keep himself from falling down, I'm going to say he wasn't baiting the quarterback. That would be extreme if Derek Stingley is so confident in himself that he'll pretend to fall down to bait a quarterback into throwing the football. We can just say, on that play, the pass rush protected their all-pro cornerback. because there are going to be times where they don't get there and Derek Stingley's going to make the play. We don't just have to make that one where Derek Stingley would have made the play. He got beat. Probably didn't expect a double move with Andy Dalton out there. Didn't expect him to throw deep. Thought early in a game where your pass rush is fierce, they want to get the ball out quick, and he gambled and he got beat. But because Daniil Hunter and the rest of that defensive line is who they are, couldn't get the play off. As far as the offense is concerned, the first drive of 3 and out, CJ missed the throw that would have been an explosive to Nico Collins. And then they went on a long drive on their second drive, resulted in a touchdown on 4th and goal. Texans will go forward on 4th and goal in preseason. They did it last year, too, I believe, on their first – I think it was the first drive or maybe the second – it might have been the second game that CJ played because they had the Hall of Fame game. He didn't play in that one. Then they had a couple where he did play in. But, it's the time to go test things on 4th down. And they blitzed, free access route by Nico Collins. He's open, touchdown, easy play. I did see someone, and this falls in the category of people just say stuff. Like there was one of the Texans accounts who they're all about talking about the Texans, said the Texans 14 plays, 68 yards, average yards per play 4.8, touchdown, good efficient offense. It's only 2 drives. It's a preseason, so it doesn't matter. But I'll tell you, it falls in the category of just saying stuff because 4.8 yards per play over the course of a season, you're the New England Patriots from last year. You're a crappy offense. So the touchdown, cool, but you ain't got to add all the extra spice on it. It's just a touch. It's just a touchdown drive in the regular season. Your quarterback stayed upright, didn't get hit, threw a touchdown on 4th down. That's all there is. We ain't got to talk about
4.8 every play keeps the chains moving.
Understood, but you want to be the New England Patriots from last year?
We're controlling the clock. We're Navy. We're Army.
Because the problem is, as you well know, 4.8 yards per play also includes a sack here.
Yeah.
Yes. A TFL here that kills a drive off, and you get one of the 28th ranked offense as far as that category is concerned. If we go by last year, so. It just struck me as, man, you just out here saying stuff.
Yeah, you just throw a stat that looks
good, efficient offense.
Yeah,
they scored. Good. They scored on one drive and they didn't score on the other. That's all you got to say. CJ had an open receiver. Nico Collins was open on 3rd down, I think, and he missed him. That's fine. It came back and led a touchdown drive. You don't got to sprinkle all the extra stuff on it. It's fine. The Texans are going to be fine.
Hey, got to get those retweets in the preseason.
I'm sure that's part of the plan. But what do you take from it? No one got hurt. Your offensive line looks competent so far.
Bryce Young sucks. Yeah.
That's your thoughts. Bryce Young, people like what he did at the end of the last year. We'll see if that continues. The Panthers aren't very good. But we expected that.
Yeah.
They've added, and that is me saying that kind of in a joking way, because who knows what the Panthers will be based off a couple drives in a preseason game. No one knows anything.
Well, what was their yards per play?
Worse. The first team offense worse. I'll tell you that.
Young, yeah.
Yeah. They got a first down due to penalty, and I think that was it. Will Anderson held an eligible receiver.
Yeah.
That was the only first down they got, I believe.
I jokingly took his passing yards less after joint practice reports.
And guess who was right?
Joint practice reports.
Yeah. I mean, he
didn't even come close.
If he could have been on target at 10 or Sanders caught that ball, maybe you're a little nervous, but didn't even come close.
No. JT Sanders, keep looking out for me.
Texas guy. What else came from the game? We had I don't know if you want to call it controversy, but it became a topic. CJ Stroud wearing a Seattle Mariners hat, and people defending him, saying he just works in the city. He didn't have to like the Astros, and I agree. He does not have to like the Astros. But also, we know better. Anytime he says he roots for the Astros, you don't really root for the Astros because no person who's a fan of the Astros wears a Mariners hat.
Yeah.
And I'm not holding him to account. I'm just saying, logically, there's no way he's an Astros fan because there's no way he's putting on that hat if he's an Astros fan. That's just how it goes.
It's like really like there's like 3 hats you just can't wear.
Yeah, you don't put the hat on.
Maybe 4.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Like 4 that like Yankees. I mean, honestly, Dodgers. He could have just been like, dude, I'm from LA.
People wouldn't have liked it, but it makes some sense. He's a Southern California kid.
Yeah, it's Jalen Hurts wearing an Astros cap. Like it's just like We don't have to like it, but we at least get it.
Yeah.
The Mariners one is just so weird.
He said it was for style, and that led to
don't get it.
Was it Jonathan Alexander who Chronicle? He works for Chronicle. I think he did a video about like two Americas. Like some culture, one culture will put on a hat for style, another culture is just going to wear the hat of their favorite team. I don't know how stylish the Mariner hat is. I guess it went with the fit he had on yesterday. And once again, this show of all shows isn't going to care. No. But the point is, you ain't got to say you're a National fan. We know better.
Yeah. Just how he handled it it's for swag.
Yeah, say it's for swag.
I'm wearing a U of H hat right now.
As a lover of Texas football.
Yeah, it's just swag, dude.
Yeah,
People don't understand.
I don't like you saying it's just swag and then following it up with dude. I don't know if those go together. Yeah, that's fine.
Bro?
Bruh.
Just swag.
So people were upset. How could he do it? The man resides here because of work. If you think about it in that way, maybe you will be less bothered.
Yeah. We need Kevin Durant coming in to a game wearing like a Jags hat.
But hey, I really love
swag. Dude.
It's the old school logo. It's the old school Jags hat. I really love.
Who doesn't love the horseshoe?
Yeah. Oh well. Oof. While you get the phone, I will say not when I lived here, but when I lived in LA, I wasn't a Colts fan, but I owned a Colts hat. It was a black hat with the blue logo. That was fun, or at least I liked the hat, so that's why I wore it. So while the defense of you will wear a hat because of style, I understand it. I will do that. When I was a kid, I wore hats of teams I didn't root for, but they weren't direct enemies of my team. Like I never wore a Bills hat or a Patriots hat. And I wore a Colts hat, even at the time where the Colts were kind of in the division of my favorite team, but they weren't really the enemy. So CJ, not a Nashville fan, no matter what he says. He may not root for them to lose, but like if the Astros lose in the divisional round or the wild card round, he's not gonna care.
Yeah, the AOS standings doesn't care. Whatever. Doesn't care at all.
I mean, maybe you want someone on his team to go, hey, not that hat, but he wore it, and as long as he throws the football accurately and scores touchdowns and moves the ball at a better clip than 4.8 yards per play, we're going to be fine with CJ. I bet we don't see that Mariners hat again, though. It ain't worth the questions, I would say. Throw on a it would have been probably less offensive if he put on an Orioles hat, even though the Astros were getting their ass kicked this weekend, than it was to wear that Mariners hat for the fit. But he was on the field, probably the last we'll see of him until week 1, and he looked kind of just like he did last year. I mean, the Jaden Higgins throw, nice route by Jaden Higgins. Throw wasn't that accurate, but Jaden Higgins made the play on it. I mentioned the Nico Collins miss on the first drive, but the touchdown was nice. Got that ball out on time, recognized the blitz, hit an open receiver for an easy touchdown. So that'll be the end of the Texans' first team, probably on both sides, until we see the Rams in week 1. All right, we'll go to break with that. Apollo, you hold on. You want to talk about CJ's hat? You're welcome to. Anyone else want to talk about anything? 713-780-3776 is the number. Sean and I will go to noon. We'll go till noon. If you want to join us, call that number. We'll keep it going. But first, Sean's going to talk to you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And you have college football starting this weekend in Ireland. Kansas State versus Iowa State. And Prize Picks getting the season started, trying to help you make a little bit of money. They've discounted Avery Johnson, quarterback for Kansas State's passing yardage total to 0.5 yards. If you think he'll throw for a yard in Ireland against Iowa State, you can go in on Prize Picks and make that money. Right. Add him to your lineup and make that money. I mean, they even have Dak Prescott against the Eagles going for 1 yard. If you think he can throw for 1 yard against the Eagles on Thursday night, not this Thursday, a couple Thursdays from now, then you can make some money. And, hey, I like what I saw of the Texans offense. I think that Nico Collins can still play football. I saw that catch. Maybe he reels in a touchdown. Boom, right there. You can 3.5 times your money if Nico Collins catches a touchdown and if Dak Prescott throws for 1 yard against the Eagles on the season opener. Boom, right there. make some money on PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on PrizePicks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks, run your game.
All right, we'll start hour 2 with a couple calls. If you want to join Apollo and Anton, we're what are we, 1 Ono away from having that guy's full name on hold?
Oh yeah, we got Apollo,
Anton. I don't know any Onos, but
call in. Talk about CJ's hat.
If you want to call in just for the vibes, you can. But let's get to Apollo first. He wants to talk about CJ's hat. What's up, Apollo?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, first time caller, long time listener. But I have a little bit of insight into the whole CJ wearing the Seattle Mariners hat. I have some family that's kind of near where are you guys familiar with Nipsey Hussle?
Yes.
Okay, so it was his birthday on the 15th, and from where he's from in the Slauson area of L.A., where my family kind of is from, the kind of gang affiliation that he was with there, they are Crips, and obviously they wear blue, but they wear the Seattle Mariners hat because of the S on it and the navy blue coloring. And so it was, I'm not saying, CJ's part of any of that or whatever, but he was wearing it around his birthday as an homage to Nipsey Hussle. That's why he was wearing the hat and didn't kind of want to get into all the details as to why. He was just kind of saying it was a style thing, but that's why he was wearing it. It was a homage to Nipsey Hussle.
I appreciate it, Apollo. And to your point, I would get why C.J. Stroud would not want to explain why all of that is work going into his hat.
So it's blue for the Crips.
Yeah,
you understand? I understand why he can't be at a podium.
Yeah,
and say
it's not going to go well. He would just open himself up for more questions. Yeah. So I appreciate that, Apollo. As I said before, it's 2 Americas. I don't know how many people. That's why you even try to look. This show probably of any of the shows knows who Nipsey Hussle is. We just would. But I appreciate that. Assuming we might not. Because it's sports talk radio. Yeah. I get that assumption.
The other 3 shows you would have gotten.
You don't think Paul would know who Nipsey Hussle is?
I guarantee you he doesn't know who Nipsey Hussle is.
That's tough for Paul. And
Paul's music.
I think
Lance
would
ended
know.
in 2008.
Lance would know though. He may not listen to the music, but Lance would know.
Yeah, he would know. He would know of them.
Yeah, he would.
He wouldn't know that the marathon continues though. He wouldn't know.
He probably would know that. But and he would know.
Maybe get Mason on here. He would know.
He wouldn't know the explanation either. He certainly didn't this morning. He was more like, "Hey, what's he doing wearing the hat?" 2 Americas, Lance. Anton wants to talk about this too. What's up, Anton?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm just calling about the little hat situation, man. These Astro fans are so sensitive when it comes to you not wearing their gear. I go through the same thing at work. I've been in this city for 27 years, but I would never wear Astros, Texans, or Rockets paraphernalia. But they need to stop being so sensitive. Just because you live here don't mean that you have to support the team. And that man only works here. He's not from here. And the Astros fans just need to stop that, man. Stop being so sensitive because nobody want to put that on their body or their head. I'm done.
Appreciate it, Anton. He's got some personal experience. Particularly if you are a fan of another team, the thought of wearing a hat of the team you don't root for would bother some people. And it's exacerbated if they're a rival of yours. So I get why. I don't know your exact reasoning, but wouldn't surprise me that you didn't want to wear a hat.
It is.
Or a jersey.
It is sort of like the Jalen Hurts thing. The Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia wearing an Astros cap, and then when they played in the World Series, when the Phillies and the Astros played in the World Series, he kind of had to kind of hope both teams win. He had to tread lightly around it, and he's definitely stopped wearing the hat for the series.
Yeah. And
because it is like something where I don't like. Yes, Anton, like Astros fans are sensitive. They're so sensitive. At the same time, I think basically any other city would have the same reaction, or at least every other city that cares about baseball would have the same reaction of like.
Yeah, I don't think it's a unique reaction.
Yeah. If Saquon Barkley came in wearing like a Mets hat, they wouldn't be like, hey, he's from there. And I think the CJ Stroud thing that Apollo was getting at, where it's like, if he wore a Dodgers hat, it would be easier for most people to understand, just because it's like, yeah, he's from LA, whatever. But it's like, he's not from Seattle. Why is he wearing a Mariners hat? And you have to like do the like LA hat politics of what neighborhoods wear what hats and why.
Yeah.
And that's where I mean, you just lose white people. Like, you just lose them right there. You lose, honestly,
a lot of people.
You probably lose most people that just aren't from LA.
Yeah.
And then you especially lose.
If you haven't seen one
people.
of those videos where some guy breaks down
I
all
have
the
seen
reasons,
it.
yeah.
I think it's hilarious every time because it's like,
where an individual will break down what all these hats mean and why you can't wear them, and if you are this person, you can't wear that hat here. I've seen those videos.
Like I can't wear an Astros hat in the wrong neighborhood because they think I'm a Hoover Crip.
Yeah,
that's just
even if
that's
you're just in town to watch the Astros play the Dodgers,
or just in town. I need something to, put on my head. Just I have to pick a different hat.
And
People think I'm, banging.
Sean
I don't know.
Apes, Hoover Crip, or
He's
He's not. By the way, he's not. I'm just saying.
I know how serious people have taken that.
If you wear a hat, it could signify what you are not.
Although I am wearing blue right now.
You're wearing light blue and honoring the Cougars. I don't know if
It's
that hat.
swag. I'm not honoring the Cougars.
Okay, sure. I don't know what that hat would mean in Montrose, but in the Galleria area, in the Galleria area,
from my neighborhood in the lower heights, let me tell you.
Yeah, what does that hat mean? Are you signifying something? Are you honoring someone?
H Heights. Hello.
Okay. Yes, Anton Apollo, we appreciate it, and CJ simply just can't go into what the hat means because it just opens up a different conversation that he doesn't want to be involved in, even though people who know will know what that hat's about. So there it is. That's the controversy should be over, but
no, never.
It probably won't be because your starting quarterback was seen wearing a Mariners hat.
Yeah.
God forbid.
I mean, we have confirmation from locker room videos that Nico Collins was wearing a backwards
White Sox hat.
A
white White Sox hat with the black logo. The White Sox hat probably more acceptable because the White Sox hat, generally the black one with the white logo, has been a hat that's been worn for fashion for a long time. The Mariners hat had not reached that level. That's why we need the explanation. CJ will be fine. Just throw touchdown passes.
Yeah. I think most of this is just like, hey, play good. I mean, he kind of did on Saturday, and if it wasn't a preseason game, like we probably wouldn't be talking about it.
No.
But there's only so much that we can talk about.
If the Astros were
6
better,
for 8 for 44 yards.
If the Astros were better, we might not be talking about it. If they had a 7-game lead, and the Mariners weren't a threat.
Yeah. Could have even worn an A's hat. Could have even worn an Angels hat.
Well, those would have been allowed. The
Angels would have been allowed because it's red too. All the blood Texans fans would have been all right with that.
I don't know how much we want to play with this. You specifically.
Why?
Just watch it. I don't know. Just be careful. That's all. You don't know who you're offending.
No one, I hope.
That's why I said you don't know who. You don't know who what you're saying is offensive to. But CJ himself spoke about that, but we're not going to play that sound. We're going to play what he thinks about what may be his starting left tackle, at least right now with Cam Robinson being hurt. Here is CJ on Arante Ursary, or as he calls him, Tay.
Hey, I think Tay has one of the best mindsets I've seen from a rookie, in my couple years in the league. He texted me the night he got drafted, and I texted him. I was like, hey, bro, excited to have you on the team. And he was like, I'm going to die on the O-line for you, bro. I'm going to die out there. I was like, all right, bro, appreciate that, man. I respect that, bro. I appreciate you saying that. So that's just his mindset. He wants to, be great. He asks the questions, going against Will and Daniil every day makes him really good. And I think, when he faces other guys, he's like, man, it's kind of easy, but he still keeps up that same tenacity and that same work ethic. So very mature guy, loves football, loves his teammates, and I think he's going to be great in this league.
He had a good day Saturday. He and the rest of that offensive line did their job. Nick Chubb looks better in pads, looks better playing actual football instead of practice. Whether the explosiveness we've seen from him in the past comes back, that's in question. But if he's just going to be a 4 yards per carry plotter, that might be fine. That might be fine for this team. as well. We await any word on when Joe Mixon will come back. And it led me to think about what the identity of this offense will be. Like the jokes, because I was responding to the Texan fan account talking about 4.8 yards per carry. But considering the talk about how quickly they want to get the ball out, D'Amico wants the power running game. Will this team be some team we expect to be explosive? Is this a team that's going to be a 10 to 12 play type offense per drive when they score touchdowns? We know Nico Collins has said that this team he's not interested in that. He wants to be an explosive team. He would love if it was one play and a touchdown, as we all would. But I don't know, as they try to work this offensive line into a unit that can actually be average. I think league average is the goal. I just think the lack of talent is going to keep them from being a very good one. But league average probably should be the goal. Is it a unit that will be protected a little bit more to not put them in spots where CJ is going to be holding the football? Maybe it limits some of their ability to take shots down the field. They almost had one, but it was like on a quick drop. CJ was in the shotgun, and he missed the ball to Nico Collins. So they went down the field, scored in the second drive. But the Nick Chubb of it all, some of the inexperience for your third or fourth wide receivers, unless Hutchinson's gonna play more than Noel does. I am looking at that for the first couple weeks of the year. Will the explosives be down, and will they be more leaning into their defense? Their defense is one of the best in football, has a chance to be the best in football. Do you play to that? Is that the style you play offense? Is that the style of offense you play, where we're limiting mistakes? Sometimes a punt is fine because you've got a defense that is going to get you stops and get you the ball back in advantageous situations, particularly until this offense comes together. For as much as we like CJ and Nico, the rest of this offense, while not all of them are brand new, you got a lot of new faces. And that goes beyond your O-line coach and OC. How long will it take for this team to grow into an offense that can be an offense that's putting up 28 to 30 points a game when it's needed? You're probably not going to need it very much with this defense. So it is the right defense for an offensive unit trying to find its way. All right, we'll go to break with that. Tammy wants to call in. Keith wants to call in too. Keith, something that probably hit you in your special places. We have a veteran free agent cornerback signing off the street, a big name, and he's in the division. We'll talk about that, but we'll get to Tammy first, and then Keith after that when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Simply put, it's a place you go to when you want great service from people who've been doing it for a long time, know what the customer's looking for, and will listen to what the customer wants. So if you are a person trying to get a car for a new driver and you don't want to get them something new, you want to get them something pre-owned but still dependable and drives great, Monument Chevrolet is a place you go to. They have that 6 month, 6,000-mile limited warranty, and with that warranty, you get a great car and the service to match, whether it be the salesperson that you talk to who isn't going to put any pressure on you to get a car, who will go at your own pace, or someone in the service department. For whatever reason that car has an issue, their service department is great as well. They'll take care of you. It doesn't matter what you're looking for. They're kind of like a one-stop shop for a person looking for a car. And if you're looking for something for yourself because you are someone who is done with your old car, maybe we would say a lot of red flags for that car. The brakes are bad. The transmission sucks. Red flags all around. You might even say this car and you have a toxic relationship. Go to Monument Chevrolet. All green flags, great cars, new, pre-owned. No matter what you want is there for you. If you want one of those new cars, whether it's a Blazer or a Trax or a Silverado, it's all there for you. Check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. See the price you want, and then get that price on site in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, remember this: Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to these calls. You can follow them, 713-780-3776. Tammy just hung up. That happens quite a bit with, I don't know why that is, but recently, when Eric calls, there will be at some point a call from a woman who I assume has been put up to it by Eric. And sometimes they bail right before they're supposed to come on. That's happened a couple times.
Weirdly always want to talk about what Eric also talks about.
It's odd. Weird, even. I won't use the word that John uses for that term because it's a crowbar, and I don't want to do it. Odd, weird. Tammy, Cammy, whatever, Candy, whatever your name is going to be when you call back, you're welcome. But let's get to Keith here. He wants to talk some NFL. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Hey, Sean. Thanks for having me on. I won't be hanging up. I always call in. But, yeah, you got to tease it before the break. The Colts, looks like they're signing, a veteran, Xavier Howard, former Dolphin, your team, Dell. He's been out of the league a couple of years. But my question is, they opted for Howard over Stephon Gilmore, who was on the Vikings last year, and I still think has another year left in the tank. Do you think Gilmore is going to get signed, or do you think the Ravens, who lost 2 6-round picks to season-ending knee injuries last week, should make a move on Gilmore, or does Gilmore have a home? What are you thinking?
Well, now's the time for all these guys to come in. Xavier Howard, you were right, Keith. He was out of football last year, but just the 1 year. He had a poor final year with the Dolphins. There's some off-the-field things, lawsuits involving women that he's had to deal with over the last couple years. So he's out of football last year. The Colts signed him, but this is the time where these veterans who don't want to deal with training camp, who still have some value, come in. Like Matthew Judon is visiting the Dolphins today, and there was a report that that's expected to get done, a deal. We'll see. He's a veteran, 33 years old. Just about that time where you're heading into that final preseason game. They know they wouldn't play in that one anyway. Find a team who's looking for help, and Xavier Howard fits the mold. What does he have left? Mostly because they are in the Texans division, and on its face, you hear the name. That's been a good player for quite a while. But 32 years old now, turned 32 in July, been out of football for a year. What does he have left in the tank? You mentioned Stephon Gilmore. He has been at least active over the course of certainly last season. So I'm trying to think. He is a guy who, as you mentioned, was with the Vikings. I'm sure he's got enough to be a third corner. Certainly someone you play on the outside, but he's 34 years old. Anyone depending on Stephon Gilmore at this time to be a big part of their team, you're desperate clearly, but also you're probably putting your faith in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I think the 4-year difference, or however, three and some change.
Well, Gilmore will be 35 in early September, or mid-September. So yeah, about 3 years.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. It's just like the track record for 35-year-old corners is not good. Honestly, the track record for like 30-plus-year-old corners.
Yeah, they say you're
terrible.
They say you're on the wrong side of 30 when you're 29 and a half.
Yes, yeah, like it's it's rare. It really is just like the all-time greats that are still good after they turn 30. So yeah, you said it. Like if you're actually depending on like he mentioned the Ravens 6th-round rookies getting hurt. Just like if you're depending on a 6th-round rookie, if you're depending on a 35-year-old Stephon Gilmore, like things aren't going well. Things aren't going well. He probably will get a job eventually. Just there's enough injuries in the league that people need to sign guys off the street. So
yeah, the Ravens' top 2 guys right now are Nate Wiggins and Marlon Humphrey. So if Gilmore feels like a future Raven, like they always sign a guy like this.
It feels like the Ravens always have like the by December they're playing like a 5th string corner. Like they always have a guy out there wearing like number 38 that you're like, ugh. I guess they'll just have to try to make this work.
And I could see him joining a team in December. It doesn't have to be this early. Some team who has title aspirations thinks he's got some juice left after bringing him in for a workout.
Is Steven Nelson still a free agent? Maybe
Steven
Nelson can get.
I thought he was going into podcasting. I thought he was done playing football. But
you can do both. Michael Parsons does both. He's the 38th best player in the NFL.
Speaking of that, we got to play this when we come back. Like the Denver Broncos broadcast team for their preseason got fooled by a fake Micah Parsons quote.
Like an obviously fake one?
Yes, and I guess it talked about how Denver would be one of the places he'd want to play, and they went with it. And, of course, the perpetrator of the quote was like, they actually did it, much like earlier this offseason where the Cowboys had a play from like years ago where Brandon Cooks made a play, and they thought it was George Pickens.
Yeah, and it got on first take.
Yeah, so this continues to happen at you would say the heights of sports media to the local broadcast can't discern that wasn't something Michael Parsons ever said. So we'll get to that at some point. Look, we all get fooled. Something comes across your screen, but you think there'd be layers to figure out. Hey, are we sure about this?
Yeah,
like a couple of people have their eyes on it, and it goes up the chain. Hey, we sure that this happened?
That's generally how it goes on shows I've worked on, where among the three people,
someone questions or at least asks a couple questions.
So once you get a group, like I can see how it slips by one person. I can see how it slips by two people, where it's like, hey, if like I put something in the doc and we bring it up and we start talking about it, like you might also just go along with it just to.
Yeah, I've been on the air for 4.5 hours.
Yeah,
I might just go along with it.
Yeah, but if there's a third person, like chances are it's one person catches like, oh wait, this is from Scam Sharania, not Sham Sharania, or this from Adarn Schefter. It is hard to think that it made it past all the layers it needs to get through, even to get on a preseason NFL broadcast. Like, there's a lot of producers. There's a lot of there's at least two people in the booth. There's probably a third or fourth. There's a lot of people that have to like.
Someone go, huh? This seems weird.
Why are we the only people talking about?
How do we get it? And no one
Michael
else is
Parsons
talking about it.
Talking for a paragraph about how much he wants to play for a different team. Like, that would actually be the biggest news story in sports this weekend.
And yet we're the only ones who are talking about it.
Why is no one talking about that?
Ridiculous. So we'll play that when we come back. It wound up on the Denver Broncos preseason broadcast. It's ridiculous that no one figured out, maybe there's a problem here. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We're here till noon. Paul Gallant follows us, and then the Killer Bees are after that. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So the Broncos, in the middle of their preseason, nondescript. They're just going out there, getting reps in. But a fake quote emerged on their broadcast. So they don't read the full quote, so I'm going to read it here, and you can hear them start to allude to it and talk about it. This was alleged to have been on the Micah Parsons podcast, The Edge with Micah Parsons. My dream destination? Denver. I would love to play for the Broncos. They already got the best defense in the league, and they have a real chance at a Super Bowl. That has been proven to be something he never said. And as Sean pointed out, if he had have said it, it would be everywhere. It wouldn't have been only on the Denver Broncos local broadcast for their preseason game. Why no one thought that Adam Schefter wouldn't have tweeted that out, I don't know. But they didn't, so they talked about it. Here's a portion of it. A fake quote from a real player on a real broadcast.
A lot of fun to hang out with.
There's no doubt about that. He'd be fun to hang out with. And everybody gave Sean Payton some grief for saying he wants to win a Super Bowl. How about this? You got one of the best defensive ends saying Broncos have a real chance at the Super Bowl. So don't get mad at him, too. Wow. This is now something we've heard echoed, though, from Drake Greenlaw.
All right. I don't know the gentleman speaking there, probably an ex-player. You can just tell by the cadence and stuff.
Yeah, it's Romanowski.
Yeah, it's Bill Romanowski.
No, I don't know. Old Bronco.
Steve Atwater. But the woman was Cynthia Freeland, who I believe works normally NFL Network.
It was an NFL Network, or at least it was simulcast.
Yeah, maybe it was a full-on NFL Network broadcast. But either way, not true. Micah Parsons still waiting on his contract from Dallas. The Denver Broncos preseason team couldn't figure that out.
Yeah. I don't think they have do they have a chance at the Super Bowl? I guess they have a chance. The way
they made the playoffs.
The way
last
that the
year.
Texans also have a chance.
Wow.
Like, they have a chance.
It would be a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
For them to make the Super Bowl. But sure, you make the playoffs last year. You have a coach that people respect. You have a really good defense. Sure, you have a chance.
Like, there's the you mentioned a podcast last week where they just list or they power rank teams that can win the Super Bowl, and they go 10, 12 deep.
Yeah, the Broncos are one of the teams they debated about. The Texans were the final team to make the list.
You get to a point where it's it's weird that it's 12 teams can probably win a Super Bowl, and it's not completely ridiculous, and a lot of them will either not make the playoffs or lose in the divisional round.
So when we say, while I get what you're saying, we say 10 to 12, maybe 10 teams can win a Super Bowl. When is the 7th or 8th team won the Super Bowl out of the top 10? In your own head, you think back over the last several years. When is a team the Bengals making the Super Bowl was a surprise?
Yeah,
but
Bengals,
they didn't win
Rams,
it. Do we think the Rams were in the bottom half of that top 10 when they beat the Bengals in that Super Bowl?
I mean, maybe just because a lot of times it's the NFC. It's just because for the last 20 years, it's been 5 of the best 7 teams going into 5 of the best 6 teams.
Our AFC teams.
Just it's the Patriots won 6 and. It was never oh my God.
Yeah, never.
No, wait, the first one. The first one was surprising.
Yes. Were they
specifically how they did it? But even before the season, if you would have said that they won the Super Bowl, it's surprising.
But that's now 20 plus years ago.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, I mean, again, 18 years ago, the Giants.
So it's good for a podcast. It's good for a segment, but in reality, how often does some team who isn't a consensus top 5 team forget about win? Sometimes they don't even make the Super Bowl. It's Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, mostly the Chiefs, obviously, just strictly the Chiefs recently. And then whatever hodgepodge comes out of the NFC, which has been the Eagles the last 2 of the last 3 years. The Eagles have been considered a contender for those years.
The Eagles and the Niners, basically, for the last
not a
5
surprise
years.
from the NFC at all. We don't have surprises really from the NFC. In the AFC, it's certainly the Chiefs in the AFC title game, and then we'll see if they win it.
It would be like the Commanders making the AFC title game. Like that's the NFC title game.
And then going on to make the Super Bowl. That would have been a giant surprise. They were in no one's top 10 last year.
Exactly. That's like the level of surprises that we get, where it's like technically they had a 25% chance of winning the Super Bowl that week. Like they make the Final Four. Like the Texans in 23, who when they traded their own pick at the draft for Will Anderson, you're like, oh my God, are they going to trade like a top 5 pick? And then they make the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they never really had a chance to actually win the thing. But it's like that level of surprise is like something you basically only get in the NFL, where it's like team that was supposed to be like bad wins their division.
That's kind of the extent of it. You get a surprise in hell. The
Yeah.
Commanders
Or
didn't even
go on a run.
They didn't even win it.
Yeah.
They were good, but they didn't win their division.
Yeah.
Because they had the future Super Bowl champion in their division. So Broncos, they're right in line with the Texans. Whatever fake Micah Parsons quote is out there or not, they're one of those teams who, along with the Texans, things go right. They get the right draw.
Yeah.
Maybe you see yourself in the AFC title game. The Texans have the benefit of likely winning the division and then having a home game. The Broncos probably not going to have a home game.
Yeah, probably not.
As much as we want to say it's the end of the Chiefs and so on and so forth, they're the Patriots to me. Now, they haven't won as many. They've won their 3.
Yeah, they won. I mean, they got the first half of the Patriots dynasty done.
And did we ever? And while people eventually learned the lesson, didn't you feel pretty stupid saying the Patriots weren't going to win the division if you ever said that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time you felt stupid.
Yeah.
So
unless Tom Brady's going to blow out his knee because of Bernard Pollard, they're winning the division.
Yeah, and that was on the heels of them going undefeated in the regular season.
Losing the title.
Yeah,
in the Super Bowl.
I'm in the same place with the Chiefs of just like, listen, I can sit there and look at the AFC West and go like, hey, the Broncos, they look great on paper. The Chargers, year 2 of Harbaugh, they also look pretty good on paper. Raiders got better. They're not winning the division, but they got better.
Sure.
At the same time, it's the Chiefs, dude. Like it's just gonna be.
They still have Chris Jones.
Yeah. All the one score game kind of luck they got to go 15-2. It's like
maybe they don't get 15-2. Maybe it's 13-4.
They can get better, have worse luck, and still win 13 games.
Yeah.
Like it's possible they just get better from last year.
I mean, we'll see how long Rashee Rice is out or when that suspension will come. A lot of people are upset. More Chief conspiracy stuff because they will wait.
He'll play like the 3 hardest games of their season.
Yeah, they will wait before his suspension comes down, and then you look to who was the receiver who did get. Oh, it was Addison who got his, but there were 2 different setups, and people were trying to explain to people who were furious for whatever reason about there are 2 different setups and 2 different processes, and that's why Addison got his, and that's why Rice has to wait for his, whatever. Either way, whether it be Rashee Rice available or not, Hollywood Brown, Mahomes is there, Reed is there, Chris Jones is there, McDuffie is there.
They'll figure it out.
Show me Broncos and Chargers before I actually believe any of that stuff. We talked about the Eagles in a passing way. Well, the Texans made a trade again. They always trade with the Eagles. It's their bros. When they want to make a trade, they generally trade with the Eagles.
I don't like that too.
That they have a trading partner
with the team that's like the most well-run team of the last 5 years.
Well, they did trade Kenyon Green away for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and Kenyon Green's hurt, not going to play the rest of the preseason. So maybe that's a win there.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's just we talk about the Spurs, how they only make trades with bad teams, and like not just bad teams, like idiotic teams. Yeah. the Texans are doing the opposite. They're playing on hard
trading
mode.
with the great teams.
Yeah, let's try to get one over on Howie Roseman. You know how he's always screwing up.
He's always messing stuff up, right? And they add a receiver in John Mechie. The Texans add a tight end. They add Harrison Bryant. They needed him thanks to the injury to Brevin Jordan Jr.
Body. Yeah.
Excuse me, just Brevin Jordan, not Brevin Jordan Jr.
And the Eagles made a trade last offseason, and an in-division trade for a wide receiver. They traded for Jahan Dotson from the Commanders last season, and that was a classic, like, oh my God, what are the Commanders doing? Trading a relatively young, talented receiver to the Eagles in the same division. Like, why would you do that? And Dotson, like, wasn't that good. Like, he was all right. Wasn't that impactful for the Eagles, but they still win the Super Bowl. There's a chance that's the thing with Mechie. It's like, what did the Eagles see in him that the Texans don't? It's like, it could be that, hey, they're just taking a shot, but overall, the rest of the team is so good, they're probably going to win their division again just by the strength of all the other moves that they made.
Mm-hmm.
Off the strength of drafting Jalen Hurts and trading for A.J. Brown and drafting Jalen Carter. It's like, yeah, I think that actually is more impactful than trading a backup tight end for John Mechie.
Well, when we come back, we're going to hear from the guy who most benefits from the John Mechie trade. And then I'll talk about a very funny tweet because the man couldn't even wait until John Mechie's locker was cold before he announced what his new number would be. We'll hear from a recently acquired safety from months ago, and then I'll tell you what he said, or at least what he put out there before we wrap it up. Paul Gallant at noon. The Killer Bees after him. We got one more segment. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So besides the game and CJ's hat, the other news regarding the Texans, they made a trade. John Mechie, former Alabama receiver, who we know when he was initially drafted, we found out he was dealing with cancer, and he's overcome that. You want to give credit to John Mechie for that, for still continuing to be an NFL player while dealing with all that. But his time with the Texans is over. They drafted 2 wide receivers. That could have been a clue, and they like Hutchinson. They brought in Christian Kirk. Does Justin Watson or Braxton Berrios make the roster because of special teams? So it was always kind of a mountain to climb for Mechie to make this roster. So now he's a Philadelphia Eagle. He is going to where Chauncey Gardner-Johnson came from. And let's go back to days after Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was traded to the Texans. He had his press conference, and he was introducing himself to everyone and explained what you call him. And he also had some thoughts on a certain number 8 that Mechie at one point had.
First of all, people don't call me CJ. Nah, I don't allow that. It's either CD or 8, which Metch, you got to get that up. I'm sorry, Metch. I'm sorry. I love you to death, bro, but God.
So we never saw, I'm sure it's on the roster someplace what his number would have been. Certainly he was in practice. Was it 23? I don't remember even what his number would have been. Because I think he might have worn 23 in college. I don't remember. Maybe 22 is what his number was. But either way, we know he had a number. But now he gets his number. And not even, I'm trying to look at the time frame. It was at 2:15 yesterday. He just tweets out an 8-ball. Because that's where that number is going. It's going to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So John Mechie probably hadn't even been on a plane, didn't even get on his plane to go to Philly, and he could not wait to let everyone know. CD couldn't wait. 8. Get this 20-something number off of me.
It was 23 is at least what the ESPN box score
I thought
has
it was
on
23.
or depth chart has on it.
23 gone, 8 for CD.
All he had to do was wait.
Didn't have to go through that, hey, Metch, how much is it going to take? None of that. In fact, maybe he had tried it, and Mechie said no. I don't know. Or
it probably wasn't negotiated.
Or in the break, you said he knew. He saw that draft. He was just waiting.
Wait, they drafted 2 Iowa State guys and signed 2 white guys?
They already have
that can play special teams?
They already have Christian Kirk. Come on. That's already 4 guys on the opening day roster.
Yeah, they added 5 this offseason.
Yeah.
Kirk, the 2 Iowa Staters,
Barrios
Watson
and Watson.
And Barrios.
And they like Hutchinson anyway.
Like Hutchinson, Nico, obviously.
Yeah,
but,
he was always destined to, at minimum, be on the practice squad. But on the practice squad, you can keep your number.
Oh, you can?
Yeah,
I didn't know you did.
Yeah, you keep your number in the practice squad. He will still have to negotiate it, but he was at minimum not going to be on the week 1 roster. But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson,
yoink,
got his way. He gets to wear number 8 for the Texans.
Just got to sit back and wait. Let camp play itself out.
Sometimes you just got to wait.
Now avoid devastating knee injury,
which he appears to have done.
Got
very close.
Got hairy there for a second.
It was close.
It was a tough 30 minutes.
Yeah,
where everyone did cap slot not.
I would say yes, as they were being petty because of someone they don't like who got it wrong. The question for me is, if he did not avoid that injury, would he have gone 8-ball, even though it's a number we would never see him wear?
You know what?
Like if he,
given everything I know about CD,
yeah,
I think he would have.
See, my issue with that in this hypothetical is, unless they made the Super Bowl, he would never put on the 8 jersey. Like the injury would have kept him off the sideline, so he wasn't going to wear the jersey during preseason. You don't wear the jersey during the regular season. The only time you will wear it is if they make a Super Bowl and it's media day. He would put on the 8 for the team picture and talking to people about his recovery and how he's so proud of the team. He would have never worn it, so there'd be no reason to ask for the number.
Just got to claim it just in case they bring you back.
Considering his recent history, this is a 1-year deal. He's not coming back. But he avoids the big injury. We're still waiting on a timetable for his return. But at some point, he'll get to wear the number 8 here, thanks to the trade. Harrison Bryant in, Mechie out. The Texans have...
If I'm Harrison Bryant, I'm asking for 8.
Just to be funny.
Yeah, just see if I can get a lick in.
Yeah, just to see Harrison Bryant goes, I'll wear 9. You can't... Brevin still... come on.
That's tough. Dude.
No, you can't take a guy's number just because he's hurt. I don't know all the rules, but I believe that is... They're not going to give up the number just because he's hurt. He would have to ask if Brevin Jordan would say no. I'm sure Harrison Bryant's fine with the number in the 80s. He feels like one of those type of tight ends.
He definitely feels like an 89.
Yeah. They got all of them now. No cool numbers for the tight end group right now. Stover, Schultz, Bryant, they're all 80s guys.
Good.
Yeah. Traditional.
Yeah. You got to put some years in the league before you can. That's my take on the jersey numbers.
You think it's like college football freshmen shouldn't get them? They should have to, do well.
You have to be off your rookie deal to wear a single digit number. Or
what about
an LSU receiver.
What about in the teens?
Same thing. I mean, like to wear the pre whatever, 5 years ago when they changed this rule.
Sure.
You have to do, 2015 number assignments.
Put on the 82.
Yeah.
Like Noel did.
I was going to say, Noel, 4th round receiver. You shouldn't be wearing a single digit number. You have to wear a number in the 80s or teens, because that was still kosher back then. But yeah.
But rare.
Yes.
It was rare for a receiver to wear in the teens.
Yeah. Yeah. It was more rare. Now it's like
it's a thing
standard.
to do.
I think there's one guy who wears a number in the 80s who's a good receiver.
CeeDee Lamb does.
CeeDee Lamb. Yeah. Everyone else is single digits.
Name a great receiver who wears a regular number.
Yeah, I mean it's like Puka Nacua wears 17.
17, yeah. Cooper Kupp 10.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen anymore. You can't be good unless you're CeeDee Lamb without. And CeeDee, it's funny. CeeDee wore like 2 in college, but he's honoring the past Cowboy greats.
Yeah, and I think he got drafted in 2020, so he probably could have worn.
Yeah, but that's the legacy number for Cowboys receivers.
Yeah, I think when Michael Irvin and Pearson are like, you know what, we'll let you wear 88. Like when you get drafted, you're like, well, I guess I'm wearing 88 now. I wasn't planning on it, but
you out here mentioning Drew Pearson. What about Des Bryant? Drew Pearson.
He's a Hall of Famer.
I know. I'm kidding.
And Des Bryant, he's 3rd. And actually, now he's 4th.
Yeah.
After CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, let's be clear. And I don't know the entirety of Cowboys wide receiver
I
history, but he might not be 4th. I just don't know.
Did Miles Austin wear that?
No, he did not wear that. He was one of the teens guys back before it was cool.
Okay.
I think because he probably got in training camp because he wasn't supposed to make the roster, and then he kept wearing it. All right, we're done for the day. CJ hat controversy solved.
Both CJ controversies solved.
CJ jersey number solved.
Jersey number solved. Hat solved.
We're
the only radio show in Houston that is equipped to give you the insight on why CJ was wearing that Mariners hat.
Yeah,
this show.
I will say too, was it Apollo? I appreciate the explanation. You ain't got to explain who Nipsey Hussle is to us.
I think it's a fair question.
He said he was a long-time listener. He should know about this show.
Yeah. Maybe we should have explained it though for the others.
Well, I will tell. I know who Nipsey Hussle is. I did not know that was the reason until you told me earlier before the show started about. People were discussing that because for some reason I decided not to dig deep into why CJ Stroud was wearing a Mariners hat. I was like, whatever.
Not doing your job. Not doing your job.
That's why I got Apollo, Anton. We didn't get an Ono, but we did get those 2 guys.
We got Keith. That's close enough.
I'll ask him what he wants to go by next time. See if he wants to go by Ono. All right, we're done. Thanks everyone for calling in. The phones are back for people who were listening to John and Lance and couldn't get in. You can for the rest of the day, hopefully, when What Have You Learned this weekend makes an appearance on tomorrow's show. The phones will be still working. We can only hope. All right, since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Shred up, Stroud!
I think it's inappropriate. He missed Nico on that deep ball. But still, beyond that, a good day for CJ Stroud. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Monday, August 18th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to get in? You know how to do it. Voice guy told you. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitch at ESPN 975. And you can listen to us on the app, Apple, Android, and 97.9 HD2. Whoa! So many ways to listen to the show, so many ways to talk to the show. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Lots of things to dive into over the course of today's show. A Houston Texans preseason game. The do's and don'ts when it comes to wearing sports hats. And a big trade for one of the teams in town. But I want to start off by talking about something that nearly happened to me on my way up the stairs to the office. I nearly killed someone. Not kidding. When I'm walking from place to place, I go very fast. And sometimes I open doors like I'm Kramer from Seinfeld. So as I was walking up the 2 flights of stairs to start the show today, a door that you push out, I pushed it open the same way that I would hit a blocking sled back in my glory days playing high school football for the Shoregrass Preparatory School Chargers. And I almost took somebody out. I almost knocked somebody down the stairs. She even pointed it out while laughing. I don't think she was laughing all that much about it, though. I think she was a little bit mad. I almost murdered somebody earlier today. I guess there's no intent. Would it be manslaughter? But, you know, I'm working my adrenaline down after that moment happened. And you're probably thinking to yourself right now, Paul, my God, as far as your ADD tangents to open up a show, this is maybe one of the weirdest ones. Fine. You know who else almost got murdered this weekend? Your Houston Astros. That was a joke. All 3 of those games. A joke. And look, they still have a 1.5 game lead in the American League West because the Mariners also lost 2 of 3 over the weekend. But it's one thing to lose 2 or 3. It's another thing to get your ass kicked by a last place team. And that's what happened to the Astros. They got their asses kicked. Friday, they lose 7-0 to a last place team. And in said game, it was pretty close to a perfect game for some dude who I'd never heard of with a 6.5 ERA going into the game. Saturday took far too long to close out, 12 innings. And then yesterday, you lost 12-0, but it easily could have been 19-0 because you needed Jesus Sanchez to drop a grand slam and a 3-run homer. Over this homestand, the Astros went 3-3, and while they did take 2 or 3 against Boston, they were outscored by a total of 44-17. So what's going on? The bats, for the most part, are healthy. And we got some good news on Yordan Alvarez that we'll get to at 12:15. The arms, getting healthier. Some bad news on Josh Hader that we will also get to at 12:15. But there's no excuse for what happened over the course of the weekend. None. I've seen a couple of texts about this, and I saw a couple of comments about this as well. There's this idea that the Astros suck against bad teams, that they play really well against the top teams in the sport, and then when they're playing teams that aren't so good, they're not focused, they let it slip. That is a myth. I looked this up. Grok helped me out because it's difficult to find a team's record against sub-500 teams. But the Astros
as of today, are 40-20 against teams with a winnings percentage below 500. They are 7th best in baseball on that front, behind the Brewers, who are red hot and somehow have 5 more wins than anyone in baseball, the Blue Jays, who have the best record in the American League, Tigers, Phillies, Dodgers, Cubs. They are feasting on the baddies. And not like the baddies like, oh, look at that baddie at the bar. Oh, yeah, I'm going to stare at her and not do anything about it. No, we're not talking about that. We are talking about the bad teams. They're 40-20. It's a myth. It's a symptom of being too close to it. I saw far too many commercials for drugs this weekend. Ever seen those where like there's just B-roll of people going about their day-to-day and it talks about the side effects. Side effects may include spontaneous combustion, AIDS. Like there's all sorts of commercials like that. And I feel like a lot of Astros fans right now have a little bit close to it-itis where, our bullpen's the worst out there. Our manager sucks. Our GM sucks. And we're awful against the worst placed teams. Well, they're actually not bad. So what the hell happened this weekend? Again, is what I ask. That is an Orioles team that has very little to play for this year. It's over. They're a massive disappointment. They're probably all checked out. They want to get on vacation. And I know that they have now gone back-to-back series with a win. But, I mean, come on. You got kicked in the tuchus. And the foot is lodged where the sun don't shine. Yes. It got all the way up there. Come on. God tried to will it too. He tried. A man by the name of Jesus, which is spelled a lot like Jesus, robbed 2 home runs to help the Astros out yesterday. No runs? 12-0? What? Friday. I mean, that guy had a 6.47 ERA. Do something. And hell, I mean, on Saturday, you had an inning in the 11th where one of your relievers comes in and throws 2 pitches to get 3 outs. So what gives? This is a long-standing theory of the Paul Gallant Show, which, yes, might be home to the greatest baseball minds in all of Houston, but also is a baseball casual. How do those two add up? I don't know. It's a great question. But Astros fans should be able to leave the Astros in the car with air conditioning on and the keys in when they're going up against bad teams. And it's not that the Astros lost this series. It's that they got smoked in this series. Pull your heads out of your butt and get to work, because now you haven't really afforded yourself leeway against this Detroit Tigers team that took you out in last year's playoffs. And by the way, it's in Detroit. You should have won 2 or 3 this weekend, if not get an actual sweep. To get your asses kicked, I hope that is going to be a wake-up for this team. But, I mean, yesterday was completely unacceptable. It should have been 19-0. You already got your asses kicked once this week by the Red Sox. What are we doing? Come on. Wake up. I should not have to watch an Astros-Orioles series and stress that there's actually a possibility that they're going to get killed. I'll take a 2 out of 3 series loss. Losing like that, embarrassing, pathetic, to quote the great John McClane. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Gotta be better. Gotta wake up. And this is going to be a tough little 3-game test. I hope that yesterday did wake them up. You know how to get in. On the other side, some interesting news on the Astros injury front. Some bad news when it comes to Houston's best arm, but some good news when it comes to Yordan Alvarez. Let's talk about it on the other side, because I think we're all going to need to hold hands and discuss this, because I don't know what this update means. Classic Astros medical staff. An episode of Astros ER next. Some Texans preseason talk at 12:30. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the caller or text line 713-780-3776 to call. Text the HRP listener line. BVB09 asks this question: why is it every time we are losing by 3 or 4 runs, the bullpen comes in and just says F it and gives up like 10 runs, and then we end up seeing Chas McCormick? A great question, but I do once again think that we are projecting the bad things as if they happen a lot more than they actually do. They are 40-20 against all teams that are below 500 this year, which is the 7th best mark in baseball. And get this, they're like the 7th or 8th best team in baseball this year.
Yeah. Can we just say it's not like the bullpen? It's Sean Dubin since he's come back. Like that situation is just what's happened to Sean Dubin twice now. Is that he comes in, the Astros are down, but it's still manageable, and then he comes in and makes it unmanageable. He comes in and just starts giving up runs. So I think it's more of a why has Dubin done this the last 2 times than why do the Astros always do this?
Yeah, it's definitely that. Some people are wondering, hey, should Dubin have shaved?
Absolutely not. How can you say yes after how he's pitched since coming back?
Good point. I mean, his ERA is already at 5.48, and it was
like 2 when he was hurt.
Yeah, it's
now,
2 games have really destroyed it.
Now, personally, I never believed in the two ERA Sean Dubin era. I was always like, all right, give this guy a couple more innings. Let's see how it goes. I didn't think it would be this bad, folks. He was never this bad.
You know, he is legitimately the reason they've been blown out 3 times in the past week.
Oh, he's a huge. I mean, I don't want to let other guys off the hook because, you give up 12 runs to the Orioles on Sunday. It's like not all on Dubin, but he is a big part of it.
It's 11 earned runs in his last 3 appearances, and he's a reliever.
With you would think a quick hook.
Hey, I mean,
now it helps they're already losing, so it's a little bit less quick of a hook. But yeah, I mean, God, that's such a bad number.
That's really bad.
I didn't know it was that bad. Honestly, I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was
that's
that
the kind of number that certain institutions might investigate. I'm not suggesting it. I'm just saying that's how bad it is that you could make a case that he's throwing games and he would be like, damn, I mean, I don't really have a great alibi right now, even though I'm definitely not.
That's what we need. We need that scandal where a pitcher is just so stinky that every time he comes into a game, there's unusual betting activity. And it's like, nope, he's
like,
just that bad.
I'm just trying to figure it out.
There's no text linking these guys. There's nothing. This guy this big money bettor is just like, Sean Dubin's on. All right.
At this point, I mean, we should be looking at
in-game betting
against Sean Dubin in a game.
Over. Orioles over.
That would be a super fun scandal. Then after the game, people are investigating his quotes, and they're like, "Wait a second, he said that his stuff felt good, like every pitcher does."
We're like emptying our savings account.
HTX Rhino has an acronym for this: HMRWDGU. It's just like WWJD. How many runs will Dubin give up? I mean, I get this. This is.
I mean, how much longer can he still be on the roster?
Well, I mean, given what's going on with Josh Hader, probably a lot longer, which, by the way, brings us to another episode of Astros ER. This happened a little bit after we went off the air on Friday. Josh Hader spoke. Hey, we actually heard from Josh Hader. It's not Dana Brown and it's not Joe Espada. speaking in place of actual doctors. It's the guy who actually is dealing with an injury. So, what is Josh Hader dealing with? He told us that he is likely out the remainder of the regular season with a left shoulder capsule sprain. So he's being shut down for 3 weeks, and it's going to take him a couple of weeks to ramp back up. So we likely will not see Josh Hader until the postseason, if we even see him. I am taking this as Hader is now out for the year. You signed him to this big contract. You want to have him in the playoffs. He's a gamer. I'm sure he's going to try to get back out there for the playoffs. But with that contract, play things safe.
Yeah.
You do not want another Lance McCullers style albatross hanging around your neck. You do have to think big picture this time around, and I'm sure Hader is going to think about it big picture himself. Be careful with this one. I know he's had an awesome year, but do not screw this up.
Yeah, in a weird way, I almost view this as good news of it's
they can't possibly screw it up because he has already set the expectation that I might not be back this year.
And it's not like a shoulder injury where I'm going to be out for 12 months. You know,
Right,
like
that's
it's not the JP Francis. So it's like, okay, it's a bad injury that puts him basically on the bubble of playing in the playoffs. If like everything goes right, by the way, this is the timeline of I don't throw for 3 weeks and then 3 weeks to build back up. But he's also going to get imaging, I assume, after he lets his arm rest for three weeks. So there's a chance that, you know, wouldn't be the first time that an Astros player gets imaging while he's hurt and it's like, oh, actually add a couple more weeks to this injury. So, I mean, the Astros are going to have to earn the right to have Josh Hader back on this team. Like, they're going to have to win at least one playoff round. They're going to have to get farther than they did last year because I don't think he'll be ready for the 2-game or 3 games wild card series because that happens 2 days after the season ends.
That's true, right?
So you're probably looking at probably has to make the ALDS or maybe even the ALCS for Hader to actually be ready to pitch. It's like at that point, yes, pitch him because you're close enough to winning a World Series. But I mean, I'm operating under him and Isaac Paredes. It is. I appreciate you trying to come back for the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm not penciling you back in.
Take your time.
Yeah.
Take your time. You should
you
not.
have him for 3 more years.
Right. And just remember the training staff that you are dealing with. These people seem to be, I do not know the ins and outs because they will not speak to us, but they seem to be buffoons.
Things have not gone well for him.
No.
Josh Hader.
That's very polite of you, Sean.
Josh Hader. It was very passive voice, too. Things haven't gone well for them. Not they have screwed things up. Josh Hader also is first time on the IL, so I imagine there's a bunch of times where he's like, is this normal that XYZ? And players who played for other teams are like, no, this isn't normal. no, don't let him do that. Christian Walker's like, no, this isn't normal.
This is strange. Another Astros injury update. Yordan Alvarez took 8 at-bats in live batting practice today in Florida. That's from Saturday. He, we think, went to Houston yesterday, and then I believe afterwards he could be off to Corpus Christi. Here is Joe Espada updating us yesterday on Yordan Alvarez, the Astros' best slugger when he is healthy.
Did Alvarez come here? You get to talk to him?
Yes, I talked to him. He's going to go here in the cages today, and he's going to report to Corpus for a few games before joining our club.
What's the excitement level of that?
It's really good news. Yeah. The fact that he's feeling better and we're getting to a point where we can see him back is awesome.
Do you have any idea how many games or at-bats you want him to get in?
We're going to start with Tuesday, and then we'll go from there.
You want him to just DH, or is he going to play a little out?
He is going to DH on Tuesday.
Any more clarity on what's next for Garcia or Lance?
We're going to talk about that today.
Oh, man. Of course, that last part. Just a
I
little
left
wrench.
it in. Just
a little wrench in the good news.
Yeah.
In the kind of wrench that when I was trying to install a filter under my sink, that I wrenched a little bit too far in, which has led to water constantly leaking under my sink to the point where when I came back this weekend from having gone to the girlfriend's and then going down to Galveston to hang out with some friends, that my place smelled like just absolutely disgusting water and rot. So that was fun. And that's kind of that screw at the end, that extra little update when it comes to the Astros and injuries. Okay, what the hell am I supposed to make out of any Yordan Alvarez update at this point, right? I mean...
Yeah, we're going pretty fast from 8 at-bats in batting practice, live batting practice, but still batting practice, which I guess is 2 games worth, to we'll see him in Corpus, and then, hey, maybe he's on the Astros next week. It seems like it's fast.
Correct.
It seems like it went from, they're still swelling, we can't let him swing a bat, to swung a bat 8 times? All right, let's do it. We almost got perfect gamed by a guy with a 7 ERA, so let's bring him in.
Oh, there really is no excuse on that. More Astros injuries updates. Jeremy Pena did not start Saturday because he was sick, but he did pinch hit. So.
The illness stuff, because there's another illness that you'll get to.
Right.
I mean... Oh, sure.
Wash your hands, guys.
Just sure.
Wash your hands.
I understand how you guys get each other sick, but it's just the Astros season now. While they're still up a game and a half in the AL West, but when it comes to injury news this season, it's every scene in a movie where someone goes, how can this day get any worse? And then it starts raining.
Yes.
It's like, Josh Hader's out. How could this get worse?
Someone getting sick.
Your starter on Saturday, and then your starter on Sunday, sick. How about that?
I want to know what kind of sick we're talking about.
It better be bad.
I hated those Space City uniforms that they had, but if you got a case of the you-know-what-skis, at least no one would see that
Hides
on
it
your
better.
pants.
Yeah.
Right, because the white pants, oh, man, you can see that. So I don't know, Is Jeremy Pena? I'm a vain person. Is Jeremy Pena vain? And he was like, oh, man, batting practice.
I don't know if I can trust,
Yeah. I don't want to look like this. Not in front of my hot soccer player girlfriend.
I don't want to be standing at shortstop clinched the entire time because I can't relax.
Speaking of clenched, Christian Javier might have been clenched all day yesterday because he only lasted 50 pitches because he was pulled from yesterday's game because he was sick. Hashtag wash your hands. Hashtag bring back Dusty. I saw this funny picture of Dusty Baker wearing a mask from back in the day where I don't even know if the mask was over his nose or mouth. It seemed like he was wearing it as a mustache.
Yeah.
In between.
It looked like he was wearing it, and then he lifted it up to I don't know, put in sunflower seeds or yell at someone, and then he just kind of left it to where it was covering nothing. It was not
absolutely nothing.
It's on every diagram from 2020 of how not to wear a mask. That's what he was doing.
He would have been kicked off a plane for that.
Yes.
And called a terrorist.
And he would have been like, "This is my right. I'm a sovereign citizen."
And one last update. Luis Garcia is going to make one more rehab start. Lance McCullers is likely to rejoin the rotation first. I know how Jeremy Booth feels about that.
I mean, is Christian Javier going to have to poop himself his next start? Because he would be useful, I guess, just to come in. I don't know.
They got the adult Depends. Can always do that.
Yeah. Deion Sanders has made Depends cool.
He did. He really did. We haven't had a person make peeing your pants cool for a while. Since Billy Madison, the movie. And that was a fictional old lady that was talking about it. But yeah, so, hey, diapers and dark-colored pants. Astros?
Sure.
It's time to think about it. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. That is Astros ER. Sean Martinez, I'm getting too old for this bleep. Well, buckle up. Buckle up. Flu season's approaching. The Astros are going to get H1N1? SARS? I don't know.
Next time they have an off day, everyone, flu shot. Everyone at Walgreens. Let's get this flu shot over with.
Hand, foot, and mouth disease?
Yeah. There's someone who missed time because of that a few years ago.
Oh, yeah. Listen, it happens.
It does happen.
It does happen. Up next, the Texans swarmed in their second preseason game Does this have you feeling a little bit differently about their chances in 2025? What? I'm asking that seriously, guys. There's no sarcasm here. They looked really good. We'll talk about it next. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Before we talk about the Texans preseason game, 713-780-3776 to call to text. It is the most interactive sports talk show in town, and the Astros still have a 1.5 game lead in the American League West over the Seattle Mariners, who also lost 2 or 3 over the weekend. But the Astros really got their asses kicked this weekend. They lost 7-0 on Friday in a game where a dude with an ERA approaching 7 nearly perfect gamed them. And then yesterday, they lost 12-0 in a game that easily could have been 19-0 if Jesus Sanchez didn't make not 1 but 2 home run robberies in about the same spot. Grand slam with a 3-run homer. Can't remember the last time I saw a guy rob 2 home runs in the same game. I'm sure it's happened before, but
yeah,
that was pretty crazy.
It's one of those like low leverage. If this game was 1-0, it would have been like, man, Jesus Sanchez has saved the Astros backside. This one's like, he saved him from being more embarrassing.
Yeah, he saved a couple of ERAs from approaching 10, but that's pretty much it. Some comments, man, some of y'all down bad. I don't like what happened this weekend, but I'm not making grand conclusions about it. This is baseball. I mean, it happens. It's just
welcome to Astros fans.
It shouldn't be like this. That's all I'm saying. Like, you're better than this. Don't embarrass us. Don't embarrass me in front of my friends, to quote Falcone or Marconi or whatever.
Sal Maroni.
Sal Maroni, thank you. The guy.
Eric Roberts.
Yes. Hell yeah. Eric Roberts, great actor. Some text, 713-780-3776 to call the text. It's going well, and one of your top pitchers is speaking out about how everyone else is, how poor everyone is doing.
Yeah.
Blaming everyone for their mistakes instead of himself. Well, my stuff was good. What? That's just what pitchers do, dude.
No. He's now had a couple shots of like, I can't. He does a little bit of the
Gisele Bundchen
Gisele
with the
Bundchen,
Patriots
thank you for
receivers.
Yes,
I can do where you were going there.
Yeah, where he goes, hey, listen, I can't control the run support I get. I can't control but you know what? It's on me. I should have backed up the play. But in process of saying like, I can't control throwing my teammates on the bus, throwing my teammates on the bus, I take accountability for the one thing I messed up.
He's already
He's checked out.
Right. He's gone after this year.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's checked out the remainder of this season. But
no, I think emotionally he's just like, I'm not playing the nice games anymore.
He's
pissed
waiting
off.
till the end of the lease.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
making it awkward.
Yeah.
And not just leaving, as this relationship is probably on the verge of ending. Another text from a two-parter. Hard reality is that the Astros aren't better than the teams below them record-wise. They will get bounced in the first round if they get there. I just completely disagree with that. They are better than the teams that have worse records than them because they have a better record than them, and they have better bats than them, and they have better arms than them. Come on. Can we stop crying? Jeez. This texter continues. Throw the records away. Just because the Astros' record is better does not make them better. How many times in the NBA? The 8 seed beats the 1 seed. Okay, is that sarcastic? That like never happens.
Happens like 5 times in history.
Right. I'm not sure where you're going with here. I think you're overreacting. Hell, even Don is overreacting. Day one, Donna, this team is not winning the World Series. Probably won't even win their division. They're a game and a half up. I saw this as well. Someone was saying, "Oh, they're not going to make the playoffs." Like what?
They'll make the playoffs.
This was an embarrassing series, but you're right, Sean. They're going to make the playoffs.
Now
6 teams make it.
Division is, I think it's a coin flip just because it's, I mean, A, it's a game and a half.
Mm-hmm.
B, just, way that Mariners have played post-deadline, the way the Astros have played. I know there's a lot that goes into it more than that. But I think it's a coin flip of the division, but I think the playoffs, like they're making the playoffs. They have to, like, really start playing poor. Like, splitting a homestand while you on cumulative score lost by like 30 runs.
Yes.
But going 3-3 like in the standings, that's all that matters.
They had won 3 series in a row. Going into this series, they have a game
if
and a half
they
lead
went
on the
1-5,
Mariners.
that's different.
The Mariners were red hot. Now they're cooling down a little bit, and now it's a matter of, can you make up some ground by the end of the month? Friday, I said, I think the Astros will have a 4-5 game lead in the AL West by the end of the month. And after that, it's about, can you sit on that? But this was an opportunity to gain on that lead. And honestly, given just the way that the Tigers have played this year, I know that the Astros beat them the last time they played them in a series, but I am expecting to lose 2 or 3. And this will probably be a half-game lead or perhaps a Mariners by a half-game lead at the end of this weekend. So you got to, it was an embarrassing way to lose 2 out of 3. And you just got to remember, you're not going to have that many more opportunities like that when the month of September begins. To end this month with the Angels and the Rockies coming up after the Tigers, sure. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show. You want to text in 713-780-3776 to call us a text. And we'll push our Texans preseason conversation back to the next segment. From the 281, went to the game Friday night. Bought my ticket as soon as we got Correa for the front row of the Crawford box. What a letdown. Well, you almost saw a perfect game. I mean, it's a perfect game by somebody else, but you almost did. There's some value to that. But I did get those margaritas, Paul. Hell yeah.
I mean,
people are starting to comment on that post that I made that blew up about the El Tiempo margaritas, and they're starting to say, you need to delete this now. You need to delete this. The lines have gotten outrageously long. I think they're actually getting longer. I apologize for that. If I had any involvement in the lines getting longer, I'm sorry.
It doesn't
I mean,
help.
El Tiempo didn't even pay me for that. I'm just making an objective observation of what happens. We are doing a show there on Friday, by the way, the one on Washington, so that'll be fun.
There we go.
But I hope I get some royalties. They're going to give me a gift certificate?
Yeah.
For
$25,
margaritas?
Yeah.
I better. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the inclination, though, when you're getting perfect gamed by a guy who stinks as an MLB player. I understand why you're like, you know what I need right now? Very strong $20 margarita.
Yeah, that's probably the only way to get you through a bad series.
Oh, and now
against
they're
the
losing
Orioles.
15-0 if it wasn't for Jesus
Time
Sanchez.
for number 2. Gonna pass out of my chair.
Here, give me your driver's license. I need someone else's.
Here, you can just have this. I'm not gonna drive home. I'm gonna sleep here. What else do we have here? Kane Darko comments on the Twitch. You're talking about a fan base that's upset at the quarterback for their football team wearing another team's hat. Houston fans are just drama queens. That's it. Yeah.
I will. So I don't disagree with especially Astros fans being very dramatic.
We'll get to it.
I will say, like, just real quickly, every other fan base that cares about baseball would be upset about this.
Yeah.
Like every other fan.
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
The
This would be a
Astros
much-
aren't alone in this.
It's August.
We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later.
We will talk about it later. It is August.
Yes.
This is what happens.
Yes.
If we're waiting for the playoffs to begin,
Well,
the football's crap. Like
yeah,
this
threw
is
8
bad
passes.
football.
What are we talking about?
Right. It's if this was not in August, I don't think many people would care. But a lot of people are like, I want to feel something, but there's nothing to really feel right now because this is the worst month in sports of the year. It is. It is. You got to tease the football.
July's a little bit worse, but I get
What?
it.
That's WNBA is heating up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's an all-star game. Baseball's all-star game. The old Midsummer Classic. Come on. There's a week where there's not as much baseball. I like that one. From the 713, chalk the weekend up to you. Baseball's a game of failure. A batter who fails 70% of the time is a Hall of Famer. It's just so hard to get used to. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's how you should look at it. So everyone settle down, okay? Or you could get a big old pants tent over what the Houston Texans did at NRG Stadium on Saturday. Texans Swarm. Let's talk about what the Texans did on Saturday. Next, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Astros still have a 1.5 game lead in the American League West. No need to panic, but this weekend was embarrassing. You almost got perfect game by some, I don't know, schlub on Friday. No offense. Your ERA is 6.5. What are we doing? And then you lost 12-0 yesterday in a game that could have been 19-0. Sounded like a football score out there. Am I right? Speaking of football, your Houston Texans swarmed up and down the field against the Carolina Panthers on Saturday. You see that game? You know, football season's getting closer and closer, and perhaps it's time for all of us to turn the page on the Astros dynasty, to witness the new dynasty in town, the Houston Texans. Tongue-in-cheek, obviously, here. It was an impressive performance, though. And I think the most encouraging sign that we saw Saturday was that the offensive line, left to right, starting Arianti Ursary, Laken Tomlinson, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, and Blake Fisher, actually looked pretty good. They kept C.J. Stroud clean. He had time when he took time to throw. And there was actually a little bit of push, which helped the running game out. Hell, Nick Chubb looked a lot more like the Nick Chubb we were hoping for in Saturday's game. I think there were some very encouraging signs, and I think if you want to take a look at the Texans' offense and reasons to get excited about Nick Haley, the offensive coordinator, specifically the second drive offensively for the Texans, they were just quick getting the ball out. Stroud wasn't holding on to the ball too long, trying to make something happen, sometimes taking sacks as a result. He was just getting the ball out very, very quickly. And, hey, listen, the older your quarterback gets, the more of that you want. Now, he's going into his third year. We hope that he's stronger. We hope he's a little bit more mobile. These are things that he said he has worked on this offseason. But I felt like that offensive line on Saturday gave him a chance. Am I going to overreact? No. You got to remember, these preseason games, the schemes that defenses are going to throw at an offense are pretty vanilla. And the Texans' biggest issue last year, from an offensive line perspective, was stopping the exotic stuff. I mean, when they saw the exotic stuff, it was like all of us would have been if you've watched the movie From Dusk Till Dawn when Selma Hayek gets up on the table. Strong, powerful, independent woman. Vampire, you find out that she is. Spoiler alert. But that's the first time we see Selma Hayek, and we're all like, oh, and that was what the Texans' offensive line was like, often against the exotic looks. But Saturday, I liked what I saw. Not going to do a victory lap on it. I just wanted to see some sort of progress, because that progress, for those who have been out there at Texas training camp, has been pretty slow. The statistics back up what my eyes saw. Hopefully, they'll be able to close things out in their preseason finale with a little bit more of that. And then, of course, in the regular season opener against the Rams, against Jared Verse, they can continue progress. Because really, it's all about how much better will this offensive line be, assuming health, in November and December than it is right now. Because it is going to be a work in progress. You're going to have to be patient. And C.J. Stroud is also going to have to be patient and not have bad body language and not get mad at them. But I liked what I saw from them specifically on Saturday. The defense, it's really good. I think we already knew this. Will Anderson, I think, is continuing to grow as a player. He had a couple of big impact plays early on. Danielle Hunter as well. I mean, that's the top pass rush tandem in the league. 2 top 10 guys. They look really good out there. Bryce Young. Panthers fans, by the way, exceptionally defensive of Bryce Young. I had posted to one of my channels a recap of what went down at the Texans joint practice. And a lot of people were just making up statistics about how good Bryce Young was. And I was like, yo, you definitely didn't see it because the Panthers were practicing on the far field. So if you went there, you wouldn't have seen it. And you're making things up. He stinks. I don't see it. I think he's too small. But hey, whatever, It's just one game. But I mean, Young's first pass was just a terrible idea. He just sailed a punt, essentially, Derek Stingley Jr. Derek Stingley had a couple of nice plays. He's looking fantastic out there, too. The defense is going to be the strength of the team. Their health is going to determine how far they go. One of my favorite moments, by the way, is Azeez Al-Shaair. On a play where Bryce Young is scrambling and he slides, Azeez Al-Shaair almost decapitated him. Hell yes! Swarm, baby! Swarm! Keep that mentality going. Don't let Trevor Lawrence and his medieval page boy haircut intimidate you into not playing football the way it's meant to be played, which is violent. Someone slides, someone goes forward, end their forward progress. That's how I feel. Oh, you might get a flag. Yeah, have that guy think twice the next time he scrambles. Bryce Young's slide was a very tepid one, and as Al-Shaair did try to hold up on that play. But I liked what I saw from the offensive line. Liked what I saw from the defense. A couple of other standouts. A shout out to Woody Marks, rookie running back out of USC. He's got a burst to him. A shout out to another USC guy, Jalen Smith, the cornerback. He rocked Hunter Renfrow on a hospital ball that Jack Plummer threw him. And on top of that, got an interception a little bit later. Hunter Renfrow might want to go back to sanitation or whatever the hell he was doing for that year where he took off from football, because he didn't look very good out there, in my humble opinion. Nice to see him out there, but, seems like the game has perhaps moved on past him. There's one play where it got intercepted by Jalen Smith. It wasn't as much a great play by Jalen Smith as Hunter Renfrow did not see the ball coming. You could say that's also on the quarterback, too. They have a Jake Hansen, the Texans do. He played linebacker, and I thought he was all over the place. And Irv Smith, who's been a tight end, a journeyman across the league. He came in, 5 catches for 46 yards in this game. So he actually had some pretty impressive moments out there. Who were the guys that struggled? So look, you got to take all these grades with a grain of salt. But for what it's worth, if we're taking a look at ratings offensively of Texans players, Blake Fisher was pretty bad. Am I supposed to believe what Pro Football Focus says? Or am I supposed to believe what I saw when Fisher was in with the first team offense? I truly don't know. I really don't. It's been a rough camp for him. Also, some struggles from the 2 rookie wide receivers. Jalen Noel had a nice punt return, but I thought that both Jaden Higgins, who had a nice catch from C.J. Stroud on the touchdown drive, and on top of that from Jalen Noel, there were some balls that were thrown to them that were perhaps not in the best spot, but they both had drops in a critical situation late, which led, was this their, I think this was it right before halftime? No, it was the first drive of the second half where Texans were moving the football down the field and ball was in their hands. They both dropped it. It's at the end of the world. No, drops happen, but you don't like to see both your rookies dropping passes. And for all the conversation about the Texans carrying 7 wide receivers on the roster, which for whatever reason is a entertaining and topical conversation for a lot of people in Houston sports media, I mean, who cares? Who cares about if John Mechie's going to be on the roster or not? Hey, he got traded to the Eagles. I'm glad that he's going to stay in the NFL. But, I mean, we've seen enough Mechie at this point to realize he's probably never going to be the guy that the Texans thought they were going to get in the second round. Why are we talking about, the 7th wide receiver and the 8th wide receiver when we should be talking about, okay, after Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, who the hell can they trust? Who do they trust? And for Higgins and for Jalen Noel, they're in a pretty difficult spot. Hey, the Texans had last year Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, and now it's Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, clearly your 1 and your 2. But hey, I want to see something from those guys. And while Higgins had a nice catch, I want to see a little more. And this is not me criticizing them as much as just saying they have big shoes to fill. And we are talking about John Mechie. Who cares? I think the conversation is misplaced. Like, it's what those guys do that's more important. I don't care about John Mechie. You know, I'm like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's gone. Give C.J. Gardner-Johnson 8. Give him 8. I don't care. Like, I don't care about John Mechie. I don't care about the 8 wide receiver core, you know? Like, I care about the guys who are actually going to be on the field, and it looks like it's going to be Xavier Hutchinson going into this season, a former 6th-round pick, as opposed to the 2 guys that you drafted fairly early. All from the same school, and they're rookies. They have plenty of time, yada, yada, yada. But, hey, John Mechie was a 2nd-round pick back in the day, and I would rather focus on those guys who are the 2nd-round picks, the 3rd-round picks now, and hope to see them make progress where they can actually contribute this season, as opposed to have even a second's thought about Justin Watson versus John Mechie versus Braxton Berrios. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care. How are you having these conversations and seriously doing it? I get that we're all starved to talk about something right now, but like, should the Texans have 7 wide receivers? Oh my God, you loser! Why are you talking about this?
Yeah.
Get a life.
I think Hard Knocks is to blame, where we focus on like
who's gonna be our Buffalo Joe.
Yeah, the like camp battles and like who's fighting for a roster spot. But you're right, like on any team and especially the Texans, like you know what matters more than wide receiver 6 and 7, wide receiver 3. And that's a pretty big question mark.
We don't know who it is right now.
Like
it's probably Xavier Hutchinson by default, but I mean that's not necessarily a good thing.
Yeah,
I like Hutchinson, but I mean, I'd like someone better.
Yeah, it's Hutchinson and then the 2 other Iowa Staters. It seems like maybe Justin Watson. Like if we're going, veterans, but yeah, we get into the discussion of like, well, Braxton Berrios gives you something on special teams, so maybe he stays on the roster. It's like same thing as Steven Sims. Like. He's a returner. He's barely a receiver. We need, the bigger issue is going to be who's going to be on the field for 75% of your team snaps. Maybe less with Nick Caley. We don't know, but most NFL teams are going to be with 3 wide receivers on the field for most of the game. That matters more than a 2nd-round pick who, listen, there's a ton of extenuating circumstances with Mechie. He got drafted with a torn ACL, ends up having cancer, misses his rookie year. A lot goes into it. But at the end of the day, like he has never really made an impact on this team. That guy normally gets cut.
Exactly.
Or gets rehomed.
He just happens to have the kind of backstory where you like him more than other players.
Yeah, he's not like
he's had it rough, like cancer and a torn ACL. Like, geez.
Yeah, we're not going to sit here and call him a bust because we know what he's been through. But when it comes down to it, they need a guy who's going to be on the field. Right now, Mechie's not that guy.
And there's a weird amount of people that are like, well, you could be something. Like, sure, like wide receiver 6, if we're going to do that crap, wide receiver 5. Like, but he had an opportunity at the end of last year when all the injuries happened, didn't take advantage of it, and in a crowded room, I'm sorry, he's quite forgettable. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. An act of betrayal had Houston sports in a turmoil this weekend. Will we ever recover from one of the worst acts of traitors since Benedict Arnold? Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Astros lost 2 or 3 over the weekend, and they did so in embarrassing fashion. You'd think that would be the most discussed thing in Houston sports over the weekend. But it was not. Hell, the Texans' convincing preseason win over the Panthers was also not the most discussed thing in Houston sports. We were focusing on something that happened before the game and something that happened after the game. And in the eyes of some, this was a betrayal on the same level as the Red Wedding in Game of Thrones. Just an all-timer. Benedict Arnold ain't got bleep on this because the starting quarterback for your hometown team, who I know you all love more than anything, C.J. Stroud, came into the Houston Texans game wearing a variety of different things. Because you see, you can't walk in public in the nude. You can't do that. It's illegal. C.J. Stroud wore a pair of shoes that were black with white shoelaces. C.J. Stroud wore a pair of quarter socks. They were white. They went all the way up to the halfway point of his calves. C.J. Stroud was also wearing something else. Shorts. Above those shorts, he had some sort of white t-shirt on. And can you believe this? A jacket. It's 100 degrees outside. CJ, unbelievable. What are you thinking, man? We don't want you suffering a heat stroke as you're walking into NRG Stadium.
A crazy thing to be wearing.
Unbelievable.
I can't. I'd like this guy's decision making. I call into question.
People were really mad about him wearing a Seattle Mariners hat as he walked into the stadium.
Top 2 most egregious thing about that outfit.
The jacket is actually more concerning.
The jacket's crazy.
It's more concerning. He wore a jacket. It's been hot this last couple of days here at H-Town.
I know that he walks from like a bus or a car to the tunnel. Even in that walk, it is too hot to be wearing a jacket in August.
It does get cold in NRG Stadium. Sometimes it gets cold here in our Gow Media studios. But the jacket is more questionable, in my opinion, than the hat. Okay? But I love that everyone was getting worked up about this. Again, we just need something to care about. So some people saw this and essentially acted like C.J. Stroud is supposed to know what's happening in baseball. Hand up. I do not want C.J. Stroud to know an effing thing about baseball. I want C.J. Stroud to be the nerdiest of nerds when it comes to sports. I only want him paying attention to football. Specifically, NFL football. I don't even want him watching Ohio State. I don't want him allowed to watch that Ohio State-Texas game. I want him focused on the Rams, even if that's over a week ahead of the game. I don't want him to have any interests outside of football. That's a selfish thing to ask for. So he comes into the ballpark wearing a Mariners hat. And after the game, he's still wearing that Mariners hat. Someone asked him about it at the press conference. Here's what C.J. Stroud had to say about something that many in Houston consider an act of betrayal.
Can you tell me about your decision to wear that?
Yeah, I mean, I love hats. Like, I wear hats all the time. I probably have every team, but I support, the Astros and the Dodgers because I'm from L.A. and love, it's kind of contradicting, but I still love the Astros, but it's all good. I understand, but it's all about the swag, baby. I'm just kidding.
He's goofing around here. And you know what I like the most? He doesn't care because he shouldn't. He shouldn't. He shouldn't spend a second thinking about how people are reacting to this. I saw a lot of op-eds online about what's really going on here. I've noticed there is definitely a cultural divide. I think that generally, speaking for myself, growing up, you wore the hat that represents where you're from. But for others, it's, I'm going to wear a hat that I look good in. That's the priority to Stroud. Now, I will say, I don't think the hat completed the look. Sorry to be a little bit of a second guesser here, but that hat, it did not match his jacket, and it did not match his shorts. And I don't know what you're thinking, honey, wearing these socks that are halfway up your ankles with black shoes. I mean, you look slow, honey. Come on, what are we doing here? Do we need to get the queer eye for the straight guys out there? Huh? I don't think it was that swaggy. I know there's some who are like, well, it might be because it would have been Nipsey Hussle's birthday, and Nipsey Hussle wore a Mariners hat once, but apparently he's worn a lot of different hats. Some of you guys need a life. Some of you guys need a life. I think it's hilarious that people are getting worked up about this, but everyone who engaged in this on a serious level, you need a life. You need a life. You need to get laid. You need to have a drink. You need to smoke some reefer. You got to do something. You got to do something here if this was actually occupying your time. If you're a troll, if you're a bleep starter like me and you want to throw some gasoline on the fire, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. That's fun. That's fun to me. I like showing a little chaos out there. But as someone who, in the course of the last year, has worn, 1, many Astros things, 2, if I'm out of clothes, I have a Mariners shirt. 3, a half Astros, half Mariners shirt. 4, a Red Sox shirt. It's a Pedro Martinez shirt. We're really getting mad about this? We're really getting mad about this? His explanation, not great. You can't be an Astros and Dodgers fan. I'm sorry. No, you can't. That actually does not work, you know? But probably doesn't care that much about baseball, to be perfectly honest.
No, he's from L.A. He could have just said, I'm from L.A. I don't care.
You know what? Honestly, that would have worked the best because you know what? People in L.A. don't care that much about sports. They don't.
I definitely don't care about your sports.
Yes.
But I get why you can't get up there and be like, asking all these people that are Texans and Astros fans and being like, listen, guys, I just don't care about the Astros. I'm sorry.
Listen, he should wear a Dodgers hat. He should.
That's where...
He should wear a Dodgers hat.
He would have gotten less flack, I think, if he would have worn a Dodgers hat.
There wasn't that much
swag.
swag
He's from LA.
Exactly. He's saying he had swag. Sorry, CJ, I respectfully disagree. As the most Metro person in sports radio, I disagree. I didn't see a lot of swag there. Like, my shorts match my hat right now. Like, nothing. There's no matching going on here. You like the hat. You like the hat. Maybe it's in reference to Nipsey Hussle, who's dead or something. I don't know anything about Nipsey Hussle. I don't want to know. Everyone's like, you did something for the community. I've never heard of any of his songs, okay? That's not saying much given how musically stupid I am. But anyway, there's not a lot of swag there. And you shouldn't have said you're an Astros and Dodgers fan. That's going to piss off a lot of people. And it would be cool if there were more guys like Jalen Hurts, who in the middle of the Astros and Phillies World Series, Jalen Hurts is wearing an Astros hat out there. It would be cool if there was more of that, you know, in 2025. It would be cool.
Which, by the way, pissed off Philadelphia fans.
Yeah, it did. It pissed them off.
Like that's the thing. This isn't just an Astros thing. Like,
it's everywhere, right?
Like, Paul, you know, if who is the starting quarterback?
If Tom Brady wore a Yankees hat, I would have been mad. For sure.
But
if Tom Brady wore a Colts hat, I would have also been really mad. But this is neither of those things, really.
If this is funny because it's Sam Darnold. If Sam Darnold came walking in with an Astros cap into a Seahawks preseason game, would Seattle fans be like, "Oh, all right"?
No, they would freak out.
He just wears hats.
They would 100% freak out.
Geno Smith, the same thing. Like,
yeah.
It's just a thing that people do. Like, it's just like what? Especially like, I think there's really like 3 hats he could not have gotten away with wearing, and he unfortunately picked one of them.
He picked one of them, and then he talked about how he's a fan of one of the other ones. And you know what? Good. He didn't backtrack at all. He's like, yeah, whatever, man. I like that part about him. He stood firmly in the pocket. He's like, basically, he doesn't care, and he shouldn't care because this is really dumb.
And I'm
funny, but it's dumb.
I'm glad because this would have also been an annoying conversation that he didn't get into the like, Well, it's for Nipsey Hussle. Now, let me explain to you about hat culture in L.A. neighborhoods. See, the S stands for and it's blue for Crip. And I'm glad he just didn't. I'm glad he just didn't get into all that.
That would have been funny if he did.
It's a good lie. You're gonna lie. Hey, it's for swag. All right, swag reasons only. Keep it moving, people.
Because it probably was for Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's like the easiest way to explain it.
He said it wasn't, but no. I mean, this is the politician answer. I like everything, but you know what I want him to not
what you like, America.
I want him to spend not a second of his life watching baseball. Not a second. Not a second. And if honestly, you know what the good sign is? The fact that he's an Astros and a Dodgers fan and that he can wear a Mariners hat. Clearly he doesn't care.
Love Steph Curry.
Yes, he doesn't care. Good.
Lakers
good.
fan, probably.
No, this is good. He doesn't care about baseball. Good. I focus on baseball, on football. You can. I'll let you have basketball, but I don't even want you watching Ohio State. I don't want your blood pressure raising while watching an Ohio State game. Just like I don't want you wearing a effing jacket into the stadium when it's 100,000 degrees outside, which he did. That's more concerning than the hat. People, okay?
What if he was like, Cal Raleigh's really had a great year this year. I really wanted to support what Cal Raleigh's been doing. Eugenio Suarez been a mixed bag since the deadline, but
it would be funny if he did that.
He just goes into a long.
Yeah,
I really like Brian Wu.
Yeah,
Logan Gilbert. What an arm.
If he knew anything, any of their names, I would be bad.
Like the classic, you ask Bill Belichick about the long snapper and he goes on for 5 minutes, but you ask him about the biggest story about his team and we're on to Cincinnati. If CJ Stroud gave a 3.5 minute answer about the Seattle Mariners, that would have actually been worse.
Yeah.
That would have been the worst possible thing he could have
For sure. If he had mentioned one Mariner player there.
Shout out to Victor Robles,
God. I don't even know who that is. So hell.
He got no fighting in a rehab start.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'll just send you the link.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Astros should get that guy. I like him. Anyway, Ryan Lost in Texas asks, what if CJ walked into the stadium wearing one of those German World War I Army helmets with the spike on the top? That would be kind of wild. Well, World War I is in bounds. That is swag. That is swag. Those helmets were sick. They were sick.
Careful.
That is
Be
swag.
very clear about
the Nazi ones.
That's bad.
That's
Don't wear
bad.
that.
That's bad. Right.
World War I, though?
You can't come into the stadium wearing a Genghis Khan helmet because even though he decreased the temperature of the world with all the killing he did, that's not swag-tastic, okay?
I don't know. The hats look pretty cool. The hats are cool.
East Asian armor and samurai stuff.
But the guys were wearing in Mulan, I don't know if that's historically
yeah,
accurate.
I think that would be true. I think that would be true. Anyway, we're having some fun here. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
Where's a full samurai suit?
Yeah.
No. They did do some unconventional things.
They killed some European people based off of the TV show Samurai by boiling them in a pot, which was kind of messed up.
Yeah, the Portuguese aren't going to like that one. The Portuguese Astros fans aren't going to like
From the 281, what if Bregman wore a Nazi hat? Stop. Jeez, that is super messed up. We're having maybe a little bit too much fun.
No. Yeah, I think that we crossed the line.
Listen, this is the stupid conversation that this segment deserved, okay? Because it's stupid. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros lost 2 of 3 to the Orioles over the weekend, but there might have been something more concerning that's taking place at Daikin Park, and it has nothing to do with the Astros. What is it? Well, I think you know what I'm about to talk about. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Sorry, guys. I am about to say something that I know many of you will call me a hypocrite and borderline terrorist for saying, but Houston, we have a problem. We have a problem at Dyken Park. I'm not talking about the embarrassment the Astros subjected us to Friday, getting almost perfect gamed by some dude with a 6.5 ERA, losing 12-0 yesterday in a game that easily could have been 19-0. Not talking about either of those things. I am talking about something that you have been aware of if you've been listening to my show for quite some time. If you go to Dyken Park, there are 2 El Tiempo locations. One is on the third baseline. The other is in center field by the Hornitos Bar. And I had a clip last week that went viral highlighting that people are getting tanked drinking El Tiempo margaritas at the ballpark. Well, now I'm getting a little bit concerned that someone might put 2 and 2 together and link behavior that would be frowned upon and the consumption of this delicious drink, which I believe you can get all the way into the 9th inning. Which, it's only 1 drink per trip in line per ID. If you're there with somebody else, you could theoretically get 2, but they just need to present a valid ID. But now all of a sudden you're starting to see some weird stuff. For example, yesterday, an Astros fan decided, screw it. I'm going to run onto the field. This man ran through the infield. He ran past Jose Altuve, ran back towards Jose Altuve, and then ran out into, I would say, left center field before getting absolutely bundled by a security guard. Unfortunately, another security guard tripped while trying to tackle him, and our thoughts and prayers are with him for that moment of embarrassment for he and his family and the security guard ballpark profession. You know, this is not pulling out your belt and whipping a dude like that one guy at a Pirates game. No, this is a little bit different. But some believe that this man may have gone onto the field because he'd had a few too many El Tiempo margaritas. There's no proof to back this up. It's not like he ran onto the field with a cup of a half full frozen or something like that. No, people are just now tying weird stuff that they see at Astros games to the El Tiempo margaritas. And I don't know, but we might have some sort of mini prohibition attempt on our hands in the near future from some teetotalers.
This feels like a smear campaign.
I agree.
This feels like a targeted attack. Maybe bots. I don't know. Maybe the monkeys from Superman.
Okay.
I don't know, but there is a lot of things going on at Dyken Park, or every time a bad thing happens at Dyken Park.
It's like, oh, it's the El Tiempo margaritas.
Yeah. What the hell? What the hell are we doing? This is what I was talking about, where like people are just throw El Tiempo margaritas around every time on social media. Just get a couple likes and a couple retweets. It's like, guys, you're going to make them take it away from us if we keep saying all this fun stuff that happens. It's because of the El Tiempo margs.
People keep on telling me I need to take this post down now as a result of bad behavior that is not at all linked to El Tiempo margarita, provably in a court of law.
Yeah.
And I don't know who we're going to have to get in our corner to defend this great corporation that has made baseball games actually enjoyable, because you can be sauced. I mean, you can consume the delicious goodness of an El Tiempo margarita, but we might need to get the Texas Hammer. We might need to get Tony Busby. I feel like people are going after El Tiempo's good name. We're going to be out doing a show on Friday, by the way, at the El Tiempo in Washington as part of our summer circuit, which I'm very excited about.
Over under 2.5 margaritas for Paul.
I might be asleep very shortly after the show is done.
This is a big one where
I might have to get a picture.
The unofficial rule of Paul doesn't have his first alcoholic beverage on a remote until 2.
Yeah.
This is where it gets put to the test.
This is definitely going to get put to the test. Well, they're going to offer it to me because I'm that guy. I'm the Astros El Tiempo Margarita guy.
Yeah. Are you going to wear the hat?
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
And I'm going to wear my Margarita Hawaiian shirt, which matches the hat.
You really need to talk to someone about, hey, I can do some reads for you. I basically already do.
Yes, I have to talk to someone.
I'll get the price right when I do the reads. Until then, they're $300.
Yeah, I mean, if only I was more available to, I don't know, like help close the deal for a deal that should have happened 2 years ago. If only, I just don't have the time to go and do this. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop being a little bit bitter about the fact that this is the show that I don't know, maybe it doesn't get the same focus as some of the other ones as far as selling things. When I'm the sexiest person here, I'm the sexiest person at the station. Like let's get that clear. And I think as a result of that, I should be doing more endorsements. But anyway, that's fine. Sex does sell, but hey, okay, fine, whatever. Speaking of sex. There's another thing that's being linked to El Tiempo Margarita consumption. So, this is a very wild video, and I saw it on TikTok. But it's actually a video, and it's not some like a-hole influencer that's spreading misinformation. There are 2 men with their significant others. Each is sitting to the outside of their significant others. So basically there's boy, girl, girl, boy. And they're getting very, very cozy. They got their arms around their lady. They're making out. Love is in the air. But some people believe that something else that was going down might be a result of the El Tiempo Margaritas. These 2 men, not that there's anything wrong with this, were playing handsy with each other as they were making out with girls. You kind of have to see this to believe it. I don't really know how to repost to TikTok, but this is weird, right? Is it? I'm asking for the guys out there. Is it weird to semi-erotically play fingersies with your guy friend as you're making out with a girl? Again, to each their own, but, and I don't know, maybe they think they're touching their significant other's hand, but like these guys are making out with their seemingly girlfriends who are seated in between them, and as they are making out with their girlfriends, they have like these sneaky hands behind the seat, and they're like, it's like footsie, the kind of stuff that would happen under the table. It's very sneaky, and I'm wondering what's going on here. And people are blaming the El Tiempo Margaritas for making people into sexual freaks, like it's a 1970s Led Zeppelin concert.
Yeah, listen, there's nothing wrong with this, I'll say.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
But I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, and again, this is what I'm talking about, where something happens at an Astros game. It's like, oh, it's the fault of the...
They blame the El Tiempo Margaritas, and I saw someone blame the El Tiempo Margaritas here, and then they tagged me.
It's just a thing that happened at Daikin Park.
Not everything is the El Tiempo Margaritas' fault, The Astros nearly getting perfect gamed on Friday. The Astros were not hammered on El Tiempo Margaritas. Would have been hilarious if they played a game like that. The Astros lost 12-0 yesterday. Could have been 19-0 yesterday. Jesus Sanchez definitely didn't consume any El Tiempo Margaritas, given the 2 home run robberies he had. But people are also making accusations that the Astros are drunk off of El Tiempo Margaritas, and I think that's irresponsible. I think it's very irresponsible. Stop blaming all the problems at Daikin Park on El Tiempo. The air conditioning's not working. Oh, the guy who runs the air conditioning must be hammered off an El Tiempo Margarita. Oh, the traffic law, the parking lot attendant randomly snapped on somebody who just was asking, hey, where can I park? Because I can't get in. Oh, he's hammered on an El Tiempo Margarita. Like, it's enough is enough.
That guy might have been.
Yeah. He made me want to get one immediately before the game even began. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, you're the sexiest person at the station. Talk about a low bar. It is a low bar. It's definitely.
It's one of those things you can just say and just be like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, It's not from the 281. Were they playing Thumb War? I mean, that's the only defense that they would have in court, but I didn't see a lot of thumbs. It was index and middle finger.
Yeah,
like,
it was just so
clasping each other. I mean, it was a lot like
live your life, guys. Live your life.
Have you seen this? I agree. Live your life. Do you?
Live your
But
life.
I just don't like now all this weird behavior that's going on. It's putting El Tiempo in jeopardy.
It's a psyop.
Yes,
it's 100%
it's a psyop. They're trying to stop us from drinking our El Tiempo margaritas.
Is it the Russians? Who knows?
It could, definitely the Russians. It's definitely the Russians. You know,
if it was vodka, they had no problem with it.
From the 281, having a foursome after the game, no big. Okay, but again, I don't know. That's
at least someone's scoring. Am I right?
It looks like in the movie Tropic Thunder, where there's that trailer for the movie featuring Robert Downey Jr. and Tobey Maguire. That's what it looks like as they're making out with two women. Again, it's August. It's August. We need to get the football season. Anyway,
I'd pay to watch that fake movie. By the way,
I would too. I don't know, actually. I you know what? A lot of people think I lean one certain way. That's too much for me. The girlfriend and I were watching a scene in the TV show Dave. We've really gotten into Dave on Hulu, and there's a scene where he's about to do something, and we're like, "Oh yeah, we don't we got the heebie-jeebies from it." Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975 for the 346. This is what the Astros have done to us. That's true. By losing 2-3 to the Orioles over the weekend after 3 series victories in a row. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We are 17 days away from the start of the NFL season. Oh, no. That means we have to play that clip. Ugh. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. 17 days away from the kickoff of the National Football League season. Who's the best number 17 in NFL history? It's a good question. One of those numbers that really doesn't have that many big names, considering we're talking about a number that's under 20. Per the website we generally go to check out who was the best at their respective number, Pigskin Dispatch, Harold Carmichael, a tight end and receiver for the Eagles in 70s and early 80s, is number 1. There's also Glenn Turk Edwards, who was a early two-way tackle for the Boston and later Washington Redskins. Did you know that?
No.
Redskins started in Boston?
Surprising.
Honestly, the most on-brand thing.
I mean, Phillip Rivers and Devontae Adams.
Yep, I would agree with you.
Two more
there.
recent ones.
That's definitely more recent. Rivers. Rivers or Adams? Rivers or Adams?
I think Rivers just slightly.
I think Rivers was the best quarterback from that draft class that also featured Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger. I think Roethlisberger would have been 2 and Manning 3. Rivers, I think, just was a victim of being on the Chargers.
Yeah. Archie Manning was right, as it turns out.
He was
right.
He was.
To not have his son play for the Chargers.
He totally was.
If only Phil Rivers' dad played in the NFL.
Best number 17 in NFL history? Okay. We'll give it to Phillip Rivers. Harold Carmichael, shout out to you. Devontae Adams. A couple more years left in the tank before we determine where he stands amongst the great 17s. How about Houston Texans history? Well, just walked into this one.
Do you feel there's been a consistent theme with the interceptions that you've thrown this year?
No, I don't. I think every interception really has a different story.
The further and further I get away from that quote, the more and more I wish Brock Osweiler the best in his broadcasting career. No, I'm actually growing as a person, Sean. I think he's actually pretty good as a color analyst on TV. I think he's actually done a pretty good job, considering when you used to hear him speak at a press conference, it was just a bunch of cliches that I think he had picked up in a book that he read about leadership. I'll give him credit for picking up a book that he read about leadership. It always just felt really hollow with him. And he was just a really frustrating player to watch. Bad interceptions, lots of checkdowns. He was more mobile than he ever actually let on because he didn't run that much. He was a guy that the Texans shouldn't have signed. I felt that way when they signed him because I remember that game that he got the most credit for the year before. It was a Patriots-Broncos game in Monday Night Football where the weather went to bleep at the end of the game, and then the Broncos just had a bunch of huge touchdown runs. Everyone credited Brock Osweiler as having beaten the Patriots in Monday Night Football, and if you had watched the game, you'd have been like, no, this game just got weird, and Osweiler really didn't do much. And by the way, he had been benched for nearly headless Peyton Manning in the playoffs, who barely got the Broncos to the finish line. Their defense was just so damn good. That's how they won the Super Bowl that year. So honestly, it's not on Brock as much as it's on Rick Smith, Bill O'Brien, agreeing to sign off on this and say, F it. Let's see what happens.
Because wasn't the story that Bill O'Brien never met with
Right,
Brock Osweiler? Like, they got the deal done that fast?
And a lot of people were explaining that away, saying, well, due to the collective bargaining agreement, that's the way it has to go. And that is true. It would have technically been tampering at that moment in time.
Really? I didn't know that. I thought once you become a free agent, you can.
I think it would have been before the
free agency actually started.
Well, because the tampering window is a semi-recent development, and before the tampering window was official, I think that really was, you were kind of operating in the dark, which is why they added the tampering window so you could talk to these players and theoretically meet them. But now I think people just do it.
The tampering window's so stupid.
I agree.
Just tell me when free agency starts. That's it. I mean, I think he, everyone knows the deal with Brock Osweiler. Not that good of a quarterback. You hit it. Like, he was like fine as the Broncos starter. This was in my era, basically after Matt Schaub got hurt in 2013. Every draft, I was like, just draft a quarterback. Just draft, like, take a shot on a guy. Because even going like, hey, it's probably going to be 50-50 whether this guy is a starter or not. We're doing Ryan Fitzpatrick and Brian Hoyer and Brock Osweiler every year. Like, just take a shot on someone that's high upside. None of these guys were high upside. So, yeah, I think Osweiler just kind of gets lumped, in my mind, just gets lumped in with all those other guys that also, by the way, like, half of them won the division.
Yeah.
It's still.
Yes.
Tied for the best season in Houston Texans history. Brock Osweiler with C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. By the way, this website, we might need to stop using it because Josh Allen's number 17. How do you not have Josh Allen on that? Also, number 17, Plaxico Burress. I think he had a little time as 17. Doug Williams, only number 17 to win a Super Bowl from the 8-3-2 with 87, the Skins back then. Yeah, this website, sorry, Pigskin Dispatch, you got to update your best numbers ever. Because, yeah, Josh Allen just won an MVP. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
that's my fault. I should have done a little more research. I've sometimes just been relying on the website.
I mean,
that's my fault.
When it's like the over 40s, like when you're 40 plus days away, I think it's good. But yeah, as we get more recent, it definitely hasn't been updated in a while.
Actual NFL news today: Sean McVay back at practice. Excuse me, Matt Stafford back at practice for Sean McVay's LA Rams. So that's his first practice in training camp.
Wow.
Today.
Wow. What, 17 days before? I guess, 20 days before he has to start against the Texans?
Full participant in an hour-long practice. He has been doing some weird stuff to get right. There's like this glass table that the Rams have that's kind of quack science, given vibes like that apparently he is using to, I guess, make himself feel the best he possibly can.
Yeah. I mean, it is a back injury, which is like, probably famously the hardest thing to like actually get right. So it's not shocking that he's going with unusual methods. But if I was a Rams fan, I'd be terrified.
Yeah, I would too.
Because typically you don't get more healthy when you start playing football. Typically you get more injured. Yeah. If your back is like hanging on by a thread at the start of the season, that gives me some pause.
It's a disc issue in his back. He's 37 years old. Backup quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo. And one last NFL story. A quarterback competition has ended. The Browns named Joe Flacco their starting quarterback. I'm sure Browns fans are thrilled about this. Which is funny because they used to love Joe Flacco when Joe Flacco stepped in for an injured Deshaun Watson and helped lead the Browns to the playoffs and won comeback player of the year over someone who might have died in the middle of a field in DeMar Hamlin. That really happened. And then they didn't bring back Joe Flacco last year because they didn't want people to be mad at Deshaun Watson, who sucked so bad that eventually the Browns brought, I think, Joe Flacco back, right? Because he was on the Colts for a second or something like that. And
I think they brought him back this offseason.
Oh, it was this offseason. You're right. You're right. Because he was on the Colts last year and stepping in for Anthony Richardson, who constantly was, subbing himself out. And that's why they have Daniel Jones against Anthony Richardson right now. So, yep, Joe Flacco will be the Browns starting quarterback when the Browns take on the Bengals to open the season. He is 40 years old.
How many games do you think he starts for?
4.
Browns? Okay.
4.
I was gonna give him 6, but 4 is also good.
They're gonna fire their two-time coach of the year. They're definitely gonna do it. And it's because
for stuff that's not his fault.
It's not his fault.
Same thing with the GM. Like the GM, it's like mostly a good team except for really one horrific mistake, and then they made him draft 2 quarterbacks that he didn't want one of them.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros dropped 2 of 3 to the Orioles over the weekend. They got almost perfect gamed on Friday in a 7-0 loss. They lost yesterday 12-0 in a game that could have been 19-0. Thankfully, the Mariners also lost 2 of 3. So the American League West lead of 1.5 games remains the same. A comment on YouTube, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Pete Martinez says, can Joe Espada be DFA'd? Why do we always go to blaming Joe Espada for losing 2 out of 3, considering all the injuries the Astros have overcome? Like, what are you blaming Joe Espada for this weekend?
He didn't scheme up some hits against Brandon Young.
Yeah, what is he supposed to
Call
be?
the better plays.
Be a Kyle Shanahan out there? Call better plays? Right. Espada gets a lot of crap. I understood it in the first half of last season. I do not understand it anymore, especially with all the injuries that they have had to manage this year. I really don't. And I'd say the same thing about Dana Brown, too. I think you can definitely ask some questions about ownership, but I think these guys have done the best they possibly can to this point this year. That doesn't make this weekend's series less embarrassing. It was embarrassing. That's a last-place team, and they kicked your ass in 2 of the 3 games. And, I mean, they almost beat you on Saturday. That game went 12 innings. Blown opportunity, and now these 3 games against the Tigers are slightly more must-win than they were heading into this series.
I will say people also did this with Dusty. I think it's just a manager thing. But
and A.J. Hinch.
Yeah.
And everyone thinks their bullpen
A.J. Hinch
sucks.
was winning 105 games every year, and then if he ever screwed up anything, it was just like, what's this guy doing?
It is rather funny. And listen, the day-to-day grind of baseball tires me. It's my job, and it's a blessed job that I have. But I can understand how the average Astros fan is like, it seems like we always lose to the bad teams, even though they are 40-20 against sub-500 teams this year. Our bullpen sucks. Well, maybe now you got a case with Josh Hader possibly shelved for the rest of the year. And Sean Dubin out there giving up 11 runs in his last 3 outings. But still, that's an overstatement as well. So I think sometimes there's a case of you have this disease called too close to it-itis, and you think, woe is me. I have it the worst. My life sucks. And it's like, hey, man, this team is unbelievably injured and still in first place some way, somehow. I think that is a testament to the good that we've seen this year, more than we should be crying constantly about the occasional series loss. They'd won 3 series in a row before that. And yeah, it's been a rough month and a half, but I'm not freaking out about it. I'm just, hey, you gotta take 2 or 3 against Detroit now, and that's gonna be tough to do on the road against one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah, it is something where I wonder is it because, like, we always talk about how regional baseball fandom is, where, like, you really only watch your team's baseball games.
Yeah, it's not even regional. It's legitimately, hey, once you get outside the city, do you know anything about the teams outside of town?
You might know, like, the good teams in your division. You know, you'll keep up with the Mariners and stuff, or the Rangers when they're up there. But yeah, I is this like the symptom of, like, Texas fans can take a look around and be like, I know it seems bad, but, you know.
Yeah.
At least we're not these guys. At least we're not the Browns.
We're not the Browns. Someone, by the way, it was Ryan Lost in Texas asks, Paul, would you rather be tapped to be the week 1 starter for the Browns or take a dump at a gas station that gives you the keys to their bathroom attached to a hubcap?
So would you rather break every bone in your body or get a horrible disease?
NFL game check. An NFL game check.
Are you getting paid?
If I just spike the ball every single play, they might bench me.
Let me know if you do that. I'll take your under.
Yeah, that's true.
Some unusual betting activity around.
That's true. I'll
around Paul Gallant starting for the.
Hey, that's more Paul Crew, I think.
Yeah,
Paul Crew from Longest Yard.
That is canonically correct.
Another comment here. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. This is just on the 409. We were talking about Matt Stafford. If I was a Rams fan, I'd be pretty nervous with my quarterback and tables, but I guess I am PT I have PT Watts D. That's Jim Watson. Deshaun Watson joke. That was well done.
Yeah, it's creative.
Not cool though what he did to those people. Okay, don't make light of that. Don't. Keith has a thought on the NBA, the National Basketball Association. In case you don't know what that is, it's a league featuring 30 teams across the United States of America, Eastern Conference, Western Conference.
It's like the WNBA, except less dramatic.
More penis, right? Keith has a thought on the NBA. Keith, what's up?
Hey, Paul, thanks for having me on. NBA news over the weekend that kind of flew under the radar that I think is kind of insane to think about. So the Nets acquired Haywood Highsmith in a salary dump essentially from the Miami Heat. And if that name sounds familiar, when the Rockets were close to acquiring Kevin Durant, which they did, apparently the Heat were in the mix for Kevin Durant as well, as they always are with some of these big names, James Harden in the past. Haywood Highsmith was a kicker in that deal that apparently in multiple reports from multiple people said, the deal can't go through for KD if we have to include a Haywood Highsmith. And then a month later, he's a salary dump to Brooklyn where they have 15 guys who nobody knows who they are, and Highsmith is just gone. So, has Pat Riley lost his fastball? What? How do they not throw Highsmith in there with Jaquez, who's out of the rotation? Rozier's got, gambling issues and his big contract.
Allegedly.
What's going on here?
It's a great question. I mean, we're talking about Delaware Bluecoats legend.
Haywood Highsmith.
It's a real basketball team. Haywood Highsmith.
Yeah, he started on or maybe didn't start, but he played minutes on Eastern Conference Finals.
He did. He's after, his entire career leading up to 2021 was playing with the Delaware Bluecoats of the G League, and
I thought that was the college.
No, that's the Blue Hens.
I thought that was
the Delaware Bluecoats is the Sixers G League team.
Okay.
It's like it's a horse wearing a
coat,
Philadelphia 76ers colored bomber jacket with the state of Delaware in red on it. It's actually a cool logo. Okay. He also played for the Crailsheim Merlins, currently referred to as the Hackrow Merlins. Crailsheim, for sponsorship reasons. It's a basketball club based in Crailsheim, Germany. They play in the basketball Bundesliga, also known as the BBL.
I don't know why he was untouchable in a KD trade, but there's a lot of weird
Heat culture, bro.
There's a lot of
Heat culture,
untouchable in a KD trade for teams that didn't trade.
Yeah,
for Kevin
that guy fought his way through the G League and in the Bundesliga to play for the Heat.
Now he's back on the G League playing for the Brooklyn
Nets. But listen, that iron sharpens iron in the G League, and he'll be back up there and spicing things up in practice. They say those Heat practices and Heat culture. It's like a
boot camp. Yeah,
it's like a less P-word version of the Dream Team. A lot of people say that about the Heat.
Yeah. What if the Dream Team wasn't soft?
Mm-hmm.
That's the Miami Heat.
From the 713, Paul, the WNBA is catching up to the NBA lately. There's been a lot more penis-shaped devices in games. Well, that's true. I did say NBA, more penis in the WNBA.
Not that much more.
It's still a long way to go.
It's like most games. It's like 10-1 as far as on the court.
You would need 30 per game to catch up to the amount in the NBA because there's 15 per team. Yeah, that would be bad, in my opinion. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, and we're a very serious sports talk show here. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Are you scared of the Detroit Tigers? Tiger. Are you scared of them? Because the Astros are about to go into the Tigers' den tonight. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold. You already know what I'm about to say about St. Arnold. They have a beer for everyone. My favorite, going back and forth between the Summer Pilsner and the Lawnmower. Lawnmower is available all year round. They've got a beer garden as a place for everyone. Fantastic place to hang out. Can't wait to be out there in a couple of weeks for our ESPN Houston listener party. And for private events, St. Arnold has a space for everyone. You can have your private event at St. Arnold. Weddings, family reunions, birthday bashes, happy hours, trade shows, whether it's a group of 20 people or 300 people, they've got a space for everyone. All of these spaces, whether it's the beer hall for big groups or the investors pub for small groups, have audiovisual capabilities, projectors, screens, and more importantly, really good food from the in-house catering menu from the St. Arnold chef and the freshest St. Arnold beer in all the world. Wine, cider, root beer as well. If you are looking to host an event in the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, St. Arnold has a space for you. Holidays, Halloween. You want to sign up quickly to get those prime dates for a daytime rental evening event, weekday or weekend. And if you mention ESPN or my name, Paul, you will get the brewery game package free when you sign up, which gets you dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, a pool table, and a photo booth. Get started at StArnold.com. Click on private events. That's StArnold.com. Click on private events. St. Arnold has a beer for everyone, a place for everyone, and now a space for everyone. One more time, StArnold.com. Private events. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you. Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. I still feel guilty about my October prediction of last year. I don't believe in jinxes. I really don't. Especially when it comes to somebody making prognostications or predictions. Like the idea that me saying I think something will happen leads to the opposite outcome happening is an effing crazy thought. That said, I do regret having said that the Houston Astros in that fake playoff series against the Tigers would dust bust them. Because a sweep, you got to win 3 games. In the divisional round, you got to win 4 games. In the CS or in the World Series, and in the wild card round, you just got to win 2 games. Both those games at formerly Minute Maid Park. Astros lose 1. Astros lose 2. So now they get the Tigers again with first pitch tonight at 5:40. Having lost 2 of 3 in embarrassing fashion to the Baltimore Orioles over the weekend. You got Spencer Arrighetti on the hill, who I would prefer not Spencer Arrighetti trying
to bounce back,
get back to form. I mean,
as long as he doesn't fall ill,
he wasn't
be a good start.
He didn't give up a lot of hits against the Red Sox. He just had a lot of walks against the Red Sox. He had 5 walks and only allowed 2 earned runs. That's better than 11 hits and 5 earned runs against the Marlins. So it's his 3rd start back. This is a tough one. I'm tempted to think about those awful starts that Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti had at the start of last season against the Royals. Remember how bad those were? And look, the Royals ended up being a pretty good team last year, but those weren't fun, and this isn't fun either. Spencer Arrighetti is the guy that you were looking to tonight to give you, and specifically give your bullpen an effing break. Friday, they had to work. Saturday, they really had to work. That game went 12 innings. Sunday, I mean, didn't Chaz McCormick pitch yesterday? So this is going to be tough. Arrighetti's going to need to give him, I want to say, 5-6 innings, and actually 7 would be preferred at this moment in time. You're in a spot right now where your rotation is going to have to start carrying big innings, inning workloads. You know, you're going to have to give them 6, 7. Because this bullpen right now, it's Brian Abreu and it's everybody else in terms of confidence that you have in them. And sure, statistically, hey, Bennett Sousa's had some moments and Brian King's had some moments this year, but we've seen a lot of Enyel De Los Santos of late, a lot of Caleb Ort. Jordan Weems is technically an Astro now. That wasn't nice the way I said that. I was kind of like Joe George versus Blair Henley. But Sean, can you guess Jordan Weems' ERA right now? After yesterday's performance?
11.
Ooh, just a little bit off. 14.54.
Thank you, Jesus Sanchez, for keeping that in the tins.
He had a scoreless inning of work on Friday, but yesterday he allowed 5 earned runs in a third of an inning.
By the way, I don't know if he was the pitcher that I had stopped watching by the time Jesus Sanchez was keeping the number at double digits.
I'm just going to be frank. I shouldn't have to watch a series against the last place team, and sure, call me a bad parent that will someday be found guilty of manslaughter, but I should be allowed to leave the Astros in the car with the keys in and the AC on, go into the store, grab myself a sody pop, a beer, some liquor, the concoctions to make my own version of an El Tiempo margarita. I should be able to leave the Astros by themselves. And here they are acting like Dennis the effing Menace or those 2 kids that like did crack with the Cat in the Hat in that Dr. Seuss book. I think that's how it goes. That shouldn't happen against the Orioles. You shouldn't embarrass yourselves against the Orioles. You shouldn't poop your pants against the Orioles, pee yourself, whatever. That shouldn't happen.
Especially, doing our job where on Friday night, chances are that's the the least likely game for us to have to talk
Oh,
about
I'll
on a
admit
weekend
it,
series.
I'm unless it is a playoff game, I am not watching a Saturday baseball game. I'm just not.
Or like the random like really big series. Like
If someone got me tickets, I will watch it then. But even then, I will probably spend just as much time watching the game as I will in line for an El Tiempo Margarita at Dyken Park. Because the lines are long now.
Thanks to people
allegedly.
drawing attention to it. Yeah. Friday nights, that's for us. We shouldn't have to get an alert on our phone that a guy I've never heard of is throwing a perfect game. I really shouldn't have to live like that.
Listen, I'm in a great relationship right now, but just to continue to make the metaphor, like if the Astros are my kids and I'm a single parent, I should be able to leave them at home, and I shouldn't have to hire a babysitter. And yet, I mean, they're basically
just give them an iPad.
They were drinking bleach on Sunday, and on Friday they drew all over the wall in magic marker. Now I gotta paint. Now I gotta paint the wall, and the ambulance bill I'm sure is like $10,000. So yeah,
Saturday,
take care of business.
Saturday really was like the Cat in the Hat, where it was going to be a disaster, and then at the last second they clean everything up.
Yep, they did.
Kind of through they didn't really do anything well. It was more the Orioles did something poorly, but yeah, we're so close to talking about a sweep, so close to talking about getting swept by the Orioles.
So the Astros are 40-20 against sub 500 teams. A texter claims the Astros are 14-14 against the last place teams in each division collectively. Interesting. I'm wondering if that's a statistic that can be found easily online. It is tough to find some of these little niche statistics. That would be a little bit closer to what I've been pushing back on today all show, this idea that the Astros are only bad against last place teams. If they are 14-14, man, that's the difference between you potentially having a bye if the season were to end today and being in this dogfight with a Seattle Mariners team that, at least until a couple of days ago, was red hot.
Yeah, because you would think like 20-8 instead of 14-14. Like that's 6 games. Like that's a lot of wins or a lot of losses that should be wins.
713-780-3776 to call to text. That is Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 to jump aboard. The most interactive sports talk show in town. This guy actually claims he looked through the entire season and added it up. Shout out to you, because sometimes you have to do that with the baseball stats. I've done that a couple of times, and I discovered, there's a website called Fangraphs that does this for me. And now I just ask Grok. I'm like, math, F that. F that. I haven't taken a math class since I took statistics, where my teacher died. Crazy. Sophomore year. It's nuts. It's like, dude, I remember I'd had him, and I used to write on my test, I have no idea what's going on, dude. At the bottom, because he was from another country and he didn't speak very good English. And I remember I read a story during the offseason. He got locked out of his place, and he was trying to climb in, and he fell, and that was it. Awful. Anyway, sorry, just brought the mood down, huh? Just like the Astros did over the weekend. Hey-o, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Are you scared of the Tigers? And just when you thought Houston couldn't be betrayed anymore by its football players, C.J. Stroud has a partner in crime when it comes to thumbing their noses at the greatest organization this city has ever known. You'll find out on the other side. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. 3 games for the Astros against the Detroit Tigers tonight. People were pissed off seeing C.J. Stroud going in to Saturday's Texans-Panthers game wearing a Seattle Mariners hat. For his part, Stroud said he was wearing the hat for swag purposes, said that he is also a Dodgers fan and an Astros fan, but he likes the hat. Doesn't seem to care all that much about having worn the hat. Well, the Astros are neck and neck in a division race with a hated rival. And you know what? He shouldn't. He shouldn't care about that. But did you know that C.J. Stroud wasn't the only Houston Texan to collectively thumb his nose at the Houston Astros? See this? Hear about this? Anyone see one of the best Texans and one of the best receivers in the NFL? After Saturday's game, he caught a touchdown pass, helped cap off a Texans first-teamer's drive with a touchdown reception on 4th and goal. C.J. Stroud's wearing a Mariners hat. And Nico Collins, if I had glasses, I'd dramatically remove them right now. Like I'm Walter Cronkite delivering news about someone's assassination. Nico Collins was wearing. And look, I know there's a lot of tough memories when it comes to this team. But Nico Collins had a hat on. And that hat, I mean, really, it's a team that brought a lot of pain to this city. It really did. And you're probably thinking to yourself, Paul, what is the hat that Nico Collins was wearing? And all right, I'll tell you. Because this is one of those hats that if you're caught wearing this in Houston, I mean, people of a certain age, they might throw hands with you. So, the hat that Nico Collins was wearing, and let me tell you, I mean, it wasn't even like a swag hat either, too. You know, it's making matters worse. Because at least the Mariners hat it does have a pretty cool S logo, I think. Right? No? But I'm sorry. I'm delaying the payoff here. Because Nico Collins was wearing a hat. And I'm just so disappointed that he was wearing this hat. And I see a lot of people right now, you're asking, Paul, why haven't you brought up the hat yet? Well, I'm not sure you're ready for this. So the hat that he was wearing, I mean, it's jarring. It's just jarring, this hat. It's absolutely awful what he wore. So this hat, he wore this in spite of what happened way back in the day. He wore that hat. Unbelievable, right? Paul, what hat is it? I'm getting there, okay? But you need to brace yourselves. Because this hat, I'm telling you, it's just disgusting. Because Nico Collins was wearing the hat of a team, one of 30 teams that play baseball, 15 of them in the National League, 15 of them in the American League, a hat that is worn by a team that, you know what, back in 2005 beat the Astros in the World Series, the Chicago White Sox. He's wearing a White Sox hat, everybody. Did you like the slow build-up for that? Because anyone who actually got mad about that, just like the people who got mad about the C.J. Stroud wearing the Seattle Mariners hat, you deserved me to slow roll it to you like that. the White Sox hat. If you're from the south side of Chicago, makes sense. If you're wearing it as a fashion statement, all right, I hope it matches everything else you're wearing. By the way, it did for Nico Collins match a little bit more than C.J. Stroud's Seattle Mariners hat, which he was probably wearing for Nipsey Hussle, but he did not want to explain it to everybody when he was asked about it after the game. Do we want our number one wide receiver associated with the bum-ass Chicago White Sox? I don't know. They did beat the Astros in the 2005 World Series. Do people still hate the White Sox? I mean, Jeff Blum's the color commentator.
I was going to say, given the fact that one of the guys like that actually sent you home calls games and is the beloved color commentator, I think people have moved past the White Sox sweep, which, by the way, it was a sweep. Very close sweep. It was a very close sweep. It's a lot of like 1-0, 2-0.
Yeah, so like it's just really pulling
competitive sweep.
Pulling at your heartstrings there. Should I do that more? Or should I just do like a really slow reveal and just keep on saying like, let me tell you what?
I mean, I was able to grab all my Prize Picks live reads from last week. Nice. I found the random spots I was talking about Prize Picks for 5 times during the start of that segment.
Hell yeah, dude.
I emailed them and everything.
Let me tell you what. It's awful.
I got a lot of work done in that segment. I don't know what people are complaining about.
I think I'm going to just keep doing that. Someone from the 979. What's jarring and awful is listening to this station from 12 to 3. No, I just really built up some drama that actually wasn't drama. Art. That's art. I'm basically Radio Banksy. Who's Banksy, Paul? I don't really know, but he does cool stuff with art, allegedly, and so do I. I'm an artist. I'm an artist when it comes to sports talk radio. And you just were witnesses to one of the greatest payoffs in the history of payoffs. A 6-minute build-up to saying that Nico Collins wore a White Sox hat on the same day that C.J. Stroud wore a Mariners hat. What's worse, an Astros American League West rival or a team that beat the Astros in the World Series? I mean, this is just peak August.
Yeah, I mean, I legitimately, I saw that hat, and I was like, thank God we probably won't have to talk about the actual game. Like, I just did the math of, like, well, we'll probably talk about this more than the game. So,
hey,
sweet.
By the way, good signs in the game. Like, C.J.
That
Stroud.
also helped. That it's like, all right, nothing to see here.
C.J. Stroud got the ball out quick. Offensive line, not a problem. Nick Chubb, breaking tackles. Woody Marks, a burst. One of your rookies. Another one of your rookies, Jalen Smith, had an interception. Jaden Higgins did have a sick catch on the first Texans touchdown drive. Jalen Noel had an awesome return early on. Got called back by a hold, but it still was an impressive return. Will Anderson was a menace. The 2 drives he was on the field. Bryce Young was running for his life. Daniil Hunter was a menace. Derek Stingley was doing Derek Stingley stuff. Baiting Bryce Young throws.
Yeah, that was the other big controversy. A second to CJ's hat was the freeze-framed of, did he get burned or is he baiting a quarterback?
I love that. No, I like this
on a
now.
pass that was, by the way, like nowhere close
Horrible.
to the receiver.
Bryce Young, I'm sorry. I don't think it's going to work out. I know that he deserves credit for handling his benching last year the way that he did
and
coming back down the stretch and actually being pretty damn good. But
I think we got a little excited. Or not we, but I think the comeback narrative of Bryce Young is like he bounced back to being like a okay starter from being absolutely unplayably bad for the first season and a half of his career.
He doesn't do anything special. I mean, he's not the most accurate guy.
That's the issue.
That's
the difference between him and Kyler.
Yeah,
that Kyler is a crazy athlete with a very good arm.
When Kyler is on, it is actually scary.
Yeah.
Kyler just doesn't do it very consistently. I don't know what Bryce Young does well. As far as what does he do that sets him apart from everybody else to make up for the fact that he's the size of me.
Like Russell Wilson, great at extending plays, great at the moon ball, deep shot to Tyler Lockett, Doug Baldwin, all those guys. Drew Brees, insane between the ears. Knew where the ball was going before the play started. Also, insanely accurate of a passer. Like we said, Kyler Murray has a bunch of physical attributes that make him an awesome Madden, a player to play as in Madden. A little streaky in real life. That's kind of why he's at where he's at. Bryce Young just doesn't have that like superlative, like you can say he's the best in the league at this thing.
He threw a horrible interception on his first throw, and it was bailed out because Will Anderson tackled a guy who was supposed to be open for a bootleg. And I mean, it was. I don't think Young saw the flags. Maybe he did. To me, I was like, wait, he's in his third year?
Yeah.
It was. I mean, that's when you throw it away. He basically punted it. It was nowhere close to the guy he was throwing it to. It wasn't good. Anyway, sorry. I'm dumping on Bryce Young. It's mainly because I had too many Panthers fans in my mentions on YouTube being like, you don't understand ball. He was so great in the joint practice. He really wasn't. I only saw the defense a couple of times out there, and every single time I went out to go watch the defense, they did something. They did something immediately.
It wasn't like the first play they glanced over was like Stingley's pick six. And it's just like, all right.
That's the only play D'Amico Ryan saw defensively in that practice.
Oh, yeah. D'Amico told that.
Yeah.
Story.
Yeah.
Yes, the Texans defense is what the Astros should be as far as they can be unsupervised during joint practices. I'm going to assume they're going to do all right.
He is Sean Mapes. I am Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5. It's Monday. Mondays suck. Who's got a case of the Mondays today? A lot of people in the broadcasting game not having the best Monday after some wretched performances over the weekend. You'll hear them next. First, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Now you do, because Walmart has more than 500 million items online. Walmart.com. Go there. Some of these items you can't even find in the stores. And hey, I mean, do you want to go in the store? Or do you want to just order it and have it delivered to you? Because if you're talking groceries, grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in the store. You can order all sorts of different items on Walmart.com. Might be cheaper at Walmart.com than that other website. And you can get groceries in as fast as an hour at Walmart too. Hell, you can get express delivery for many things in as fast as an hour to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart: groceries, home goods, prescriptions. Whether you're feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Go to walmart.com for more. That's right. Who has a case of the Mondays? Who's feeling it today? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 for your nominees. Monica McNutt. You might know her for being on ESPN. She generally is an analyst for the NBA and WNBA, but seems to be on a lot of those Speak for Your Pizza shows talking about more than just those two topics. She was actually hosting First Take with Molly Queerum out and had Drewski, who is a comedian?
Yeah, like social media comedian. Does
yeah.
Instagram skits.
Skit actor.
Yeah.
He's pretty funny.
He's good, yeah.
He was in studio wearing a Honolulu blue jersey that said Sanders, number 20,
Yeah.
on the front.
Looked like he was wearing it backwards, I guess.
Right, and maybe that's the new style. Whatever the case, Monica McNutt saw that, and I don't know what the hell she thought she saw, but oh boy, this is a rough moment for the four-letter network.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Feeling good, man. Excited. Flew here for this. I'm up. I didn't know I was doing this early. I'm up, though. Jeez.
Well, it's a blast for us to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so the jersey. Let's get into it, because obviously this ties to one Shedeur Sanders, who balled out in his first preseason. I'm sorry, I apologize. Barry Sanders.
Obviously. Oh, a crutch word that a lot of people use, I use occasionally. But Monica, come on. If you listen to the Paul Gallant show, you would know that we were 20 days away from the start of the NFL season. So
Is that why Drewski wore it?
It could have been why Drewski was wearing it.
Yeah. I when I first saw the caption and I didn't click it yet, I was like, oh, she probably just said speaking of Sanders, let's talk about Shedeur Sanders.
I think so.
Classic, I don't know. It's kind of a lazy radio segue of speaking of the last word I said, here's a different
That's
thing.
fair.
But no, the way Drewski and Stephen A jumped in and she was like, oh, my bad. I was like, oh, ooh, she might have actually messed that up. I don't really know how, because Shedeur Sanders is very famous and doesn't wear number 20.
She is 35, so there's no, I think, bailout here as far as age. I think if you were old enough to watch Barry Sanders in 97, 98, and maybe I'm a little bit on the spectrum when it comes to my memory of watching football before I turned 10, but I vividly remember Barry Sanders. I thought Sanders was awesome. I thought the Lions uniforms on top of that Barry Sanders was in were super sick. No matter how bad the Lions might have been, I mean, he was incredible out there. And obviously, Shedeur Sanders, come on. Now, could be a Georgetown education at work. She did go to Georgetown. That's where she played basketball. And it is 2:36 p.m. Central Time in Georgetown. Still sucks. More. Case of the Mondays. Who else has a case of the Mondays? Oh, no. It's more media puking all over themselves. Here is Arkansas student reporter Daniel Shee asking Arkansas head coach Sam Pittman about, I don't know.
And then a lot of talk about, year 2 under Bobby. I guess maybe year 6 under you doesn't sound quite as exciting to the eye, but I guess have you learned anything that I guess, sorry.
Was there a question in there?
Yeah,
what the hell are we doing?
Sorry. I guess, is there anything new that you've learned about yourself that you're looking to take into this year? I guess I should just lead with that.
Oh, poor kid. I feel bad. I have been there with the verbal diarrhea while asking a question before. Certain coaches, certain players have laughed at it. All you can do is shake it off. Sometimes you're waiting for a question. You have anxiety waiting to get called on, because you usually have to get called on by some press person before you can ask a question, unless you're just one of those a-holes who doesn't care and asks no matter what.
I'm sure the student reporter is last on the list.
Mm-hmm. That's tough. And the guy pounced down his throat. Like, Sam Pittman was waiting to bully the student.
By the way, fair for the way he started it, but
For sure.
I understand the well, I'm going to ask a question, but I feel like I need to add context to it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like
there's this balance.
If he just didn't say "you're 6 for you," which doesn't seem that appealing, if he just took that part out, like he would have just stumbled over his words. But Pittman probably doesn't like. What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. And valuable learning experience.
Yeah. It's embarrassing that
you got it out of your system. There's no way you're going to have a worse moment than this. You also kind of committed seppuku as Sam interrupted you there by saying, "Oh, I should have done this, should have done that." I feel for this kid.
Yes.
He's going to learn. He's going to be better for it. And honestly, I think Sam Pittman actually helped him out a little bit in his career because guess what? Coaches being a-holes to you in press conferences happens. It happens. I'll say this about Jim Boeheim, who I never liked. Jim Boeheim would be such a D-bag to student reporters specifically. And at times I thought it was over the top, but there was another part of me thinking to myself, you know what? If I want to be good at this job someday, I got to be willing to ask this guy a tough question and perhaps draw the fire of a man who actually got away with running somebody over and killing them.
Not only is he coaching CJ Fair hard, he's coaching those journos, those student journalists.
CJ Fair, nice callback, Sean. That's a good one.
Yeah, no, I mean, I the football coach where I went to school was Tom Herman.
Oh, that's true.
wasn't the most fun, gregarious guy. And yeah, you see, I mean,
Herman blocked our entire station.
Yeah, Herman.
When I was at the Texans flagship, because Garrett Heinrich, who was our web guy, wrote an article listing the places he's most likely to go to if he leaves Houston. And it was if he leaves Houston. And Texas was number one.
Which he went to a month later.
He was such a bitch. And he would call into our radio shows and be like, actually, you said this. I can't believe you said this. I think he called in with to the morning show, which was Nick Wright and John Lopez at one point, and they got into this weird back and forth. You can look it up for yourself. I think it's still on the internet. He sucked. Tom Herman just sucked.
Yeah, and we could go all day. I mean, you brought Boeheim. I mean,
there's lots of
Coach K did it a couple years ago, like the year before he left. He did that to a student reporter too, where he was like, "What's your major? What are you doing?" They'd see an opportunity to pounce, and they pounce.
Case of the Mondays continues. Here's another unfortunate moment in sports media. I don't know off the top of my head who the Colts color commentator is. I think it's Rick Venturi. Here is Rick Venturi talking about Colts backup quarterback Jason Bean and his entrance into the game.
Let's go to work here. Go to work. And Riley Leonard's numbers.
No, it's going to be Beaner.
Jason Bean's going to get his first
Beaner's going to be in there.
Second year with the team.
He had to repeat himself there, too. I don't think you could call a guy last name Beaner. I understand the urge to do it because in baseball nicknames are constantly thrown out where it's just, I'm just going to add ER or E to the end of it. Like, say someone's last name was Brooks. Hey, Brooksy.
Yeah, Jeremy Branham, who, spoiler alert, is in the building, just walked past the studio 5 minutes ago and goes, "What's up, Mapers?"
Yeah.
Just added a letter to my
Right. It's a thing that people do. This is one of the few ones where you can't, and
Beanie is better.
Maybe workshop this.
Yeah, Beanie.
These local broadcasts in the preseason are something else. Andrew Catalon has said swarm 400 times already.
I like that, though. Oh.
I do too, but it's almost like he is buying so much into the Texans and their swarm mindset that now it's every other word. You know, I miss Spencer Tillman on these too, because Spencer Tillman had a bunch of weird sayings that I'd never heard of before, like smoke through a keyhole and apple in a roadmap and stuff. Yeah. And I love Andy Kalu.
Yeah, he's
Andy
doing good.
Andy Kalu is the best
job.
part of that broadcast. And I like John Harris a lot personally too. But Catalon's got to stop saying swarm every 5 seconds.
Mix in an iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, a little iron sharpens iron. I agree with you there. Rick Venturi's got to stop saying Beaner. And on top of that, the Broncos broadcast can't fall for a fake post on X about how Micah Parsons would prefer to play for the Denver Broncos. They actually posted this.
Yeah,
that they found from a troll account in the middle of the game, they just put this on the screen and talked about it. And I get it's the preseason. You're looking for things to talk about. But come on, guys.
It would be one thing. I mentioned this earlier.
That intern's fired.
It would be one thing if it was just like you said, hey, we got to fill 2.5 hours of a preseason game. Like, if the commentator just like brought up, like, by the way, did you see this? Hear about this? Michael Parsons wants to come here. The fact they made a graphic for this. That means like a producer had to look at this and like grab the quote from Ballsack Sports and type it up onto this.
That's
like,
what the account was too. It was Ballsack
like
Sports.
So many people had to fail at their job of sniffing out the fact that if Michael Parsons actually said this, if he actually said, my dream destination, Denver. I would love to play for the Broncos. They already have the best defensive league. Like, this is all ESPN would be talking about. You would have 45 notifications on your phone about what Michael Parsons said. The fact that didn't happen should probably tell you it's a fake quote.
Yes. But someone on this Monday probably found out the hard way that there are consequences for your actions, and I hope it's not an intern. I hope it was a producer.
I hope it's a salaried person.
Yeah, exactly. This is a pretty bad one. Like, I understand an intern that's interning at something, and maybe they're not that into sports.
Yeah,
I get a college kid. I'll make excuses.
Yeah,
for a college
no,
kid.
there's a lot of times I have to walk out there, especially early in the intern, and like, hey, you misspelled Altuve or whatever, or like Jose Altuve's first name is Jose, something like that. But like that again, it's just the checks and balances that had to go past like this obviously fake quote.
Yeah,
making like a graphic for it.
They must have seen it and tried to do it on the fly.
That had to have been it. That.
Woof. Case of the Mondays, one last one. Whoever was directing traffic outside of the end of Texans-Panthers, I saw Will post about this, Will Kunkel, who you hear from time to time filling in here on ESPN 97.5 and hopefully a little bit more during football season. I like Will. Will said apparently it was a bitch to get out of NRG Stadium on Saturday, which is crazy because that stadium was largely empty. Because preseason football stinks, and also people don't really like to go to Texans games that much because NRG Stadium's annoying to get to, part of town that's not exactly in the most poppin' area either. This idea that we're going to build some sort of place in the Astrodome is going to be funded by taxpayer money is ridiculous. I saw the Chronicle posted, it's like, this is a poll says people want this. No, they don't. They don't want this. They don't want a WNBA team. They don't want an NHL team. They don't want to pay for anything. They don't want to do any of that stuff. And then on top of that, you're leaving a game where there's like 20,000 people, 30,000 people, 40,000 people there. And the parking people who generally complicate matters, like traffic directors almost always make things worse than a stoplight would. I guess they made it a little bit worse. So case of the Mondays, there you go, every Monday at 2:30. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. You want to weigh in on the Astros losing 2 of 3 to the Orioles in embarrassing fashion, you can. What are your thoughts on their series starting tonight against the Detroit Tigers? You also can. Garbage time is next. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Astros Tigers tonight at 5:40 p.m. in Detroit. Astros made a couple of moves today. First off, Taylor Scott is back. The South African. They designated Jordan Weems and his nearly 15 ERA for assignment. Scott will rejoin the Astros in Detroit today. No word on if he will pitch tonight. Also, Brandon Walter, remember him?
Yeah, he was pretty of the, Space Cowboys pressed into Astros action. He was pretty good.
Shut down. Recurrence of left elbow pain / left elbow inflammation.
Okay.
What a year.
JP France 2.0.
Well, that's a shoulder.
Yes, but hey, look at this remarkable story. How he's pitching well for the Astros and broke him.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Wow, he's pitched more than he's ever pitched in his professional career. He has elbow pain. It's just because he has a higher workload. Just give him a couple weeks, he'll be good. And it's like, wait, isn't it always that because of the higher workload you have a real injury, not just pain?
Remember Hayden Wesneski?
Key piece of the Kyle Tucker trade.
Mm-hmm.
Which the Astros are still somehow winning because of how bad Kyle Tucker's been.
Who's the next Astro arm to get hurt? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, to YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. By the way, everybody, what else do we have from the Astros? Okay, nothing. I thought I saw something, but I'm not about to get Denver Broncos.
Yeah, no.
Not about to get Denver Broncos. That was a sarcastic post that was made by somebody talking about Astros injuries. Anyway, time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. We should have brought this into Case of the Mondays. The Las Vegas club that thought Justin Bieber was performing, but it actually wasn't Justin Bieber. Some guy just said, I'm Justin Bieber, and actually performed on stage at XS Nightclub in the Wynn.
You can do that?
Apparently you could do that.
For Justin Bieber. Like, doing that for some other act, probably, like, okay, I could see how. Then Justin Bieber's, like, very famous.
Yeah. People thought it was him.
Well, okay. People thought it was him until he started singing? Or can this guy sing, too?
I think people thought, he can't sing. And
okay.
People thought.
That's where it would fall apart.
People still thought it was him.
Oh, just had a bad night?
Right.
Okay.
Well, listen, believable.
Yeah.
It's a believable backstory.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he wasn't just, sipping tea or whatever to keep his voice straight.
So some host, I guess that works at the Wynn, told everyone that Bieber was going to be there, which led to a bunch of people spending big money so they could get tables in the club.
So I think this was a scheme.
It could be.
This isn't a lone actor.
The pictures that people took with him, thinking it was him. Now, I've just watched an episode of the TV show Dave where Justin Bieber's actually in it.
Are you sure?
It was definitely Justin Bieber.
Okay.
So I know what Justin Bieber looks like. I can't believe anyone thought this guy looked like Justin Bieber. I really can't. I know Bieber's got a lot of tattoos now, but
I mean, still,
he's got a very distinct face.
Yeah, the two things that it's hardest to impersonate Bieber, it's the face and the voice. I would say that's where most people can't reach those levels.
Yes,
and I'm surprised he got close enough to get up on stage.
I am too. He really was.
Do you think you could walk onto a set and be like,
no,
Mr. Vanderbeek, right this way, sir?
I don't want your life.
That's your move.
Why
are you talking? Oh, whatever. He's
no,
a weird guy, I guess.
I don't have enough confidence to pull that off.
Yeah, neither.
I have a lot of imposter syndrome all the time, so I would have a tough time with that. It's back, guys. The NFL is going to continue its social justice messaging for a 6th consecutive year. Teams featuring end zone messages at each home game. You can pick one of these: end racism, stop hate, choose love, inspire change. It takes all of us will be stenciled into the opposite end zone for every single game. So you can pick one of those 4. Yeah, I would like, we got to do something. We got to do something. We got to do something. That's what I want.
Do you think that the people who's I don't know if they're called grounds crew in football, but do you think the guys whose job it is to stencil these things in, do you think they're like, God, can we stop? Like, it adds another 15 minutes to my pregame. Like,
oh, for sure.
Like,
everyone thinks this is.
They can agree, they can disagree, whatever. Do they just think like, oh God, my job got harder for another year? One more year of me stenciling in racism.
I love football. NFL fans are probably the trashiest of all sporting events. I'm just being honest, okay? Does this help? Does it stop anything?
Do you think someone's going to start a racism in the crowd and they're like,
but it's
no,
just
wait,
a sign like, wait a second.
let me stop.
I got to stop.
Jared Goff doesn't want me to continue racism. I'll stop.
I personally am offended by the idea of no hate. I don't like that. Hate is good occasionally.
Hate.
Yeah, stop hate. No, some hate's good. I want to hate the other team.
Stop, and then parentheses, non-sports hate.
Yeah.
Stop hate outside of the game.
I like that. Garbage time continues. Did you see the turnout for Ohio State wide receiver Jeremiah Smith at a sporting store? I mean, an outrageous amount of people turned out for this. Adam King posted a video of it. All sorts of people there just to, I'm not even sure what. Like,
get a
watch
photo
him
of him?
walk by and take a photo of him with a bunch of police officers around. Like, I got to say, Ohio State, this is dork behavior.
Was it like a signing event or something? Even that would be a lot of people for a signing event, by the way.
I guess it's a signing event. If you're getting an autograph of anybody, you're a weirdo too. This is bizarre. This is very bizarre. He's 19. There's this many people for him? He didn't even do anything against Texas.
Right? Wait, is that Jade Barron right there with them? No. Still covering him?
He's always covered. Yeah, bizarre. I think autograph people, I think you need to get lives. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in. Subscribe to the podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. And if you haven't already downloaded the ESPN Houston app, it is the best way to, one, listen to the show, but also, as far as giveaways, if you're trying to get tickets to the ESPN Houston listener party in a couple of weeks, that's the way to do it. But you should also be following ESPN Houston on all the social media accounts for our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and appers. And, of course, the one and only Sean Mapes behind the glass. And everyone else who listened, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian Behind the Glass. Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to. Monday shows are the best. They are the bee's knees. Sorry, I had to do it. Lots to get to today, though. Lots to get to. Astros play baseball today. They're in Detroit. They made a roster move, by the way. The Beach Boys been DFA'd. Taylor Scott has rejoined the team in Detroit. So there's the roster move there. We'll talk plenty of Astros, good, bad, ugly, from what was a pretty ugly weekend series over at the Dike. Even the win was a tough watch. Even that one had some dilemma, had some negativity, but Astros still a game and a half up on Seattle, though, because Seattle helped you out. They were playing in Williamsport yesterday and lost a baseball game. We'll get to that a lot later. Plenty to get to. College football right around the corner. There's football this week. There's college football this week.
It's here.
It's here.
Well, it's in Ireland, but
it's a Big 12 game, baby.
Yeah.
The second best conference in Power 4 football. Second best. Don't at me.
Second best after the SEC and Big Ten?
No, Big Ten's overrated. We'll get into college football. I'm tongue-in-cheek there a little bit. I do think the Big Ten is overrated. I think they are the second best conference in college football, but I do think the Big Ten's a little bit overrated. And they're also trying to ruin college football. I'm not sure who's trying to ruin their sport more, the Big Ten to college football or Robert Manfred to Major League Baseball. They're both trying to ruin their sport. We'll get into that a little bit later. But the Texans swarmed. Did you see those two series by the Houston Texans? I thought that they looked good. Hot take. They reaffirmed to me in those two series. I really do think that the Houston Texans are a dark horse Super Bowl contender, Blankers.
Wow.
I do.
Okay.
I've stood on that all offseason, though. That's not new. That's not a new take because of two series. I've felt that way since the offseason.
I didn't know that you had stayed with it because I was apprehensive about where this offensive line was, what their offensive line was going to look like this year, and the fact that being as important as it was in the offseason to kind of retool it, I just had to see it before I believed that it could be better than last year. And so far, the reports are good because it doesn't matter if we know all the names or not or where they are in their careers. So far, instead of just all this kind of minutia they feed the media, there seems to be a lot of truth to the fact that the continuity, it was an issue. It is there. This offensive line plays together, and they're getting results.
Yeah. What was your one main takeaway watching this game on Saturday? Texans, Panthers. Overall, very good for me. I thought it was a very positive night at the ballpark. They won the game, which screwed me over. Come on, underdogs on the money line all preseason long, baby. You weren't supposed to swarm Texans once you pulled the starters, so you gave Branham an L. I had to eat an L on Saturday because of the Texans' second and third strings. But that no one cares about that. What was your biggest takeaway, your biggest feel coming off of this game?
I mean, I think to me it's because I've been so bullish on Nick Chubb, and that there's been a lot of reports coming out that Nick Chubb is washed, that he's not going to be good, that he doesn't have anything left in the tank. And then when you saw the way he was able to run, and he still runs with the physicality, but he still seems to be able to hit the hole quite fast and seems to be able to get yards, that I was very impressed with the running game overall, but Nick Chubb in particular.
Yeah, I thought that the offensive line and Nick Chubb looked half decent. I was like, okay, there is a little bit there. I was pleased with the way Nick Chubb looked. I was pleased with the way that the offensive line was able to get to the, not really second level, but at least a little bit of a surge, a little bit of a push. I was pleased with that. I thought that Nick Chubb can carry you for 4 games while Joe Mixon's on the IR to start the year.
Yeah, I think that we started to see the identity of what a Nick Caley offense looks like take shape. There was a lot of quick throws for C.J. Stroud. He hit Christian Kirk on a couple quick hitters. There was a little quick screen pass to Nico Collins. There wasn't a lot there. Even the touchdown obviously was a quick drop and then an out route to Nico Collins. There wasn't a lot of Stroud dropping back and having to buy time because routes had to get deep downfield. It was quick. And the offensive line, I thought, obviously stood out as actually getting a push, like you said.
Yeah, I was pleased with that. The other thing's the Nick Caley aspect of it, because I think that's even bigger than like Nick Chubb looking half decent, because I think the Texans have some backs that can do some damage. I think that Nick Chubb, look, it was 2 series, but it was I was more encouraged with those 2 series of Nick Chubb than I've been at any point since they've signed Nick Chubb. So that's encouraging. I think Woody Marks showed the ability that he can run the football a little bit. Obviously, Joe Mixon can run the football whenever Joe Mixon returns, which is very mysterious. I think that Dameon Pierce in this scheme, power, counter, gap scheme, is a lot better suited than whatever Bobby Slowick was trying to do. This goes back to some of the early days of Dameon Pierce. I think Pierce can have success with this offense. So I'm not worried about the pieces in the running back room. I would say I was probably more encouraged with Nick Caley. I like the short passing game. I like getting my receivers the ball in space and then letting them go create. I watched the 2 series today on the All-22. That little screen to Nico Collins at the top of your screen, that could have been a big play rather easily. Nico Collins breaks a tackle there. He's going to the house. Like, there was a lot of bodies out in front of Nico Collins. It was a well-executed screen. I think Caley liked screens. Slowick liked screens. Slowick screens weren't well-executed. I thought that was really well-executed from Nick Caley. This offensive line is not more talented than it was last year. And again, it's only 2 series, so like let's not hang the banner just yet. But a clean pocket for C.J. Stroud. I thought that there was fantastic balance in the offense in those 2 series. I thought the execution was there. I was watching the game like with heart eye emojis. I really liked what I see from Nick Caley.
Well, and you look at it, there was even one play where C.J. dropped back to pass, and his internal clock basically told him he was about to get hit, and he wasn't. This year's different. He wasn't going to get hit. He had time. Every minute he was on the field, he seemed to have the time he needed to execute whatever plays. It was just on one he had like PTSD, like I'm supposed to be getting hit right now, and kind of I want to.
You talking about was it the 2nd and goal play where he ended up sliding down at the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, because it wasn't an incompletion because he only had 2. Right. But I just thought that his internal clock went off because he was used to getting hit rather quickly. But when you look at it, I think on the first 25 plays there were 0 pressures. The O-line did their job. The fact that the if you're going to say that's their starting offensive line with Andrews at center and the way they spread them out. But essentially, I think in the first 9 rushes, 52 yards, a 5.7 yard average. That's what Caley wants to do. Like you said, Jeremy, he wants the balance. They want to be a run-first offense. And if there's anything that CJ can do over and over again, we know that he has touch and he has accuracy, especially in the mid-range to short-range passing game, where they should be extremely effective doing that, and it takes pressure off your offensive line.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing I noticed with Caley's scheme as it relates to how different it was than what Bobby Slowick did last year, Bobby Slowick in that zone scheme seemed to try to get to the edge a lot. Basically, I think nearly every single run we saw on Saturday was between the tackles, every single run. And not only was it between the tackles, but with Chubb, who can run people over. And when Mixon gets back, he can run people over. And surprisingly, because he was a receiving back in college, but Woody Marks was trucking people. Yeah. So, and then we know Dameon Pierce is a load when he gets going. So I think that's a marked difference between the 2 schemes, that they're running between the tackles and they got guys that can run defenders over and pick up an extra couple.
That's why I'm not quitting on Dameon Pierce, because I think that Dameon Pierce in this scheme has a shot to help you. I'm not sure that Nick Chubb is better than Dameon Pierce today, right now, this second. I know back a baseball card, obviously it's Nick Chubb, but like whenever Pierce was out there practicing last week, they were sharing first-team reps. I think they think that Dameon Pierce has a role on this team. I think they think that Dameon Pierce is going to excel in this scheme. So it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Because if Mixon is on the roster opening day, if he's on the initial 53, you're going to have a tough decision. Like, you're not keeping 4 prototypical running backs, and I think they're going to want to keep Jacob Johnson. Like, he was a focal point on with the ones. I was reading Benjamin Solak of ESPN. He was out at all the training camps. His take on the Texans was that their running scheme and their running operation is what Caley's taking away from New England, actually. They were a heavy fullback usage. He said he saw a lot of Jacob Johnson. Like, Jacob Johnson's making this team. So if you're keeping a fullback, you're keeping 4 traditional running backs. There are 5 running backs that should be on this team, assuming that Joe Mixon makes the initial 53. Because you're keeping Mixon, you're keeping Chubb, you're keeping Woody Marks, you're keeping Dare. So did I mention Dameon Pierce?
No.
That's 5. So, like, one of those guys is either going to be cut or he's going to start the season on the IR. That's why I think Mixon's going to start the season on the IR. But it goes back to what we were talking about last week. I feel like the running back room is solid. I feel like it's fine, and it's mostly because of Kaylee's scheme, which is great.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's going to be interesting. I would like to see Dameon Pierce healthy and full strength and just show us what you can do in this system. Because I think that the one thing that I was wondering coming out of this game was, with the way that Marks played, with the way that Chubb played, if it didn't light a fire under Pierce a little bit more to go, I probably should need to get out there and show out a little bit, because right now, you're wondering where the cuts are going to come from, and if Mixon's indeed going to be put on the IR, or if they're going to push him through and assume that he's going to play week 1, which I don't expect him to play week 1.
Yeah, it seems like a long shot for him to play week 1. He hadn't been around the team at all, hadn't been on the practice field at all. He's on the non-football injury list, which, I mean, he could come off of that tomorrow and, like, okay, let's ramp him up. He's ready by early September. It just doesn't feel like that's imminent. And maybe it is. Maybe I'm just reading the situation wrong and he's going to be there week 1. I hope that's the case. I very much hope it's the case. Lots to get to from this Texans-Panthers game. That we've read one bullet point on the many bullet points that we have. 713-780-ESPN. It's a busy show. Good, bad, ugly as well from the Astros. Texans made a trade. Mechie's gone. Lost in all of that. Mechie's gone. We'll discuss that a little bit later. And Israel's not going to be very happy with the news in the NFL today. Not going to be too happy. Joe Flacco was named QB1 in Cleveland. We'll discuss that a little bit later. Also, we'll discuss C.J. Stroud wearing the hat of a rival, wearing the Seattle Mariners hat. Is that okay? We'll discuss all of this much in greater detail. 713. I'm so excited. I'm tripping over my words. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me there at Jeremy J. Branham. On Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Listener party's back, by the way. We'll be giving away tickets all month. The only way to get in is by winning. Party September 5th, 6:30, 9:30 at St. Arnold. Be sure to be listening to John and Lance, the Del Olaleye Show, the Paul Gallant Show, and the Killer Bees and Soccer Matters to get your chance to win. We're giving away tickets Thursday, Brian?
Correct, Thursday.
Thursday, Brian.
Thursday.
Awesome. Thursday, you said. So make sure you're listening. Don't
think
just
it's
listen
Thursday.
on Thursday. Listen every day. But Thursday also, listen that day. You can actually get something out of it listening Thursday. Texter says you guys going to hurt Joe's feelings again today. Please do. We hurt his feelings? I'm not aware of this. This is the first I've heard of this.
Joe George?
That's what the text says. Well, I didn't say Joe George. You said Joe, but I'm assuming it's Joe George. I don't know.
It's either George or a spotter, right?
Do you have any intel here?
I don't have any idea.
I don't think we've ever heard of Spotter's feelings.
No.
You have any intel, Brian?
No.
Give us some context, 1143. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Did we pick on him Friday?
I got onto his read a little bit.
Oh, maybe that
Well, I was actually wrong about one of them. I was right about the other one. But I don't know. Give us some context. I don't know why we made Joe mad. Israel says Chubbs, flex emoji, flex emoji, flex emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji, clap emoji. Another texter. Wasn't Stoots one of the naysayers of Chubb? Look, let's two series. Let's not scoreboard Nick Chubb. We have no idea what the season's going to look like. He might be running back 3 if Joe Mixon's healthy and Dameon Pierce looks better. But yes, the answer to that question is
and
yes.
he was eating some crow. I mean, he came back at it and said, obviously, Joe Mixon is a better in-game runner than practice.
Yeah, I think Will Kunkel had a great take about this. He said that Nick Chubb isn't the type of player that you can really get a good grasp if he's performing well based on, don't bring him to the ground, shell practices. He's the type of guy that really shows out because he's a power back in games, whenever it's violent, whenever it's tackle football for real. And I think that's a good take. At the same time, because he had a promising 2 series, I'm not ready to proclaim Nick Chubb back or he's going to have a 1,000-yard season. I am ready to proclaim that I think higher of Nick Chubb as a Houston Texan than any other point that I've felt about Nick Chubb as a Houston Texan.
I think more so than anything else for me, it was that there's actually depth in this room, that there's talent enough in this room that when I was saying a week or so ago that they might be looking for running back 2 and he might not even be on their roster yet. Now you look at the 2 guys that got run literally on Saturday and looked pretty good, and then you haven't seen Pierce yet, and you expect you will see Mixon at some point, and you're like, okay, maybe there's a lot more depth, in that running back room than I thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Texter, you hurt Joe's feelings because y'all read a mean text about him. I don't remember that. I really don't. And if Joe got his feelings hurt by a mean text, then Joe needs some thicker skin. No sensitive boys around here. Come on now. We don't get sour about sensitive text. AR Platinum, who was out at Brick House on Friday because he's from Atascocita. He said, thanks for the bathroom combos Friday. Yeah, AR Platinum, whenever I saw him for the first time Friday, was in the men's room.
Me too.
Oh, it was the same time for you as well? That's
And
a different time. How many times does he use the bathroom?
And his kid was in the stall, and he was talking. I was like, wait a minute, who are you talking to? And he's like, oh, my kid's in the stall. I was like, okay, I didn't know what you were doing there.
How many times did AR Platinum go to the bathroom from 3 to 6 at Brick House Tavern in Tappan Humble?
He's got a small bladder, Jeremy.
Positive yardage plays on first down is the biggest factor this year. I mean, 2 series, but Nick Caley, that's something that I will give him credit for and that I was pleased with the first team on Saturday, was that it seems like down and distance is something that's very important to him. He wants to be in second and decent. He wants to be in third and manageable, and I think that that's something that every offensive coordinator should have in mind.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm curious now on the next level front when they figure out the tight end situation behind Schultz. I just feel like he's going to utilize the tight end more so than what we saw in the last 2 years as well. So if it's anything like the McVay offense and anything like what the Rams run, you would think that there's another layer or 2 that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, so there is that. What else stood out to you?
I mean, there was quite a bit. Just calling out linemen by name, but even Scruggs looked good when he was on the field. But the Andrews at center, Tomlinson looked good. I thought in mentioning what I just mentioned about with the tight ends, I mean, Irv Smith had a good game. Irv Smith, who I was wondering was even on the roster, but I thought Irv Smith played good football.
Yeah, he's solid. I think he's going to be in a camp battle now with this guy that the Texans traded for. We'll get to that in a minute. I have a couple of nitpicks because that's what I do. I nitpick things. People are mad at me on the internet currently. The first series, C.J. Stroud, if he hits Nico there, that's six.
Yeah.
Like, But I took that as an encouraging thing. Like, okay, Nico Collins put his guy in a blender, and Nick Caley drew up a play that could have been 6 if C.J. Stroud makes what is, I think, an average NFL throw. Maybe an above-average NFL throw. And Stroud mentioned it after the game. He's like, I missed one there. Still trying to get the feel. It's preseason. I was encouraged by it, but C.J. Stroud made a bad throw there. He was the first one that mentioned it. And then the second series did take you 4 downs inside the 10 to score. And last year, one of the bugaboos of this team was red zone offense. I'm not saying one series is going to define the Texans' red zone offense. I'd sure like to see them score in 3 downs as opposed to 4, because I'm not sure DeMeco Ryans, who can be a bit conservative on field goal go-for-it decisions, I'm not sure that he would have went for it in that spot if it was regular season.
I mean, that's a good call, because we know that he's been very hard to read and predict when he does and doesn't go for it on 4th down. So I think it's a good observation. I mean, I think that we all have concerns about short yardage because of a year ago, but with a new OC, you hope that it's a different philosophy and they have different ability with this new scheme.
Yeah. What did you have, Brian?
So, I mean, I think one of the things that I think we all expected going in that I noticed was just how much Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. dominated for the 3 series they were in. There was so many times, and one of them tied into one of my negatives, kind of a don't forget in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. And that was, and this is more of a credit to Ted McMillan than it is a discredit to Stingley. But Stingley got absolutely beat by a double move by Tet, but it didn't matter because Danielle Hunter got his hand on the football as Andy Dalton was trying to release it, so it didn't end up mattering. And the other thing I noticed on the touchdown pass to Nico Collins, because one of the things we're constantly going to be looking for when this with this offensive line, the protection scheme is, can they handle stunts? Can they handle stunts? And obviously you don't see a lot of that in preseason, but on that play, the defensive line on the left side of the offense crashed down, and one of their inside linebackers looped around and had an absolutely free shot on Stroud, but it was a quick pass, and Stroud had already gotten rid of the ball. Like, the offensive line did not pick up, like, one of the only stunts the Panthers ran. It didn't matter because the pass was quick, but it's going to be something we keep watching for throughout the season.
That's one way to scheme out of the stunts, though.
Yeah, if you get the ball out quick. Yeah,
and I think that is going to be one of their plans. Good call on that. Now, one of the areas where I was, like, really encouraged with the offensive line, other than running the ball, because running the ball was good, the touchdown pass that CJ had to Nico Collins, rock and roll. Did you see how many guys the Panthers rushed? They rushed 7 guys on that play. 7 guys. Stroud was not pressured, had a decent amount of time to throw for a quick out pattern, and was right on the money for the touchdown. So, like, how many times did we see last year where the opposing defense was sending 7 where Stroud delivered a good ball? Very, very rarely.
No, you're right. And I think that, like I said, I thought there was a lot of encouragement about how the communication was obviously there to pick up multiple rushers, and the fact that they were sliding from their initial block set to either move out or move in as more pressure came. And I thought that, I wrote down Scruggs, Andrews, and Tomlinson really stood out to me in terms of guys that were like constantly moving, picking up their blocks and holding so that CJ, holding their blocks so that CJ had enough time to pass the ball.
Yeah, courage there. A couple of other things I had. One other nitpick. You mentioned Anderson dominated and Danielle Hunter, which they did. Danielle Hunter's spin move, midseason form, led to that really kind of Bryce Young rolled out of the pocket. I got by Will Anderson. Like, if Will Anderson's going to be a season leader in sacks in the NFL, if he's going to get to 12, 14 sacks and be top 3 in the league, those are ones you got to pick up. Those are ones where you got to swallow Bryce Young and bring him to the ground. You can't let him sneak away from you. I know Bryce Young's mobile. I know he's a tiny man. I know he's athletic. If you're going to be the sack leader in the NFL, those are the easy ones that you got to pick up. You can't allow him to get by you, and then your defensive tackle is able to pick up that sack. Nitpicky, the team still got the sack, but that's always been one of the, I wouldn't even call it weaknesses of Anderson. It's like the one area where he could improve slightly, and he would be maybe one of the best defensive ends in the entire NFL. So just a small criticism there. Azeez Al-Shire, you can't teach An old dog, new tricks.
He
was trying to kill Bryce Young, and I love it. I love it. I want quarterbacks shaking in their boots whenever they see Azeez Al-Shire. I want them shaking in their boots when they're thinking about running against this Houston Texans defense. So don't change your colors, Azeez Al-Shire. I love it. I love it. If he gets a 4-game suspension again because he takes out a quarterback because he's a violent player, I'll live with it. I'll live with those. Any rebuttal there?
No, I don't love that. I don't love the 4-game suspension part. I love the intimidation factor. I love how physical he is within the rules. They're in a different space when he's not on the field. I don't need him suspended.
It was funny. The broadcast booth kind of soft pedals, like, oh, that's Azeez being Azeez. I think it was. I can't remember if it was John Harris or if it was. Why am I spacing on the other guy?
Andy Kalu.
Yeah, Andy Kalu. I can't remember which one of. I think it was Andy Kalu, but he mentions like, so maybe you might want to pull up a little bit more there, Azeez. And he is who he is, and I'd rather him try to walk that line than try to take that away from him, because then I don't think he'd be as effective. But it's something we're gonna have to watch out for.
Harris talked about. Was it Woody Marks where he was talking about his derriere, the size of his butt?
I must have missed that.
Yeah, Harris was going all in on Woody Marks'
Did he call himself a brown guy again this week?
No, he didn't do that this week.
That's good.
But he called Woody. He said he was thick, said he had a big butt. I was like, come on, Judge. You're a married man.
He's been a very
Woody's
big
got a
fan.
girlfriend, Harris. Take it easy.
Johnny's thirsty.
I don't know.
I want to say that when they drafted him, when they moved up and drafted him, because he was like high on him the entire draft process, that he like celebrated on the air and like screamed on the air.
John said he pounded the table when they drafted him. Yeah, he said that on air.
I remember the video of that.
Yeah.
They showed a video of that.
I must have missed it.
Draft day, they released like because they do Texans radio during the draft, and they released whenever he was informed of the pick. When he was informed of the pick, Harris like pounded the table, stood up, and was like celebrating like he won, the Super Bowl. Which I love Harris's enthusiasm.
Hey, give everyone a hug over there.
I got some good and bad news on Woody Marks. What do y'all want first, the good or the bad?
The bad.
I was gonna say good, but go ahead and do bad.
Well, we defer to the talent here.
Fair.
The bad was that he was nowhere near the first team offense. Nowhere near it. Nowhere near the first team offense. You see, the third down back was with the first team. With the one, Dari.
Yeah.
So he was nowhere near the ones, which is like, okay, if you wanted him to upend Dari as the third down running back from the moment the season begins, it does not look like that's the case. Now, the good news is obviously he played really well with the twos. It was fantastic. Showed power that we saw in like the rookie highlights whenever he was drafted. 40 yards, 7 carries. Don't get enamored with preseason stats. But the way that he run looked violent. He was quick. He was fast. I liked what I saw when he played. But in terms of the depth chart, nowhere near the ones for Woody.
Not yet. Like that's what I was thinking too. Like at a certain point, this is what they want to see is progression to where there's a certain point where he'll be in there more often and maybe be the sooner rather than later be the heir apparent to Dari, but he definitely isn't there yet. I was just watching his pass pro too. Pass pro is going to be big for any running back coming into the league about how important, no matter what else you do carrying the football or catching it, you got to be able to protect your quarterback. So he's got to make sure he knows where he's got to be on all pass protection.
Anything we missed, boys?
I thought the Jaden Higgins catch was really nice.
Great
Obviously,
catch.
Stroud could have maybe put that in a better spot to where he didn't have to dive for it, but it was a really great catch and a really good route. And I also thought Jalen Noel and Braxton Berrios both looked pretty spry in punt return. They both had a nice punt return each where they basically took nothing and turned it into like 9-10 yards. So that's going to be an interesting competition and split to see how that shakes out.
The only other thing I had was Jalen Smith.
Spry. I like that word.
Yeah, I had Jalen Smith just because of the fact, aside from like the touchdown, Jalen Smith, the one play on Tet on the in wide open space on the left side where he came up and made a big hit. But there's been a lot of people just raving about him and the progressions he's already made at camp. But there's another secondary guy that somewhere down the line, I think that they got a guy that they can plug and play that's going to only get better.
Yeah, I thought he was solid. I think Tet's going to be really good, too. I kind of like what I see from Tet.
He shook Stingley on that double move.
Solid. Key from L.A. Looked a lot like the Rams offense. Come on, Key from L.A. Let's not make everything about you. We're talking about the Texans offense here. Why you got to make it about the L.A. Rams, or the Texans are going to roll into the West Coast and pound those Rams in week 1? As Stetson Bennett, Jimmy Garoppolo. I know Stafford was back, but I'm talking a little mess. Texture, that was a bad team. I wouldn't take anything from it. You got to take a little at least. How about just a little? A little bit. Like, you have to temper your expectations off preseason football. You're 100% right. I think Carolina's is going to be improved from where they were a year ago, but they weren't a good team last year. You're right. But it could have looked worse. Like, things could have looked bad. The offense looked good. The defense looked good. How could you not be pleased with that performance?
I mean, and I think that's the thing. Like you said, not just with Nick Chubb, with everybody. The fact that now you're playing against someone in a different uniform, and it's taking them to the ground. It's doing all the things. It's one thing to hear what your defense can do against your own offense when they're probably easing up a little bit, but it's not the physicality of a true game. And when you see them live doing the things that you do, doesn't matter who you're going against, you know that defense is loaded. And from an offensive perspective, the continuity is there, and the fact that CJ was really efficient, the offense moved down the field. I mean, I think that regardless of how good the other team is, those are the things you take away.
All right, what do we think of this trade? Texans made a trade with Philadelphia. They got their own draft pick back. Philadelphia got their own draft pick back. But the Texans trading John Mechie in a 6th-rounder for Harrison Bryant and a 5th-rounder. You like it? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the new Walmart.com. We all know what Walmart brings to the table and why you go to Walmart. You get great prices, unbelievable selection, and you can get in and out pretty quickly. But the fact is, you got to drive to the store. You got to find parking. You're in there for a while. Well, now because of the new Walmart.com, it's everything that you love about the prices and the selection without actually having to go into the store, because they'll deliver it right to your door. And they'll do it for the same price as what your groceries would cost in store. And it's all because of the new Walmart.com. They're absolutely fantastic. My wife and I were talking about it because we used it the other day, where we needed some things for the kids, and we had softball practice starting, and Taylor needed a couple of shirts. And we also needed some of the groceries that we forgot to get when we were at the store earlier in the week. And I said, well, why don't we use Walmart.com? She said, great idea. Next thing you know, that we ordered everything we needed. We kept going on with everything we had to do throughout the day. And the groceries were delivered right to the door at the exact same price as you would find in the store. It's fantastic. Whether you're hosting a tailgate party, you need something for the kids, maybe on a quick notice because you got a birthday party you forgot about, or you just need your groceries and you don't want to go to the store, Walmart.com has everything for you. And the one thing that you might not know about everything as well as the low prices is there's a better selection online than even what you find in the store. There's more than 500 million items available online, and there's a huge selection of items that you can't find in stores. Unlike grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same as in-store as they would be for delivery. And if you want it in as fast as an hour, well, there you got to pay a little extra with fees and terms that apply, but they can get it to you fast, too. Use Express Delivery to get the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods, prescriptions, and so much more. It's all subject to availability, but the one thing you do know is if you hear Walmart, you know low prices, lots of selection, top quality. Now you can get it delivered to your door without even going to the store. Check them out today at Walmart.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. So the Texans traded John Mechie in a 6th-round pick yesterday for Harrison Bryant in a 5th-round pick. What's funny is that the 6th-round pick that the Eagles are receiving is the 6th-round pick they gave up in the Kenyon Green, C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade. And then the 5th-round pick that the Texans receive is the pick they gave up in the C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kenyon Green trade. So in essence, the Texans have received Harrison Bryant, C.J. Gardner-Johnson for Kenyon Green and John Mechie. But looking at this one in a vacuum, Bryant in a 5th, for John Mechie in a 6th. What do you make of this trade for Nick Caserio and the Houston Texans?
Well, there's a couple things. I think first and foremost, and I had talked about it last week, the fact that they, because of the surplus at wide receiver and everything else, might be looking to try and use that as collateral to get another tight end. We knew that they needed a tight end. They got what they needed. And from a Nick Caserio perspective, the one thing that I'll tip my cap on him to both is, even if he swung and missed on Kenyon Green and maybe the Mechie thing, whether you call it a swing and miss completely or because of his medical and everything that he went through health-wise, that he never was the player that he thought he was drafting, he's able to move on from those two guys, whether you want to say he admitted a mistake or not, but he moved on from them, and he got players that can actually have a chance to help you. Obviously, that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is a guy that can help you, and you hope to get him back sooner rather than later, but he should be a guy that helps your secondary. And Kenyon Green wasn't going to play. And then from the standpoint of a tight end, at least you got a guy that's got good hands, that's athletic, that might be a good second, third tight end for this team when they were lacking a tight end.
Yeah, I have a hard time calling Mechie a, what'd you say, what was the word that you used? I didn't want to quote you.
I didn't say
miss.
I want whether you classify him a swing or a miss or not,
yeah.
because of the fact that he went through his health.
Yeah, I wouldn't qualify him as that. He was drafted coming off a torn ACL, had the non-Hodgkin's lymphoma before his NFL career ever began, and then all of a sudden, whenever he got it right, he had a very crowded room in front of him, whenever year it was. So I wouldn't call it a miss. Like, I think it's a fair point, I guess. But I personally would not. Like, I think he could be a factor on this year's team if you didn't draft Higgins, if you didn't draft Knoll. I think he's going to be a factor in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, their third receiver spot is up for grabs. He could win that third receiver spot behind Brown and Smith. So I think it's good for the Texans. I think it's really good for John Mechie, a spot where he can actually go and get some valuable reps on a good team. But I like this trade specifically. There was a 50-50 chance, we think, that Mechie wouldn't have been on this team. Trading Mechie away really doesn't do anything to your wide receiver room. You still have potentially, if you want to keep 7 receivers, 7 rosterable guys with Nico, Kirk, Higgins, Knoll, Xavier Hutchinson, Braxton Berrios, and if you want to keep a 7th, it's Justin Watson. And I did notice that Justin Watson was on the first kickoff team, so it's like, okay, that might be a clue. Jalen Petrie was on the first kickoff team, so maybe they were using their first kickoff coverage team on that opening kick. And then you get a guy. I don't know if Harrison Bryant's going to make the team or not. Like, if they keep 3 tight ends, are you keeping Bryant or Irv Smith? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Maybe they keep 4 and they keep both of those guys. They also drafted Nick Lachey's brother. So, like, he's in the mix there a little bit too. So I don't know that it's a lock that Harrison Bryant makes the team, but you add some draft capital for a guy that you might not have kept. He was in the final year of his contract. I think it was a no-brainer for Nick Caserio. Not like a huge sizzle. It's not a 10 out of 10, but I think it's a thumbs up on this trade for Nick.
Yeah, we had been talking about the fact that Mechie, over the last couple of practices, over the last week or so, and then what he was doing in games, had maybe given himself enough value to where he could be a tradable asset, because there were questions about who was going to make this team. I think right now all it says, too, is that Watson's a guy that went from just going to be cut to probably a guy that's on the bubble and can make the roster now with Mechie going. And I think it really is going to be dependent a lot upon special teams. And if they see that he's, Berrios too. I mean, Berrios is a guy, I don't really want to see Noel running back punts and kicks. But
why not?
Because of the fact that I'm always leery of injury, and I think that I'd rather have Noel in the passing game, developing more of that kind of that weapon that you can use in the passing game, and let Braxton Berrios be a guy that, hey, he's versatile, he's athletic, he's quick, and let him do that. And if he gets hurt, we can still be okay.
If Noel's better than Berrios, I want Noel returning punts. because he's wide receiver 4. I'm not scared of the injury concern with wide receiver 4. Like, it's a way to get him touches. Now, if he's one of my top 3 receivers, different conversation. It's the Tank Dell conversation. If he's better than Berrios, I want him back there. I don't know if that he's better than Berrios, though. I think Berrios might be better in that role than Noel at this stage of their career.
That's just quick, man.
He's very quick.
Yeah, I think he brings a lot to the table. I think they love his attitude, and I think he's willing to do whatever they need him to do.
He's got game on and off the field, Braxton Berrios.
She was there.
Was she really?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because Coco, what's her name from Fox 26?
Dominguez?
Coco Dominguez found her in the parking lot and interviewed her.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Now that you mentioned
If a male reporter had done that, that would have been really creepy.
It would have been for sure.
Yeah, you have to have a female reporter do that.
That would have been, who was the dude who showed up at Arian Foster's house?
Isaiah Carey.
Yeah, that's right. He was the one that showed up at Arian's
right. Like if
house.
Isaiah Carey does that, completely different conversation.
Also had a wayward bug end up in his mouth for some very entertaining video.
Isaiah did?
Oh my God! If you haven't seen it,
really? I think my Uncle Barney goes on Isaiah.
He was doing a live.
He goes on there pretty often.
Huh.
I don't know if it was live or taped, but he was shooting a stand up like on a feeder road, and right in the middle of talking, a bug flew in his mouth, and he just cussed tiraded. It is hilarious.
My baseball coach, David Sidden, who you met the other day.
The one that
I didn't meet him. I saw him.
He one day at practice, he got a bug in his eye, and he went on and on about a bug being in his eye, and like couldn't recover for the rest of practice. And I got a bug in my eye. We'll never forget that. That was hilarious. What were you going to say, Brian?
On the trade, like I think ultimately this is most likely guy who was going to get cut for guy who's going to get cut. So you take the draft capital to move on. That's really the only thing of consequence. But I think I'd rather have, going back to the earlier question, I think I'd rather have, like if you're just looking at the players, I'd rather have Irv Smith than Harrison Bryant. Like Harrison Bryant, unless you're telling me he's an all-pro level blocker as a tight end, which you're already kind of hoping Cade Stover can be. Like over his career, he's provided nothing as a receiver. So I'd rather have Irv Smith. So if you're taking the draft capital out of this, not that you should, but I think it's kind of it's a slight. I slightly don't like it just because I think there's a better chance that John Mechie could help you than Harrison Bryant.
I think John Mechie will help the Eagles more than Harrison Bryant helps the Texans.
Yeah.
But I don't think that Mechie was helping the Texans this year.
Yeah, again, we're talking about 2% odds versus 1% odds. Because ultimately, I don't think this move matters because both guys were getting cut. I would just rather have Irv Smith than Harrison Bryant, so it kind of feels like, well, why make the move?
I disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think they keep Bryant over Irv Smith.
You think so?
Yeah, because Irv Smith was a guy that they got like in season last year. I don't think that he's a guy that was going to be like picked up by other NFL teams. I think they view Irv Smith as a guy that maybe they can storm on the practice squad / sign him in the season because he's not going to be someone who is picked up by another NFL team. Whereas Harrison Bryant, like, yes, he doesn't have great receiving numbers. He's always been in the league, and he's still relatively young, 27 years old. I watched some highlights on him.
How old is Irv?
He's probably in his 30s. Irv Smith's been around a bit.
Yeah.
Probably
he was a first-round pick.
I would guess
coming out.
I would guess 32, 33 maybe. At least, Irv Smith. But I watched some videos of Harrison Bryant. He is a big guy who runs and chews bubblegum at the same time. Like, he's a big guy that runs a little bit.
I was going to say,
can move a bit.
The thing to me is that you look at, you've got guys, like you've got Schultz. Schultz is a pass catcher. He's not really a physical blocking tight end. And then you got Stover, who's a physical blocking tight end that really isn't known for his hands and his ability to run routes. And then in between, you had Jordan, who had speed, who had the ability to do some things athletically, who could still block a little bit. So now you're trying to figure out, is it Irv Smith, who knows the system, who can be physical but is a little older, still he has a chance to be decent and catch the ball. But I think that now you're looking at the fact that they added someone that's more versatile that can do everything. He can block, he's big, but he's got good hands. You know, he played at FAU in college for Kiffin, and you know, that's a passing offense where he's had some success. And like you said, he's been in the league. I think his tops for catching in a season is like 39, 40 catches. But if you can get a guy to catch the football,
who's that?
The guy they just traded for.
Oh, Bryant.
Yeah, I think that there's a chance that
Same
he brings.
Age, by the way.
What?
Irv Smith's 27?
They're both 27.
Oh, my goodness.
Second-round pick.
I thought he was almost 40. No, I didn't think he was almost 40. I thought he was in his early 30s.
Okay.
Wow, that's surprising to me.
Yeah, just like they both don't have a great receiving profile, though Irv Smith has been slightly better in his couple of stops on Cincinnati and Minnesota. It's just, I don't know. It doesn't feel like, unless you're seeking out a very specific role for this third string tight end, then it doesn't seem like you're really changing much with the room. So it feels like, why are you giving up a wide receiver for kind of the same guy?
Yeah, I think that they were going to keep Bryant over Irv Smith would be my guess. I also think it's in play that they keep 4.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible they keep 4 tight ends.
But if you already have a fullback, I don't think you really need a
makes it more difficult.
Yeah, like I wouldn't keep a 4th tight end if he's also not going to play fullback.
Yeah, it's in play. And look, I ran him 53-man roster projection today. I only kept 3, but just saying that was one of the ones that was kind of on the fence there. And I did keep a fullback. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Let's get to the good, the bad, and the ugly today, and there's also more bad and ugly. A little injury update on Brandon Walter. Setback there. Uh-oh. It's Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by my colleague. Go Cougs. Chris Fisher was up here last week. He brought Granado's son, JT, up here. But great people over at HRP. They hire the very best people, and that's why they have a great culture. It's why that you, as a business owner, can trust the people at HRP. They're telling me about their new benefits that they handle for all of these companies that are out there. A lot of these HR companies, they go to these businesses and they force them to choose their retirement, to choose their 401. That's not the case with HRP. You can keep your own benefits plan when you join HRP, which is the way it should be. The HR company shouldn't be making that decision. You should, and you can carry that over to HRP. It's one of the many things that makes them great. Let HRP help you if you're a business owner. HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. They stay on top of what's trending in that industry. They're a great teammate to have on your side. There's no boxes with HRP. You have a small job, a big job. HRP completely customizes a plan for what you need. They can take a little bit off your plate. They can take a lot off your plate. HRP is going to find a way to help you. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology in the game, but you're going to love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you. They know your business needs. So give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. Let them help your business. That way you can spend time in the areas you'd rather be spending your time. 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Real quick on Joe Mixon. Aaron Wilson had a slight injury update. Aaron on Mixon's health. I believe he starts the season on the non-football injury list, which would sideline him for Week 1 in L.A. He also states that it's been a tough and complicated rehab.
Especially since we didn't know there was going to be any rehab necessary. Because we don't know exactly what he's rehabbing.
That makes the starting off on the non-injury football list that much more weird.
I think that's kind of like transactional. I don't think there's a whole lot there.
There's nothing to read from it?
I don't think so. To me, the way that I've read that in the past, and I'm only like 90% confident here, so if you want to check me on it, you can, 713-780-3776. The way that I've always read that is that it's an injury that happens away from the team as opposed to with the team.
It's almost like a CYA insurance policy thing.
Yeah.
Like, the team is never going to say, we're not going to give you medical treatment and help you through this process, but it needs to be clear that you did not do this while doing football activities for this team.
Yeah, that's the way I've always read it.
Even though you eventually put him on the regular IL?
Well, because you're still paying him and everything like that, but if it came down to like a legal issue or something like that, you didn't get hurt playing, representing the team, or working out in the team facility. It was doing something on your own.
Now, I think that there might be something with the roster rules with what you're saying. Like, the NFI might be a little bit different than the IR and PUP in terms of, like, which players you can bring back, what they can do with the team while they're on that list. I think there are some slight differences there. But to be on the NFI versus IR and PUP, it's usually something that you've done away from the team. But you might be onto something with the roster rules of each designation. There's a lot. It's hard to keep up. But that's a big difference than what Aaron Wilson was reporting 3 weeks ago, that they expect him to be ready for Week 1, which I think is what made D'Amico Ryans mad. I think D'Amico Ryans was mad that Aaron Wilson was saying that Mixon should be back for Week 1 because it looks bad on Mixon if he's not back for Week 1. And I think that was D'Amico Ryans going to battle for his running back.
It's quite possible. It's looking more like that every day, with the fact that I thought we'd see him by now. I thought that he was doing whatever he was doing, and I mean, I fully believe that he did something on his own after the season, but I still thought he would come back like right before the third week of preseason and then be ready for the opener.
Yeah, looks like. I think Week 5 is what we're looking at now for Joe Mixon. That's totally guessing. That's not a report. Don't get mad at me, D'Amico. Don't get mad at me. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. I'm just putting the tea leaves together. Now, good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. We'll hit the bad and the ugly coming up next. But real quick about this injury. The Astros have been doing those injury reports ever since the Jordan fiasco earlier this year. Brandon Walters had a setback. Redheaded Tom Glavine has a reoccurrence of inflammation in his elbow. He's the savior of this rotation, Brian. He is the number 3 starter for the Houston Astros when well. That's who he is.
He can't make the club from the tub, man. He's not healthy.
He was the best, like, turn over every stone until you find something, diamond in the rough this year in the pitching staff.
So they're shutting him down. He's not going to throw. In my opinion, again, not a report, just putting 2 and 2 together, reading the tea leaves, I think Brandon Walters' 2025 season is over.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that we were talking about it before the show started. I mean, with a guy that missed the entire season last year coming off Tommy John surgery and then getting this news, it doesn't seem too encouraging about the fact that he might not have to have another procedure in the offseason if this is where we're at after you've already IL'd him, hoping that you could find some way to get him back this year.
He had Tommy John last year?
He was recovering all of last year.
It wasn't a shoulder?
I thought it was one or the other. I thought it was Tommy John.
I don't trust Google AI, so I don't know.
Does it AI say Tommy John?
Google AI says left shoulder rotator cuff,
okay,
but I don't trust Google AI. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what's worse. If he had elbow issues last year, Tommy John, and is having elbow issues now, or if he had shoulder injuries last year and then now is having an elbow. I think they're both equally bad. So I don't know if there's any, like, if one's better than the other. But this is bad news. I mean, this is bad news because Brandon Walter, you figured if he could get back and pitch to what he was doing, would be a factor on this pitching staff. Because right now you're throwing out some guys that you don't really love throwing out there. You know, Dubin looks like he belongs on the injured list. They Beach Boy'd. They DFA'd the Beach Boy, Brandon Weems. They brought back Taylor Scott, who they DFA'd earlier this year. It's a bit dire right now for this Astros pitching staff while reinforcements are on the way.
Yeah, I mean, you just wondered which was going to be the injury that might have really kind of pushed them over the edge. And now, because you've had to reshuffle everything with your bullpen, all the guys that you've been relying on, it's like all of a sudden it looks like the clock's starting to strike midnight on some of them, and they're just kind of, they've given you everything they've got all season long, and now they're not quite what they were for you, and now you're scrambling at the back of that bullpen. You're actually scrambling for arms all over that bullpen, hoping your starters give you at least 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get back between the lines. What was the bad and the ugly from this Astros weekend series? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texture, are we getting any fantasy experts on before the season starts? We have one right here. Brian talks to us every day. What do you want to ask Brian? Brian's a fantasy expert. He doesn't like PPR. He likes
I just
IDP.
think the scoring is broken for it.
That's what I said. You don't like PPR.
Okay, yeah. We will have Adam Ronas, though, back on with us in the season. His dub club was fire last year, so look out for that starting in a couple weeks.
Can Brian pull off fire? 713-780-3776. What do you think? Can he pull it off? Do you think he pulled it off? Fire. That's fire.
What's better,
Not
me saying
his
fire?
best effort.
What's better, or I guess what's worse? Me saying fire or me saying spicy for things?
I think fire. You
Fire,
can pull off
fire's-
spicy. Spicy,
Okay.
anybody can say spicy.
All right, I'll stick with spicy.
You have to have a certain level of cool to say fire. I don't use fire.
What are you implying?
You're not cool.
I really set you up
I'm
for that.
famously not cool either.
I'm not sure you can pull off either one. I mean, you got to have some. You
spicy.
got to have some flair in the young kid's day. Right now, you got to have. I think you got to have some flair to pull off spicy and fire.
No, somebody has a hot take that's spicy. That's run of the mill.
I think there's a lot of people of a certain generation that were that didn't know that's spicy, and they definitely wouldn't use it.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
If you got kids, you know what it is.
Yeah,
of a certain age.
I don't know. I mean, spicy. I feel like that's been around forever. That's a spicy take. Oh, that's spicy.
Yeah,
like,
I don't
it's
think
hot.
that's that new. I don't think any
so.
of my slang is that new.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll throw in some new ones from time to time just to make people groan, but it's not really my everyday vocabulary.
Every now and then on TikTok, I'll stumble like, what is the current like modern lingo with like kids? And
Sure.
it's so stupid.
It is.
Yeah.
It's like 67's big right now.
Yes, I was gonna say that, and then Dell.
67?
Yeah, it's like he's a 6 or 7. Like it's ridiculous.
But then they do like these random like, what's this plus this to equal this, just so you have to say 67. I saw
think they were
that.
having a play on that.
I haven't heard that one yet.
Just really weird.
They have stupid lingo. Like I want no part of it. Like for lingo, like cool modern lingo, for me to use, it needs to be around for like 3 years.
Yeah,
like it needs to
exactly.
pass the test of time for a little bit. I'm not giving you some 2-month fad word or lingo. Some of it's ridiculous. Remember the slang tight? Yeah, people would say tight like it's cool. Like that's tight. You don't really use that anymore.
No, that's 20 years
No,
ago
you
at
don't-
this point, at least.
That's tight. All right, good, bad, ugly from the Astros
I
weekend.
remember tight more from Breaking Bad.
It's not 67, it's 6-7. All right, I screwed it up. There you go. That's how stupid it is. Not 67,
Uncool
6-7.
Branham.
You say 6-7, not 67. There you go. See, I told you. I screwed it up. I'm famously not cool.
Is
I
that
just
the
proved
same
it.
thing with the math problem where they want you to say that?
Yeah, but 6-7's different. The math problem turned into like a viral thing about the lingo. It's a little different.
Okay.
Like it derived from that, but 6-7, they're not making you say anything. That's just they say 6-7. Like you could be like Astros 6-7, and they're okay. They're all right.
Okay, because like Riz is another one.
Riz is a little bit older now for that, but yeah.
And there's another one like Riz, which is abbreviated for kind of like it's not drip.
It's
but
charisma.
Yes.
Yeah. Riz is charisma.
No, there was another one like that too, like Riz, but there's another term like that, and I was like, what?
Yeah, there's a bunch of words. Now another texture saying that 6-7 might mean something else.
Did you go on air before checking Urban Dictionary?
Which, me?
Yeah.
Would do? No, of course not.
Okay. Do you know if it has a different meaning then?
Texture just said it has a very different meaning.
So you didn't check Urban Dictionary?
No, I didn't. That was TikTok.
Yeah, okay. All right, I'll check it for us. Hold on.
Did I botch it?
Well,
I told you
I'll
this
find out
stuff
in
is
a second.
stupid. I'm not reading that 6419, but it's funny. Texture. No, okay, so people are arguing on what 6-7 means. 6-7 is just a filler word, can mean anything. Like, hey, how's your day? 6-7. But I think 6-7 means like decent. I think that means like okay. Like I think it's on a scale of 1 to 10.
Okay.
That's why I've understood it.
And bussin'?
You're dropping some old ones.
Am I?
Yeah, bussin's.
I've heard
a
bussin'
good
and I
5
didn't know
years
what it
old
meant.
At that point, yeah.
It just means like things are like it's good. Like it's fire.
Like extremely good or yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like it's bussin'. Like this. Usually, sometimes I hear it a lot on food reviews. Like this food's bussin'.
Okay.
Yeah. 713-780.
I'm definitely not claiming to be hip, cool, and now.
Did you do the 6-7 thing?
Yeah, none of the things on Urban Dictionary make any sense. So that just might be because I'm old, but I don't really have anything to report yet.
I think it's I think it depends on who's saying it. It looks like.
Oh, for sure. But I can't find what the texture might have been referencing as a.
Well, there's a couple of thoughts that it might be something else. All right, let's get to the good, bad, and the ugly. 713-780-ESPN. What was your bad and your ugly, Blankers, from this Astros weekend?
There was plenty of bad and ugly. I mean, Weems and Dubin, to start with. The bullpen as a whole was awful. Was it like 11.31 ERA in the series, 31 earned runs and 24 2/3. The bullpen couldn't get anybody out, so that was awful. Sanchez 0 for 21 at the plate. Trammell, and the fact that he was struggling, and I'm trying to understand if that was a squeeze play or if that was something that he did on his own.
Yeah, they didn't ask Espada because I was very curious about that.
Yeah, that was one to me that I'm sitting there again.
What's your
talking to
guess?
myself. I think he did it on his own.
I do too.
Because if that's a set play, I would think Urias is like sprinting, like he's waiting and then he's going. He seemed like it caught him off guard.
Yeah, it'd be like the suicide squeeze. He's running on the pitch. Safety squeeze. He's like gonna at least read
Wait
it.
for contact,
But even then, he's gonna get a secondary lead. Like he's gonna get off the bag, and he was on his heels and had no secondary lead. I think that the way that Urias responded off of it, one of two things happened, in my opinion, is that Trammell either A, did it on his own, or B, Urias missed a sign. I think based on Urias' reaction, it was one of those two things.
That is possible. I just felt like he did it on his own. And if he did it on his own, I would have gone down the third baseline. But, I mean, I just thought at that point in time where all you need is either something hard on the, with the infield in, a fly ball or something hard on the ground, I think you win the game. I didn't like it.
I don't hate the idea if everybody's on the same page.
Gonna be in sync,
like
right.
if Urias is on the same page, they win there. No problem. Like it was a pretty good bunt. But Urias had no reaction off of it, which makes me think either A, he did it on his own, or B, there was a missed sign there.
Yep.
Yeah, that was tough. What else you got?
The ugliest, obviously almost being no hit and almost having a perfect game thrown against you ain't great with a guy that was 0-6 coming in. You're outscored 24-5 in the series. You had 3 losses in the homestand where you were outscored 33-1. The fact that
bad?
Huh?
Is that bad?
It's not great.
Yeah, that's
6-7.
Yeah. And it's just, when you look at all the different things, I'm trying to think of what else on my notes I had. Outscored 44-17 on I have to look at what I had for that. But yeah, the 33-1 and the 24-5 being outscored in a series like that is just awful.
Yeah, the only things I could really add on to that, because I had getting perfect game by a bum, just to piggyback off of yours. Fromber getting lazy on backing up the bases.
Oh, I had that too, yeah.
There was a lot of controversy coming from his sound there. I don't really care what he
Especially
says
from
in
a
his
guy
postgame.
who criticized the defense not all that recently.
I feel like we put way too much in post-game press conference sound. Like Fromber Valdez was asked, did you having little time in the half innings affect you? And he said, yes, it affected me. What's wrong with that? Now, the one later where it was like, should you have been backing up? He accepted blame.
He owned it.
He said, yes, I should have been backing up 100%. I can't control where the ball's going. I can't control where people are being played, but it was 100% my fault. I don't hate what Fromber Valdez said in the postgame. Like, I saw some crazy tweets like, oh, he's bashing his teammates. He's getting free agentitis. Like, I think a lot of that gets lost in translation. He accepted the fault on not backing up the play. I don't think he's throwing his team under the bus. And I think when everybody gets to the ballpark the next day, I think they're all friends. I really don't think it's a big issue. And then it could have all been fine if they win yesterday's game, but they got blown out in a game where Javier has the runs, Dubin gives the runs, and Astros can't score a run. Yesterday. That's what happened. Yes. Javier had the runs, Dubin gives up all the runs, and the Astros can't score any runs for those in the back.
Is Javier exiting because of the runs confirmed? Because that was my hypothesis too.
The team said illness.
That's what they keep pushing because
I
he
was
wasn't
having this
available after
conversation
the game because he was seeing someone about the illness.
Well, I was having this conversation with Joe before the show, and a flu wouldn't come on between pregame and the third inning. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly. The only thing that would come on between first pitch and the third inning is the bubble guts.
I did notice in the first inning, though, that he looked a little bit unwell. I did notice this. And, I didn't tweet it because it wasn't that big a deal. Like, what if he's not and he just pitches fine? I look stupid. I did, in the first inning, he threw a couple of pitches and he was kind of, sweating a lot. He was taking his hat off. He didn't look normal to me.
Because when he puts it on, it's like he has to, pry it onto his head. So you notice every time he takes his hat off.
And he was, doing, the sigh, the deep breaths. I was like, he doesn't look right to me.
I was just curious about, you have to be essentially dehydrated. You really have to lose a whole lot of juice in your system to be like the velo being down like it was for him.
90-91.
Yeah, I was concerned about the velo too. Like you, Brian, the minute he left, I'm like, is that a cover, or is there really something wrong again with Christian Javier?
See, whenever I'm watching the game and seeing him sit 90-91, and again, I thought he was unwell even before I saw his velo. Like I thought he was unwell like after the first out because he took off his hat and had beads of sweat. I was like, that guy looks a little bit. What do they say, pinkish or whatever? Like he looked a little bit different than he normally looks. He didn't look like a reptile. He looked like a reptile close to the grave a little bit. So I was.
What an analogy.
But then when he was throwing 90-91, I'm like, man, is it his elbow? Like, is that why he kind of looks flustered and is not whatever? I hope that it was illness. I hope that he did have the runs because it means it's not the elbow. Hopefully he's fine, makes his next start, all of that. There is the Jeremy Pena thing here. Did Pena get him sick? Did they have all whole? Like, I mean, it's who knows with the Astros. Hopefully it's an illness. I believe it. Maybe that's me being foolish and naive, but I am buying the story.
The 44-17 I had. You won 3 of the games. You were outscored over the 6-game homestand 44-17 regardless.
Okay.
That's terrible.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Pete, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, man?
Rough weekend. If there's any good out of any of this, having a seat in the club level on the first base line, outfield, and watching Jesus Sanchez with those spectacular catches, robbing the Orioles of 2 more home runs and keeping the score from being a 2-touchdown and a safety lead. The bad, yesterday's outcome. And the ugly, I'll go to that bunt. I don't understand who called that or if Trammell did that on his own. But if Joe Espada had anything to do with that, they need to DFA him. I'm out.
DFA Espada. He didn't. I can't believe he didn't get asked post game. Like that was disappointing to me.
Yeah, I was expecting someone to say something because, and even talking to some of my buddies this morning, they were like, "Yeah, you noticed that too." I was like, "Yeah, I didn't know what he was doing up there because situationally with nobody out, I figured that's a pretty good spot to just put bat to baseball and win the game." And I thought you kind of played right into their hands with that.
Yeah, but if Arias was paying attention, that's a run.
True.
Like, so it's hard for me to blame. Like, I need to know more. Like, if Espada called it, Arias missed the sign that it's on Arias. It wasn't a bad bunt. Like, it was up the first base line. First baseman had to make a great play. Now the infield's in, which is another reason why I think Trammell did it on his own. I don't think it's a spot that a manager calls a bunt. Bases loaded, nobody out. Infield in, that's not a spot that you see a bunt. I think Trammell went rogue. I think he did it on his own. But we didn't get any answers, probably because they won. Texture, actually, let's hit the text on the other side. We'll get to any more bad uglies you have, 713-780-ESPN. It may be a good or two. There were some good. You have any good? Some good?
Yeah,
some good from this abysmal weekend at the Dike? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We're going to be out at El Tiempo Cantina on Friday. Looking forward to that. Going to be fantastic as the summer circuit continues. It's your final chance to register to win our grand prize of the summer, pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value, as you know. For registration, stop by the promo table and say hello with a smile on your face, and then you can get registered to win. If you have registered, you can register again, too, so you can kind of stack the deck.
I didn't know. Okay.
You can stack which is like the opposite of the Hunger Games. Like, you didn't want to be in that lottery, but you want to be in this lottery many times.
So, like, every time you make an appearance at a remote?
You have to take that up with the bosses.
Okay.
It's above my pay grade there.
Then I think that the beef would be the online people that just want to keep registering.
Can you register online? I thought you had to go to the promo table.
Oh, I thought you could register online, but I might be wrong.
It says for registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. If you have registered before, you can register again. So I think it's a way to bring people out to El Tiempo Cantina on Washington. But we'll be there noon to 6. Cannot wait. Going to be great. How many margaritas will Paulie have, do you think?
Over under
2.
I was going to put the over under 1.5. So you'll take the over?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a bad number. I think the number's got to be 2.
Because these aren't the Daikin Park sized ones.
Pretty strong.
But no, I'm not saying they're not strong. But the Daikin Park, they try and give you a lot of.
Is it like the Yard?
Yeah. I don't know if it's quite that big, but it's definitely a bigger glass with a lot of ice and things like that. The ones at El Tiempo, period, are strong.
Yeah. They're going to be, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time on Friday. So come out, see us. El Tiempo Cantina on Washington. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. This texter says, Branham, you aren't that much older than me. I don't know what that means.
Oh, is that because we were talking about hip terms?
Yeah, but usually you would say, like, you aren't that much younger than me. I don't know what that means. I don't get it. But I am a millennial that identifies as a boomer, famously. Texture says quit glazing is a new term. That's not really that new, but, yeah, it's kind of modern-ish.
It's at least a few years old.
What's glazing mean?
Like, you're kind of kissing their butt
in
a very PC
over-the-top way, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to use it in a PC way. Glazing's a little bit more than kissing their butt.
Yeah. Glazing refers to kind of an act that we couldn't say on the air.
Yeah. Key from LA, you guys are saying too many words for the Astros. They got their butts kicked. That's fair. That's a fair one, Key from LA. Trucker Taz, we were in Port Aransas since Thursday, and my kids were driving one another crazy with 6-7. Literally the first time I've heard 6-7. I asked the kids, is it the 6-7 song from Lil Wayne? Coming from my kids, I'm sure it's inappropriate for sure. Love the show. Mine is Branham. Haha, just kidding. Great show. Blankers is still the better half. Truckers do like blankers. That is true.
That's demographic?
Trucker Taz and Trucker Dre. They're big blankers guys. They do prefer blankers over Branham, that's for sure. So the truckers,
driver Pookie too.
Really? There you go. You're big in the trucker community.
I guess so.
You're big in the trucker
Wheels
community.
round and round, rolling round and trucking.
You're not their kind of guy.
We're gonna do what they say can't be done. The 18-wheelers.
Texture ugly 3 extra base hits in last 5 games. If these hitting coaches aren't back again next year, this front office isn't serious about winning at all. Or should they fire Snitker and Cintron?
I heard someone bring that up in the last 24 hours. Someone in the media, matter of fact, now that I remember where I brought it up, that they suggested that in the offseason they should go. I'm not blaming them.
No, I'm not either. They're not having a great offensive season, but they've had a ton of injuries. Their best offensive player has been out forever. Which El Tiempo, says Jason? The one on Washington. El Tiempo Cantina on Washington. Not reading that.
Who had the 6-7 song, did they say? Lil Wayne?
Yeah, I don't know where it came from. I don't know where it came from. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What were your goods, Blankers, from this miserable weekend at the Dike?
Hey, Billy Wagner got his number retired, and it was a nice ceremony and all that.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
So that was pretty cool. And he was very emotional about it, and you could tell how much the fan base of Houston and the way the franchise has taken care of him kind of went a long way with him. So that was kind of a nice weekend and a nice moment for him and for the organization.
That was a good moment. Seeing Billy the Kid up there with the all the greats that have had their number retired. Greatest reliever in Astro history.
Yes. I forget if it was Cron.com or the other one or just the Chronicle, but someone noticed, and one of those two realized, whether they planned it or not, they put Biggio next to Billy Wagner, so you have 713 up there.
I don't think so.
No, they didn't plan that. They're saying, but regardless of whether they planned it or not, it's kind of cool that you, of the retired numbers, you got 713 in the rafters.
That is cool.
So that is kind of neat.
That is neat. You go up there and see that.
Jason Alexander.
Now, if you do Billy Spires and Correa, you can get a 281.
Yeah, Billy Spires did wear 28. Yep, he sure did. Yep. And he also punted at Clemson, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
I think he's a special teams coach in college football.
I think that sounds right.
At Clemson?
Maybe so. Because what was the other guy from Nebraska? That was Darren Erstad. Yeah,
he coached. He coached their baseball team for a little bit.
I was gonna say, and he's been a coach in both college baseball and pro baseball. I think.
Has he?
I think so. I had Jason Alexander. I mean, I think he deserved to win that game. De Los Santos 2 days in a row, a guy you basically kind of pulled off the scrap heap in a trade, a minor league trade, and they called his number, and in two separate instances, he gave you everything he had. 2 innings in the win on Saturday, and really lucked out by not having to throw a lot of pitches. But I give him credit. King and Abreu, the one time we saw them. And then you got to say that Sanchez's defense, he did save them 7 runs, or it could have been multiple touchdowns that they lost by.
It's crazy that he robbed 2 home runs that would have accumulated 7 more runs, and it was still 12-0.
Yep.
It's insane. I thought Fromber pitched good. Fromber pitched well.
Curveball was back.
Yeah, his curveball was good,
Yep.
looked effective. I thought Fromber pitched well. I know we were like poo-pooing that Fromber outing because of what he said afterwards, and he didn't back up the play. Pitching-wise, I thought he pitched well. And then the only other ones that I have to add, the Myers is close to rehab games. Jordan's going to be a hook tomorrow. That's good. We'll discuss that a little bit later.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Sort of. There are playas in Corpus. Yeah. I mean, if he really wants to go to La Playa, he can go to South Padre. That's not too far from Corpus. So, yeah. Interesting. What'd you have, Brian? Any goods?
What you guys mentioned. I mean, Jason Alexander was great. That changeup continues to be, just nasty. Guys were flailing at it all game long. I also wanted to mention, because the other thing was Jesus Sanchez, so it kind of covers what you guys have talked about. But besides Jason Alexander's pitching, he had that nice play where they got the Orioles had a triple, had a guy on third, and they hit a comebacker to him, and he looked the guy back and eventually got him in a rundown, and a run didn't score that inning. So his defense... I mean, we obviously pitchers and their defense has been sometimes a concern with the Astros, but Alexander saved a run with his defense after allowing a triple.
Summer George. Astros today in Detroit. They have a weird start. Pena, Correa, Altuve, Sanchez, Walker, Caratini, Yaina, Cam Smith, Melton. I made the internet mad yesterday talking about Cam Smith. Kyle Tucker got booed yesterday.
Yeah.
He hit a ground ball to first, didn't leave the box. Boo, Kyle Tucker. And I quote tweeted it, and I said that trade has turned from a win-win to a lose-lose because I'm sarcastic and I make jokes. And
God.
The internet is so
I bet
mad
they
at me.
did.
How could you call that a trade a loss? The Astros won that trade just because Cam's in a slump and Isak is hurt and Hayden Wesneski's hurt. That's not a loss for the Astros. People are in it like this Eric Blair guy. This Eric Blair guy is like he's reading me the riot act on Twitter. They
I could see them getting
feel.
fired up, but he was intense about it.
Oh my God! He was calling me names. Called me an ape. He called me an ape.
People
unbelievable.
Ape?
He called me an ape. People have zero feel, and
people
I
can't
get
read tone on the internet,
and I get it. Like that's
they
hard
can't
to
read
do.
Tone.
That's hard to do. But like I'm a notorious smart aleck. Like I don't think that trade is a loss. Now, last 2 months, that trade has done nothing for either side. Kyle Tucker has been in a terrible slump for 2 months. Cam Smith has been in a terrible slump for 2 months. Hayden Wesneski was done really when the season started, and Isak's been out for a month.
He's on a bike.
So, like recently, nobody's producing from that trade. Do I like the trade? I've liked the trade from day one. Relax. Have a sense of humor. And it was obviously just talking about Tucker, really, and people lost their minds. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Willie, we have some shots over the bow. Chuck talked a little bit about Willie early last week, maybe in the middle of last week. Willie called us on Friday, said he didn't appreciate what Chuck had to say. So Chuck is now firing back at Willie. He's on the HRNP listener line. Chuck, what kind of punches are you throwing?
I just want to know what these sensitive people have in this world that are so worried about Shedeur Sanders not getting a meal.
I don't think
40 years ago it might have been some, but I don't even know what the hell he said. All I've heard is y'all were talking about me when I came back, and I was like, what the hell?
No, he wasn't. It wasn't about Shedeur. I think you might have criticized one of his baseball takes, and he thought that you weren't being a gentleman.
What was his baseball take that I criticized?
I don't remember.
Because I'm quite sure I'm right and he's wrong.
Well, okay. I would assume that you would have that take.
Well, I mean, my takes are gold.
They are
I don't
gold.
speak often and I don't speak a lot. And when I do speak, I know what the hell I'm talking about.
And we listen.
So, I mean, it's like.
Hey, have you ever had to go and watch
that.
us or listen to us on a podcast? Chuck?
No.
See, because
No,
if
I
you
haven't.
did, you could go back and do the research and then come back and tell us why he got mad, and then you can rebuttal.
It was Friday. Chuck, do you think Willie knows ball?
No.
Okay. All right.
I
We'll
think
leave it there.
Will's a crybaby. I think Israel's a crybaby.
All right.
I think they're all crybabies that are worried about these guys getting food in their mouth.
Wait, you think
They'll be
Israel's
all
a
right.
crybaby?
Everything's so funny. Oh, good God. Israel couldn't even say Larry Bird was good.
That's
Are
true.
you kidding me?
He said he was a
He
bum.
don't know ball.
That's a good point.
He
did
doesn't
say
know
Larry Bird was
ball.
bad.
Chuck,
Appreciate it, Chuck. Appreciate the call. We'll see if Willie calls back 713-780-3776.
Well, I didn't say that, but that's what I meant.
Well played, bro.
Chuck mentioned Israel, and Israel was waiting on hold while Chuck mentioned Israel. So we'll see where this goes. 713-780-3776. What's up, Israel?
Yeah, I didn't even know what Chuck said about maybe I missed it.
He said that you don't know ball because you thought Larry Bird was a bum.
I never said that. I said Larry was the last American white guy to can play, and that's just a fact. The other guys from overseas, that's just a fact. And that's been in the 80s. Can't name what.
I think you said he was overrated.
Cam.
Yeah.
Whatever. Cam, 253. But hold on, 253 outbacking every outfielder that they have. Every one. He's not slumping. But he got Walker, 238. He is outbacking the vets. And not only that, they put him in a new position with no errors. What are y'all talking about?
Here, Israel. Here's what I'm talking about.
Besides Myers, batting better than Sanchez, all of them. He is not slumping. And with the Flacco, I never said that Shador was gonna start over Flacco.
Yeah.
And with Kenny with the pick and the turnover.
Yeah.
Shador's second now.
Israel, real quick.
First
Let me ask you something. Real quick.
Hold on. He did not get no.
Wait,
start
hold
for them.
on.
No, he can finish
So
his
how
Shador
was he
point. I
gonna
interrupted.
start for them?
Okay.
But go ahead. What?
All right. Would you consider a 162 batting average in the last 130 plate appearances, which spans 2 months, a slump?
Well, listen. It's the year.
It's a yes or no question. Israel. Israel, give you one more shot. Israel, one more shot. One more shot, Israel. One more shot. 130 plate appearances, 162 batting average, 19 for his last 117 over 33 games. All right, that's goodbye, Israel. That's a goodbye on Israel.
If the batting gloves fit, you must acquit Cam Smith. I'm telling you.
We all like Cam. We think Cam's going to be very good. We think Cam's hit a rookie wall. We think that the Major League Baseball has adjusted, and he's had a little bit of trouble adjusting back, making the counterpunch. But if you can't admit that Cam Smith's in a slump for the last 2 months, then I can't take you seriously. 130 plate appearances. He's 19 for his last 117. He's hitting $162 since July 5th. He's got an OPS of 444, Israel. You have to at least admit that Cam Smith is in a slump.
He's 100% in a slump. You and
It's
I
a fact.
looked at different dates, but I've been using July 1st just to make it kind of around.
Well, he was
starting
hot
point.
around then.
Yeah, but even using that when he was hotter, he's hitting 210 since July 1st. So, over a month and a half. 210 is a slump.
Yeah, he had
his OPS in that time 547. 547 is a slump.
He got it up. He had his average up to 292, 805 OPS after July 4th. It's down to 252, 693. It's his batting average has dumped 40 points. His OPS has dumped over 100 points. We got to admit that he's in a slump. We can say whatever we want about Cam, and you're right, Israel, about the rookie and rookie wall and learning a new position, and he's playing more games than he's ever played in his life, and that is tough, difficult, and he still had a good rookie season. Those parts are true. But Cam Smith is in a slump. FACT. Fact. It's a fact.
I'm just glad you got the spelling right.
I know, I was a little worried. I got to about the C, and I was like,
I was a little worried.
All right.
Before we go, this caller, Joe, just popped in. Apparently, council has announced they're going to bench Kyle Tucker for 2 or 3 games.
No way.
Yep.
Bench it for not running it out, or just bench it because he's slumping?
Maybe all of the above, but that's what Joe just said.
Interesting. We got our resident Cubs insider over in his cubby. 713-780-ESPN. So Chuck, moments ago, called in to rebuttal Willie. Willie said he didn't appreciate something that Chuck did last week. Willie now is on the line. 713-780-3776. Willie, you're in the hive. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And that joke about my eye, 3.5.
Oh, man.
Attaboy, Willie. What a good sport you are.
Okay, to get to Chuck. Now, Chuck, all he ever do is call when one of the black callers call and complain about him. He never had his own take. He's just a sucker. I don't know for a fact that he's gay, but he sounds like it. Thank you.
Sheesh. Willie coming in hot.
There were shots fired, and then there was just a bomb drop there.
Wow. It's
from way downtown. Bang.
Willie, it's 2025.
What'd you call that? What'd you call it? Glazing? Glossing?
Not quite the right usage of that word.
Man, where did that come from?
I didn't say that, but that's what I meant.
Did you hear what he said, Brian? You were fielding a call.
No, I was fielding a call.
Oh,
I did not
Brian.
hear it. I'll go back and listen.
He said he doesn't know. I'll just tell you. He said
So
he
I
doesn't.
didn't need to dump it.
I don't need to dump.
You might
It was
want to
just-
save it.
No, it
Okay.
wasn't a dump. But he said he doesn't know if Chuck is gay, but he sounds like it. That was a quote from Willie, not my words.
Yeah, that is. I don't know if it would get you canceled, but in 2025, it's possible.
It might.
It might. It might.
You can't spell Willie without 2 I's. 713-780-ESPN.
Oh, my goodness. You've been working on that one.
It just
You've
came
been
to me.
saving that
No,
one.
I didn't. It came to me after he dropped the 3.5. I was like, I got to do better. All right, let's go back out to the HRMP listener line.
I was going to
Rob.
ask did you see who was on hold?
Rob?
It was Willie.
Hey, guys.
Oh, I saw
Appreciate
you
taking my
No,
call.
did you-
And I just wanted to have a comment on
Oh.
Cam and support your feelings on it. I think right now, if Jordan or Jake Myers was back and the playoffs started tomorrow, Cam Smith is not in the playoff lineup.
Okay.
So I gotta figure it out. Got to put him on the bench at some point.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the call, Rob. In the lineup or on the roster, I think is the question.
Yeah, I was
here.
wondering if he was going to say shouldn't be on the playoff roster.
See, I didn't want to go here yesterday, but with Cam's struggles, if Jordan comes back probably next Monday, Dana told the flagship that he's going to play tomorrow in Corpus, day off. They want to play him on a back-to-back. Robert Ford asked him, is there any chance he could be here for the back end of this road trip in Baltimore? He's like, it's possible, but it seems like they're kind of okay. Actually, I think the homestand starts next Tuesday. I think they have Monday off next week. I think it starts next Tuesday. So I think that they're looking at that date as Jordan's date. And then Myers is going to start playing in some rehab games. So you're going to have to demote or DFA some of these players. And there's some guys that are obviously better options than Cam. Melton is a guy who's like getting some work, and I think he likes his defense. Trammell hasn't been hitting as well the last couple of weeks. So that there are some options. But I wonder if they toy with the idea of sending Cam down to AAA for the last couple of weeks of the year. And if you do that, like he get everyday at bats, all of that, sees lesser pitching, can work on his swing, all of that. You can also buy back the 6 year of club control, the extra year of club control. Because if you're down for like 2 weeks at any point, really if you're the first 6 years in the bigs, because you're accruing service time. So if you're down for like a period of 2 weeks, it's roughly 2 weeks, you get the extra year of club control. So they could,
I didn't know that.
because that was my big thing at the start of the year.
Yeah.
Start Cam Smith off in the minors, wait about a month, call him up, and then you get that extra year of club control. If they do that at any point in the first 6 years of his career, and now could be a natural time to do that because he is slumping, they could get that additional
I didn't
year.
realize you could get
so
it back.
I wonder if that is something they've kicked around at all. I doubt that it is. It's kind of why I was hesitant to bring it up. But I wonder if they've talked about it at all.
That's interesting. I did not know
Yeah,
that they
because
could do that.
it's service time.
Yeah.
It's the amount of days you spend with the big league team. And while you're on the injured list, by the way, it counts as well. So like Eric Getty, while he was on the injured list because it was the Major League injured list, he was accruing days. Zach DeCinzo is accruing days. So if he could go to the minors for 2 weeks, you could add that extra year of club control. So if he's slumping, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you do that?
That is interesting.
If you get Jordan back, you get Jake Myers back.
Because he's not in the lineup every day.
Cam, you go to Sugar Land for 2 weeks, and then you're back up with us. And then, oh, yeah, we're going to get the extra year of club control in the process there, too. Just a thought. Just a thought.
It's just a problem that everybody else seems to be slumping right now, too, in the outfield for the guys that you would replace him with.
Right. That's why I mentioned the Jordan and Myers are back. Because Jordan gets all the DH spots, which means Altuve is going to play second, which means maybe that opens up Dubon for one of the outfield spots against lefties. And then when Myers comes back, he's going to get all your center field starts. So I just wonder if they've thought about it. Just wonder.
Did you see some of the tweets that they were basically writing a swan song for Chaz?
Who?
People on the internet yesterday were like, the fact that because he wasn't hitting, and then after he pitched, he tipped his cap, and I want to say, it was either Rome or McTaggart even acknowledged it to some point, not saying that they thought it was going to happen, but people were like writing a swan song for Chaz. It was just because he pitched and he only played in one game over the weekend.
Was it a joke?
I don't think it was, but again, you can't find
you mean swan song like they're going to DFA him?
like this. He was close to the end with the Astros. He ain't going anywhere now.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm going to try to find it.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Just tuned in. Thought you were talking about Tucker. Just give Israel his own show. I don't know about that. I don't know if we want to give Israel his own show. Texter, I rest my case. Chuck. Willie Michael drop. I don't know what he said Michael for. Willie just gained this Whitey's respect. I don't know why you brought the Whitey into things. Key from LA, hope you guys have security at the listener party.
You got to win to get in.
I don't think Israel will be there.
I don't think
Chuck
he's
will be
won.
there.
Yeah.
I don't think Willie. We'll call Willie an Uber. Willie's the only caller with intelligence on the show. What? He might be drinking. It's St. Arnold.
That's what you meant, yeah.
He might be. We want to make sure he's home safely. They should bring Cam's mom to the clubhouse to break the news that Cam's being sent down to Sugar Land. Man. That seemed wildly hostile for disagreeing with takes. I will continue to answer stupid callers. Ask Joel. I have been calling for years.
Who?
I think that was Chuck.
Oh.
It's hard to know because they
Chuck,
put their name
Chuck
on it.
has definitely been calling for years.
Willie and Chuck duel it out at the listener party. Only hearing their voices. Who do you think would win that fight?
Chuck.
I would think Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Willie doesn't stoop himself up to physical violence.
No.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Philip from the Woodlands, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey guys, just want to shift to some happier thoughts. Just curious what you guys think. If everybody's back in time for the playoffs and healthy, what would your ideal lineup be?
Okay, appreciate it, Philip. You want to knock it out?
My ideal lineup if everybody's healthy?
Yeah.
Just who's playing where or batting order?
Let's just go position. Batting order is kind of, you have to look at it a little bit.
I would say, boy, the catcher thing's interesting because but Yiner's been hot. So I'll say Yiner behind the plate, Walker at first, Altuve at second, Pena at short, Correa at third. Paredes is interesting too.
I know.
Because
it's tough.
Yeah. Like you who's playing? I mean, I could play Jordan in left, and Paredes could designated hit. Jake's in center, and then right field is probably Sanchez.
Yeah, I mean, it matters who's lefty, who's righty. Like, who are you
Yes.
facing? Like, you wouldn't use Sanchez starting against a lefty.
Right.
So it kind of depends on that. But if you just went like vanilla, like this is the majority of the lineup most days or whatever while you're in the playoffs, I would have Yiner behind the dish. I would have Walker at first. You went Altuve at second?
I did.
Yeah, I guess you would go Altuve at second. Pena at short. It's interesting that if they would go Altuve at second with Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez pitching back-to-back days. But, yeah, I think they would. Correa at third. If Isak is back, he's got to be your DH.
Yeah, has to.
He has to be.
Yeah.
So Jordan would be your left fielder. Myers in center. And if you're facing a righty, Sanchez in right. If you're facing a lefty, maybe Cam in right.
Yeah, that sounds
So
right.
what we're saying is against right-handed hitters, Cam isn't playing.
No. And he might not play against righties. Like
just like you're saying the opposite for Sanchez, because Sanchez.
Yeah, and if lefties are there,
right.
I mean,
They
Chaz
platoon
hits
it right.
lefties well. So although you wouldn't want his arm in right,
I wouldn't hate sending Cam Smith down for 2 weeks in September 1st. Wouldn't hate it. Wouldn't hate it.
I don't hate the idea.
Get right. Get everyday at bats. Face less quality pitching. Buy the extra year of club control back.
Get your confidence back.
I'm a fan of sending Cam Smith down. I'm a fan of sending now. Not yet. Not yet. At least when Jordan gets back, and then probably when Myers comes back. That's when I'm doing it. But September 1st, around there is when I would do it. I would send Cam down. Could you imagine if I put that on the internet right now?
Ooh, try it.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, what have you been afraid of stirring up some controversy?
All right, I'll do it. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. So, things going on around the NFL today, by the way. A couple of quarterbacks are back. One's getting the start. There's a Packer in the top 100. We'll kick around that stuff. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? Find a huge selection online you can't find in stores at Walmart.com. We've been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now. Branham family has. It's wonderful for us. We love it. We don't love going out to do our shopping. We don't like to deal with the crowds. We don't have a ton of time. We have little kids, so that makes it tough. We have a family of 4, and we love to order online at Walmart.com. Don't have to mess with the crowd. Don't have to turn off the game, and we get all our groceries quick without leaving the house. I know what you're saying. People were saying it earlier. Oh, it's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. Another thing I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at Walmart.com, ordering the groceries, a lot of times, most of the time, is faster than me actually going to the grocery store and getting the groceries I need, plus all the time you're saving by not going. They're going to save you time. Use Express Delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods. You need to do a little laundry. They got even prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party. Think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Start that order today at Walmart.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I think I'm about to get roasted on the internet. When Jordan and Myers come back, I'd send Cam Smith to Sugar Land if he's still struggling. Give him everyday at-bats against less quality pitching to get him right / get his confidence back. If he's there long enough, the Astros could keep him under a year of service time. There's to accrue a year of service time, you need 172 days in a season. Each major league season consists of 187 days. So you'd have to keep him there for 16 days. 2.5 weeks.
Doable?
Yeah, it's doable. I mean, even if you do it September 1st, it's doable.
When's the Sugarland season over?
I don't know. But he wouldn't be on the big league roster, so it wouldn't matter.
Okay.
But that does defeat the purpose of him getting everyday bats.
Yeah, it gets in it.
I don't know when their season's mid-September, maybe? Like, I think it still goes pretty deep into September.
Yeah, I don't know where they are in the standings, because I would assume that normally in years past they would make the playoffs.
Flex. You're flexing on behalf of the Spacers. No, you're right. The last game of the regular season. Why is this pulling up September of 2024? I don't want September of 2024. I want September of 2025. Get your website proper, Spacers. The last regular season game is the 21st of September. So, there's plenty of time. Yep. You can do it September 1st. That's 3 weeks. That would manipulate his service time. It would give you the extra week, and he would have – I mean, you're not keeping him there for all 21 games unless he struggles there. But, no, I would do this. It's a sincere take, but I'm about to get roasted on the internet. Israel's roasting me right now, in fact. He says, you sound like a clown. Dana's not sending him down, and he called me goofy. Israel. 713-780-ESPN. Apparently, Keith wants to give me crap on the HRP listener. I'm catching on all ends. I'm getting on the text line. I'm getting on Twitter. I'm getting on the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Oh, well, well, this is Keith, a.k.a. Houston Concrete Artist on TikTok, Houston Concrete Artist on YouTube, and we're just out here doing beautiful things in the city. How are you, Mr. Branham?
You're giving yourself a cheap plug.
Oh, hey, that was a free plug. Come on now.
I kind of respect it.
Tickets to the listener party, so, I am part of the crew.
What's up? What do you want to give me grief over?
Nothing. It's not much nothing, but, the Astros, it's going to be a struggle to win this year. But I think maybe they're going to pop something golden. We'll see. But, I'm like you guys. It's still iffy. Texans, they look so good in the opening drive. Let's hope that continues.
Keith, hold on, Keith. Our board right here says that you wanted to give me crap. If this is the crap you're giving me, it ain't good enough. You got to come stronger, baby.
Plus with a free promo.
Well, hey, I had to slide that in there, Jeremy, and hey, we got free promos. So let me shout out my number 281.
No. We can't give you free advertisement, Keith. You have to pay $10, $15 for that. Come on.
I dumped the phone number.
Keith called in. Our board right now. It said wants to give Jeremy crap.
It sure did.
What was that?
That's what he told me.
What was that?
That's what he told me.
That's car wreck of the day, early nominee, Keith. Love you, brother. I appreciate the effort. If you're going to call our screener and say you're going to give me crap, you got to come strong. You got to come like Israel does. Calling me a clown and with a word in front of it.
Yeah, there was a bomb in front of it.
He dropped the emoji to really put a lot of emphasis on the clown.
He
called me goofy.
Emojis.
You gotta come stronger than that, my man. Texter says, hey, guys, love the show. Israel is a bum. We're not going to read those texts. We're not going to read bad texts about Israel. We don't do that. We don't like listener-on-listener crime or hate.
Yeah, clearly listen to the last hour.
Yeah, exactly. Never happens.
We don't think that. 713-780-ESPN. Texter says Joe George thinks Tyson Bagent has a chance of being the starter. Certainly he doesn't believe that.
Just you, Joe.
He doesn't believe that, does he?
No, there's no way.
Is he still down yelling?
Yeah, hold on.
Texter, a lot of people think Jackson Dart will start at the end of the year. I think Jackson Dart's going to start by the midpoint of the year.
I think, maybe sooner than midpoint of the year. And Russ is now going to be the starter for just until if they start losing it all. And once they start losing it all, then he's definitely out, and the Giants' quarterback of the future takes over.
Yeah. Texter says that you think that Bagent has a chance to start, Joe? Can you confirm or deny this?
I said that if he was traded elsewhere, he could start.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
that's not terrible.
Yeah, that's not replacing your boy.
For the Bears?
Yeah, that's not replacing Silverdale's.
Well, the text we read it had zero context.
No,
it says Joe thinks that Badgett could start.
Yeah, he could start for the Browns. Thanks for watching my show last night.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, for the Browns.
Saints?
He could,
Saints,
definitely
sure.
Saints. Like, he could be a starter on a couple teams.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
That's kind of my take with Davis Mills isn't quite that. My take with Davis Mills is I think he's a top 40 quarterback in the world.
And if you don't believe that about Badgett, by the way, his dad will arm wrestle your ass.
Yeah, he'll crush you.
Yes, he will.
Yeah, I think that's fair. If Mills is top 40, Bajan's probably right on the outside just because he hasn't played as many
Bajan?
games.
I said Badgett? Bajan. Okay.
I always say Badgett, too. I didn't know.
I might be wrong. I don't know.
No, you're probably right.
At least you're the Chicago
No,
guy.
I kind of liked what I saw from him a little bit last year. He's got a little athleticism, can sling it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right, bye.
Listen to Joe coming up at 6 o'clock today. I got bumped, by the way. Joe, I'm Joe's sidekick on the juice box, ice box. He bumped our show an hour. Never even told me. Oh, never even told me about that.
Disgraceful.
Texture, I thought I could be wrong, but I thought there was a specific day a player has to be on the roster to be eligible for playoffs, September something. You have to have appered on, what is it? You have to have appeared in a game by September 1st?
September 1st.
I don't think you have to be on a roster. It might be the 40-man. There is something like that. I think you've had to either A, been on the big league club by September 1st, maybe even appear in a game, and you have to be on the 40-man. But Cam would have checked both of those boxes.
He's already qualified, yeah.
Yeah, you could send Cam down to the minors in September and still be on the playoff roster. There's no issue there. It's guys have to be up by September 1st, either on the 40-man or playing a game. But there is something like that, you're right. But it would not apply to Cam. Israel saying you must be taking those pills, Branham. What do you know about my personal life? I like your idea, but what if Cam does great before you send him down? Do you keep him up? Yes. If Cam figures it out over the next 2 weeks, you're not sending him down. He would need to continue to struggle. And I wouldn't do it until both of those guys are back, Jordan and Myers.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say 2 weeks, right? Because Myers is about to go out on rehabs. Let's call it 2 weeks. If Cam struggles over the next 2 weeks between now and let's call it the end of August, then I would send Cam down. When Myers and Jordan are
like
both
I
back.
said, I learned
and
something
no
today. I was not aware of the fact that you could actually reverse that by doing that, and I'd be open to that. If again, the biggest thing, like you said, there's twofold. You got to get those two guys back, and Cam has to continue to struggle. We've talked about the wall, but as much as you want to make fun of Tucker because he's not here and he's failing for the Cubs, the numbers are pretty similar between him and Cam Smith over the same time period. So you've got to be concerned about it if you're the Astros.
Yeah. All right, Joe Flacco named QB1 in Cleveland. Not a great day for the shooter. Sanders was going to start opening day. He also is dealing with an oblique.
Right.
Adam Schefter was reporting today they could keep 4 quarterbacks on their 53, which, okay, like we thought that too. And then Matthew Stafford is back at practice. He's been I actually texted Brendan Riley today for reasons I will not disclose. And I asked him about Stafford, and his response to me when I asked him about Stafford was, I think he could be done. And then it came out an hour later that he returned to practice.
Yeah, I saw him, and then McVay was like,
"You just made the list."
Clowning around with him at practice, and that he went through the full practice. So it seems like he's going to be fine, which I think we all thought, the three of us at least, thought he'd be ready for week 1. I wasn't like, a lot of people are like, oh, maybe he'll miss the Texans game. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. McVay said he was like at a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10 worried about Stafford. So maybe that was much ado about nothing. And then a Green Bay Packer on the NFL Top 100 list, Blankers, Xavier McKinney making his Top 100 debut. He comes in at number 30.
He's pretty good. And I think the fact that the Packers have been pretty bad about over the history of the last couple of decades, even going back to prior to Gutekunst when Ted Thompson was the GM. They don't like to dip into free agency and definitely don't like giving up big money. It's similar to kind of the way the Astros philosophy is, but they picked him up from the Giants. He has been a stud for them.
A.J. Brown, number 29.
That's your guy.
In the NFL Top 100. He's number 29, caught 67 passes last year. 67 passes get you number 29 around here, I guess. Players don't know ball. I'm kidding mostly. 713-780-ESPN. So C.J. Stroud was wearing a Seattle Mariners hat to the game. It took some heat for this. What are the most anti-Houston things Houston athletes have done? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. A Houston thing that you could do for a little rest and relaxation is get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the anxiety, escape the stress, escape the rat race, and have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. From the open green spaces, beautiful, beautiful, majestic trees, some wildlife you don't even see in the city, and some of the best fishing you're going to find in Texas, whether it's on one of their two creeks, their catch and release pond in the middle of their property, great for the kiddos as well. You can't beat it. Escape the city, enjoy the outdoors. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. Yeah, you're not going to travel all day getting to your destination. You're not going to travel all day getting to your peaceful spot. You're going to escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Hike on their 92 acres of property, do some kayaking, play some pickleball, hang out by the pool with a drink. They're building a lazy river. That's going to be coming soon. And they're always looking to take care of their visitors. We were out there a few months ago. Food trucks both nights. We were there. Live music on a Saturday. We stayed in the tree house. The kids loved it. They got trees going through the house. It was really cool. But they also have glamping there. They have cabins. You can pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. So book that stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It's one of my favorite songs right here. Got it in my iPod. What did you think of C.J. Stroud wearing a Mariners hat to the game?
Like, to me, the whole thing is, I don't care what you wear. And I think a lot of people forget this in the fact that, like, this is not the first time this kind of thing happens. But from CJ's perspective, you're the quarterback of the football team in a football crazy city and state where it's going to be noticed. You know, going into it, you're going to be called out for it, or at least you should have the common sense to figure that part of it out, to just don't do it. Like, you can support whoever you want to support, do whatever you do. And I go back to, like, Jabari Smith of recent athletes in this town. Jabari Smith is a massive Atlanta Braves fan. when the Astros and the Braves were in the World Series. He wore a Braves hat. He doesn't hide it. He sat in Tillman seats with a Braves hat on. Like, this isn't the first time this kind of thing happens. But on the flip side, as soon as J.J. Watt became a Houston Texan, J.J. was wearing Astros gear and Rockets gear and sitting courtside in Rockets tank tops. It's like, it's just, to me, it's just a common sense thing to avoid all of this kind of stuff. Just don't do it. I mean, you can wear whatever you want. I just think that from a common sense perspective, as a guy that's that in the spotlight, I just wouldn't have done it.
So you didn't like that he did it?
I didn't care that he did it one way or the other. I just knew that the firestorm was coming the minute that I saw the first tweet, or the Texans put it out first, that, you know, just showed that he was walking in the building, and then you saw the comments right away. Is that a Mariners hat? And I was like, oh God, like, now we're going to deal with this for a couple days.
My mind immediately went to J.J. Watt whenever I saw it. I think I tweeted it too. I was like, J.J. Watt's football days are rolling over in his grave. Like, he would have never done it. I really don't care that he did it. Like, go throw touchdown passes, lead the team to the playoffs, win a Super Bowl. Not an issue. I do agree a little bit with your point though about it does feel like it lacks feel. Like, did he know he was going to get criticism and just didn't care and did it? Or did he not realize the scope of it? I actually hope that it was number one. If it was number one, it's like, okay, well, he does have feel, and he knew that he was going to get criticized for it, and he just doesn't care. Mm-hmm. I would prefer that. And there's no way of really knowing this. I know we'll play it here in a little bit. I do subscribe to the theory, though. I do subscribe to the theory, because there's a lot of people saying this, throwing this out there, that the reason that he did it was to honor Nipsey Hussle.
I investigated it, yeah.
What'd you learn?
Yeah, so a couple of followers of mine that have been loyal listeners to the show with knowledge of it, I just asked. I was like, give me the background on the Nipsey Hussle side of things, and tell me what I don't know about how that Mariners hat coincides with Nipsey Hussle. And he basically said, Daniel got back to me, and he was just like, look, that's a street that he said it represents the Crip gangs, rolling 60s. It's a street in Slauson, California, that's associated with Nipsey Hussle. And to me, again, because CJ's an LA kid, you would understand that they were. I guess recently it was the anniversary of Nipsey Hussle, or something that
his birthday was on the 15th. Okay. I think.
So if you just wanted to. You could have just brushed it under the rug by saying that. I'm supporting my guy. Well, I'm an LA guy.
That comes with a little bit of controversy.
Comes with baggage.
See, that's
but
why
Harden and Westbrook and so many people were Nipsey guys.
I don't think he wanted to sit there and explain to a room full of reporters why he was paying homage to Nipsey Hussle, who was murdered and had gang affiliation. Like, that is my thought.
With the Texans logo behind him.
Right. Yeah. I think that he was paying homage to Nipsey Hussle, who was an LA guy who had roots in Seattle even, which, you know, that's why he was wearing a Mariners hat, I think, but didn't want to sit there and like, well, why are you wearing a Mariner hat? Be like, well, I love Nipsey. I just don't think that he wanted to go there. I actually think that he was wearing the Seattle hat to pay homage to Nipsey Hussle, but then didn't want to discuss it afterwards. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
It's certainly possible, but I think, like, the three of us are not a part of this, but there are certain people, I mean, I went to school with people like this, I've worked with people like this, that they wear team logos and team hats and team outfits that match the rest of their outfit. Correct. And there's nothing behind it other than they like the way it looks and it fits the rest of their outfit. So I think there's certainly possible it could be that.
I mean, he was wearing a black hoodie. Like, come on. Like, I agree with that logic and that theory, but I don't think with a black hoodie there's like, let me get the Seattle hat to pay, like, to fill out the fit.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a stretch, but I mean, I think there's some people that just don't realize that that's the whole thing. The other part of this, like, because I've heard people get bound and say, "Oh, I should be supporting the Astros." He's a kid from LA who went to college in Ohio. He's been here for 2 years. Like, I mean, like, what? Why do we care if C.J. Stroud is an Astros fan? Go throw touchdowns.
But here's the other thing: we know he's from L.A. He's worn Dodger hats
he's a
before.
Dodgers fan.
He stirred it up with the whole Houston when they were talking about what he likes and dislikes, and he gave the California or the L.A. women props over Houston women. That was a whole thing because everything gets magnified with C.J. Stroud. But we know his roots are L.A.
Yeah. To counterpoint your point, and again, I don't really care. I don't care that the Texans quarterback is wearing a Mariners hat.
Same.
Go win games. Like, I get that they're, like, temporary citizens. Like, do we think C.J. Stroud's going to live here forever? Maybe. But he hasn't lived here up until a few years ago and has an entire history of life where he has things and people that he wants to honor and represent and be a fan of, blah, 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 blah. The counter to your point, though, is that your biggest group of fans, there's two. He probably has two biggest groups of fans. One's probably Ohio State fans, and the other are Texans fans. So by wearing a Seattle hat, he is, if we think it's knowingly, we don't know if it's knowingly, he is irritating and kind of triggering an entire fan base of Texans fans that love him, adore him, and he's kind of, poking them a little bit in the ribs with it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree in the sense that if I was CJ, I wouldn't do it for that exact reason. Like JJ Watt, I'd be thinking about branding. I'd be thinking about sponsorship dollars. I'd be trying to people to buy my products, and I don't want to needle those people who I'm trying to sell stuff to. But I don't think CJ wore a Mariners hat as a shot at Astros fans. He's not a Mariners fan. It might have been for the fit. It might have been for Nipsey Hussle. And look, he's not from here, so why would we expect him to be an Astros fan?
Yeah, I don't think that he wore it to irritate Texans fans either. The only thing that I would be wondering about is if he didn't lack the feel of knowing what that hat was going to do.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Wondered
like
that.
you have to,
that.
you might not be, because you're in the middle of your start of your season. You might not be following the standings every day, but you have the wherewithal to understand that's the biggest Astros rival right now.
I hope he doesn't know that. I hope he's so locked into ball.
I don't believe
that he wouldn't know that. Like, I mean, honestly, seriously. Like, I hope he has no idea what the current standings are in the AL West.
I don't think it's a lock that he would know that.
Not the current standings, but you got to know that regardless of what the current standings are, over the last several years, the biggest rival, well, the Rangers too, but
but why would he know that?
Because you live in Houston, you watch SportsCenter, watch the local news.
There's a lot of reaches there.
Center.
There are some reaches that you're making some assumptions that he does all of those things. I don't watch SportsCenter. And I host a daily sports show every single day.
Take SportsCenter back and just say he keeps up with current sports.
We don't know that.
I don't know that. I think he's made enough comments over the years about baseball, about the Dodgers, about the Astros.
That's surface level. That's not like I know they're in a heated race with Seattle. Like, he definitely knows basketball, no doubt about that. But I've never heard him say anything about baseball where I'm like, yeah, he's got this, like, he pays attention every single day. He's looking at the standings every single day. He's listening to the Killer Bees to see what they had to say about Cam Smith. Like, I don't know that to be true.
He's made mentions of following the Dodgers. He's made mentions of the Dodgers from time to time into the season. But at the same time, he knows the division alignments, I'm sure.
How would we know that?
Well, how do you know you're right that he doesn't?
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying it's unknown.
But I just think that as much as he's in touch with, and you mentioned he's in touch with basketball, he's admitted he was a Lakers fan when he sits courtside for the Lakers games when they play the Rockets. But, he's also quick to compliment the young team that the Rockets have and give Jalen his props last year.
Basketball.
Things like that. But I just think that's part of, he knows football, he knows basketball. I think he follows baseball, maybe not as close. I don't know, right? You're right. I don't know, but it just seems like someone that's in tune with a sport outside of football like basketball. I would think that he maybe doesn't follow it as closely in baseball, but he knows who the rivals are. He knows the divisions.
I'm just saying that's a leap. He might not. I think it's a leap to jump to that conclusion. Be like, he knows all of the division, every single division in baseball, and not even every single division. He knows the 4 teams in the AL West. I have no idea. I have no clue. I am confident saying he knows a lot about basketball because he's gone into great detail about players that he likes and who's playing well. And yeah, he's gone to a lot of basketball games. He's been at a baseball game. Astros had him out there to throw first pitch, but that doesn't mean you know everybody in the division. Texter, he's the quarterback of the 4th largest city, Brandon. Quit making excuses for him. Okay. I'm not really making an excuse, I don't think. I'm saying we don't know what he's into. Like, we don't know how much of a baseball guy he is.
Okay.
We don't really have that understanding. Like, we don't and look, maybe he does and he did it on purpose. I have no idea.
I don't recall off the top of my head whether he was at the games or not during the Mariners series in the playoffs, but he was in town. You have to at least remember that stuff to realize playoff baseball, everybody pays attention. To know that they're playing.
Wait, but that series was in 2022.
You pay attention. We pay
yet.
attention. Our demographic pays attention, but not everybody pays attention.
He wasn't here yet. I mean, that playoff series was in 2022. He wasn't drafted until April 23.
Okay. I just think he pays enough attention to national sports like baseball playoffs. Even if you're just a Dodger fan, but you're watching what happens in the playoffs, I think that he would know that who the Astros were playing.
I think it's a leap. Texter, if CJ wore an A's hat, does he get the same flag? No.
No one cares. no one cares about the A's.
Texter, anyone who has lived here for more than 1 year has mild interest in baseball check standings and know we're in the same division. See, I think you're overestimating football players. Like I don't think if you went into the Texans locker room today, there's 90 players there, 91 because they have the international guy. So there's probably roughly, let's just call it 100 players. There's 100 football players right now for the Texans. If you walked into that room and you said, "Give me the 4 teams in the Astros division," what percentage of those players would get it right?
What they have to get all the teams in the division?
Yeah.
Probably 60%.
I think it's 20.
I was going to say 30.
I think that you're overestimating. I mean, clearly, I think you're overestimating. I think you're overestimating, one, the amount of football players who are baseball fans, and then in addition to that, keep up with it at all.
First of all, regardless of the gambling aspect, I think players pay attention to all kinds of major sports and sporting events. I think that I have friends that through the years have been in the NFL locker rooms that let me know they're watching playoffs. They're watching baseball games. Some are watching Astros games. Some are, but they're in tune with a lot of the baseball, especially playoff time. But I think that a lot of guys that played sports growing up weren't just hyper-focused with blinders on just football. So I think that there are a lot of guys in that locker room that I'm not going to sell short, that I think know baseball enough to know teams and rivals and divisions.
I mean, that's our impasse. Like, we agree to disagree. I don't know how the gambling aspect comes into play.
Well, but I think that a lot of times we talked about guys at their facilities got suspended because they were betting on sports. They were betting on other sports.
When were they ever baseball?
Sports. What?
When were they baseball?
We don't know that it was. I mean, I don't know
we
what
do know what they were.
Okay,
Calvin Ridley was betting props on the NFL and college football, right? Who are the other guys who got suspended?
Jeremy. But if they're gambling on sports, then they're watching sports. So it wasn't the time of year to be I don't know what they were betting on, and if it wasn't the time of year to be betting on baseball. But look, I know guys. Look, Charles Barkley's a massive gambler. Charles Barkley, he knows all the sports. He's everything from college football to baseball to hockey to all those things. There's guys that when they're sports fans, they pay attention to all sports. Some bet on them, some don't, but they know.
Texter's asking, how many teams can you name in hockey?
How many teams can I name in hockey?
Yeah, like name me a division in hockey.
You just how many teams or how many divisions?
Name me any division in hockey and get the teams in the division right.
I don't know how they do the divisions in hockey.
I think you are equivalent to NHL divisions that what NFL players are.
I don't think that's fair. I don't think most people in this country follow hockey like that.
I don't think NFL players follow baseball like that.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Right.
And my opinion is that they do. They know baseball enough. They follow the 3 major sports, and they follow college sports.
I think you're taking for granted, though, that young NFL players in their early 20s treat baseball as the 3rd major sport. I think there's a certain group of sports fans that really only follow football and basketball.
I would agree.
You can create a niche no matter what you want to say that. I don't know how all of a sudden that you're going to exclude baseball from the big 3 and say, well, they know the NBA and they know the NFL.
I mean, look at the baseball demographic. Like, if we really want to get to the brass tacks of this, what is the baseball demographic?
There's a good deal of African American players in baseball these days.
That doesn't answer what the demographics are. That the viewing people that are watching baseball, what are the demographics?
I think you can go in the past about, and if you want to push the whole dynamic that it's a white sport, but I think that nowadays things have changed enough that there is a different dynamic that still keeps up and follows with baseball.
In 2024, 61% were male, so that would help here. 39% were female. The majority of MLB fans are Caucasian, 69%, with a significant Hispanic fan base around 19%.
Okay.
I don't think that NFL players are watching baseball like you think.
Great, and I think that they are.
All right. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Should C.J. Stroud be wearing a Mariners hat? 713-780-3776. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud when we come back. Also, what are the most anti-Houston things Houston athletes have done? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says, put me in coach?
Yeah, that's it. Play center field.
John Fogerty.
Suggesting that African Americans don't have a sense of what's going on in baseball because they don't play is an insulting take. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying people that don't pay attention to baseball have no idea what's happening in baseball. And the viewing demographics is what I was referring to, not the playing graphics. So you just didn't understand. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Carrie, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Carrie?
Hey there. I've been listening to you guys talk about this, and I heard about the issue when it first happened. And I don't know, maybe I'm strange, but to me, this is a non-issue. C.J. Stroud is an employee of and representative of the Houston Texans, and maybe if you want to stretch that out as a representative of the city of Houston. But I don't believe that obligates him to be a fan of or to market any other Houston team. And whether he chooses to wear the M's cap or the Astros cap should be his own personal choice, and it shouldn't make a bit of difference to anybody else. That's just what I think.
Appreciate it, Kerry.
Thanks, Kerry. I mean, I think the gist of it is that CJ can do whatever he wants. I just think from the standpoint of just knowing what kind of firestorm you could possibly create, whether maybe he wanted to do it. I don't think that he did, but I think that, from my perspective, I know guys that follow baseball. Travis Johnson loves baseball. Wade Smith loves baseball. I mean, I know these guys.
Let's call up Wade Smith, see if he can answer all 4 teams in the division. Let's call up Travis Johnson, see if he can do it.
Okay, that's fine. You can challenge me all you want. I know Travis loves baseball.
I'm not saying he doesn't love baseball.
He's a massive Dodger fan.
Never said he
didn't. But I know
objected to either of those things.
I know that he knows baseball.
I'm curious if he knows all 4 teams in the AL West.
Okay, cool.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. I agree to your point, Kerry, really. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't care that C.J. Stroud was wearing a Seattle hat. I wonder if he knew it, or I wonder if he lacked the feel of knowing that it would agitate a lot of Houston sports fans. And you're right, he is a representative of the Texans. Now, being a representative of the Texans, your fandom are Houston Texans fans, and a large majority of Houston Texans fans like the Astros. So that could be kind of the needling in a little bit. But I agree with you. Like, I really don't care. Go win games. Texter, it's actually Israel. These young brothers are not into baseball like that, says Israel. Anyone know if Houston sports fan J.J. Watt had a quote tweet? No, he didn't have a quote tweet. All 4 teams in the AL West. My bad, all 5 teams in the AL West. You knew what I meant. What does knowing the teams in the division prove exactly? Because he's wearing a division rival, and it came up in the conversation. Let's see. Are you texting him?
I'm going to text Travis.
If you're the quarterback, you need awareness. He could Google it, though. It's got to be an impromptu question.
Okay.
It does. It does. You can't text a question. You'd have time to look it up.
That'd be leading the witness.
Absolutely. Okay. That's not a proper way to ask that question.
Didn't ask it yet, guys. I'll wait. I'll ask it.
Why are you getting so upset?
Because it's just like the way you guys go about this, and
we're just disagreeing with you. Like, you disagree with me all the time,
right?
So I don't get upset though.
It's not upset. It's like frustrating. It's like because it's like you have to be right about it.
I don't have to be right. I said it's unknown. I'm not saying I'm right.
Okay.
I'm just arguing my side of it.
I know enough guys that they grew up too. So when they grew up in the cities they grew up in, they know that whatever city they grew up in, they knew who the baseball team was. They knew who their rivals were growing up, whether it's a guy from here or not. I mean, Andre Johnson back in the day was a Marlins fan when they were in the playoffs because he's from Miami. Keenan McCardell and Jalen Hurts grew up in Houston. They're Astros fans, so they knew who the Astros rivals were. They knew who they were playing. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way of really knowing this. Like, it's all subjective unless we actually did the exercise of it. Breon and Humble, who came and said hello to us at Brick House on Friday. Good to see you then, Breon. Good to hear from you now. As long as CJ doesn't come out in a Ward jersey and a Titan hat, it's all good for me, win games. That's where I mostly stand. I just wonder if he knew what he was doing. And I wonder why he wore Seattle. Was it for the fit? I've heard that theory. I mean, he's wearing a black hoodie. Maybe it was for the fit. My theory... And look, it wasn't my original theory. Like, somebody suggested this to me, and I'm believing their theory. I do think it was to pay homage to Nipsey Hussle. Nipsey Hussle grew up in L.A., was from the Crenshaw neighborhood. Stroud is an L.A. guy. He loves the West Coast, which is where he's from. Like, he's loyal to the soil. Nipsey Hussle had some ties to Seattle. He did a bunch of stuff in Seattle. That's what I think he was doing. And I don't think he cared about the backlash because of it. 713-780-ESPN.
The correlation with Nipsey Hussle and the Mariners hat is the gang affiliation in the street from where he's from.
I thought he was from L.A.
There's a street in I'll have to look up the street again, but as it was explained to me, that's part of the gang, and then the affiliation is the S, which stands for the city they're from and the street that it was on.
I know that
the Rolling 60s.
I know he rapped a lot, like with Seattle jerseys on and hats. And I'm not the expert on this, obviously. Google says Nipsey Hussle had strong ties to Seattle through his friendship with Antoine Fellows, who served as a security and barber. Fellows described Seattle as one of Nipsey's friends, but he would do a lot of charity work there. Nipsey's focus on community development in his own LA neighborhood also resonated with Seattle residents who drew parallels between his work and the changes happening in their own central district. So there were ties to Seattle. I think it was an homage to him, but there's no idea.
And Daniel said that the hat represented the Crip gang and the Rolling 60s and the street in Slauson, California.
Yeah. So, I mean, that would be why he wouldn't want to sit there and go into specifics with mostly boring reporters there. Now, there's a lot of reporters there that would have totally understood. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pierce, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Pierce?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, check this out. I'm from Galveston. I've been in Houston since 2003. I have no idea who's in the division. I have no idea who the Astros rivals are for, who they are. So I think that's not true, bro. I mean, I'm like a casual baseball guy. I'll look at the highlights. If you put like 5 Astros players in a lineup, I couldn't tell you who's who, except for Altuve. And that's all I got.
Appreciate it, Pierce. Just, I mean, it's only one person's answer, but I think there are a lot of casual baseball fans. Not that there's anything wrong with that. They kind of like, they'll put the game on. They're not dialed into 162. I don't think they're looking at the standings every day. When it's on, they'll watch it. Whenever they go out to eat and it's on, they're going to watch it. But I personally, in my opinion, don't think as many people are dialed in to Major League Baseball, especially from NFL players, than what you're saying. But that's our impasse. That's our disagreement. And the only way to really know the answer to this would be to go out there and ask him.
Yeah, because I think that he knows Dodger baseball. He knows when the Dodgers are in the playoffs. He knows who the Dodgers are playing. He knows that the Giants.
Dude, does he? Like, what has he done to make you know that he knows who the Dodgers are playing, though?
Because I believe he's been questioned about it before and mentioned.
He was asked, who are the Dodgers playing tonight?
In the World Series or the playoffs. Different. Okay, Jeremy, but everybody in L.A., whether you're a casual or not, knows that the Dodgers' 2 biggest rivals are the Giants and the Padres.
Okay.
So I would think he would know that.
Well, I mean, he grew up in L.A. He was there his whole life. It's a little different growing up somewhere and being there for 17 years as opposed to being here for 3, especially if you don't love baseball. Like, if you're not watching it every day. Plus, he's an athlete who's, like, trying to be great at his craft. Like, if you're a quarterback in the NFL, you're probably not watching tons of other sports.
But you don't. Okay, and then from a business perspective, you're going to a new city. Basically, as part of like your quick learning curve on the city you go to, whether it's your agent or your marketing person or whatever. And we talked about it with J.J. Watt, how he played it to a fiddle. He played it like a T, the way he did everything here to kind of endear himself with the teams he supported and what he did. You would think there's a crash course somewhere to know who their teams are, and then as you're in the city, you'll be at least somewhat in touch with who they're playing.
I think you're cherry picking a few examples, though. Like, how many players, again, 100 players in the Texans locker room are doing, like, and Stroud's a little different because he's like the franchise quarterback versus like bubble roster guy. So it's a little bit different. But how many players out of the 100 are doing a crash course on A, Houston, B, Houston sports?
How much? I think, and like you guys said, I think for sure Houston sports, they're in touch with the Rockets and the Rocket season. And there's been plenty of guys that have been interviewed during Rocket season about Rockets, what they're doing, who they're playing, things like that. You see them at the games. You see a lot of the guys that go to the games. Some are season ticket holders to the games. So Andre Johnson was a longtime season ticket holder.
You think Brady knew about the Red Sox?
Yeah.
Text or ask?
I do.
I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I have no clue. I really don't. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Here's a little bit of what C.J. Stroud had to say the other day. Stroud was asked after the game about the hat. Stroud giving his answer on why he wore the Seattle hat. So that was his answer about why he wore the Seattle hat. Which there's a lot of folks that think that was the reason he was wearing it. There's a collection of people that think it was an honor to Nipsey Hussle. There's other people like, yeah, whatever, he's throwing a hat. I'm in the Nipsey Hussle.
He does say that he owns every hat. Now he could be lying.
He also said he loves the Dodgers.
Everybody knows he loves the Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was ever up for debate.
Well, I mean, I don't understand the point you're trying to make there. Is my thing.
So if he loves the Dodgers, he follows baseball enough to know teams.
Just because you love the Dodgers because you grew up in ALA for 17 years doesn't mean you know the divisions in baseball.
I didn't say the divisions. You know teams.
That was the genesis of this entire argument, knowing the division rivals of the Astros.
Because if you go to another city, Jeremy, with teams, you're going to eventually, being in the city long enough, you're going to figure out who they're playing, if they're in the playoffs. That locker room
I don't know why the playoffs matters either. Like, wasn't the genesis the division rivals? Was it or not? I thought that's what the basis of the conversation was.
It was a wide scope of what we were covering, knowing teams, knowing baseball, watching baseball, how many guys in the locker room know baseball teams and know baseball or even care about baseball as opposed to the basketball and the football.
And it all started from, does C.J. Stroud.
Jeremy, that's where it derived from. Right, but then it expanded.
If you can't handle a little give and take,
no, because it expanded. I can't respond like you do.
You can.
You get hyper-defensive and can't be wrong. All I'm doing is fighting the other side.
Sure, that's fine. I admire that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
But you're just criticizing me for the way I'm doing it.
Because you're getting very sensitive and upset because somebody has a counterpoint.
I'm defending the other side of it. Like you're saying, it's like you're just
defending it and getting huffy-puffy are two totally different things.
Oh, yeah, that's huffy-puffy, Jeremy. You know. Okay.
It seems a little huffy-puffy.
Okay, Dr. Phil, carry on. The listeners have had enough.
I don't know if they have. The text line's on fire. I think they enjoy this. You would think his agent might clue him into things that might tick Houston fans off. I could see that thing too. Like, hey, you have somebody in your team that, hey, maybe the Seattle Mariners hat because they're in your division and you're in a race. Maybe you don't put that on.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I also think that whether it's his agent or not, he's got to not have enough people around him that tip him off to something like that.
Texter.
Or ask him like flat out, are you really wearing that hat today, bro?
Yeah. Is this a real fight? I don't know. Here was C.J. Stroud. He was mic'd up the other day. C.J. Stroud was, and he confirmed, I think, that he is a West Coast baby. He's talked about you mentioned this earlier. He likes Californian women over Texas women too. Texter, most athletes follow sports in general. It depends. Some people don't like sports at all. Like it's case by case. Let's see. What else do we have on the HRMP listener line? I'm not reading that one. We're not going to question CJ Stroud's intelligence. Come on now. 713-780-ESPN. Texture, in this case, there are two different types of fandom you're talking about. While Stroud is a perfect example, Jalen Hurts had an Astros hat on, I believe, when they were playing the Phillies in the World Series. So there's a hometown type of fandom and local culture fandom. I remember that too. You think Jalen Hurts knows the Philadelphia Phillies division rivals?
Yep.
Before or after Manfred changes it.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Jeremy, you're so idiotized. You're so idiotized. I don't know what that word means. But maybe that's... Texter says CJ doesn't know baseball. I think he has a surface level. I agree with that. But I don't know how diehard he is, CJ Stroud.
I think there's a difference between diehard and at least knowing teams and knowing baseball teams.
So what other examples of Houston athletes, like intentionally or unintentionally, ticking off Houston are there? What are the most anti-Houston things Houston athletes have done? One texter said that Garrett Cole wearing the, I guess it was a Boris Agency hat. Immediately after the World Series, as a representative myself, that made everybody mad. Carlos G on the Twitter says, I think Arian Foster wore Brewers gear to the dike. Is that true?
He was at a Brewer game last week. There is an association there of some degree, and I don't know. But he wore Brewers gear to an Astros game last week, and the week prior he was at American Family Field for a Brewers game.
Is it different post playing career?
I don't think it's obviously not magnified as much or publicized as much, but I think players are more likely to let their hair down, so to speak, and just support the teams they love, regardless of playing the game for the city they're in.
I think it's a little different once you retired because you're not like representing the city anymore. And again, I don't have an issue with
it's also a different division. Like if this was 20 years ago when the Brewers were in the Astros division, then maybe that changes a little bit. But
yeah, Yeah, a little bit. Texture, I love pro surfing, but I only know one professional surfer, and that's Mick Fanning, who got attacked by a shark on live TV during a contest. Do you know anything about that?
No.
CJ wore that hat because it was Nipsey Hussle's birthday, and that team is where he was from, paying a tribute, not a big deal. I believe that theory. It can't be confirmed or denied. Nipsey was from L.A., but was big in Seattle, and he liked Nipsey. People up north might assume we know ice hockey divisions. Westbrook wearing a Lakers jersey on the Rockets bench was ridiculous. Who cares if Kobe died? Come on. That's a little different. I mean, he was Kobe.
Yeah, it's a little. I mean, to pay tribute to a fallen brother, that's way different.
But Russ was super supportive of everything with Nipsey when he was killed, and then after that.
Can we just let athletes have favorite teams and move on? Yeah, Seattle's not his favorite team, though. Just, putting that out there. Jasper says, please don't argue. I don't want to have to listen to one of you every other week. That's well done, Jasper. I'm not reading that text. Arian did it to be a contrarian. Knowing him as we do, is it really surprising? I don't know the story behind him.
Yeah, I don't either. There is a connection with him and the Brewers. I don't know exactly what it is.
Can you think of any anti-Houston things that Houston athletes have done? I mean, demanding a trade would be like one of them, but that's I feel like that's a cop-out.
I think the Harden thing, though, is the one where it's magnified the most because, he kept saying how much he loved it here, but then the organization kept bending over backwards to every one of his requests for every time he wanted somebody else. And then the minute that he didn't think that they had a chance to compete for a championship, he just turned his back on him and said, I want out.
Yeah. I mean, demanding trades up there. Moving the team, but I feel like those are cop-outs, though. Like, I want one that, like, a player is here. Like, he's not demanding a trade. He doesn't want out. He is here and does an anti-Houston thing. The ones that I can think of are whenever they ask players or coaches or whoever, like, which barbecue's better, and they don't answer Texas barbecue. I get triggered by that one a little bit. One, because know where you are. Two, you got bad taste in food.
Yeah, there's definitely a few of those out there, and I'm also remembering ones of guys who hated Tex-Mex, but I'm struggling to remember.
That was Dalton Schultz.
But I was struggling to remember the specifics.
That's anti-Houston too. He says he doesn't like Tex-Mex. He doesn't eat Tex-Mex. That's very anti-Houston.
Wasn't there someone besides him?
Maybe.
I thought there was a couple that said they didn't like Tex-Mex, and then tried to backtrack and say, "Oh, I really haven't tried it." It's like, well, come on, then how do you know?
I don't think agent has anything to do with it. He's not calling his agent to ask what hat he should wear. Yeah, agent's probably not the guy, but maybe like his team, like if he has a PR guy or just somebody he hangs out with. But maybe that person he hangs out with doesn't know baseball.
See, the problem is when he gets up in the morning and leaves to the stadium, probably the only contact he gets with the PR guy is after he's already done the walkthrough that they videoed and put on social media.
Ed Reed's time in Houston was pretty anti-Houston. Fair. But not really what I'm talking about. Chandler Parsons talking trash about Houston after he left. But he was already gone.
That was a good one, though.
He was already gone, though. Like, I'm thinking, like, while they're here. This texture brings up a good one. Charles insulting the beautiful beaches of Galveston, Texas was insulting. Because they had camp there back then, right?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
That's, come on, Charles.
The brown waters of Galveston.
He ain't wrong, though.
For most of you.
It's still insulting.
For most of you. There's that pocket of time when a day or two when it turns blue.
It's still insulting to the city.
It's a short window.
If y'all divorce, who gets BMAC, you can have him.
No, you got him. He's yours. He loves you.
Oh my goodness! Here we go.
Oh, and I can't make so I can't make that comment, and then you react.
I didn't say you couldn't make it.
Oh yeah, but oh boy, is he getting emotional again? He's in his feels. I figured it out. Look at me.
Also, didn't say that.
No, you act like it.
No, I think that you think BMAC's always on my side. Yeah. But I think he's right down the middle. But it goes to show your sensitivity.
No, it just shows that if I say it, that you guys get all sensitive about it. But regardless of it, you guys have your bits that you keep from me that you don't even bring up to me, thinking you're going to get me, or you're going to try and embarrass me on the air with.
What bits?
And then here you go, Jeremy.
You brought it up, and I can't ask.
I don't sit there and write them all down, but there have been plenty where you just decide you guys plan on the side. You're going to bring this up to see how I react, so I can get embarrassed on the air.
So you're going to make an accusation like that, and then have no evidence about it, and then whenever I bring that up, you get pouty about it.
I get pouty. Okay, tough guy. Yeah, you know pouty, look, and you could handle it too.
It's crazy to me that you bring up an accusation like an accusation like that, and then when I ask you about the accusation, you get ticked off. I asked you about the accusation, and now you're in disbelief. I think it's a fair question.
No, I'll bring you. I'll think back to some of the ones that you guys have done on me. That's cool.
Okay, yeah, I would like to know because I don't think we've done that.
I don't think I've ever tried to embarrass you.
Yeah.
No, but you try to do a bit that I don't know anything about, and then just bring it up on the show so that I can be the dumbass that didn't know what you guys were talking about.
I would like to know that bit because I have zero recollection of that. And that's why I'm asking, because I really have zero recollection of that. And having an accusation like that is pretty damning. So I think I have the right to ask, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Is what you're referencing something that we didn't put on the rundown?
No, that either like a sound you were going to play or a certain theme song or something like that, or something that leads into something that was a bit that you guys had concocted. I knew nothing about. Then I sat there like a dumbass on the air.
Every theme song we've played has been on the rundown.
Okay, Jeremy.
You can't get ticked off whenever you make a claim like that and we counterpoint.
I just said, so for the sake of the listeners, they don't have to deal with this anymore.
Well, now you're just saying things so we can go to break without you actually addressing what you brought up.
My God, man.
And then you're getting offended because I'm asking
No, because you
counterpoints.
just keep on dragging it out. You can't move on.
Because you just throw blanket statements out there that have zero credence. And then when I ask to provide any credence, you can't do it.
God, Jeremy, you are so
then,
right.
Here,
and
then
so
I get
strong,
gaslit
and you're
because,
so tough.
and then I
Right,
get
because
gaslit.
you can't just move on.
Because
My God,
if you would answer
you
the
are
question,
the
I'd move
strongest,
on.
toughest, smartest, rightest man behind a microphone.
I'm being gaslit right now.
Good. Then light it up, baby, and burn it.
Early car wreck nomination, Blankers gaslighting. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. Coming up next, it's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing, and you're going to get your car shopping done fast. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years, and they've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, so the culture is fantastic. Labor Day is just around the corner, but it's not too early to get your Labor Day savings in Monument Chevrolet. So get that now. A monumental savings, too. Employee pricing plus deep discounts on popular models such as the Chevy Silverado 1500, the EV Blazer, and more. Speaking about the Silverado, 0% financing for 36 months right now on the tried and true Chevy Silverado. That's on top of pre-Labor Day employee pricing. This is your excuse to finally upgrade the truck you deserve. Seize the day. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, just go visit them in person at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Coming up next, the last call with Joe George. Keep it here, 6 to 7. Joe George with the last call. Just you, Joe. We had a Joe George cameo earlier, a little drive-by, a little run-in from Joe George. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. Blankers, what you got?
I got a couple. I got Kyle Tucker of Joe George's Cubs. We mentioned it earlier, but when you're slumping and you're scuffling and you're already getting the ire of your fan base and you don't run out a ground ball, it's probably not going to go over too well, as he got booed pretty hard and was criticized pretty badly after the game.
Is it just me, but him running out the ground ball was very worthless? Like, it was a routine play to first who had like 5 feet to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always magnified by the fact that they're already got him in their crosshairs.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. It's magnified. Like, I think they're booing him more because of the struggles than him actually running it out there. Like, running it out was their gateway to boo him because of the slump.
Yeah, I think their expectation is, especially if you're scuffling, you're trying to do everything to get a base hit, so you should have just busted it out of the box.
Yeah. Next.
Yeah, it feels like people only care about that if you're going bad. Like if he was in a streak of a month where he's hitting 400, I don't think anyone says anything about it.
If he was playing well, the Cubs were playing well. He hits a routine grounder at first and does the same exact thing. No one bats an eye.
Yeah, if they're in first place and he's hitting 400 over the last 90, no one bats an eye.
Nope.
But it's like, but you say that, but if where it's really magnified is if you do that, and then the guy at first base bobbles the ball.
That's a factor too.
Fair.
Yeah.
Like if he bobbles it and you're not, like Correa did that the other day.
I was just gonna say, was it yesterday?
Yeah, maybe
it was Holiday or one of the two infielders that bobbled it, and then it was a really bang play at first base. I thought they might have even reviewed it, but Correa was basically just slow rolling it to first.
Yeah, he dogged it out of the box and then busted it once he realized it was dropped. But again, I don't need Correa 162 games a year busting it down to first on routine ground balls. He's gonna pull something. I don't want him to do that. All right, let's have you.
The other one, Monica McNutt, hosting and filling in on ESPN on, I think it was First Take. Was his name Drewsy?
Drewski.
Drewski wears the Barry Sanders jersey. She doesn't know the jersey or that that she thinks it's for Shedeur Sanders, and it was really bad.
Yeah, not great. Do you have another one?
No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. I nominated Keith for calling earlier, so he was going to trash talk me and then gave me nothing. That was weak. I had Robles as well. They let the Colts fan, the little nerdy guy that does the, hey, Colts. Go Colts! He performed at halftime. Had a gospel choir behind him, too. Ridiculous. And this golfer, Ben Griffin, overdosed on creatine. He was having tremors. He four-putted one. He hit an OB on two. And then he triple bogeyed one, double bogeyed two, bogeyed three. He was 6 over through 3 holes, and then was 7 under through 15, or his final 15.
He admitted that
he overdosed on creatine.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, what's winning? I think
Monica McNutt.
I had Robles. Okay. That was a double up. Let's go Robles for his crash show.
Too, so.
There we go. All right, does it for us. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for Brian doing the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Joe George, last call right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome in to Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe, George, AJ hanging out with you for the next hour. Happy 4-year anniversary to the Killer Bees and the show that they had today. Also, number one rule of today's show, don't be sensitive. Let's talk some Houston sports. We're talking Astros. We're talking Rockets. We're talking Hatgate 2025. All the important things that are going on. And there's also a lot of stupid things that are happening in sports that are happening besides Hatgate that are happening outside of Houston. Some of them connect to your local teams. We'll talk about realignment and expansion in Major League Baseball and all those things throughout the show. But we'll start today's show off with the Houston Astros. So they lose 2 out of 3 this weekend to the Orioles. 7-0 on Friday. They win 5-4 on Saturday, which was a bizarre game, to say the least. Very not well executed baseball in the extra innings, honestly, by either team. And the Astros find a way to win that one. And then they lose 12-0 yesterday. And it could have been a lot worse, obviously, without Jesus Sanchez. And on Friday, they were getting perfect gamed. That's not a way to say it, but there was a perfect game being thrown against them for most of it until Urias broke it up himself against his former team. So not a great weekend for the Houston Astros in terms of success on the field. To pile on with that, then you have Christian Javier, who apparently is with the team currently as they're in action in Detroit. He did fly out with the team today. He was under the weather. Very concerning still what we saw from Christian Javier. I don't want to – it's honestly my biggest thing from this weekend with the Astros, besides the offense struggling and not putting up runs in 2 games against the Orioles, who haven't been great this year, obviously, who sold at the deadline. My number one thing with Christian Javier is, did the bug that he had really drop his velocity on his fastball down to 90? Or is it something else? And we'll find out in the next start, and hopefully it really was just, we all get it. The body aches or whatever, you just don't feel like yourself, you're sluggish, all of that stuff. I can't imagine trying to throw a baseball 93 miles an hour and feel that way. Well, first of all, then you probably shouldn't have played. I know that puts you in a bind, but you have Chas McCormick in the bullpen, so you're fine. But you probably didn't need to be out there, to be honest, if you were feeling that sluggish or whatever was causing the velocity on his fastball to drop that much. But coming off of Tommy John and being out for as long as he was and still having that performance, it raises your eyebrow. It's not a red flag. It's not panic button or anything like that, but it raises your eyebrow, just like, what's really happening here? And then we find out he's sick, so hopefully it really is just that. So the next start, to me, is going to be so important for Christian Javier because the Astros sent out their book report today on all the Astros injuries that are going on. They mentioned Lance McCullers. They mentioned J.P. France. Dana Brown's been talking about these guys on the flagship with different timetables that Lance McCullers' next start could be with the Astros. Luis Garcia, J.P. France, not too much farther behind. So if you did have an injury, knock on wood that you don't, you can probably survive it, yes, but it's still not great when I said last week, at this moment, I would still feel most confident in Game 3 of a playoff series, whether it's in the wild card round, the DS, CS, or World Series. I still, gut feeling, would want Christian Javier to be the guy that gets the ball in Game 3 of a playoff series because of what he's done in the past, being part of a no-hitter. We know what stuff he has. In his first start back from Tommy John, he showed us a new wrinkle. He added a third pitch that he used more than he'd ever used in his entire career. So the first start was promising. The second start's obviously not good. And now we just all cross our fingers and hope for the best because one of the other guys potentially that you were hoping to get back that, Jeremy Branham has, he picks weird ones, man. Like, that's my guy. But Will Levis and then Brandon Walter. Now, Brandon Walter's way more deserved than Will Levis, the love, okay? I don't give Jerry much grief about that one because I think the Walter love is well deserved for the way he's pitched this year. But he has elbow pain and is being shut down. So at this point, and we all have to assume that he's not going to pitch for the Houston Astros again in 2025. The good news health-wise is that Yordan Alvarez is going to start rehabbing games. He's going to play in a game tomorrow, have a day off, and then play back-to-back games, and they'll go from there. Potentially even, could he be in the lineup as early as this weekend? Yes. I think it's more likely he's in the lineup starting next week, and they give him a couple days off, get back to Houston, really make sure everything's okay. Because that's what's important with Yordan.
It's just make sure everything's actually okay this time, because this rehab process has been so bumpy. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, it feels like. It was that he was in Houston at Dyken Park hitting a home run into the outfield during batting practice and then saying his hand hurt the next day. So these next 4 days of anything that can happen with the Houston Astros, more than what happens in the Tiger series, more than what happens with your rotation, the most important thing over the next 4 days is whatever happens with Yordan Alvarez. Because if you want to be a legit World Series contender this year, you need that guy. Like, you need him. Even if he's, I saw Chandler Romes on his podcast talk about it might take him some time to get back into the swing of things. Absolutely. But you have Jesus Sanchez, who can't hit. You have Cam Smith, who can't really hit right now. So one of those guys is your right fielder. And then Yordan's your DH, Altuve's in left. And Urias is your second baseman, or Dubon. And even though your right field is struggling, whatever Yordan brings to you at the plate is better as a DH than anything else you have right now in the roster. Because they're clearly not going to be going with Caratini and Diaz all the time in the lineup. You have to bring up a third catcher, which in theory, I guess they could in 13, 14 days when September 1st call-ups happen. But that's the most important storyline for me with the Houston Astros right now. And it's not particularly close. Yes, the offense is struggling. Yes, you have injuries and sickness and all these different things going around. But whatever happens with Yordan Alvarez in these next 4 days, that to me is where it feels like we can feel more confident about where the Astros season is heading. Because while I've maintained that they are a legitimate World Series contender as they stand right now because of what's happening in the American League around them, it does make it more realistic if Yordan's part of this team. So overall, like, things aren't great. They could be worse, AJ, I guess is the way to put it, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the situation could be worse, but I mean, the Astros are trying to get things right, most definitely.
Text line here from the 979. The bees hurt Joe's feeling, and the bees hurt their own. Me and the bees are fine now. We hashed it out before the show, but we're fine now. The only hurt feelings here for me are honestly my eyeballs for having to watch the Astros this weekend. It was a tough watch, and we're in preseason game 2. I'm done with football preseason. We're gonna talk about it, what we learned, because at least we saw the starters a little bit. Right. But AJ, I'm done. I am so ready for this coming weekend.
Yeah, college.
It's still not totally real football because it's week 0.
Mm-hmm.
But like the fact that there will at least be some level of football on our televisions that actually matters.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
I know, right?
Because it has been a grind of an offseason, it feels like. This year, for whatever reason, I don't know if with my life has changed so much this offseason. My schedule has changed. I've gone from a 12 to 3 show to no show to back on the air, and like so much has happened. I'm just like, I feel like I've been dying for football to get back, and we're here. It's finally time for football to actually show up. The other thing to me, just with the Astros, just a little bit more on the lineup itself. Again, while Yordan Alvarez is overall more important, it is for the Astros. Like, you want to hold off the Mariners as much as you can, and they have thanks to the Mets a little bit here. They do need to get the offense going pretty quickly here. And this is a situation where I think when I look at the Astros right now, it's not fair to blame it on Yordan not being out there. It's not fair to just look at Cam Smith or just look at Jesus Sanchez. It is just a collective level of not great right now by the Houston Astros. And it's not a team-wide worry because you did just come off taking 2 out of 3 from the Red Sox, but you've had just a lot of clunkers recently. I mean, you look at their last 3 losses. The Astros have lost 14-1, 7-0, and 12-0. So they're either winning or they're losing by a large margin. And I don't know what that means necessarily. To me, it looks like it's just an extreme. But if you're gonna lose, can you make them a little more competitive too? That's a small ask. I feel like we're not asking for a lot in this situation. Just make it so when we're all watching the game at the end, I'd rather be having discussions about Joe Espada and the decisions that he's making at the back end of the bullpen without Josh Hader, who the update on him from Dana Brown and Joe Espada and everyone was that he's going to be shut down for a handful of weeks. He's not going to throw. And we talked about this on Friday. And then potentially something else happens. Like he potentially pitches again this season. I was thinking about it more this weekend because the news kind of came out right as we were getting on the air on Friday. So the more I thought about it, the more I'm willing to just kind of stand my ground that we're not going to see him. And then Dana Brown talked about on Sunday on his interview with Robert Ford. He mentioned how much time Josh Hader has left in his contract, that there's still 3 more years left on this thing for him. I don't think that was a full show his hand moment for Dana Brown, but I think he did tip his hand a little bit and I think it's the right decision that because of we think about the long-term future of the Houston Astros versus the short-term importance of this season, it's better to have Josh Hader healthy and ready to go for the next 3 years versus this postseason run. And as much as that sucks that you wouldn't have him as you're trying to win a World Series this year, this team, while Tucker goes and Bregman goes and Fromber will be gone, and they're still going to compete for the playoffs next year. They're still going to probably be the best team in the West. They're probably still going to be one of the best teams in the American League. So as long as Josh Hader's back next year, that to me is the big picture part of this season, of this injury in itself, that it is hard to factor in or to disagree with. And there will be fans that don't agree with me on this, that they want to see Josh Hader out there no matter what, and he should battle through it in their mind. I don't agree. I think it's better for his long-term health to maintain what's going on for his career, not just for this season. All right, we'll take a break here. When we get back, what did we learn from the Texans preseason game? Only a couple possessions here from the offense and the defense, but there were some positives and things that we saw. And plus, John Mechie got traded as well. We'll get to all that next here on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
All right, Spencer Arrighetti's got the bases loaded here with no outs in the second, so not the best start. I was trying to see if it went out of play or not. Jesus Sanchez bounced it off the wall, took a weird bounce. So they're in some danger right now. So you need Spencer Arrighetti figured out a little bit. He hasn't looked great so far. Some of that's to be expected, I think, with his time off, with the injury and everything. But I think that it's going to be interesting to see how he fills out his spot in the rotation, because to me, if you were going to say, like, Jason Alexander and Spencer Arrighetti, and Christian Javier. Alexander's the easy one to send up. He's looked really good. I don't know what the Astros are going to do when they start getting these guys back. They need to keep him in the minors as long as possible. Specifically, Luis Garcia. And I don't think JP France should be factoring at all. I think people are kind of being courteous when you hear from, like, he could be an option for the Astros. I don't personally view him that way. So it's going to be really interesting to see. And Arrighetti's got to get out of this one because he's been on the struggle bus just since he came back up to the Astros, and I think it's fair to say we all would have expected him to be just a little bit better. All right, so the Texans are 2 preseason games in. The starters played 2 possessions each. So we saw CJ, we saw Nico, we saw most of the new offensive line. It wasn't totally what it's going to look like in week 1. We saw the defense out there. We saw, my number one biggest takeaway is what you expect is Will Anderson's Derek Stingley Jr. are awesome. Like while Anderson had a penalty on the play that Derek Stingley Jr. got the interception from Bryce Young, which was a holding, which whatever. But he got after he got a great stop on the next play on a running play. It was right in the backfield. Derek Stingley got a big pass breakup on that one. So he gets what could have been a turnover, then a pass breakup to end that drive. So the defense just came out and they're humming. Both possessions. The second defensive possession, we see Azeez Al-Shaair nearly kill Bryce Young. Pulled off just enough, hit him in the chest. Spencer Arrighetti got out of it with double play. Nice job. So please don't get suspended before the season starts. Azeez is probably the nicest way to put it. And while I've been really impressed with the linebacker room in its entirety, I think Nick Caserio has done a really good job of adding depth to replace Christian Harris because he's such an unknown on this roster. But Henry To'oTo'o and what you've got from some of these guys, EJ Speed in preseason game number 1 was all over the place. You still don't want to lose Azeez. The Texans defense, that to me is the one part of the season last year where it was visibly different with and without him on the field. And so it's nice to see him not hit Bryce Young in the head. At the same time, got to be a little more careful. Right, AJ?
Yeah, for sure. He's the defensive catalyst in terms of amplifying everyone up to really just bring the energy. So you want him on the field, but yeah, you want to tone it down a little bit too. But yeah, definitely.
And then we saw Will Anderson get some really nice pressure at the end of that drive as well. And Mario Edwards Jr., I believe it was, got the sack. So we saw what was to be expected, right?
Right.
Are the Carolina Panthers going to be good this year? I don't think so. They turned it on. After Bryce Young got benched last year. He came back. He was much better. And I don't have high expectations for them, but so you kind of did what you were supposed to do from a defensive perspective in this game.
Right, for sure. Yeah, I think the Panthers, they'll probably be around 7-10, maybe you're 8-9, something like that. That's improvement for them though. So yeah.
That's a big improvement for them.
Yeah.
If they're picking in the late, top 10,
right?
That's why I think the 7th pick last year got you the 8th pick in the draft. So, That feels about right for where they could be at this season. They're obviously not going to be not obviously, but I don't think they're going to be towards the bottom of the NFL. The New Orleans Saints are clearly going to be
the worst team.
Yeah. It's not. I don't even know if it's going to be competitive.
Me either. Yeah.
I was looking through some of the week by week lines on ESPN Bet, and you're seeing them constantly 7-point dogs in games. Look, the Bears won 7 games last year, and they added Ben Johnson, and they've fixed some things. But they're 7.5-point favorites. That's a team that didn't make the playoffs last year.
Right.
And they're 7.5-point favorites against New Orleans Saints right now, late in the season, which means that number potentially is only going to get bigger as health happens. And who knows who the Saints starting quarterback is going to be. But the Panthers will not be the worst team in the NFL is the point of all of that. They'll be close. They might be close, but they won't be the worst. So the defense was really positive in this one. Jalen Noel had a really nice return before the offense came back on for that second drive. It was called back before a penalty. So that's interesting because while I think Braxton Berrios is going to make this roster, I heard Sean talking about this with Dell earlier, and we'll get to the John Mechie stuff. I don't really care as much about, wide receivers 5, 6, 7, how many they're going to keep. It's more, I think they tell us that based on the roster construction, and they felt the need to not have Mechie on this roster. And I think part of that is because you have Noel, you have Berrios that can return kicks. You have some different guys that can be used in different areas. So that was a positive for him too, where while I would like Berrios to, I kind of lean towards him as the veteran for the kick return spot. with the rule changes again this year, they're trying their hardest to make the kick return matter. So whoever's back there should have some level of impact on this team. I don't know. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see what the roster looks like, but like I'm not gonna sit here and break it down for you because I don't think people really know like if they're gonna keep 7 or 5 or all those different things. Let's talk about the offense here. So CJ Stroud, the first drive, the Texans offense doesn't do much. It's clean overall, which is good, I guess. He misses Nico Collins on a deep ball, which I think he thought Nico was going to go to the right towards the sideline. He doesn't. That's preseason stuff that you're missing out on. And then we see the second drive where the Texans are much, much better. They're effective on first downs. You saw solid running from Nick Chubb, which is something that a lot of, throughout camp, people have been talking about what you've been seeing from Nick Chubb. And I think it was always kind of stating the obvious, but it's also a hope and a wish that Nick Chubb, once you put pads on and it's full speed and he really can use his legs and he can really drop his shoulder into people, that it would be better than it's looked in camp, and it did come that way.
Yeah, for sure. He was breaking tackles and everything too.
Yeah. I mean, so like that's very good because Aaron Wilson suggested that it doesn't seem particularly clear that Joe Mixon's going to be available anytime soon. That rehab hasn't been going great for him. And Woody Marks later in the game looks really good, honestly. Like that could be a steal of a draft pick. The running back position is always weird because it's so devalued now in the NFL that like real talent slides in the draft. So even though Woody Marks isn't, one of your first 2-round picks or anything like that, he's someone that could make an immediate impact on this roster. And without Joe Mixon or with Joe Mixon, I feel like you do need him to do that. Someone who can catch the ball out of the backfield, a change of pace back, especially with Nick Chubb. So
yeah, for sure. If he would have like a Bucky Irvin type of impact, that would be so ideal and so perfect for the Texans.
I mean, that's a great comp actually. Like if he could be the Bucky Irving to what Nick Chubb is for Rachaad White, who had a lot of promise after his rookie year, but slowed down a little bit. And the Buccaneers had a really good 1-2 punch with those guys. Now, it feels like going to year 3 or year 2 for Bucky, year 3 for White, that Bucky Irvin's going to end up being just the dude.
Right.
That's almost the perfect situation for the Texans, honestly, is that while Joe Mixon's getting healthy, and even when he does, that Woody Marks forces himself to be a consistent part of this roster. And then when you go into next season, the veteran guys are the ones who, they're the step back. They're the short yardage back. Woody's the guy. Like that would almost be best case scenario
for sure,
honestly, for the Texans. But we saw CJ pass the ball around. I mean, it was going all over the place. We saw Higgins, what he can do. We saw Christian Kirk getting involved. And then, of course, you have the touchdown pass to Nico Collins. So all in all, it's largely positive stuff from the Texans. Again, it's a preseason game. It doesn't totally matter. I think it makes it even worse that it's the Panthers because your 2s are probably better than their 1s. But at the end of the day, you ask for clean football, you ask for your defense to be solid, and they check those boxes in a preseason game.
Right. That and also just getting off the field healthy. That's the main important things from the preseason.
100%. And then the Texans surprise us a little bit. So they trade John Mechie in a 2026 6th-round pick to the Philadelphia Eagles for Harris Bryant, the tight end, and a 2026 5th-round pick, which I believe was their own. So they're really just kind of reestablishing their own draft capital here. To me, this means a couple of things. John Mechie wasn't going to make the roster, and you did the best you could to get an asset for him in return. And that asset is important because while Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover are the clear top 2 guys, I don't think there was particularly close a third tight end on this roster. And your wide receiver 6, 7, 8 is way less valuable on this team than your third tight end because Dalton Schultz has had injury history. Cade Stover is still like a puppy, basically, in terms of playing the tight end position. He's played so little of it in his career that while like I'm kind of all in on Cade Stover stock from what we're hearing out of training camp, I think I told you guys this last week. He's like my last pick, basically, in every fantasy football draft. I'm just trying to stash up on him. Also, now I feel like I can really do fantasy drafts. I had one before this. I was very annoyed, but that was outside of Dynasty. But now like the real drafts can begin because I don't think we're going to see the starters in the 3rd preseason game.
Nah.
I would be surprised. I guess we could for a possession if they wanted to, or maybe 2 again. But even then, I'd be a little surprised if we saw that from the Texans. But this is a fine trade for the Houston Texans. It doesn't change like your Super Bowl contendership, or it's a good depth piece. And There's no one better to tell you that than the head coach of the Houston Texans. Here is D'Amico Ryans discussing the trade that was made, trading away John Mechie. How to get a job 101 in the NFL. Just have a couple good games. Because then when someone needs to trade for you, they're like, I remember that guy. Like, are you actually a good football player? Maybe they don't know. But they remember, as D'Amico said there, when he was with the Browns, that he made a couple nice plays. So I like this move. It's really simple. It's really clean. You get a 5th round pick back out of it, so you control your own 5th rounder now. You give up a 6th. John Mechie gets a chance to, from the Mechie perspective here, I'm very curious. You have A.J. Brown and you have Devonta Smith, who are the clear 1-2 guys. The Eagles last year traded for Jahan Dotson from the Commanders, who was a first-round pick a handful of years ago. He didn't have a huge role in the offense this year, but you put, Smith and Mechie next to each other again with Jalen Hurts. Like, if I was John Mechie, I would be pretty happy with how this went. Like, you're not going to play in Houston, and now you're probably at least the 4th wide receiver on the Eagles when you look at their depth chart immediately. So,
yeah,
good for him.
Yes. I guess. I mean, Philadelphia, but they won a Super Bowl last season.
I figure you're a Cowboys fan. Yeah, I mean, I know. I understand. Are you disappointed the Cowboys didn't trade for him?
No, we're good. We're trying to figure that stuff out, too.
I'm like, who are your wide receivers besides CeeDee Lamb?
George Pickens.
Oh, duh. Yeah, but at some point he's gonna punch someone in the face and get in trouble.
I think he's gonna be better in temperament wise.
Oh, you think it's a Pittsburgh problem?
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
I mean,
Dak is gonna be the best quarterback he's ever played with. So
that's true. Low bar. No, that's not discrediting. That's not discrediting Dak. It's more just how bad it was in Pittsburgh for
sure.
everything. So it's not hard for Dak Prescott to be the best quarterback he's ever played with. But Dak will be. They're gonna be. Cowboys are one of those teams this year, AJ, where. Could they make the playoffs? Yeah, but could they be really bad too? I think that's still capable of them. I struggle with the Schottenheimer move, man. I can't feel excited for my Cowboys friends, my Cowboy fan friends.
We'll see though. I mean, as long as Dak is healthy. If Dak isn't healthy, then okay. But I mean, they won 7 games still last year.
That's true.
With that, so I mean, they just need to get Mike a deal done. That's all I'm worried about right now.
All right, we'll take our break here. When we get back, there's a bunch of stuff going on that is strange, stupid. What are we doing here? Kind of stories. Another Ohtani controversy that we're gonna hit on. We haven't touched on yet. That I just have questions about. So we'll get to all of that, and we'll start with Hatgate 2025. That's next.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
All right, so over the weekend, C.J. Stroud shows up to this game. He's got a Mariners hat on. People are upset. People are upset that he's wearing a Mariners hat. I have lots of thoughts on this. I'm going to start with a simple one here, okay? If I worked for the Houston Astros or C.J. Stroud's PR team, I would tell him this was a dumb idea. Now, I'm not going to be upset about this. I'm going to be honest with you, and I'll explain why. But I would tell him, like, you probably shouldn't do this, okay? Like, they're in the Astros division. They're in a tight playoff race. I heard the Bees say, like, if it was the Athletics, would it matter? No, great point. Valid counter. But I wouldn't suggest getting that upset about this or doing this because it's going to make people upset. There's a lot of times. I think when you work in, like what we do in sports talk radio, there are certain things you just avoid as much as you can because you don't want to piss people off. And now he's the quarterback of the Texans. He's not going to be getting booed like Kyle Tucker is right now. But maybe, I don't know, because there are people who are really upset about this. So while I would say it's a bad idea for CJ, I don't get the extreme anger, okay? I get why there are people who are upset because he represents Houston and he's wearing a competitor's hat. And his reasoning is suspect at best. You know, he's talking about swag, but then Nipsey Hussle's coming up, and it's like, what does it really mean? Can you just really not say what it means because it's gang related? Like what's really going on here? I'm confused. But I would recommend not doing it. But then again, I can't imagine why people are so upset. And maybe it's just my perspective. We all have different perspectives in life, right? And I try to avoid, one of my goals with this show is to bring up Chicago as little as humanly possible. Because people complain about me, right? You complain about my Twitter accounts, I'm sorry. But I have to bring this up in this situation here because, like, for Astros fans who are that upset with CJ Stroud and Texans fans who are that upset, what am I supposed to do? Like, I need someone to tell me how I'm supposed to feel. Because my entire life, I have hated, with every ounce of my being, the Chicago White Sox. And every year, when a prospect gets drafted by the Chicago Bulls, like Modest Buzelis recently, because it's owned by the Reinsdorfs, he's thrown out a first pitch in full White Sox gear, right? Caleb Williams chose the Cubs. But they mix and match. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're a Bull, you go to the White Sox. But, like, if you're on the Blackhawks or the Bears, like, you choose one of the other ones. It's your choice. Sometimes it's whatever one invites you first. Like, Ben Johnson chose the Cubs. But, like, am I supposed to hate these people that go throw out first pitches for the White Sox? Because they're not, like, they're anti-Cubs in this moment? I just can't. And maybe it's weird because there's two teams in one city, so I have a warped perspective. But, I mean, I guess they don't really compete for anything right now. But I don't know. Like, I don't know why it's such a big deal. I get why it's a little deal, but I don't get why it's a big deal, AJ.
Right, because, I mean, I'm sure there's Texans fans who aren't Astros fans and vice versa. So, I mean, it really is just a huge talking point, a bunch of nothing. And CJ even said that, I mean, he's from L.A., so he's a Dodgers fan, but he said he loves the Astros too. So, I mean, that really should have ended the whole controversy, in my opinion.
Yeah, like, now, like, what I tell CJ Stroud, like, if okay, you want to be smart here, Fantasyland, Astros Dodgers World Series 2025. Don't wear it Dodgers gear, dude. Like, don't do that.
Just
like,
be neutral.
Think back to Jalen Hurts. Remember when Jalen Hurts was getting peppered by the Philadelphia media and he had to defend himself? And, like, he didn't back down from being an Astros fan.
Right.
Because he's an Astros fan. Like, I think it's, now, because this isn't fandom, that's where I do think it's a little different, right? If it was fandom, I would almost get it more from CJ and get why people would be upset. But at the same time, like, what are you supposed to do? Like, ask everyone because they live in Houston to give up their fandom for the teams that they rooted for forever? Like, you can be annoyed with me. You can be annoyed with Paul. You can be annoyed with Joel. You can be annoyed with, I mean, Granado's been here forever. He's a White Sox fan, or he used to be. Like, you can be annoyed with us, right? Because, like, we're not from here. We're talking Houston sports. I get your argument, okay? And we all care about the Houston sports teams. CJ doesn't have to. So that's why I don't you can't treat them the same way you treat us, I think. So I don't think it's a big deal. To be honest with you, I do get why people are a little upset, but I just kind of chuckled when I saw it pop it off. I saw my buddies from the other place defending CJ, and my gosh, people were very mean. They were meaner to them than they are to me on the text line about this. It's okay. He represents, and I think the other thing that's important for me with this is, at the end of the day, because we saw, I feel unfair even bringing this up, but in the context of it matters. Deshaun Watson obviously was a terrible person. And at the end of the day, what matters the most is the name on the front, not the name on the back. That's what matters. That's what I know. He's your quarterback right now, but CJ might not be here forever. So what matters the most is it says Texans and Houston on the front, not the player in the back. So if they win for you, it does matter. But we'll see. The fact that I had to get asked about it, I think is hilarious, because it's just what is going on? And he just kind of chuckled when he answered it, and he explained it. But yeah, PR advice: don't do it against CJ, or go all the way in.
I wonder if the next press conference he has, he's gonna mention something about it, just in a joking way.
Don't wear an Astros hat, because that's pandering too much.
Yeah,
that's taking it too far. That's an overcorrection, CJ. Just wear your Texans gear. Don't wear an Astros hat. But so I wouldn't do it again. I would recommend, but all right, let's get to some of the other weird things that are going on in sports. We hit on the Astros. They're playing right now. If you care, you're watching. We hit on the Texans preseason. We just talked about Hatgate 2025. Let's talk more about the other weird stuff that's happening in sports. AJ is in our college football dynasty league that we're in. BMAC's in it. Josh Beard's in it. Dell, Sean Mapes. It's a lot of fun. A lot of focus right now on who's making the 12-team playoff. Fun conversations happening off the air. If the Big Ten gets their way, those fun conversations go away. Apparently, the Big Ten, because they can't get their way exactly with the 16-team playoff format, because the Big Ten wants the SEC and the Big Ten to have different amount of automatic qualifiers, because the SEC plays less conference games than the Big Ten. So while it's been reported that this is essentially two guys at the bar writing on a napkin, and that's all this really is, it doesn't matter, because the Big Ten, anyone that works for that organization, even floating the idea of going to a 24 or 28 team college football playoff format is dumb as a box of rocks. This would feature potentially up to 7 automatic qualifiers for the SEC and Big Ten, 5 for the ACC and the Big 12, 2 group of 6 teams, and 2 at-large bids. No offense, AJ, and to my kooks out there. Does anyone want the 5th team or the 4th team or the 3rd team? Does anyone even really want the 2nd team from the Big 12 to have an automatic spot in the playoffs?
Nah.
And then to go further, do you really need the 7th team in the SEC? This is
overkill.
This is awful. Stick to 12, please. If I could do anything with college football, I would beg them, please stick to 12 for at least 3 years. 3 years of this new format.
Right, keep it consistent, yeah.
Get a sample size. We had a large sample size with the 4-year program, with the 14 playoff. We had a large sample size with the BCS. And there were flaws. TCU being left off for Ohio State in early on, the first or second year in the college football playoff. It sucked. It sucked for TCU. Think about to the teams that, multiple undefeated teams or multiple one-loss teams that were left out of the BCS national championship. That sucks. Ole Miss and Alabama not making the playoffs this year does not suck.
Right.
Okay? Alabama got rolled by Oklahoma, who was terrible this last year. They do not need to be doing this. You don't need to go to 16. I'm all for 12. I think they should have gone to 8 first. They got to take some baby steps. But give me 3 years of a 12-team playoff with the new seeding that's being put into place for the 2025-2026 calendar year. and then go from there. Also, because I think by the time this happens, I think one of the Big 12 or the ACC won't exist. I'm just going to be honest. I think one of those conferences to me is going to go away. If they're smart, they will merge, and a couple teams will leave. So Clemson will go to the SEC or the Big 10. Florida State will move. Miami will try to move. Duke and North Carolina will potentially try to move. But then the rest of the Big 12 and the ACC can just combo. And you can have, while they're clearly the third conference, you can then have 3 pretty well-established conferences. Or just get all of this over with and just go to 2. And just have an AFC and an NFC.
All right,
and just blow the whole thing up. And have a 56-team college football league with 2 conferences with playoffs that get you to a Super Bowl. Have a Fox League, an ESPN League, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to call it. Like, just do that. That to me is like, if you're going to expand the playoffs this way, then get rid of the junk. Like, get rid of 4 conferences. Bring in the schools that can. Bring in the schools that can compete. Because there's going to be schools, too, that as you're legally allowed to start paying players that are in these Power 5 conferences that aren't going to be able to hang. Like, how is Northwestern going to pay players? I don't know the answer to that question. How is Stanford? Can Andrew Luck pay them all? Maybe. Like, how is Vanderbilt going to pay their players? How is even like Nebraska? Like, how are these Maryland, Rutgers? Like, how are these low-level programs going to actually pay their players? Mississippi State, like, not everyone's got Tillman and Mattress Mac there. Like Houston's good. Like, they're gonna be able to start paying players a lot, and it's gonna be off of revenue and everything. But I think that if they're gonna make a radical change, instead of suggesting a 2014 playoff or a 2018 playoff, just blow it all up. Like, just find a way to buy the ACC out of their TV contract, and let's just get this thing to where it's all headed, and that is 2 mega conferences at this point. Hugh Dab says on the Twitch, the Aggies finally can make the playoff. That's mean. Accurate, but mean. The Aggies can make it. The Aggies will make the 12-team playoff at some point. I think we'll see the Aggies, and I think they might make it in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like Marcel Reed. I like Elko, what he's doing. I was impressed with some of his stuff last year. Seems like a good coach. I think the Aggies could be in the playoffs. Are they a real title contender? I don't know. And then, AJ, I think you're Cougs. Not the next 2 years. But I think Willie Fritz will get him there.
They have a 5-star quarterback coming there next year from Houston area, so maybe
good for
sophomore year. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, sophomore year. Like, that would be like a good goal. It's like
2027.
So that's 2027. So that's what, year 4 of Willie Fritz?
Yeah.
Gives them time to build the roster. Not the only high-profile recruit they've got. And the Big 12 is winnable. So
it is.
Like, whether it's the 16-team playoff or the 12-team playoff or the 24-team playoff. The only positive with this 24-team playoff is so many people have just laughed it off. Everyone's like, no. Like, no. So this feels to me was floated to Pete Thamel of, let's see how angry this makes people.
Right.
Because people don't realize that. There are stuff, like specifically in college football, that conferences talk about that they know are bad ideas. And they almost want confirmation bias, where they want the public to be outraged. And the level of outrage will tell them if there is something there that they can work with and dwindle it down, or if they've jumped the shark. And I feel like this is jumping the shark. Honestly, it's not even close. All right, speaking of expansion, realignment, Major League Baseball. Rob Manfred, very honest about the plans for Major League Baseball. In fact, I feel like we're going to see these things he's talked about in the next 3 years. And then Shohei Ohtani he's in some kind of hot water. We'll get to that next year on Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
All right, final segment of Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. AJ, so last night, Rob Manfred on the ESPN TV broadcast talked about the idea of expansion coming to Major League Baseball and realignment to help with travel. Which, okay, like that makes some sense, like logistically. For 80%, 90, maybe 95% of the league, there's two teams in particular where I don't really know what you do with the Rangers and the Astros. Do you feel like baseball is ready from your perspective to expand?
I think maybe like in half a decade. Half a decade to 10 years, potentially. Not right now, though.
Yeah. Now, the way he said it makes me feel like this is going to coincide with the collective bargaining agreement.
Right.
That
which makes sense.
whenever that gets signed, so that could be, cross our fingers going into the 2027 season. I'm prepared for that means going into the 2028 season because 2027 doesn't happen. Baseball is dead anyways, and it doesn't matter. Baseball will not exist. It will be irrelevant. It will not be talked about. Like, even the Astros, like, people will have a really hard time getting back into a sport if they miss an entire season. So, like, that cannot happen. We've seen lockouts. You can overcome it. But it's going to feel like this is selfish, okay? I'm going to fully acknowledge that before I say it. My least favorite radio I've ever done in my life was 2020. It was awful radio. It was pandemic, when is baseball coming back, trash cans, Deshaun Watson. The worst part was constantly trying to figure out, when is baseball coming back? When are sports coming back? And if they go into a lockout in 2027, that's the radio we'll be coming to at least do a little bit. We'll be doing a lot of non-sports stuff. It's actually going to be a lot, like, really freeing and fun. We're talking about whatever we want, basically, during the summer because there won't be baseball going on. But you have to keep an eye on constantly, like, are they going to play baseball this year? If they can get it done, I think then we'll see on the other side of the collective bargaining agreement, then we'll see the new ownership groups come in. My problem with expansion in baseball is really simple. You have franchises that don't deserve teams, owners who don't deserve teams. The Tampa Bay Rays, solved. They sold their team. They're going to get a new stadium. All is going to be fixed in Tampa Bay, in theory. A lot of people think they're going to be the team that's going to surprise the world and go out and pay $500 million for that bum Kyle Tucker this offseason. I know that's mean to some people, but he stinks right now. I'm angry. Like, they could bring Kyle Tucker home to Tampa Bay. But you've got this Rockies problem and this Athletics problem. And that's where I'm struggling with the idea of expansion, is clean up your house first, man. Like, before you talk about Vegas or talk about Nashville or Mexico City or Portland or whatever, like, you've got these two bum franchises and the White Sox, frankly, who don't deserve to be really part of this league anymore. I mean, the White Sox biggest contract they've ever given out was $65 million to Andrew Benintendi. That's it.
Wow.
Like, that's the best player they've ever signed in free agency. They've given out internal contracts that are bigger, but through free agency, that's the biggest they've ever given out. Hell, the Cubs, the most money they've ever given out to a player is $187 million in free agency, and that was Jason Hayward in 2015 or whatever it was. Like, you've got all these organizations that are cheap, that don't spend money, that are banking on the Mets and the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Astros to spend money and to go over the collective bargaining agreement, the collective bargaining tax, and to then funnel money back into these poor owners' pockets. So I hate the idea of expansion because it rewards these cheap guys like there is in Colorado and like there isn't in Sacramento, whatever you want to call the Athletics, and maybe Vegas. I don't even think doesn't even feel like it's for sure happening anymore. Like, you got to clean that up first. So why don't you try to sell those teams first? Force a sale. Force the Rockies to be sold. Force the Athletics to be sold before you start talking expansion. Does it make sense to go to 32? Yeah, it's going to be huge cash infusion to the sport. Okay. And then there's this realignment question. Everyone's kind of wondering, how far can you go? Do you do 4-team? You do 8-team divisions if it goes to 32? But they're talking about it being more geographical. And I know BMAC was putting together a potential list, and he was thinking without the expansion, because we don't know where the new teams will be. And kind of like as we were talking through it, like, if you're not going to go include the Astros as part of the South and go more, up and down, it makes sense for like their division to include like the Rockies, the A's, the Diamondbacks, and the Rangers. That sucks. Like, I get why they're talking about this, why Rob Manfred makes it feel like it makes sense, but there is something special to me about, again, bias here. The Crosstown Classic for the Cubs and the White Sox, it means something. It's 5 games this season, 6 games this season. The Subway Series, it matters. Mets, Yankees, it's only 2 times a year. Only 2 series. And to then just be like, oh, we're going to play all the time. Well, then, like, where's the
Right, it loses value. Yeah.
It loses value. It loses its what it means to the sport. So I get why they're talking about it. In Dodgers, Angels, and think about the